Hey everyone, welcome to Infinity Harry. If you are enjoying our interaction on Harry Potter and want to see more exciting content, don't forget to hit that subscribe button. This video includes a self-recorded human introduction in the first 30 seconds, followed by AI generated narration for creative storytelling purposes. So today we're gonna see second part, 30 Harry Potter rose from tragedy to become the guardian of lost souls. But before we start, if you want more stuff like this, then please support subscribe this channel and share with your friends. Now let's start the video.
Here is short summary. After devastating losses, Harry must rise from the ashes of grief to protect those left behind. In becoming their guardian, he discovers a strength and destiny unlike any he has ever known. But before we start, if you want more stuffs like this, then please support to subscribe this channel and share with your friends. Let's start the video. Harry's first thought as he entered the French Ministry of Magic is that it wasn't all that different from the English Ministry of Magic. Harry wasn't sure why he thought it would be any different, but despite that, he was still surprised that it was different. I mean, sure, he knew the building would be different. And the building was fairly impressive. He and Gabrielle had taken a portkey to Paris early that morning. Harry hadn't had any promotional dealings on the calendar, which was nice. But he knew that would change rather rapidly with the additional national team responsibilities. Either way, he was glad he managed to keep that promise without it being any sort of an issue. They'd wandered through the streets for a few moments. Harry was about to ask her if she knew how to actually get into the French ministry when they approached what appeared to be a giant glass pyramid. Harry blinked a bit and then couldn't resist. "Why are we at the Louvre?" he asked. "I am surprised you know what it is," Gabrielle said as they approached the museum. "Hey, I'm cultured," Harry argued. Gabrielle decided it was best to not comment on that. "The entrance to the French ministry is in the pyramid," Gabrielle said. "So where is the ministry?" Harry asked. "Above the pyramid," Gabrielle said. "How's that work?" Harry asked. "I would suspect through the use of magic," Gabrielle countered. Harry opened his mouth, then closed it and smiled. "Nice one," he responded. Gabrielle looked up at him and smiled as well. "Thank you," she said. And she led him into the pyramid. Harry wondered how none of the muggles loitering around seemed to notice them. Or care that they skipped ahead of the lines. But he didn't comment, for fear of Gabrielle giving him the same answer she just had moments earlier. "So how do we get in?" Harry asked. "Follow me," Gabrielle said. And she walked up to the actual panes of glass. She took out her wand and started counting off panes of glass. Eventually she tapped one with her wand and it shimmered. "Step through," she ordered. Harry did. And for a moment he felt like he was being pulled upward. But then he was standing in a large open area. He appeared to be standing on glass, but he suspected it was just some type of flooring charmed to look like glass. He could look down and see the museum below him, as well as a good portion of the city. He paced around, smiling at some of the sights. A moment later Gabrielle appeared next to him. "Well, that's neat," Harry said, gazing around. "I think so too," Gabrielle said. "But apparently older people do not like it." "Old people don't like anything," Harry said, intending for it to be funny. Gabrielle simply kept talking, ignoring the fact that he'd even spoken. There was some type of controversy when the pyramid opened and they moved the ministry to this location. Apparently it goes higher and higher depending on offices. The floor is only invisible on the bottom, but the offices further up have very nice views, Gabrielle explained. "Were you even alive when this thing opened?" Harry asked. He knew the pyramid wasn't that old, but he had no idea when it came about. "Had you read the plaque outside you would know that I was 3 when it opened," Gabrielle said. "Naturally I do not remember the controversy. I just heard about it from my parents. I have only been in the building a couple of other times. One time was for Fleur's apparition test. Mom took us shopping after." "Get anything good?" Harry asked. Gabrielle just shrugged her shoulders. "I do not remember. I just remember being bored during the test and that we went shopping after." "I see," Harry said. He was gazing down at the muggles below, finding the view into the glass pyramid to be sort of surreal. "Come," Gabrielle said, ignoring the fact that he was enjoying himself. She started walking toward what he could only assume was the center of the building. And that's how he found himself in the French Ministry of Magic for the first time. But despite the differences in building, it seemed pretty basic. Sure, he couldn't read the French signs, or understand the French announcements, but the bustle of activity, whether it was people running back and forth, or messages flying all about, was rather familiar. And he thought it was a nice touch that there weren't any wanted posters of him, as there had been the last time he'd been in the English Ministry of Magic. Of course, Kingsley had framed one of those posters and had it on display in the ministry, as a reminder for how many people were duped by all of that. And as a warning of how different things could have been had Harry been weaker. He shook his head and decided it was best to not think about that any further as Gabrielle led him to what he assumed was an elevator. He stepped in and looked around. She muttered something in French that sounded vaguely like transportation and the door closed. When it opened, they were in a much more standard office setting. Harry followed Gabrielle up to the desk where a witch about Harry's age greeted them in a rapid-fire French. Harry's first thought was that he should probably make some attempt at learning the language. Of course, Gabrielle responded rapidly as well. And after a few moments there seemed to be some sort of argument. Harry slid an arm carefully around her waist and looked down at her. "What's going on?" he asked. "She is being difficult." Gabrielle frowned. "She is saying I cannot take the test without an adult present. Despite being an adult myself." "Why's that?" Harry asked. "Because it is protocol to have a parent or guardian present in the situation that the test goes awry," the secretary said in very staccato English. Harry turned at her and smiled. "Hi," he said. The secretary blushed a bit and looked at him. "Good day," she said, blushing. "I'm standing in for the parent or guardian," Harry said. "That is not allowed," the secretary said. "Sure it is," Harry smiled fully. "No, it isn't." The secretary looked exasperated. "Let's try this again," Harry said. "What?" The secretary looked confused. Harry leaned onto the desk she was sitting at. "I'm Harry Potter." He offered his hand. She took it, carefully. Before she dropped it. "Anna Morin," she responded, before looking away. Harry noticed she was bright red and doing her best to not make eye contact with him. "Nice to meet you," Harry said. "You too," she stammered. "Now," Harry said, looking at the neatly filled out piece of paper on the counter. "Judging from this, there needs to be a signature from a parent or guardian on this line, right?" He pointed to the line in question. It was next to Gabrielle's own flourished signature. He noticed she signed her name L and not Gabrielle. He found it odd as she never seemed to really care what anyone called her. But he supposed Gabrielle Delacour was a rather long signature, or at least longer than Harry Potter, and he rarely signed anything past H. Potter. So he certainly knew about shortening a signature. "That is correct," Anna Morin said. Harry just smiled at her. He reached across the desk and grabbed a quill from next to where she was working on something. He proceeded to sign his name in that box with a practiced flourish. "So now we're good," Harry said. "No," Anna sighed. "You are not related or responsible for her. And as such. Okay, Anna, I get that you're just doing your job and all. But I don't want this to take all day. I have to beat the tornadoes tonight. So do you have a supervisor or someone that I can speak to?" "She is in a meeting," Anna said instinctively. "And that meeting is going to last until about 15 minutes after the daily round of apparition tests, isn't it?" Harry asked. "There is no telling how long the meeting will be," Anna said. Gabrielle tensed next to him, but Harry just held her carefully and somehow she knew she should just let him handle the situation. "That's not going to fly," Harry said. "That is what it is," Anna said sternly. Harry just smiled at her. "No," Harry said. "You see, my friend here has had a bit of a rough summer. And she's not able to have a parent or guardian here. I'm the closest thing to a guardian that she has. And really, does it make much of a difference if it's a Beauxbatons professor that proctors it in the stead of a guardian?" "Yes, it does," Anna Morin responded. Harry nodded a little bit. "I see. Hey Gabrielle, what was that magazine that I had an interview with this afternoon?" Harry asked, keeping the conversation as light as possible. To her credit, Gabrielle responded with a very French-sounding magazine that Harry had never, ever, heard of. "I do not see how that matters to me," Anna said. "It doesn't," Harry smiled. "But I was hoping that I'd have something good to say about my first trip to the French Ministry of Magic. At least past raving about how beautiful the building is. It is a splendid piece of magic. Don't you agree, Anna Morin? Harry asked. The secretary blushed even more. It is a beautiful building, Anna agreed. So what do you say, Anna? Harry said. Can Gabrielle just take her test so I don't have to keep some interviewer waiting? Fine, Anna agreed. She can move down the hall and a proctor will meet her for the test. You will have to wait downstairs. All right, Harry smiled. I'll be down in the courtyard. He turned to Gabrielle to give her a hug and wish her luck, but she just looked a little startled. Isn't the guardian usually with the person being tested? Gabrielle asked, in English, so Harry could hear he express her concern. She could not remember how Fleur had taken the test, but she thought she remembered watching her sister. No, Anna responded. They are not. That would be against the point. And Gabrielle's eyes just widened. Harry smiled and did just hug her. Don't worry, Harry said. You'll be fine. Are you sure? Gabrielle muttered quietly. Positive, Harry said. I'll be in the courtyard. Come find me when you're an official licensed apparator. Okay, Gabrielle said meekly. And Harry just watched her walk down the hallway with Anna Morin. He walked back to the elevator and found his way out of the ministry. He paced around the Louvre courtyard, admiring the architecture, and simply waiting. Eventually, he found a place to sit that wasn't really out the way and he just watched people entering and leaving the museum. He played a game with himself, mostly attempting to figure out which were muggles and which were magicals. It wasn't as amusing as he tried to make it. He remembered his apparition test. He didn't have the heart to tell the ministry official that he'd been apparating as a primary form of transportation for almost a year by the time he'd taken it. He'd passed in about 6 seconds. It was simply a series of apparting to specific designated areas and not splinching himself. He remembered not quite seeing the point in actually taking the test, either. As he'd been apparating for an extended period and no one seemed to track it or take notice in any way, shape, or form. But when the news came out that he hadn't passed it yet, he figured it was probably easier to get it on his resume, rather than have people question the legality of any magical transportation he did. He got bored of his little game after about 30 minutes and instead he just closed his eyes and stared up at the sky. It was a warm morning and he enjoyed that. But after about 10 minutes of enjoying the weather he started to grow antsy. Harry opened his eyes and looked around, looking for any sign of a pretty, albeit thin, owned girl. He didn't see her, so he stood up and went back to pacing around the courtyard again. He tried to distract himself by what he knew of the Tutshill Tornadoes. They were a strong team, but had always been outclassed by the Bats, Magpies, and Harpies. They improved every season though, and Harry knew beating them would be one of the first major tasks the Falcons would have to accomplish. Certainly, he was curious as to how their first match without Ralph Davis would go. He made a mental note to pay attention to whatever Titus said during the pregame speech. He knew he should have probably paid a bit more attention, so he'd know just what type of a game Titus wanted to play. But he'd been focused on other things. Either way, he had a feeling how Titus would want to combat Tutshill. And he'd certainly be willing to play that way. In fact, he looked forward to it. He was starting to feel impatient, though. He was getting hungry, but Gabrielle still hadn't emerged from the ministry. He kept staring at where he'd emerged earlier and hoping she'd show up. A few people did, every now and then, but none of them were his petite French date. He turned away, thinking about wandering around the Louvre once more. But as soon as he turned away, he heard her behind him. Harry, she giggled. He spun around, a move far less graceful than any time she did it, and looked at her. He didn't get that good of a look as her arms flew around him and her body pressed to his. Hi, he laughed. I passed, she yelled. Congratulations, he responded, hugging her again. He let her go after a moment. Sorry it took so long. They took forever to get all of the identification paperwork in order. She reached into her purse and pulled out the identification card. He smiled at her and took it out of her hand. That's okay, he smiled. How do you manage to look good in an ID photo? I look drunk. Show me, she ordered. He reached into his back pocket and took out the small wallet he usually carried. It typically just held his magical identification, which, like every form of magical identification, was charmed to look like a Muggle driver's license and a couple of Muggle credit cards that were linked to Gringotts for the occasion when he or Titus wound up at a Muggle bar. He took the identification and handed it to her. "Were you drunk?" she asked as she examined it. "Don't remember," Harry said. He looked over everything on her card. Her photo was en point, twirling around with her arms above her head in the outfit she was currently wearing. The picture made her look supremely happy, a bright smile across her face every moment that it faced the viewer. Yet the whole thing seemed a little invasive, but she didn't seem to mind. He had to do some quick mathematical conversions in his head to try to figure out her height and weight. It probably didn't help that he didn't remember the conversions for Muggle primary school. "That is not a very good excuse," Gabrielle said, examining his card as well. "Oh, I guess not. I didn't mean it that way," he said. The 157 centimeters sticking in his head as he tried the conversions. He was only mildly annoyed that, a little shorter than Eva, wasn't a legitimate measure of height. "I am sure you did not," she giggled. "I didn't," Harry laughed. "I don't remember anything except being annoyed that a whole bunch of people turned up to watch my apparition test. Like pretty much every ministry official. And it turned into more of a Harry Potter lovefest than me actually getting the silly stamp on the identification." "I bet that was annoying," Gabrielle said. "The proctor just glared at me when I passed and sent me to identification to get my height and weight checked in a new picture." "It was annoying," he agreed. His eyes focused on the 41 kilos next to the centimeters. He couldn't remember how to convert that to pounds or stones. But he decided it wasn't that important at the moment. Even if his mind did drift back to the height-weight chart Daphne had included in her ballerina packet. "You were cute at 17, she said, staring at the picture. Harry on the identification was just staring sheepishly up at them, his hands in his pockets. "I was 18 in that picture," Harry said, as if that detail mattered. She offered the card back to him and he took it, sliding it back into his wallet and then pointing at a small code on hers, just under her hair and eye color. "What's that?" "That says that I am 1/4 Veela," Gabrielle said as she took her own identification from him and put it into her purse. "And does that matter?" he asked. She just looked at him. "Did you find a place for lunch yet?" she asked, changing the subject. He just smiled at her. "No, but there appears to be about 10 cafes down that street. Why don't we stare at some menus and pick one?" He figured he could badger her about it over lunch, anyway. It would probably be easier than waiting asking her about it out in the open. "Okay," she said and started walking toward the street in question. Harry just followed her, not saying anything, and staying a couple of steps behind her as she walked. He didn't really think about much as they walked, and he barely responded as she mentioned certain things about the restaurants they passed. If he was honest, they all sounded like pretty good options to him. But she managed to find some sort of a defect in each of them. Harry was tempted to make a comment that lettuce was probably pretty much the same everywhere. But he didn't want to make her feel bad about only ever eating salads. Eventually she settled on a small corner cafe. Harry suggested eating outside, but Gabrielle vetoed that idea and they wound up at a small table in the corner inside the restaurant. Not that Harry minded, he just would have preferred being outside. After they were seated and ordered their drinks, a citron press apiece, Harry decided to see if she would answer the question she'd avoided a few moments earlier. "So," he said carefully while peering down at the menu. He raised his gaze enough just to see that she too was simply reading the menu. "You didn't answer my question." "Which?" she asked. "That you're a 1/4 Veela," Harry said. Gabrielle just blinked at him. "You knew that already," Gabrielle said. "I did," Harry admitted. "So what are you asking?" Gabrielle asked. "Why is it on your identification?" Harry clarified. "Why is human on yours?" Gabrielle countered. Harry blinked. He guessed he'd never really thought about that. But he did know that right next to his height and weight there was a small code that indicated he was human. He'd asked about it once. Apparently it had something to do with blood work identification. The goal was to prevent other creatures from assuming a human shape. It was, in a sense, a last line of defense against identity theft. But Harry thought it still sounded to be a bit excessive and impractical, much like most things the ministry came up with. So it's just some sort of identification? Harry asked. I suspect, Gabrielle said. They took my blood and that is what appeared on the card. Harry nodded. It had been similar with him. Are there any limitations because of that? Harry asked. He'd never really had a conversation with anyone about that before. He suspected, if he was seriously interested, he should have brought it up in one of his discussions with Fleur. But he'd never had the interest. No, Gabrielle said. She looked at him carefully. Why would there be? And Harry realized he didn't have anything to say to that. But thankfully he was interrupted by their waiter returning. Gabrielle ordered for the both of them. Harry recognized that she ordered him a ham sandwich and he figured that would work. Unfortunately, Gabrielle just kept staring at him after the waiter left, and Harry suspected that she wouldn't stop until he gave an answer to that question. I don't know. Government just seems to have some weird logic for just about everything that it does. I didn't know if it was some sort of detriment or something, Harry explained with a shrug of his shoulders. Thankfully, Gabrielle seemed to accept that as an answer. It has not been, Gabrielle said. Harry just smirked at her. Just how much trouble have you charmed your way out of? Harry teased. None, Gabrielle laughed. I am not that charming. And I am not good at talking my way out of something as you are. But you're Vila, Harry said. 1/4, Gabrielle said, emphasizing the quarter. Enough that if I were to have children, they would not have the same identification on their cards. And the famed Vila allure barely exists in half-bloods. Much less quarter-bloods, Gabrielle scoffed. Your sister had it, Harry said pointedly, remembering people fawning over her during the Triwizard tournament. No, Gabrielle said. She did not. But she had people fawning over her at the tournament, Harry countered. She had people fawning over her everywhere, Gabrielle scoffed. But, Harry said, Gabrielle just shook her head. No, she said. Fleur did not have an aura, or an allure, or whatever other cliches you would like to attribute to her. Just like I do not. But Ron was convinced that he wasn't in control when he asked her to the ball, Harry said. Gabrielle just raised her eyes at him, giving him a look that indicated she was rather interested in hearing just how that story played out. It is amazing what boys will come up with to try to justify their behavior, Gabrielle said. I suppose. But Roger Davies was all over her at the ball, Harry said, remembering seeing the two of them in a vaguely intimate situation at some point. Again, boys will be boys, Gabrielle frowned. It is just a way for them to empower themselves and attempt to place the responsibility on anyone else. Really? Harry said. Really? Gabrielle responded sternly. I could not charm you if I tried. I wouldn't be so sure about that, Harry teased. Gabrielle just rolled her eyes. Fine, Gabrielle sighed. I could not charm you with some fantastical aura. You could always try, Harry teased. Their food showed up and he took a rather large bite out of the sandwich. Gabrielle just poked her fork into her garden salad and began to eat it, practically one piece of lettuce at a time. I will pass, she said. But it could be fun, Harry said. She just rolled her eyes and kept eating. I will still pass, she said. I think I remember Fleur mentioning her aura, though, Harry said. He couldn't recall the exact details of the conversation. Perhaps it was when she was with Bill a few years after the tournament. Fleur was a brat, Gabrielle said. She stumbled over the was a bit. Harry looked at her for a moment and he could see that she was thinking about how she's thought was, rather than is in the finality that such a statement held. She pressed her lips together and Harry just tried to keep her talking. How so? Harry asked. She played up to it, Gabrielle said. She liked to have people fawning over her. So she would be especially flirty and blame the aura, because people accepted it. I suppose it did not hurt that she was gorgeous and had large breasts. That's relevant. Harry laughed. Gabrielle blushed but nodded. Sophia claims that teenage boys are completely distracted by them, regardless of the situation, Gabrielle explained. Harry nodded a bit. Not just teenagers, Harry affirmed. Gabrielle frowned a bit and looked down toward her chest. That is disappointing, she said quietly. And Harry wasn't even remotely sure how he should attempt to approach that one. Oh, don't worry, Harry said. There's plenty of boys who find petite, athletic girls to be the most attractive creatures they've ever seen. Oh, do you know many? Gabrielle asked, tilting her head to the side and brushing some of her silvery owned hair back behind her ear. Quite a few, including yours truly, Harry said. Gabrielle just stared at him, then blushed and looked down at her salad, eating it slowly. What were we talking about? She asked after a few moments of silence, taking the time to attempt to compose herself a bit more. Harry smirked a little bit and debated making some sort of a comment about how they were talking about how he found her attractive. But he figured it was best to go back to the Vila conversation. Your heritage, mostly, he said diplomatically. Oh yes, she said. Anyway, it is nothing special. I don't know, Harry shrugged. I think it would be something special. I mean, I've seen what Vila can do. I am not a Vila, Gabrielle scoffed. You just said that you were 1/4 Vila, Harry commented. Yes. Which means I am 75% human, she said tersely. I am not a Vila. I am a regular human girl. Sore subject, Harry asked. Yes, she said. Can I ask why? Harry asked. Because people had heard of Fleur. So by the time I got to Beauxbatons everyone thought I would be the same way. But I had no interest in playing up to fantasies. Fleur, I think, thought it was fun, Gabrielle tried to explain. But she instead just looked back to her salad. She was not sure how to express exactly what she wanted to say to him. So instead she just hoped that he would understand. Despite the fact that she knew full well that he wouldn't. I'm not sure exactly what you're trying to say, Harry said. Boys do not have the best views on Vila, Gabrielle said. It lead to things that I did not like. People using their imagination and fantasies rather than paying any attention to reality. She spoke quietly. Harry had a hard time hearing her over the bustle of the cafe. What happened? Harry asked. I was regaled with tales from boys about how Vila should act. How I should be honored to be entirely theirs. How I was a creature. Gabrielle kept her eyes down. How did they even know? Harry asked. I never asked. But I suspect from my surname. I am sure that some of them had siblings who went to school with Fleur. And I suspect some of them had brothers who did far more than went to school with her. Gabrielle blushed as she spoke. Harry was starting to suspect that perhaps the younger sister didn't have the best of feelings for her older sibling. But he wasn't going to broach that subject. I see, he said. He could sense that she. And the worst part is that they knew more about Vila than I did. It never came up in my home. It was never a big deal. It was not until my 3rd year when we discussed them in magical creature lectures that I learned about them. And it was after that I even made the connections with what boys wanted. I felt so stupid when I did, Gabrielle actually laughed. Although it was a hollow sound. And that was the reality they weren't paying attention to, then. Harry asked, refereeing her words from earlier in the conversation. Yes. That I was a 13-year-old girl that had never heard of the mountain nymphs they thought I should act like. That I was raised the same way they were, with the same morals they were. That I did not even know what they wanted from me. I did not even know what say was. And that I was just scared and confused and wanted them to leave me alone, Gabrielle sighed. She shook her head and Harry got the feeling that she didn't really want to continue talking about this subject. Did they leave you alone? Harry asked. Eventually, Gabrielle said. I think they got it that I was not interested. And that if they pestered me I would just leave. And when I started dating Matthew that stopped some more of them. Josie and Sophie were always overprotective, too, which helped. So no fireballs or harpy forms? Harry asked, trying to sound playful. She smiled at him. So, to some extent, it must have worked. No. If we could do those things I suspect Fleur would have managed better in the tournament. The same goes for charming things, Gabrielle said. Harry paused to think about that. And the younger girl had a point. Magical fireballs certainly could have done a number on a hedge maze. I guess, he shrugged. Still would be kind of nifty to be able to do that. I would rather be a witch, Gabrielle said. Why? Harry asked. Vila cannot perform magic with a wand, Gabrielle said. I would rather be able to do that, throw fireballs from my hands. I guess, Harry said. Gabrielle just looked around the room. No one was looking at them. She took a moment to take her wand from her small Louis Vuitton bag, the same one she had in the restaurant a few nights earlier, and looked at him. And you are a wizard. You can do that anyway, she said, making a fireball appear at the tip of the wand. After a moment, it disappeared. If we were in private, I would have tried to transfigure you into a bird. You proved your point readily enough with just that. Harry smiled as she put her wand away. He finished eating his sandwich. She still had a large chunk of her salad left, he suspected from the fact that he'd kept her talking the entire time. She smiled at him and went back to eating. Harry looked out the window and let her. He thought about her words. He obviously didn't have any specialized knowledge in the field. He'd never really bothered to study the Vela race. So he certainly had nothing to base his knowledge on that wasn't rumor or conjecture. But Gabrielle certainly brought up some interesting points. So is your wand core the same as Fleur's? Harry asked after a few moments of silence. Gabrielle looked a little startled. I never asked Fleur what her wand was made of, Gabrielle admitted. I don't know what the wood was, Harry said. But at the tournament it was identified to have a Vela hair in the core. Fleur said it was donated by your grandmother. Oh, no, it is not, Gabrielle said. Mine is unicorn hair. It is 8 inches in holly. It was described as agile, she said. Harry smiled a bit at her. Mine's holly too, he said. She smiled diplomatically back at him. Cool, she said quietly, spearing more of her salad and eating it. After a moment she continued the conversation. What is inside of it? Phoenix feather, he said, slipping it out from his pocket and placing it down on the table. Gabrielle looked at it for a few moments. That is not the wand you had in the pictures at the end of the war, Gabrielle said carefully. Harry just looked at her, a little surprised that she noticed that. How can you tell? He asked. That wand is light, like mine. The one you were holding in the pictures was a darker wood, Gabrielle said. No one ever noticed that, Harry laughed. Of course, he suspected no one had ever really been looking before, or had bothered to link the two. As that one knew? She asked, turning her attention back to her food. No, Harry said. I just broke it during the war. I was using a replacement during the final battle. How did you fix it? Gabrielle asked, leaning toward it to examine it a bit more. It looks like it was never damaged. That's a story best saved for another day, Harry smiled at her. I don't have time to do it justice now. She nodded her understanding. If she was honest, she was a little bit surprised. It was the first time that she could remember him not answering one of her questions. It just made her all the more curious about it. Okay, was all she managed today in response, though. And she finished her salad. A few moments later their waiter returned. Gabrielle wasn't sure when he put his wand away, but it was not on the table when the man approached. Harry paid immediately and then just looked at her. Shall we? He asked. She nodded and stood. Okay. I suspect Matthew will be missing me by now, she responded. And they both stood and started walking back to the Portkey station. Gabrielle had to admit, too, as they weaved through the crowded streets, that she rather liked walking with him. He stood right next to her as they weaved through the streets. He did not take her hand, or her arm. But she would not have let him anyway. It was nice, though, to not have the assumption there. He made no claim on her. Instead he just walked with her, like an equal. I always liked walking in Paris, she said quietly as they moved toward their destination. I've never really spent any time here, Harry said. But seeing as I'm English, and that my primary residence is there, I'm required to state that London is a better city. At least it does not rain daily in Paris, Gabrielle scoffed in as much of a teasing tone as she could muster. It's not quite daily in London either, Harry countered. Gabrielle just rolled her eyes. Spend some time in Paris. I suspect you'll like it. I always feel wonderful in the city. Almost like vacation. But I could just spend every moment here, Gabrielle said. Harry just smiled at her. I'd have to learn French, Harry frowned. You should do that anyway, Gabrielle said. It is good to know multiple languages. But that's effort that could be otherwise spent doing things that are entertaining to me, Harry countered. You sound like Titus, Gabrielle teased. I guess I do, Harry said jovially. That is not a compliment, Gabrielle commented. Going to take it as one anyway, Harry said. Gabrielle just rolled her eyes. But she was smiling. She was secretly amused at how he could say things like that, without seeming to have a care in the world. And somehow, through all of that, still make her smile. It was refreshing. She guessed it also helped that she was not on her guard when she was with him. Which made everything seem more relaxing. Did you vacation in Paris with your parents? Harry asked. Never more than a day trip, Gabrielle said. They like to go more to like Sicily or Spain when we took family vacations. I see, Harry said. Never been to Spain. But I did play an exhibition match in Sicily. Just outside of Palermo. And you won? Gabrielle asked. Nope. Harry frowned. I rode the bench though. Was nursing a shoulder injury from a rogue bludger in practice. As rogue code for said something that annoyed Titus, Gabrielle asked. You're catching on quickly, Harry responded. As all of your traveling Quidditch related? Gabrielle asked. Usually, Harry admitted. Typically by the end of the season I'm worn out with traveling and just retire to London and spend time catching up with friends. Every now and then I go somewhere. But it's usually someplace that I wouldn't go while playing Quidditch. Like New York, Gabrielle said. Exactly, Harry agreed. Well, this offseason you should take a vacation to Paris. Spend a few days here. You will love it, Gabrielle said confidently. You sure about that? Harry asked, gazing toward an elaborate hotel entrance as they stepped by it. Yes, she nodded emphatically. So you're saying we should just go get a room, he nodded to the hotel, and spend a few days here without a care in the world. What? No. She looked toward the hotel and flushed crimson. But you're right. I could use a vacation, he teased. Let's go get a room, head upstairs, cuddle up and relax for a couple of days. Gabrielle just stared at him. But, to her credit, she came up with an out in a hurry. I would miss my audition, she said quietly. And Harry just beamed at her. You're going to audition for the ballet? He asked. Yes, Gabrielle said. I asked Madame Fay and she thought it was a good idea. Really? She doesn't strike me as the type that thinks any idea that wasn't hers is a good idea, Harry said. She is not that terrible, Gabrielle said. Harry suspected it was out of instinct. So you've said, Harry responded. Anyway, Gabrielle resumed back on the topic of the audition. She had been looking for something that would allow me to get group experience but not interfere with my Beauxbatons schedule. She thinks it will be a wonderful opportunity. Well, that's good, Harry said. I am looking forward to it, Gabrielle nodded. But I do not know what to expect. I have never auditioned before. So it will be a good learning experience, Harry said. Gabrielle just nodded as they entered the Portkey station. Harry arranged to get them on the next one to Britain. It wasn't that close to Falmouth, but when they arrived he apparated them straight back to his house. She was tempted to make a comment about how she suspected that he would have made them walk the whole way. But she did not as Matthew greeted her with questions about whether or not she passed. Harry let them talk and went about preparing himself for the match. Unfortunately, Derek Lunfrey had decided to have a type of celebration before the match, which pushed back the start, which then made Harry more annoyed about the standing around that he had to do. Lunfrey had simply decided that since 4 of the starting 7 of the English national team were playing in the match, they'd have a small ceremony congratulating them. It was a nice gesture, Harry guessed. And either way, Lunfrey was wise to include the Tornadoes players, as everyone got a rather loud cheer when they were announced. But mostly Harry found himself standing next to Titus near the center of the pitch as the local Falcons wireless announcer interviewed each of the players briefly, asking about what it meant to be on the national roster. He started with the Tornadoes players. Harry didn't pay attention to their answers. Instead he focused on what he knew of the two of them. He knew very little about Jason Williams. He'd played his entire career for Tuchel and he was the face of their franchise. He'd put together some very impressive scoring numbers in the last few years. But Harry suspected they were slightly inflated because the other chasers he played with were better at setting up shots than scoring themselves. Harry knew the chaser was a handful of years older than himself. And a couple older than Titus. Of the starting 7 that were announced, he was the oldest on the team. But only a couple of days older than Claire Wright, one of the other chasers on the team. He didn't have the best reputation in the league, either. William had been involved in a rather public spat with his coach a few years back. He'd been concerned with the direction that Tuchel was heading and made his views known. Aside from that, he had the same playboy reputation that Titus had. Harry suspected that Titus and Jason would get along swimmingly, if they didn't already know each other through something or another. But he was a bit more worried about whether or not he'd be able to get along with him. Of course, he could always just hang out with Oliver in Greece if Titus and Jason ran off together. Harry knew Felicity Hillard better, but not all that much. She was the same age as Titus and had been a beater for Hufflepuff before becoming the captain of the Tuchel Tornadoes. Harry was pretty sure she'd actually dated Titus briefly at school. But he wasn't entirely sure about that. Either way, he'd had some experience with her. They'd both mentored kids at a couple of off-season Quidditch camps. The professionals that volunteered for those were typically elder veterans who were trying to hang around in the league. But Felicity and Harry had both agreed as a favor to clean sweep. They'd hung out both times purely because they were the closest in age. But it didn't entail much more than chatting on occasion and having their charges eat the provided meals at the same times. She'd seemed nice. But she was always hyper-focused on whatever she was doing. So there hadn't been much time to joke around or anything. As a player, Harry knew she was an extremely capable beater. Although her strength was in positioning and strategy and not actually hitting the bludger. He was asked questions next. He gave standard answers and got it over with as soon as he possibly could. He had to admit, he loved cliches. They made his job so much easier. Titus gave more detailed answers and the crowd cheered him rather loudly. He waved and smiled and was altogether a perfect show pony. Harry made a mental note to give him crap for that at some point in the near future. He was rather surprised when there was music playing in the locker room as he and Titus returned. They were both already in full uniform, having been required to wear it during the ceremony. "How long until Lunfrey shows up to lecture?" Harry asked, gazing toward the interim coach sitting in the head's office and looking a little alarmed and uncomfortable. "He won't," Titus said. "I told him not to." "And you think he's going to listen to that?" Harry asked. "I think he might," Titus said. "What did you threaten him with?" Harry asked. "Nothing," Titus said. "I just told him that typically the general manager doesn't talk to the team before or after matches. So he'd best do with a hands-off approach and see if he likes those results better. So if we keep losing, then we have to be subjected to him again." Harry asked. "Probably. So I suggest you catch the snitch and prevent that from happening," Titus said. "Yes, sir," Harry responded with a faux salute. Titus just shook his head and turned toward the team. But after a moment he shifted to a more serious tone. "What do you want me to do?" "Win," Titus laughed. "Got it," Harry nodded, understanding that he was being given free rein of the pitch. "All right. Let's go," he said. Some of the players looked like they were expecting more of a speech than that. But Titus just led them to the tunnel out of the pitch. He pushed Foster out first with some sort of word of encouragement and then did the same for each player in the line. Harry flew out just in front of Titus. He hovered in his usual spot, watching the Tornadoes warm up, as Titus flew toward the chasers and kept shouting words of encouragement. Harry waited for the match to begin. His eyes found Gabrielle and Matthew in the stands. She was wearing a pink and white Falmouth Falcons jersey. He could see the pink numbering on the sleeve. And he couldn't help but smirk when he saw it was a 17. Matthew couldn't have liked that. He sat next to her, dressed as formally as ever. But he had a happier expression on his face as he watched the players fly around the pitch. Harry looked at the bee. Owned with him for another few moments before turning back to the match. When it did begin, he immediately dove toward the quaffle and snatched it away from one of the Tornado's chasers. He sped directly toward the Tuchel seeker, who simply dived out of the way, and tossed the quaffle to Cora. She relayed it to Neil and they were up 10-0 just a few seconds after the match began. He couldn't know it, but it was the quickest goal the Falmouth Falcons had scored in their last 35 matches. He floated back on defense, making sure he kept his opposite in check while he attempted to help out the chasers. As the Tornadoes moved into the Falcons' zone, he cut off toward the stands. But it was all simply a diversion as he immediately cut back around the same time Williams tried to relay the pass to another chaser. Harry intercepted it easily enough. He wasn't sure, but he thought he heard Williams laughing with disbelief as he sped off down toward the Tornadoes' hoops. Unfortunately, his chasers were as surprised as the Tornadoes. So he found himself alone on the rush. He weaved around Hillard and dodged a bludger from the other beater before shooting off toward the hoops. He faked to the left side ring, and as soon as the keeper moved, he chucked it as hard as he could toward top of the center hoop. It deflected in and he smirked as he sped off to trail the Tornadoes' seeker. Harry made a mental note to look up his statistics and see just how many goals he needed to pass Titus, 2. Unfortunately for the Falcons, they didn't keep the momentum for very long. The Tornadoes' seeker kept Harry in check better for the next bit of the match. And Williams managed to score a few times. But Eva, Cora, and Ben were playing better than they had before. And, surprisingly, Jordan Wall seemed much better than he had been in the past. Harry suspected that it was as much Titus's help as it was the lack of pressure from Ralph Davis. Either way, any further analysis would have to wait until the match had finished. He cut through a tornado rush. He couldn't stop it, but it put Ben in position to take a shot for the quaffle. He missed, but he did prevent a quality shot on the hoops. Sarah Foster relayed the quaffle to Cora and they started once again on the rush. And the match simply ebbed one way or another. The Falcons were, rather surprisingly in Harry's estimation, actually playing with the Tornadoes' chaser lines. Harry remembered thinking that they'd had about as much of a chance in this match as they had against the Magpies. And sure, the Tornadoes still had the advantage. But they weren't pulling a lead out as other teams had in the past. In fact, they probably had the advantage when Harry switched into the chaser role. But he wanted to be more cautious. He knew that he couldn't risk losing sight of the Tornadoes' seeker for too long. So he'd switch in and out of the traditional role, making sure he knew every detail of the match as it unfolded. They continued playing, and Harry couldn't help but notice something different. It wasn't like playing in previous games. They were playing much more loose. Perhaps it was because the expectations seemed less with the coach missing. The keeper coach who'd taken over certainly wasn't making any attempt at offering up much advice to anyone not named Sarah Foster. Yet every time Harry passed a teammate, they seemed to be smiling, or smirking, or at least seeming like they were enjoying the match much more than he remembered. And Harry couldn't blame them. They were being competitive with one of the better teams in the league. Still, Harry knew that could all go away if it turned into an additional notch in the loss column. The mood of a Quidditch match could change in seconds. And he had to make sure that didn't happen. So he turned his focus to the snitch. He figured, given the pace of play, he had probably a half hour to find it before he'd need to support the chasers some more. He didn't like leaving them out to dry like that, but the win was too important, if they were to be competitive. It was 28 minutes before he decided to give up. He saw nothing that was remotely close to a golden ball. He shifted and flew back toward the chasers. The scoreboard wasn't as bad as he suspected. One of their chasers must have been having a huge game. He dove around Williams. The chaser was shooting around to the pitch and trying to get open. Harry corkscrewed and figured he could cover him while he searched the other half of the pitch. As soon as he turned, he had to struggle to not laugh. The snitch was floating under Williams's broom, mirroring his movements. It had been almost 2 years since he'd seen a snitch decide to mime a player. He couldn't help but wonder just how long it had been there for. Most times they'd only stick around for a couple of minutes. Harry pushed his comet toward the other chaser. Williams noticed immediately and started jostling him for position. Harry tried to keep his play clean, swooping around the chaser. He didn't want to draw too much attention to the fact that he knew where the snitch was, for fear that Williams would simply fly over toward his seeker and end the match that way. But he couldn't get a line underneath the chaser. Williams was too talented to make the catch easy. Harry flipped around Williams's side, blocking him from receiving a pass from his teammates. And then he caught sight of Wall, who was attempting to cover that side of the pitch. With a quick signal, he got the beater's attention. Jordan nodded and called for a bludger from Titus. Titus intercepted one from Hillard. He looked like every fiber of his being wanted to send it into the other two Tornadoes chasers, but he passed it over to Jordan. Wall smacked it as hard as he could right at Harry. Harry smirked and kept flying at it, even with Jason. At least until the last second. At that point he rolled away from the iron ball. Williams could sense it as well. He rolled the opposite of Harry, clearing the bludger easily. But the snitch didn't follow him, and Harry scooped it up. He heard the shrill whistle that ended the match almost immediately. He sped off toward the official to confirm the catch, before taking the snitch back and flying off to join the celebration. He flew into Wall, clasping him on the back and handing him the snitch. The beater looked a bit shocked by that and held the golden ball in his hands as Titus spoke up. "And that's a Quidditch match," he yelled over the din of the fans. "Keep playing like that and we have a shot." The team cheered. Harry linked his arms around Eva and Wall as they cheered. He just smiled and looked around. It just felt right. Finally, after a handful of matches, it felt like it should after a Quidditch win. Everyone was happy, and he knew the joyous mood would continue into the locker room. He knew, too, they were one step closer to becoming a coherent unit, capable of actually playing with the better teams in the league. He didn't listen to the rest of Titus's post-match comments. He was sure that he'd probably heard them all before. But that bit didn't matter. He was happy. And it had been far too long since he'd felt really happy. He couldn't help but wonder if finally things were returning to how they should be. Harry and Titus took the flow straight to the London hotel they were supposed to meet the rest of the national team. Titus yawned and stretched his arms over his head as they stepped through the fire. He looked around the elaborate hotel, for anyone to get directions from. He didn't look at his friend, but he suspected he was doing the same thing. After a couple of moments he gave up and walked up to the desk a few feet from the flow. The concierge. Titus chatted with her for a few moments before asking where he was supposed to go. She directed the two Quidditch players to a private room off of one of the restaurants and congratulated them on making the national team. Titus remembered thanking her and proceeding toward the private room she'd referenced. He walked in before Harry and looked around. Wood and Spinnet were already there, seated at the table that had been set up with 10 chairs around it. "Hey," Titus said as he stepped in. Both players looked at him, then looked to his side. "Harry," Alicia exclaimed before standing and hugging her former teammate tightly. "Potter," Wood yelled as well and walked up to the young seeker, clasping him on the back as Alicia finally let go of. Titus just chuckled quietly to himself before stepping to the side. "It's good to see you guys too," Harry laughed. "It's going to be nice to play together again," Oliver commented. "That's for sure," Alicia said. "I know, I can't wait," Harry said. But then he gestured over to Titus. "This is Titus Button." "We know," Oliver said. "Indeed," Alicia said, eyeing the beater carefully. "Nice to formally meet you," Titus joked. "Better than whacking bludgers at us?" Oliver asked. "Not really. No," Titus responded to laughing from the other 3 players. "There anything to drink?" Harry asked, looking around the room. Titus looked around as well. He figured he could use a beer. Or at least a glass of water. "Not yet. No," Oliver said. "For some reason I get the strangest feeling they won't be feeding us." "Then why have it here?" Alicia asked. "No idea," Oliver said. "Just a convenient location, I guess. Doesn't look like we'll be getting much more than introductions. I mean, hell, there's 10 chairs and 7 of us. Coach makes 8, Harry said. I suspect that they know who that's going to be by now." "And who's that?" a voice asked from the doorway. Titus turned to see Jason Williams and Felicity Hillard enter. They were both dressed casually in standard Tornadoes workout clothing, and he suspected they were the only 2 players who hadn't had the day off. Losing to Falmouth result in extra practices. Wood teased. And Titus suspected he wasn't the only one who'd made that connection. "Yeah," Williams sighed. "How long was the snitch following me?" "I noticed it for about 2 minutes, Harry said. Titus hadn't even been paying attention to the details of Harry's catch from the last game. All he really knew is that his friend had done wonders for Jordan Wall's confidence level. Titus also knew that his friend probably didn't even realize just how much he'd helped out the young beater by doing that. "Damn it," Jason sighed. "Should have just flown over toward Johnson. Never saw the damn thing though." Should have, Harry affirmed. But yes, Felicity said. Losing to Falmouth did not go over well with our coaching staff. She exchanged a playful glare with Harry and Titus. I understand why, Alicia said. Falmouth is a pushover. We even got them to bench Potter and fire their coach. Ouch, Titus smiled. If he was honest, this was one of his favorite parts of being a professional Quidditch player. He knew that fans often thought that the players on their favorite team absolutely hated their rivals. But the truth was that most of them were friends, and had played with and against each other for years. They shared a certain bond that most fans didn't even realize existed. And Titus's favorite moments were when he could just get together with other players and talk about Quidditch in a way that most fans didn't understand, focusing on the minor details of the game and just sharing their love for it. Don't worry, Harry said. You can tell your coach that we'll knock the Bats out of playoff contention before we do you. I'm not sure he'll find that amusing. He certainly didn't like when I called Falmouth Ballycastle light at practice, Williams said. Oh, don't go talking about playing each other in the playoffs, Wood frowned. I just want to not have to spend the entire game praying my team actually scores a goal. There's a while before we have to worry about winning another title, anyway, Alicia said, smirking at Titus. What was that? Titus said. Oh, you know, Alicia teased. Just thinking about how nice it will be to win the title this year. Sorry, I wasn't paying attention, Titus said. I was daydreaming about how nice my 2 championship rings look together. And how the Falmouth grey of the third one will look splendid between the Ballycastle black of the other 2. That confident, Button? Wood asked. Of course, Titus said. It's easy. You just hop on Harry's back and a few months later you're a league champion. At least he's lost weight, Harry said dryly, causing the other players to laugh. I'm just looking forward to playing with these 2. Jason nodded toward Titus and Harry. There were some more nods from the rest of the players, and Titus just smiled as he looked around. Me too, Claire Wright said as she entered the room. It should be interesting, Oliver nodded. We're not that entertaining, Harry said sheepishly. I still wonder who the coach is going to be, Alicia said. Me too, Oliver agreed. Titus watched all of the other players nod. It'll be Lewis Barker, Harry said. What makes you say that? Hillard asked. Titus watched how she eyed him. It was a careful, focused stare. He thought, for a moment, that there may have been something between the 2 of them. But, of course, Harry wasn't like him. He didn't really go looking for casual relations. Titus was pretty sure he knew everyone Harry had ever been with. And it was not a very distinguished list. Really, the only one that ever gave him pause was Eva. Sometimes, especially early in the Ballycastle careers, he would have sworn that the 2 were a couple. But they'd never been spotted out together, and they'd never admitted to anything. Titus had asked Harry once, and Harry had just stared at him for a few moments, before shaking his head slowly and changing the subject. And when he'd asked Eva, she'd just laughed at him and gone off about her business. So Titus suspected he was probably closer with his theory that she wasn't interested in men, than he was with his theory of the 2 of them being a couple. So in short, he thought he'd have probably known if Harry had any sort of contact at all with Felicity Hillard. And since he was pretty sure his friend didn't, he was tempted to see if Felicity wanted to duck into a cleaning closet at the hotel and act like they were back at Hogwarts. The players, Harry said, dragging Titus back into the conversation. How so? Oliver asked. Well, you have me and Titus, and you all know how we prefer to play the game. Past that, you have 2 of the most versatile chasers in business, Harry gestured to Alicia and Claire as he spoke. They're both beyond adept at adapting to any situation. And then you throw the best English goal scorer of the last 3 seasons on the line with them. Harry gestured to Williams as he spoke. Titus watched Jason smirk and nod back at Harry. And Titus couldn't help but wonder about his friend. For as much as he claimed he hated the public eye, or being put in charge of things, he had a certain presence about him that called for it. Even now, he'd captivated the entire room without anyone really noticing. But each player was hanging off his words. Then Felicity is known for being quick and able to get around the pitch and help out in all situations. As opposed to Gwenog Jones, who barely ever flies out of the defensive end, Harry continued. And then finally there's Wood, who, forgive me if this is insulting, is clearly used to operating without much defensive support. No offense taken, Oliver said. So you think we're going to have 6 players in the opposition's zone at times? Felicity asked. I have no idea, Harry said. But I know Lewis always wanted faster chasers in Ballycastle, but he was straddled with the contracts of Stretton and Green and didn't have much room to operate there. I think that the emphasis will be on scoring and forcing a higher pace of play. And you two are more familiar with this, obviously, because you played for him, Alicia said, gesturing to Titus and Harry. We are, Titus said. But I don't know how well Harry's theory would go over with most of the organizers of the national team. It probably went over poorly. But England had what? 1 win in pool play last time. And they were in the weakest pool in the entire World Cup. I suspect he didn't have to lobby that hard. Either way, he does have something in common with the rest of us, Harry said. What's that? Claire Wright asked. He's young, attractive, and English, Harry teased. Our average age is like 26, last time it was 35. I didn't realize you were into 40-something coaches, Alicia said dryly. Harry just smiled at her. He didn't have to think of a response, though. Because at that point, Lewis Barker entered the room. He wore all black, and looked rather serious with his black hair and dark eyes. He gazed around at the players, giving both Titus and Harry the curtest of nods. Behind him was Ludo Bagman. Titus just blinked a bit at seeing the man. He'd been working as a color commentator for the Wasps for the last few years in an attempt to pay off the vast majority of his debts. Titus hadn't heard much of him in the last few years. But the man was much thinner and a bit more haggard looking than he had been during the Triwizard tournament. He just smiled at the players as well. Harry wondered if his complete carefree attitude was gone. And behind him was Draco Malfoy. While Titus had been surprised to see Bagman, he'd been shocked to see Draco. He knew that Draco worked at the Ministry, and had been a junior member of the Department of Magical Games and Sports for the last couple of years. But he had no idea just how he'd wrangled his way into this meeting. Titus turned his gaze to Harry to see how his friend was taking it. To his credit, Harry had the same passive expression he almost always wore in situations he'd rather not be in. But he did not seem to be acknowledging Draco's presence. All right, you're all here, Barker said, gazing around. I'm sure you all know each other and I'm sure you all know me. But I'm Lewis Barker. With me tonight is Ludo Bagman, who's volunteered his time to help out with whatever we need as long as it does not conflict with his duties with the Wasps, and Draco Malfoy, standing in for Joseph Latimer as the Ministry representation. We should probably take a seat, Draco said, looking like he wanted to take control of the meeting. He looked down at a clipboard he was holding that appeared to be littered with writing. Titus couldn't help but smirk as none of the players moved to the chairs. Standing is fine, Lewis said. This meeting won't take long. As I told you and your boss, it isn't relevant. Mr. Latimer disagrees, Malfoy said coldly. Mr. Latimer is an idiot, Lewis Barker responded dryly. Malfoy opened his mouth to respond. But after a moment, and Titus assumed the realization that Barker wasn't paying any attention to him, he closed it. So what's the point of this? Harry asked after a moment. It's protocol to have introductions and discuss the upcoming schedules, Draco said. Oliver and Jason actually chuckled. Barker just nodded. Exactly. Apparently the fact that you've almost all played with each other before, and have all played against each other on countless occasions means you have no clue who is who, Barker explained. Titus didn't have the heart to comment that there were stats about how many times they'd played against each other, so it certainly wasn't a countless number. It was something he'd have been chastised for saying at a Ballycastle practice anyway, so it seemed easier to avoid it. Introductions are important for team building, Ludo said. He was standing next to Draco. Titus couldn't help but think his presence here was completely inconsequential. So is practicing together and actually having pitch time, Lewis said. But since we don't have those luxuries, I suspect we'll be just fine if we don't all go around giving our names and discussing whether or not we like long walks on the beach. Well, what do you suggest is done then? Draco scoffed. Since you have this time. Frankly, Mr. Malfoy, I simply wanted to get a look at my team and see if they're as committed as I hoped they would be. I lobbied rather hard to have a very specific set of 7 players. I wanted them to know they've all been picked for a reason. Barker gazed at each player as he spoke, letting his eyes linger on everyone on the team. And that reason is? Oliver asked. It varies from player to player. The ministry hopes we can contend for 5th or 6th. They find that to be enough of an improvement. I suspect none of you feel that way. Barker's eyes lingered the longest on Harry. No, sir, Williams said from the corner. I suspected not, Barker said. You 7 are the strongest starting line the English have posted in probably a century. I can't guarantee that will lead to success. I also plan on forcing you to play a style of Quidditch that we've adapted in Ballycastle in the last few years. But I do think that we have a shot at being much better than 5th or 6th. Hell yes, Titus nodded. Good. Now we do have one bit of procedural to accomplish before we can end this useless meeting. Lewis took out his wand and transfigured some of the arrangements on the table into a hat, small pieces of paper, and quills. You've been here for 5 minutes and you're already wrapping up. Draco looked shocked. What do we have to do? Hillard asked. We need to select a captain, Barker said. Traditionally, as you know, the captain of a national team is responsible for the media coverage and events, presenting the team at all occasions, and being the overall face of what we're going for. The on-pitch requirements are less, as players are given more of a free roam during the matches. We know, Wood said quietly. Most teams, Barker continued, ignoring the interruption, pick one much closer to actual play, based on who stood out during the practices. I don't have the time for that. And I doubt you have the time for that. You all know each other well enough. I want you to all place a vote for who should represent you. Do not vote for yourself. He gestured to the supplies on the table. Titus walked over with the rest of the players and grabbed a quill and some paper. He then looked around the room, and noticed the other players were all sizing each other up as well. Titus knew that Hillard was the captain of the Tornadoes. She'd been in the position for 2 years and was well liked by her players. She was certainly a good option, especially if he couldn't vote for himself. Of course, if he was honest, the thought of representing all of England frightened him a lot more than representing the Falcons or Bats. Being responsible for a handful of players seemed much easier than having the hopes of a nation. Titus didn't put much stock in any of the chasers. None of them were captains on their own teams. And, as a group, they were all too focused on being the best possible chaser to really worry about the team as a whole. He barely spent more than a few seconds mentally crossing them off the list. That left him with Potter and Wood. He knew Wood built strong Gryffindor teams and had plenty of leadership skills. But in the professional ranks, keepers just weren't captains. It came with the position. It was hard to discuss penalties with officials, or call plays, from the hoops. Captains were required to be mobile, and keepers were anything but. He turned his gaze to Harry last. His friend had already filled out his paper and dropped it into the hat without any sort of pomp or circumstance. Titus knew Harry wasn't interested in the position. But that could have been more of an asset than a detriment. He was very good with the media, and no matter what he did he'd be the center of attention anyway. Titus just frowned down at the piece of paper. He paused for a moment, staring at it and wondering how he'd vote. Eventually, he came up with a decision. He bit his lips together and he started the large loop of the H, and hoped his friend would understand as he dropped the vote into the hat. The captaincy was not supposed to be determined by a player vote, Draco said, sounding annoyed by the entire situation. I know, Barker responded, staring at the hat as his team made their decision. So this is a waste of time, Malfoy said. You're free to leave, Barker responded dryly. I am required to be here through the duration of the meeting to ensure there is no collusion amongst the players on separate league teams, Draco responded dryly. We're going to hear that a lot, aren't we? Wood asked as he submitted his vote. Yes, Barker responded. Why? Wright magically levitated her vote into the hat. Because owners think that any time players from different teams gather, their only thought is how to come up with some scheme to go against the collective bargaining agreement, Barker said. Sounds annoyingly complicated, Titus said. It is, Barker responded. But it's one of the many things you'll get to deal with this fall. Sounds fun, Alicia said as she put her vote into the hat. She was the last person to wander over and do so. Barker picked up the hat and looked at it. Titus realized he was actually nervous. The knotting in his stomach was a strangely unfamiliar feeling. Barker looked over at Draco and shook the hat in his direction. Would you like to do the honors? Barker asked. No, Draco said. Mr. Latimer is not going to agree with whatever you decide tonight anyway. He will, Barker said with a knowing air. Draco just crossed his arms over his chest and shook his head in a way that indicated he highly doubted that Lewis Barker would be given free rein. I'll take the honors, Bagman said, walking over toward the Ballycastle coach. Thank you, Ludo, Barker responded, holding the hat toward him. Bagman reached in and pulled out the first name. Button, Bagman said, and Titus felt his stomach clench a little bit more. He assumed it was Potter's vote. Somehow, he knew that Potter was going to vote for him, regardless. But he also knew that he really only needed 2 more votes to be the captain of the English national team. And the thought scared him. He wasn't sure if he wanted to be the captain of the English team. But he certainly wouldn't say no if he was voted it. After a few moments, Lewis held the hat up to Bagman again. Potter, Bagman said as he took another piece of paper out of the hat. Titus looked over to his friend and couldn't help but smirk at the look of surprise on his face. In his opinion, Harry should have known better. Really, if he hadn't been drafted by the Bats, Titus suspected he'd already be the captain of his team. Lewis Barker put the pieces of paper down on the table and offered the hat in the general direction of Malfoy again. The ministry representative just glared at the coach and made no motion to move. So Barker offered the hat back to Bagman. Hillard, Ludo said after he picked out another piece of paper. He handed it to the coach, who examined it for a moment before placing it down on the table as well. Titus looked over at his counterpart and noticed she was beaming. Williams was looking at her too, from the corner of his eye. The chaser looked rather happy for her. Barker seemed nonplussed by the entire situation as he handed the hat toward Bagman once more. Potter, Bagman said, a little more loudly this time. He was clearly becoming a bit more entertained by being center stage at the moment. Titus ignored him and watched as Barker put the second vote for his friend underneath the first on the table. Hillard, Bagman said again as he took yet another name from the hat. Barker put it underneath the same one. Titus frowned a bit. He'd hoped he would garner more than just Harry's vote. Button, Bagman said as he handed the vote to Barker, who put it underneath the first one for Titus as well. Titus could feel his lips turning into the smile as he stared at the 6 votes on the table. Barker looked down at them before offering the hat to Malfoy once more. Well, what do you say? Pick the deciding vote. Barker asked, shaking the hat at Malfoy. That's quite all right, Malfoy said, and Barker just offered the hat to Bagman for the final time. The former beater reached in and pulled the card out with a practiced flourish. Potter, he said loudly. Titus just smiled and shook his head a bit. He looked over toward his friend and actually felt happy for him. Harry just looked a little bit stunned. There was some clapping and Titus heard a few of the other players congratulate his friend. Well, Barker said, staring down at all the votes on the table. Congratulations, Mr. Potter. Thanks, Harry said. Barker nodded at him and looked around. Well, I trust you'll be telling the media, Ludo. He asked the beater. Bagman nodded. Of course. I'll go make sure someone knows now. I suspect they'll be eager to talk to Mr. Potter. I'm sure, Lewis said. But that can wait a while, I think. I have your schedules here. And he floated a piece of paper over to each of the players. They all took some time to examine it. We don't get a whole lot of time to practice as a team, Wood said. That's fairly normal for cup play, Barker said. All of the countries have virtually the same schedule. So it is not a detriment. I'd still like more on-pitch time, Wood sighed. Me too, Spinet agreed. We all would, Barker said. But that's just not what it is. We'll be fine, Harry said. It should only take a practice or 2 to get up to speed. After all, we're professionals. He's right, Barker nodded. And really, that's all for tonight. As you can see, your next commitment is a team photo shoot in 2 weeks once the reserve players are set. Any word on who those are going to be? Titus asked. Barker just shrugged. Honestly, Button, I don't really have a clue. I was approached about coaching this team shortly after the title match at the end of last season. I told them there was no way I would do it unless I could pick the roster. They agreed with that. Wright asked. No, Barker said. But after some negotiating, I was allowed to hand pick the starting 7. But they have full control over the reservists. I suspect we will see quite a few of the people who were on the team in previous World Cups. So the reservists are all going to hate us. Williams said. They might. Barker shrugged. That sounds fantastic for team chemistry, Hillard said. Don't really care. Just none of you get hurt. Because I suspect that the reservists I'm given will not be able to play the style that I want, Barker said. We'll do our best, Titus laughed. Great. Well, I'm going home now, he said. You're welcome to stay and listen to Mr. Malfoy give Mr. Latimer's speech about how it's an honor to represent England in this competition. Or you can leave. I don't care either way. And the coach turned and left the room. You're required to stay for the speech, Malfoy said. Harry, though, just shrugged his shoulders and followed Barker out of the room. Titus followed him and caught up with him as they approached the flow. Congrats on winning the vote, Titus said. It should have been you, Harry countered. No, Titus sighed. It probably shouldn't have. As he said, the national team is more about appearances. You're far better at that stuff than I am. And you have that ability to get the media to go away. It's a handy skill, Harry nodded. Yes, it is. It makes me envious, Titus laughed. So you've said, Harry responded. I really didn't want to be the captain. Yeah, I know, Titus said. But you're going to be completely fantastic at it. So beep it up and let's go win a World Cup for England. Titus spoke with the driest tone he could, attempting to sound like a condescending parent that was trying to convince a child to eat some vegetables. Screw you, Harry laughed. Hey, Titus said as they approached the flow. You can't blame me for this one. Why not? Harry asked as he took some powder and tossed it into the fire. He turned his gaze up at his friend after he activated the fire. I voted for Hillard, Titus said as he stepped through and back to their Falmouth home. They stepped out of the fire and Harry immediately wandered toward the kitchen. He was planning on making himself something to eat. Although he wasn't particularly sure what he wanted. He stepped into the kitchen to see Gabrielle chopping celery into tiny pieces. She looked up at him before refocusing on her task. How was your meeting? She asked. Harry didn't get the feeling she really cared, but he figured if she was being nice, he may as well be nice. It was fine. A bit boring, really. Just some preliminary stuff, Harry explained with a shrug of his shoulders. When is your next one? Gabrielle asked. Harry just focused on the sound the knife made hitting the cutting board as she quickly cut up the celery. I honestly haven't looked at the schedule yet. Probably not for a couple of weeks. The workload is pretty light until closer to the World Cup. Do you not need to practice? Gabrielle asked. We practice almost daily, Harry said. Just not with each other. Do you not need to practice together? Gabrielle asked. It seems like that would be kind of crucial to fielding a team. It is, Harry said. But we are professionals, so we don't take all that long to get up to speed with each other. Really? Gabrielle said. Yes, Harry responded. We'll only need a couple of practices to get the feel of things and get ready to play. And all the teams are on equal footing. I guess that makes sense, Gabrielle said. But why did it not work for Falmouth? That's an interesting question, Harry said. I would say that probably purely because of coaching. Davis never let us actually practice as a team. So I would suspect that had something to do with it. The feeling was rather different on the pitch than it was at any other time. I see, Gabrielle said. She went back to chopping celery and Harry just kept talking. And the caliber of player on the national team will be rather different than the Falmouth Falcons. We're all going to be more adept at adapting than most regular players. And again, we're not playing against teams that have played together for years. I hope you are right, Gabrielle said. Harry could tell that she wasn't really interested in the conversation, but she was keeping him talking for the sake of being nice. He decided that he'd prattled on about Quidditch for long enough. What are you making? He asked. Tuna salad, she responded as she slipped the pieces of chopped celery into a larger container and started to mix everything together. Any particular reason? He asked. I enjoy it, Gabrielle said. Harry shrugged his shoulders. Never been a tuna fan myself, he said. I have always liked it. It is good on toast. I should probably get started on popcorn for Titus, Gabrielle said. Harry just stared at her. Why are you making popcorn for Titus? He asked. Because he asked me to, Gabrielle said. Usually things Titus asks you to do are best left, well, not done, Harry responded. Gabrielle just looked at him for a moment, and then shook her head. He suspected she thought that sentence simply sounded ridiculous. Really, he was just glad he didn't have to defend it. Perhaps. But popcorn is innocent enough. And it will go well with the show he is going to make me watch tonight, Gabrielle said. He's making you watch a show? Harry asked. Yes, Gabrielle said. He insisted on it. Apparently it is some show that everyone should watch because it is the best show of all time. Well, I hope your expectations aren't that high, Harry said, knowing that Titus was prone to exaggerating. But he also knew what show his friend would have been referring to. While he also enjoyed it, he had a hard time believing it would be something that was interesting to Gabrielle. Still, if she'd agreed to watch, she had to have been at least mildly interested. Should they not be? Gabrielle asked. I was told that you enjoyed the show. Enjoyed it? Sure, Harry said. But I enjoy all sorts of things. Like if someone tells me there's a few reruns of Doctor Who or Battlestar on, I'm there. I do not know what those are, Gabrielle said. Well, you'd probably be better off going with those than anything else, Harry said. His stomach rumbled and he regretted that there wasn't any food at the brief team meeting. Gabrielle finished making her tuna salad. How would I do that? Harry asked. Mostly by spending too much time on the couch, Harry said. So by turning into Titus? Gabrielle countered. Yes, Harry nodded. Is that fair game? What? She asked, looking around. The tuna salad. Is it fair game or are you saving it for something? Harry asked. Oh no, I just had a craving for it. I made far more than I would ever eat. Go ahead. I figured I would just leave it in the fridge and hope people ate it. Awesome, Harry said. I think I'm going to make myself a sandwich then. I can do that for you, Gabrielle said. She immediately reached out for the bread near her. You don't have to do that, Harry responded. I know, she said. But I am offering. Do you prefer it on bread or toast? Toast, Harry admitted. Okay, she said and started toasting the bread. She also took out a bag of popcorn and cast a charm on it so it slowly started to magically heat. Harry didn't recognize the charm just based off sight, and she'd uttered the incantation in French, but he preferred to just use the microwave whenever he made popcorn. Still, she seemed to know what she was doing. And honestly, Harry thought that if the entire thing blew up it would be worth a good laugh, even if she wouldn't appreciate his teasing her about it for the next few months. But before he could comment, Gabrielle handed him a plate with the sandwich on it. Thanks, he said, standing at the counter and eating it. It was perhaps a bit sweeter than he would have made it. But he wasn't going to complain about free food. You are welcome, Gabrielle responded. She moved over to finish with the popcorn then, putting it all into a large bowl. Harry noticed she didn't add any salt or butter, but he didn't comment. Although he suspected that Titus would have something to say about that. I smell popcorn, Titus said as he wandered into the room. Harry noticed that he'd changed and was wearing a Ballycastle Bats t-shirt and some plaid pajama pants. He just raised an eyebrow at his friend as he entered. But Harry decided it was more pressing to finish his sandwich. I did not put anything on it, Gabrielle said. That's fine, Titus smiled. I like it plain. Harry moved to the sink and proceeded to magically clean his plate. There wasn't really much debris on it. But he did it anyway. Also, if he thought about it, he wasn't really sure why he decided to do it at the sink. But he always cleaned things there. It must have been some sort of habit he hadn't gotten over. Good, Gabrielle said as she put the rest of the tuna salad into the fridge. What was the captain eating? Titus asked. The captain? Gabrielle asked, looking at Harry. He was voted captain of the English team, Titus clarified. Congratulations, Gabrielle smiled at him. Harry simply put the plate away and shrugged his shoulders. Thanks, he said. You do not seem happy about it. Gabrielle frowned, looking at him. Pretty indifferent honesty, Harry said. Why? Gabrielle asked. Because it just means I'll have to do a lot of media stuff, and always be the one talking before and after matches. And I'm usually irritable at that time, so putting on the nice face will be interesting, Harry sighed. But I'll probably let Titus or the coach deal with the actual in-match changes. I just hope I don't forget that I can call a timeout. Coach will call one for you if you do, Titus smiled. Well, that's reassuring, Harry scoffed. Why would people vote for me anyway? Because you are Harry Potter, Gabrielle said. She's right, Titus laughed. 3 of 7 is hardly a ringing endorsement anyway, Harry said. 6, technically, as you couldn't vote for you, Titus responded. I wonder who it was, Harry said. No idea, Titus smiled. But I would suspect your old house teammates for starts, he responded. Wood led that team, not me, Harry said. Yes, but we both know keepers make bad in-game captains, Titus said. They're usually a bit preoccupied. So are seekers, Harry responded. Touché, Titus said. Who did you vote for? Gabrielle asked. She was looking between the two of them and they both assumed she was asking each of the question. Titus, Harry said instantly. Felicity Hillard, Titus said a moment later. You did not vote for Harry? Gabrielle asked. She frowned at Titus and looked rather disappointed with him. Harry couldn't help but notice that Titus shifted around uncomfortably and gave her a practiced frown. I did not, Titus said. Why not? Gabrielle snapped. Because I figured that Harry wouldn't really want to do it, Titus said. Do you want to do it? Gabrielle asked. I am actually a little excited for it, Harry admitted. Just don't go beeping up to Lunfrey now, Titus said. Oh, I won't, Harry said. That's all your problem now. Joy. Daphne is coming over by the way, Titus said. Why? Harry asked, gazing over toward the clock. It was nearly 10 in the evening. That seemed unusual for her. Especially on a weeknight. Because you have about 4 interview requests and at least one of them wants to be able to get the story in the morning paper, Daphne said from the doorway to the kitchen. And I can see Titus gave you plenty of time to prepare. As much as usual, Titus said. Thanks for that, Daphne said. She leaned against the wall. She was just wearing a white blouse and blue jeans. Harry suspected she'd gotten dressed in a hurry. We should leave them to work, Gabrielle, Titus said. He took her arm and the popcorn and led her slowly out of the room. Oh, okay, Gabrielle said, gazing between Harry and Daphne as she was escorted out of the room. Harry watched them go before turning to Daphne. I don't really want to give an interview right now, Harry said. Well, Captain, you don't really get a choice in the matter, Daphne said. I'm not sure who leaked the vote. But every publication in the country wants a few words with you. There was talk of a press conference. That's fine. Have it after my next practice, Harry said. 2 days after the news broke. You know how well that will go over, Daphne said. They can deal with it, Harry said. No, they probably can't. But that's not really relevant right now. I talked them out of the press conference. And the 5 separate interviews they wanted to do tonight, Daphne responded. She shifted off of the wall, standing up straight. And just how did you manage that? Harry asked. I told them that Graves had a deal with you for the first World Cup-based interview, Daphne said. Did he? Harry asked. No, but I figured you liked him. And Sarah's a blast to drink with. So we're going to flow over to their residence and you're going to answer questions about Quidditch while I have a glass of wine. And he didn't mind agreeing on such short notice. Harry laughed. Mind. He was absolutely thrilled, Daphne responded. You know you don't really have to come to these, Harry said. Yes I do, Daphne said. Or you'll agree to stuff and be otherwise not properly represented. Now let's go. Fine, Harry said, and he led her out through the kitchen and to the flow. 1 in the morning found Harry and Daphne sitting in a booth at Underground. The music was perhaps louder than Harry would have liked. And the rerun of the Muggle cricket match on the television wasn't that entertaining, but Harry didn't really care. He just sat, back to the wall, and stared across the restaurant. He had a beer in his hand that he'd been savoring for the last half hour. Daphne was across from him, Her legs were up on her side of the booth and she looked fairly exhausted. She'd had a fair bit more to drink than he had, but didn't currently have a beverage. The interview with Graves had been fairly straightforward and easy. They'd only talked for a few minutes about the national team. Harry had told him how honored he was to be a part of the team, and how he wished he would live up to all the expectations and hype. He went on for a few moments about how much of an honor it was to be selected as the captain by his peers. And that he looked forward to demonstrating that their votes were not misplaced and that he would strive to be the best possible leader he could be. Harry sensed that Graves knew there was more to it. But he and Harry had conversed about team captains before. But that the older man didn't want to throw Harry under the bus after the unexpected exclusive interview. So any writing on Harry's capabilities or interest in being the team captain wouldn't come until during the World Cup, if the team was uncompetitive. Harry knew that the blame would be largely his. And he knew he'd have to come to terms with that before the first quaffle was tossed into the air in just a few months. But after that discussion, Graves asked mostly about the other players on the team. He inquired about what it would be like to play with many of the same people he'd learned the game with at Hogwarts. And he was asked a few questions about his opinion of the other players on the team. Naturally, Harry only gave completely positive answers. But if he was honest with himself, he only really had positive answers to give. He knew very little negative things about any of the members of the national team. Still, it hadn't mattered. He wouldn't have said anything negative anyway. After that, Graves had put his pen down and grabbed them each a beer. They'd spent the next few hours just talking about Quidditch and life. It was an interesting conversation. Graves and his wife both seemed to think there was something far deeper between Harry and Daphne than either of them wanted to admit. But after some teasing, the conversations moved back to Quidditch. He wasn't sure how long he spent just discussing general strategy and the Falcons' playoff chances with Robert, but it was far longer than he'd anticipated the meeting taking. Eventually, Sarah convinced her husband that Harry Potter had better places to be and that he needed some sleep. Graves, grudgingly, let the Quidditch star go. Harry and Daphne flew to the restaurant, purely because after just the small sandwich Gabrielle had made, Harry was still hungry. They found themselves at the booth moments after entering. Daphne ordered a glass of wine while Harry ordered a trio of appetizers. He picked at each one once they arrived. It wasn't until much later that Daphne finally spoke. "So what's up with you lately?" she asked, turning her flushed face to look at him. She picked up the glass of water that sat, largely untouched, in front of her. Harry took a sip and thought about the question. "Nothing really. I just go about my routine. It's pretty much the same stuff in a different city," Harry said. He took a sip of his beer. He wondered just what Daphne was trying to get at, because she almost never asked about his day-to-day schedule. Even if it was just filler to generate conversation. "No," Daphne sighed. "What's up with you lately?" "What do you mean?" Harry asked, deciding he probably was missing the point of her question and it was best to make her elaborate. "You've been acting different," she said. "No, I haven't," Harry agreed. He didn't think he was really acting any different than usual, either. "Yes, you have," Daphne said. "How?" Harry asked, figuring it was better than getting into a he said she said. At least if she bothered to explain, he could defend himself. Or at least attempt to. "We haven't had say. In well over a month," Daphne said. Harry just blinked at her. "No," he said. "We haven't. So what's up with that?" Daphne asked. She tilted her head to the side and looked at him carefully. "I hadn't really thought about it," Harry said. The words were out of his mouth long before he realized just how terrible of an answer it was. He pressed his lips together immediately and hoped she didn't take too much offense to it. Thankfully, she just started laughing at him. "Only you," she said. "I'm not sure if that's good or bad," Harry admitted. "Me either," Daphne said. "All I really know is that we used to meet up at least once a week, maybe a couple of times a week, and we haven't done that in forever. In fact, the last time you met up with me, it was to try to bribe me into helping you." "Well, isn't that what I normally try to do?" Harry asked. "Yes, but usually it's a little more self-serving," Daphne responded dryly. "Well, she needed help more than I did," Harry said. "She did. She's looking happier, too. And healthier," Daphne said. Either that or I made her skinnier in my head. Well, she seems happier. She passed her apparition test the other day. And she's trying out for a ballet tomorrow. That should be fun, Daphne said. But there's ballets that perform in Falmouth that are done by September 1st. Apparently, Harry shrugged. He knew nothing of the world of ballet, so he figured it was best if he kept his responses limited. Good luck to her, Daphne said. Harry just nodded. She'll do well, I think. Apparently she's really good, Harry responded. So you've said, Daphne said. Have you even bothered with all of the research I did for you? Yes, Harry said. I've actually read through the entire packet. But I'll be honest, it mostly just confuses me. I was going to compare her height and weight to the stuff in the packet that you had. But I couldn't remember the data, and then you showed up and dragged me off to do some interviews. What, are you just going to walk up to her and ask how much she weighs and how tall she is? Daphne asked. No. She showed me her brand new identification card after she passed her test, Harry said. I just haven't bothered with the conversions yet. I'm good at math, Daphne said. She sat up and leaned toward him, and Harry got the strangest feeling that she was actually interested in this conversation and not simply getting him to talk. 157 centimeters and 41 kilos, Harry said, raising an eyebrow and staring at her. 5'2" and 90-ish, Daphne responded without missing a beat. That seems light, Harry said, frowning a bit. He didn't remember what Daphne's packet had said for ideal weights of dancers, but he was pretty sure it was 3 digits. It is, Daphne said. But what is with you two? Nothing, Harry said. And that's why she defended you from Titus. Daphne said. Harry just blinked at her. He wondered just how long she eavesdropped on their conversation before deciding to tell everyone they were there. I thought that was just playful banter, Harry said. Maybe, Daphne shrugged. But it seemed more defensive to me. I think you're imagining it, Harry said. I think I'm not. So, you've done nothing impressionable with a 16-year-old girl. She's 17, Harry said. Whatever. Daphne raised her eyebrows at him. And no, I haven't, Harry said. At least he didn't think he had. And you haven't flirted with her or been the usual, fun, playful Harry that only shows up with friends that most young girls wouldn't have a clue what to do with? Daphne asked. Harry just shook his head and frowned a bit. Of course not, he said, defending himself. He hoped it didn't sound as weak as it did in his head. Sure. Just be careful, Harry, Daphne said. Although I shouldn't be warning you. I haven't known you to intentionally lead anyone on. I'm not trying anything with her, Harry sighed. I'm sure you're not, Daphne said. You know what's funny? What? Harry asked, wondering why she changed the subject. He was a bit distracted though. He was thinking about things he'd said to Gabrielle. He'd meant everything teasingly. But he wondered if that was how she'd taken it. She'd certainly been able to banter right back with him. But maybe she thought he was being far more serious than he was. Or maybe, he just shook the thought out of his head and turned his attention to Daphne. I always thought we'd wind up married, she said. What? He laughed. Screw you too, Daphne laughed with him. And how did that plan out in your fantasies? He teased. We got to around 27, 28 and decided screw it, may as well be married, Daphne said. Sounds romantic, Harry responded. Doesn't it, though? She laughed. It's silly, I know. But just always sort of seemed to work. Until you think I'm ignoring you because I'm a busy Quidditch star, Harry said. That excuse works better with people who don't know your schedule, Daphne deadpanned. I know, Harry said. But you know, Daph, that I do appreciate everything that you do. And I'm sorry if I'm a pain most of the time. Apology accepted, Daphne said. Although Harry wasn't quite sure what he was apologizing for. Glad we got that cleared away, Harry said. Let's head back now, Daphne yawned. I need to be up way too early to stay out all night with you. Fine by me, Harry said as they left the restaurant. They walked the couple of blocks back to his Falmouth home. Daphne didn't say anything, so Harry didn't keep the conversation going. Really, his thoughts were elsewhere, floating between two owned girls that he knew and wondering if, perhaps, he hadn't been right to give Gabrielle a room. But he shook those thoughts out of his head as he re-entered his house. Gabrielle sat on the couch next to Titus. She was a bit uncomfortable with being so close to the beater, who she had heard far too much about. But the bowl of popcorn sat between them and she was convinced that he would not try anything with her. Although, she probably would have been flattered had he. Except that the thought scared her a little bit. She leaned up against the arm on her side of the couch and turned her attention to the television. She had to admit, she did not quite understand Titus's fascination with the television. But she was not going to comment. After all, she had agreed to watch the show with him. How long is this? She asked quietly as he prepared to put the show on. About a half hour, Titus said. Gabrielle looked over at him. How can it be the best show ever if it is a half hour in length? Gabrielle asked. Well, there's 26 episodes, he responded. We do not have to watch them all tonight. Do we? Gabrielle asked. She suspected she looked startled by that proclamation. She'd thought she was committing to a couple of hours, not half a day. No, Titus chuckled. We don't. We'll get through a few episodes tonight. But by the end of them you'll be telling me that we should stay up later and watch a few more. I doubt that, Gabrielle frowned. We can place a bet on it if you would like. I will pass, she said. And she lifted her knees up and wrapped her arms around her legs as she sat on the couch. She knew Titus was looking at her. But she ignored him. She was not particularly comfortable, though. She should have changed into pajamas before agreeing to watch. She knew that had she asked he would have likely been willing to pause the show. But as a rather catchy jazz theme started up, she thought it would be rude to make him stop when he'd clearly been looking forward to this. So instead she just turned her attention to the screen. The opening was a bit much. Images flashes all over the screen and she realized she would likely have to pay attention. So she did, ignoring Titus as he started to devour the popcorn. And so it passed. She found herself strangely engrossed. Although she was not really sure what it was about it that kept her so entertained. The 5 episodes passed in a flash. And she was not sure why, but when Titus turned off the television, there were tears in the corner of her eyes. But we cannot stop there. She gasped. We have to, Titus said. Why? She turned to look at him. After about the 3rd episode she'd folded her legs underneath herself and she hadn't realized how close her feet were to Titus's lap. Because you, Titus said, gently tapping her foot, have an important audition tomorrow morning and I'm tasked with making sure you get enough rest. It is not very late, Gabrielle frowned. Although it was fairly late for her, she had to admit. The only times she'd been up later were when she had been dragged out with Harry and Titus. And she was tired. But she did not particularly want to get off the couch yet. No, Titus smiled at her. It isn't. But we're going to make sure you're rested. Are you sending me to bed? She frowned. Of course not, Titus said. But I know another episode will turn into another 5. And then before we know it 2 hours are gone. So you are just trying to be responsible, Gabrielle said dryly. Something like that, Titus said. He looked over at her. She was just staring back at him. Her thin, pale lips were curled into a small smile. She'd shifted so that she was laying against the armrest on the couch, her legs out toward him, her knees bent slightly. He thought she looked rather nice, in tight jeans and a plain blue t-shirt. Her hair was pulled back out of her face. She didn't seem to mind that he was staring at her. So he let his eyes slide down the rest of her body as it was casually perched on the couch. That must be a new thing for you, Gabrielle said. Titus just shrugged. Hey now, I'm very responsible. That's how I was made team captain, Titus said. Harry is the captain, Gabrielle countered. For England, yes. But he'll never be a captain in the league, Titus said knowingly. Because he does not want to be, Gabrielle said. We're just not going to bring up that point, Titus responded. But it is crucial, Gabrielle said. Maybe. Titus shrugged in a way that indicated that he did not particularly agree with that comment. But he just kept staring at her, so she frowned and asked the question that immediately came into her head. Why do you keep staring at me? She asked. Well, we are having a conversation, Titus countered. My legs are not the topic of the conversation, though, Gabrielle frowned. Do you want them to be? Titus asked. They are quite nice. No, Gabrielle responded quickly. I would prefer if they were not. But thank you. You're welcome, Titus smiled. He looked down at her legs once more, causing her to shift a little uncomfortably on the couch. Titus just looked down toward her feet. She was wearing thin black socks. You have small feet, he said, changing the subject without really changing the subject. She just frowned and looked back at him. But she didn't protest much as he took her left foot in his hands and examined it. I have small everything, she scoffed. She did not really realize just how that sounded as she said it. But Titus did not appear to take any stock in her comment. Instead, he just started rubbing the bottom of her foot gently. She closed her eyes and stifled a groan. There's nothing wrong with that, Titus responded. I guess, Gabrielle responded. It was her turn to sound like she did not particularly believe that. But she was not going to comment any further. There isn't, Titus said. He kept rubbing her foot for a few moments. But after a time she pulled it away from him, shifting into a more comfortable sitting position. Titus didn't comment. So, she said, changing the subject as she sat up. Harry told you about my audition. Yes, Titus smiled. He was surprised the Wicked Witch let you do it. Stop calling her that, Gabrielle frowned. Fine, Titus said. Gabrielle did not think he would. But it at least made her feel better about it. She really did not see why they were so harsh with even the mention of her instructor. But from what she had seen of their relationship with Quidditch coaches, she could not help but suspect they simply did not like authority figures. But she had been looking for something like that to have me do for a while. Just most things in France required more of a time commitment and would then interfere with my schooling, Gabrielle admitted. So had she tried to get you to audition before? Titus asked. No, Gabrielle responded. But I know there had been some talk of it with my parents. And I do not think my schooling was Madame Fay's primary concern. What about you? Titus asked. What about me? Gabrielle frowned. Is school your primary concern? Titus asked. I guess, Gabrielle said. Titus just stared at her for a few moments. Well, do you prefer school or ballet? Titus asked. I prefer dancing to studying, Gabrielle frowned. Titus wasn't quite sure if that constituted an answer. He thought she sounded like neither were high up on her list of enjoyable activities. Well, why don't you focus on that? Titus asked. I do focus on that, Gabrielle frowned. No, I mean like, go to a ballet school. Those exist, right? He smiled as he asked the question. Gabrielle just rolled her eyes at him. They do exist, yes. But I am too old to start going to one, Gabrielle said. Really? Titus asked. Yes, Gabrielle said. Doesn't that hinder future prospects or something? Titus asked. I do not know, Gabrielle admitted. But Madame Fay has plenty of connections. And she has never seemed concerned about that. She believes I am better than those dancers anyway. All of them. Titus laughed. I guess, Gabrielle said. Does she have many other students? Titus asked. No, Gabrielle said. I am the only student she has. She does other work with professionals, helping them with things. And she runs a studio that helps dancers of all ages. But I am the only one who gets private lessons. I wonder how much those cost, Titus joked. Gabrielle just shrugged her shoulders, though. And Titus couldn't help but wonder if she'd even ever thought about it. I do not know, Gabrielle said. I hope not a lot. Well, you can probably afford it, Titus said. What makes you say that? Gabrielle asked. Because if you couldn't, she probably wouldn't still be giving you lessons, Titus countered. Gabrielle frowned. So I should probably check the bank statements I get? Gabrielle asked. Titus vaguely remembered seeing a few of them on the counter, which was simply where their mail went when it arrived. Titus usually ignored his mail. He and Eva both got a fair bit of fan mail. Eva also pretty much ignored hers. Titus remembered her making a few comments about how she was sick of the contents of most of the fan letters. Titus could only imagine the things she was sent. More than once he's glimpsed pictures that made him wonder just what people thought that sending would accomplish. He usually let his congeal into a large pile, knowing full well that Daphne sorted through all of it before it even got to him, and picked out most of the things that were completely not worth his time. Most notably things like autograph requests and anything asking for something for free. After that, he'd respond to what was left, which was mostly just letters from kids. He didn't put nearly as much effort into it as he probably should have. Harry, on the other hand, spent a few hours each week making sure he responded to the letters he got. Titus was impressed, to say the least. Although he was pretty sure that Daphne scanned Harry's letters far more closely than she did his. As he was pretty sure Harry got a more diverse quantity of fan mail than the other two Quidditch stars. Probably, Titus said, remembering that she was asking about bank statements or something. I do not like looking at those, Gabrielle frowned. They just remind me of everything that happened. I'm sorry, Titus said, mostly out of instinct. He realized this conversation suddenly grew far more serious than he wanted it to. It is not your fault, Gabrielle frowned. I will have to do it anyway. I cannot keep mooching off of you and Harry anyway. I will have to find something for myself soon. Next summer, Titus said, smiling. I guess, Gabrielle frowned. It is probably not wise to do anything with school approaching. Well, we're not going to make you go back if you don't want to, Titus laughed. If he was honest, he didn't think that was true. Harry would probably attempt to make her go back. But she was legally an adult, and if there was something else she wanted to do, then Titus didn't think that she shouldn't pursue it. I think I should finish, she said. Probably, Titus said. But it's up to you. I know, Gabrielle said. I still feel bad imposing. I wouldn't worry about it, Titus laughed. We're not the types to mind. And anyway, I'm sure Harry is more than willing to have you stay. It's just how he is. What do you mean? Gabrielle asked. Titus stared at her and realized they could have easily gotten another episode or two of his show in by now. But decided that he should just explain himself. Harry isn't really like anyone else I've ever met, Titus started. That does not surprise me, Gabrielle said. What do you mean? Titus asked. He raised an eyebrow at the girl and thought that perhaps she noticed more than your average teenager. Well, he is Harry Potter, Gabrielle said, as if that was all the explanation anyone could ever require. Yes. But people tend to be predictable. Harry is like 4 people at once. It all depends on the situation. I've never seen someone react and adapt as quickly as he does to just about any situation, Titus explained. I have seen that, Gabrielle said. He is completely different in private and in public. Well, that just comes with the job. But he has to do more than that. He has to be a public figure, an amusing interview, the savior, the star, everything. And he shifts seamlessly from one role to another. And through every role he has people asking him for something, over and over. But that doesn't bother him. I'm not sure he ever really notices just how much he's asked to do. And it doesn't matter. Because after he's done with everything, if you asked for the shirt off his back, he'd give it to you without thinking twice. It would never occur to him to not do that. Hell, he'd probably give you the shirt before you even realized you needed it, Titus laughed. What does that have to do with what we were talking about though? Gabrielle asked. It means that he's going to help you, regardless of if you even realize you need help. And he'll probably have done it before you even realize he was doing it. It's just how he is with everyone, Titus said. What did he do for you? Gabrielle asked, tilting her head to the side and staring at him. Titus just smiled at her. He hadn't expected her to pick up on that so quickly. But he figured honesty was best. I know this may be hard to believe, but I was kind of a drunk prick before Harry and I got close, Titus smiled. Gabrielle just stared at him. Uh-huh, she said. And then you turned 7. More like 9, Titus countered quickly. Gabrielle rolled her eyes. But what did Harry do for you? She asked. You can't expect me to just give away all my secrets now, can you? Titus asked, smiling at her. Yes, I can, Gabrielle said, staring at him. Nope, Titus countered. Harry will tell me, Gabrielle said knowingly. Oh, he tell you a lot of things. Titus teased. He's answered every question I've asked, Gabrielle said. Well, Harry will do that. If you don't ask about the war at least, Titus said. He answered when I asked about the war, Gabrielle countered. Although she hadn't ever really asked anything in detail. And she supposed his answer about Ron and Hermione had been more to clarify a point rather than any direct answering of a question. But that didn't really suit her purpose at the moment. Really? Titus just stared at her. Gabrielle simply stared back. After a moment, Titus caved and spoke again. I doubt he even really knows, though. I feel like Harry knows everything, Gabrielle said quietly. He doesn't, Titus said. In fact, he's usually clueless. He's just really good at not saying anything until you've spilled all of the information he needs to make you think he knows exactly what's going on. I do not think you are giving him enough credit, she responded. Maybe, Titus said, but I have known him for a long time. I guess, Gabrielle said. Can I ask you something? Sure, Titus said, half expecting she'd continue trying to get him to talk about his relationship with Harry. What are you doing for Harry's birthday? Gabrielle asked. I don't know, Titus said. Probably go to a bar, have a few drinks, come home. We don't have a match that day. Back at Ballycastle we used to throw a small party in the locker room before the closest match, but I don't know what we will do at Falmouth. I see, Gabrielle said. Why do you ask? Titus wondered aloud. He was upset about me not mentioning my birthday. I suspected that he would have something bigger going on for his, Gabrielle admitted. Ah, I see. Well, we don't usually do much more than go out and have a few beers, Titus said. And he says my birthday was boring, Gabrielle scoffed. Well, he and I both stopped caring about our birthdays around 20, Titus commented. That is stupid. Birthdays should be days where you get to have a fun day doing whatever it is you like, Gabrielle said. I'm not sure you could find enough willing females for that to apply to me, Titus responded. You are terrible, Gabrielle said. The beater couldn't help but notice she was blushing. He just smiled at her, though. Hey, you said it, Titus said. Anyway, Gabrielle frowned, hoping that she could change the subject effectively. I was thinking that maybe I should ask if Harry would like to go to dinner. How cute, Titus smiled. You're going to ask him out? Hardly. Gabrielle blushed more. She looked away from him and took a moment to tuck her back legs underneath her on the couch. I just think it would be nice. It would be, Titus said. Do you think he would say yes? Gabrielle asked nervously. Probably, Titus said. Harry usually says yes to just about everything. Especially if it involves going out. Really? Gabrielle said. Yes. At least after he stopped being a stick in the mud in his first year at Ballycastle, Titus said. No way, Gabrielle said. I have a hard time not picturing him as outgoing. Well, sometimes he prefers to be left alone. But usually in those situations he just disappears and he comes back when he's ready, Titus said. He has not seemed that way here. Gabrielle said. Not lately, Titus agreed. But he's one of the nicest people I've ever met. And he does enjoy having fun and going out. So if you want to take him out for his birthday, I suspect he would be absolutely thrilled and more than happy to go out with you. Really? Gabrielle said again, causing Titus to just chuckle a bit. Yes, Titus said. And if he says no, I'll go out with you. But I did not ask you, Gabrielle said quietly. Ouch, Titus said. Gabrielle just smiled at him and he realized that she was picking up on the banter he'd tried to instill into her much quicker than he'd expected. Got you, she said. He just nodded. You did. But now it's bedtime, Titus said. Or Harry will yell at me for not having you rested for your audition. Will he? Gabrielle asked. Doubt it, Titus said. Oh, Gabrielle frowned down at the floor as they walked toward the stairs. He doesn't yell. At least not to express his anger or disappointment, Titus responded. Instead he just glares at you and doesn't ask for your help for months. That seems more like Harry, Gabrielle said. You're learning, Titus laughed. But it is. You should see him when he's disappointed with someone. But anyway, enough of that. Good luck at your audition tomorrow. Thank you, Gabrielle said. Titus watched her for a moment before walking down to his room. Harry decided on cereal the next morning. It was an odd concept and one he wasn't particularly comfortable with. But he was on a timer, and needed something quick. He was fairly surprised that they had a box of Cheery Owls in the house. But he suspected that they were the result of some Lunfrey promotional thing and nothing anyone had purchased. Although he did know Eva enjoyed cereal. He ate it, with milk, rather slowly, wondering how people subjected themselves to that torture on a daily basis. He checked the clock to make sure he didn't need to make sure Gabrielle was awake. He still had plenty of time, so he went back to picking at his cereal like a petulant child. Thankfully, he was distracted by 4 owls flying directly into his kitchen. He watched as they dropped 2 large parcels down onto the counter and swooped away. Harry decided he'd had enough to eat by that point. He cleaned out his bowl and put everything away before he approached the packages. They were identical. Both were standard brown packages. Harry had a pretty good idea what was inside when he peered at them. Both were sent originally to Daphne's agency and forwarded to this address. One was labeled T. Button, and the other, H. Potter. Harry opened his with a weak cutting charm and peered into it. On top was a red track jacket with England stitched on it in white lettering. He peered through the rest of it. It was just all national team clothing. And a list of the expected dress code for future meetings. Harry read that briefly before chuckling a bit at himself. In his mind, he was simply wondering how many times he could violate that dress code before being chastised about it. He suspected it was a high number. Either way, he took the clothing back up to his room. He debated knocking on Gabrielle's door as he stepped past it. But that seemed excessive. He had to remind himself that it really wasn't his place to make sure she was awake. And that, in general, she seemed to be an early riser. Much earlier than him anyway. And that, coupled with the fact that it was still early, was enough to make him simply walk back down to the kitchen. Unfortunately, a tall, slender crone was waiting for him in the kitchen. "Where is Gabrielle?" the Madame Faye spat. Harry just shrugged his shoulders and wished he was a bit more selective with the people he let flow to his house. But Gabrielle seemed much happier with the notion of having the lessons here. So he figured it was worth the trade-off. "I thought I heard the shower running when I was upstairs," Harry commented as he wandered over toward the kitchen and started a pot of tea. "You thought you heard it?" Madame Faye snapped again. Harry sighed as he dug through the cupboards for some tea bags. "Pretty sure," Harry said. "Anyway, it's like an hour before she wanted to leave anyway. And she wanted to be absurdly early. She should be early. Her audition being's at 10, correct?" Madame Faye said. She seemed to be putting forth more effort in being friendly. Harry wasn't sure what to think of it. But he figured it was best to just go with the flow. "Correct. She wanted to leave by 9. And it shouldn't take more than 5 or 10 minutes to get there," Harry said. "D'accord," Madame Faye said. Harry doubted she realized she switched languages. Instead, she just moved into the kitchen, leaned against the wall, and tapped her foot impatiently. Harry just stared at her for a moment, but got 2 cups down from the cabinet as the water started to boil. "You seem nervous," Harry said. "Want some tea?" Madame Faye just stared at him for a moment. "Please," she responded after a calculated moment. Harry just put the box of assorted teas down on the table a few steps from her, and levitated a full cup of water next to them, placing it down gently before filling his own cup and dropping in a basic black tea. He watched as Madame Faye shifted through the contents of the box before plucking one out. She made a slightly disgusted face, but Harry didn't feel like rising to the defense of his tea selection as she started to brew her own cup. "So why so nervous?" Harry asked as he leaned against the counter and stared across the room at the ballet instructor. "I am always nervous for a student's first audition," Madame Faye said. "Aren't you confident in her?" Harry asked, seeming to remember the ballet teacher scolding him on how good her student was. He seemed to think confidence would win out over nerves. "Of course I am," Faye responded. "But you can only prepare them so much. The first audition is one of the most nerve-wracking things they will do. You never quite know how they are going to handle it." "I see," Harry said. He sipped his tea and looked at the instructor. "If she performs to the level one knows she is capable, then she will be cast in the lead for at least one of the shows. Unless, of course, the director is sleeping with one of the dancers," Madame Faye said dryly. "Does that happen often?" Harry laughed. "No," Madame Faye responded. "At least not in a company with any credibility." "I didn't think this was a company," Harry responded. Madame Faye stared at him for a few moments, before she appeared to realize just how little Harry knew about Gabrielle's sport. It is not. But the director is well thought of. I know him, although not very well. The vast majority of her competition will be girls her own age. It is largely a performance that they will do for experience when their semester is not in session, Madame Faye explained. Harry just nodded and followed along. So it's very unusual? He asked. Yes. But I believe the director has ties with Falmouth, and is putting it on in some capacity there. While I suspect there will be multiple talent levels on display, I do think she will have competition, Faye said. Should she be in a ballet school? Harry asked. Madame Faye looked up from her tea and examined him for a moment. Harry suspected he asked a more poignant question that the instructor had expected from him. Probably. Yes, she responded. Why isn't she? Harry asked. Her parents did not want to sacrifice her magical education for dance. I do not know if Apolline ever realized just how talented her daughter was. I made her focus on English because I wanted her to apply to the Royal Ballet School at 11. But her parents insisted on Beauxbatons. It was probably for the best. Faye let her voice trail off. Harry just stared at her, expecting her to continue. But she didn't as Gabrielle bounded down the stairs. She paused upon seeing Madame Faye and immediately stiffened and checked the clock. You are early, Gabrielle said. Madame Faye nodded. Yes, she said. What would you like for breakfast? Gabrielle just stared at Faye for a moment. Harry expected her usual comment when it came to food, but instead she frowned, pressing her lips together. I will just have some wheat toast and part of a grapefruit, Gabrielle said. To Harry's surprise, the instructor just stared at the student for a few more moments. After that, Faye started to gather what Gabrielle asked for. Sit, Faye said as she pulled half a grapefruit from the fridge. Gabrielle sat, almost immediately, at the counter. Harry just watched as Faye placed the grapefruit in front of her student. She didn't say anything as Gabrielle started on the grapefruit. Faye then started on the toast, and scrambled an egg. Faye placed it all onto a plate before her student. Gabrielle frowned at it, but slowly ate everything that was put in front of her. There was no conversation while the young dancer ate. Harry simply watched Madame Faye, who was focused on watching her student. He felt oddly voyeuristic as the situation played out before him. Gabrielle didn't look to him for anything. And she also didn't look at Faye. She kept herself completely focused on the food, approaching it with an odd sort of grim determination. Harry figured it was best not to comment. When Gabrielle finished eating, Faye gathered up her leftover dishes and proceeded to clean them all. As the instructor did this, she conversed rapidly with Gabrielle in French. Harry couldn't follow the conversation, really he made no effort to do so. But if he had to guess, it seemed like they were reviewing something. Either way, Gabrielle's answers were much more succinct than Madame Faye's questions. Eventually, though, the girl appeared to grow annoyed. And instead she just looked to Harry and spoke up. We should be leaving now, she said. And she moved toward the door, leading the trio out. The dance instructor looked to Harry as they stepped outside. You are coming? She asked. Gabrielle asked me to, Harry said. Although I'm not sure if that's something allowed or not. If you are quiet, I doubt that they will care, Madame Faye said. Well, I'm fairly adept at being quiet, Harry said. But then they were quiet while they walked. Harry couldn't help but think that, perhaps, he was proving a point by not saying anything. They arrived at a fairly nondescript building. Harry would have certainly never expected it to house a dance audition. It was unremarkable in every single way. But Harry suspected that was by design. Gabrielle led them inside. She looked around, looking a little bit startled. But Madame Faye walked up behind her, placing a hand on her back, and gestured her to a perky-looking receptionist. Gabrielle walked up to the desk and explained why she was there. The receptionist handed her some paperwork, and Gabrielle started filling it out. It did not take long. Is there someplace I can warm up? Gabrielle asked the receptionist as she handed the paperwork back. The receptionist looked it over quickly before nodding. Down the hall, third studio on the left is where the girls are going, the receptionist responded. Thank you, Gabrielle said before walking down the hallway the receptionist referenced. Where should we go to view the auditions? Madame Fay asked. The receptionist looked up at her. They're being held on the stage down to the right. Please no talking while anyone is on stage, she responded. Thank you, Fay said and marched off to the right. Harry followed her. They entered a small replica of a theater stage. There were, perhaps 50 seats flanked around a full-size stage. Harry suspected that it was only used for rehearsal purposes. He also suspected that its place in the building was assisted by magic, as he didn't think the outside structure really fit what he was seeing inside. Madame Fay picked one of the back rows that was, at the moment, free of any other spectators. The only other people in the area appeared to be parents or friends, waiting patiently and otherwise not being a nuisance. Harry wasn't sure how he felt about sitting next to the dance instructor, but it seemed rude to not. That is the director, Madame Fay said, pointing to a middle-aged man that was walking up the aisle from the stage. He actually paused upon seeing Madame Fay. Zoe Fay, he said loudly. Loudly enough that a few people nearby looked. Calvin, Madame Fay responded dryly. Harry was beginning to suspect that the dance instructor just simply wasn't nice to anyone. You didn't tell me you had a student auditioning, Calvin said. I can't wait to see her. Which one is she? You will know when you see, Fay responded. But she smiled at the director. Confident as always. And who's the charming gentleman with you? Calvin asked. Harry wasn't sure he'd done anything to warrant being called charming, but he took the compliment and just smiled. Hello, he said. Oh good gracious. Calvin almost shouted. Harry Potter. It's an honor, sir. An honor. Likewise, Harry smiled, cutting the man off before he could babble more. One of your acquaintances is here then? He asked, recovering nicely from the surprise. Yes, Harry smiled. He'd picked up on the fact that Madame Fay did not say anything specific about her student. Harry suspected her reasoning was to not have any doubt as to Gabrielle earning whatever part she would receive based purely on her own ability. And so he figured it was best to not provide any more information. Well, I look forward to seeing her, Calvin responded. But I need to go over the routines with my associates now. Best of luck. And with that the director left in a hurry. Harry watched him go and then just shrugged. So how do these things work? He asked Fay. Typically they come up with some type of sample routine. I suspect Calvin has a couple of people with him that he trusts. They will teach those routines to the dancers. And then they will come on stage and perform and be graded. Sometimes I've seen it done individually, sometimes in groups, Fay explained. She was gazing around the room. Every few moments her eyes would linger on someone in the crowd. Harry wondered if she recognized more people than she was letting on, or if she was simply surveying everyone. That's it? Harry asked. Yes, Madame Fay responded. And then they were silent for a few moments before Harry asked a question that had been bothering him for a good portion of the morning. So, you made her breakfast? Harry asked. He was debating how to start the conversation he wanted to have without sounding too abrasive. And, Madame Fay responded dryly. And you have her on an appetite suppressant potion regimen, Harry responded. Fay turned her gaze away from some of the other spectators and looked at him. I do, Fay responded. Her lips were pulled back and she seemed quite ready to defend herself. Harry knew that he needed to tread lightly. He didn't want any portion of this conversation to get out of hand in a public setting. So what's up with that? Harry asked. Did she tell you about the potions? Fay asked. No, but you mentioned them when you came to my home the first time. And I nicked one from her and had it identified, Harry said. So you have not spoken to her at all about it? Fay asked. I have not, Harry admitted. I suggest you do that before you speak to me about it then, Mr. Potter, Fay responded. I plan on it, Harry said. But you see, I had a bit of a reputation for leaping without looking when I was younger. I'd rather gather up what information I can before I decide whether or not you're a problem. He said it casually. Madame Fay turned her gaze back to him. It was cold and furious. But she did not raise her voice when she spoke. A problem, she sneered. And just how am I, Mr. Potter, a problem? You spend 6 weeks with her. And half of the time you are off playing Quidditch. Enlighten me into what your observations have been. Well, she's afraid of you, for one, Harry said. She is not, Faye responded quickly. She is like that around everyone. She is meek. She cowers away. She has since she was about 10. I do not know what caused it. But it was not me. Harry said. She always seemed fairly open with me. Count yourself lucky then. She was more fun from 6 to 9. She was always smiling and bubbly. But then it stopped. I have never asked her about it, Faye said. If you insist, Harry said. Madame Faye rolled her eyes. What is your next argument? And you should cast a silencing charm. The auditions will start shortly. She crossed her arms over her chest as she spoke. Harry did as she requested. She's 20 pounds underweight and you have her on an appetite suppressor, Harry said dryly. She is not 20 pounds underweight, Faye said, biting her bottom lip carefully. Harry couldn't help but smirk inwardly at himself as he saw that. I've done a fair bit of research here. And everything I've seen suggests she should weigh around 110 pounds. She weighs 90, Harry said. She is up to 90. Madame Faye asked. Her identification card showed her at 41 kilos. I believe that's around 90 pounds, Harry said. It is, Faye responded after doing some quick math in her head. That is good. How is that good? Harry asked. First off, Faye responded. Your research is close to accurate. But I would hold more stock into it if she was 25 and not 17. Regardless, she's underweight, Harry said. She is, Faye responded. Some music started and 4 males took the stage. Harry wasn't particularly interested in that, but Faye watched with a curious eye as they started through a routine. It didn't take very long. Perhaps 5 minutes. And after that 4 more came out. The process repeated a couple of times. And yet you are rather cavalier about that, Harry said. When she came back from Bobadins a year ago she was 34 kilos, Faye said. It was Harry's turn to attempt math in his head. I did not see her as much as I should have during that year of school. And I did not notice while we were dancing. And, Harry asked, not sure where she was going with this. And if she is up 7 kilos then she is doing much better than she was a year ago. I will take that improvement, Madame Faye said. Then why do you have her on a strict diet? Harry asked. Faye actually laughed aloud. I do not, she said. She doesn't eat, Harry commented. And she mentions her diet every now and then. Because it is a ready-made excuse for her, Faye responded. So you don't have her on a diet? Harry asked. Oh, no, she is on a diet. But not in the sense of weight loss. She has a specific set of foods that she should eat. It is just an allocation of healthier foods. If she were to follow it to the letter she would consume around 2,500 calories a day, Faye said. Harry didn't know enough about caloric intake to judge if that was a lot or not. Then why doesn't she eat? Harry asked. I do not know, Faye responded. I have never been able to get an answer out of her. I mentioned it to her parents on multiple occasions. Why does she use dancing as an excuse to not eat, then? Harry asked. Because it is easy and people do not question it. Honestly, Mr. Potter, most dancers who practice as much as Gabrielle does, do not worry about what they eat. They exercise enough that it becomes irrelevant. So why the diet then? Harry asked. Her diet was designed by a nutritionist to ensure proper development. It is not meant to limit anything. It is simply meant to ensure she receives proper nutrition, Faye said. I am more than willing to give you a copy. I think I would like one, Harry admitted. But he was trying to gather information. I will bring one to Gabrielle's next lesson then, Faye said. But this still doesn't explain her potions. Harry said. Faye again bit her lip. No, it does not, Faye admitted. She did not say any more than that. Instead she focused on the group on the stage. Care to explain? Harry said. Faye waved him off. But somehow, Harry got the impression she wasn't avoiding answering his question. But was rather delaying it. She seemed to be focused on the dancers on the stage. But Harry suspected she wasn't seeing them and was instead focusing entirely on her response. I made a mistake, Faye said. One that I am still not sure how to properly rectify. What was that? Harry asked. He couldn't help but think that perhaps, he was finally getting to the bottom of something here. And that in moments he'd have the information he'd been looking for. I did not monitor her as closely as I should have while she was at Beauxbatons, Madame Faye said. When she started to mature, I gave her her diet regimen and taught her how to eat. But I believe she ignored it. As a child, she always preferred desserts to food. Faye shook her head a bit at that memory. Harry noticed her lips curved upwards into a smile. And? Harry asked, wondering just where Faye was going with it. As he asked, the first group of female dancers walked onto the stage. They performed their routine. The only thing Harry really took out of it was that he had no idea how they still had toes. And I assumed she was following my instructions. So when she complained of being hungry all the time, and told me she was eating 3 meals like I wanted her to every day, I believed her. She's always been honest, Faye explained. She muttered something under her breath in the general direction of the dancers. Why didn't you just tell her to eat more? Harry asked. I did. I altered her dietary specifications multiple times. She claimed it did not help. So I eventually put her on the potion regimen. She was supposed to use them once a day, after breakfast. I did not realize she'd grown addicted to them until much later. And the thought never occurred to me that she was fibbing about what she was eating on a daily basis, Faye explained. And you just let her keep taking them? Harry asked, thinking that that sounded like a monumentally stupid idea. Of course not, Faye spat. I've been weaning her off of the supplement for nearly 2 years. At first it was a strict appetite suppressant. Now it is more of a supplement worth a great deal of calories. But every time I attempt to remove the suppressant, she notices. How? Harry asked. I do not know, Faye said. I have been working with a nutritionist on it. But she refuses to leave your company, and I have not been able to get Gabrielle to visit with her. Have you spoken to Gabrielle about this? Harry asked. We've discussed eating disorders at length. She refuses to admit she's ever had one. I had been planning to be more direct with her about the supplements this summer, Faye responded dryly. Harry took it to mean that it was simply another thing he'd distracted both Gabrielle and the instructor from. So she had no idea what she's taking? Harry asked. She has some idea. But she does not know definitively, Faye admitted. I figured it was best to just trick her into 1,000 calories a day rather than tell her and give her any sort of excuse to not. I think it's better if she knows, Harry said. It probably is, Faye nodded. But she does not talk about it. She actively changes the subject. And almost flees if it is brought up. If you would like to try, be my guest. I would think you have more experience with this than I do, Harry commented. I probably do. And I have gotten her to put on 6 kilos in a year, Faye responded snottily. Another 3 to 5 and she will be where she should be. Doesn't she ask? Harry asked, steering the conversation back to Gabrielle. Not usually, Faye responded. As I said, she is very easily led. Now shush. She is coming on stage. And Harry looked up to see her. She wore what he could only assume was a standard blue leotard. And she looked remarkably like the other 3 girls on stage with her. They all had their hair pulled back into a similar bun style and all had similar outfits on. Really, Harry was shocked at how similar all 4 of them were. They all had very long legs, long necks, and long arms, and they were all very small. Harry noticed that, of the 4 dancers, Gabrielle was likely the smallest. But she also looked to be the youngest. He would have pegged the other 3 as being a couple of years older than her. And she did not look noticeably smaller. Rather, in his head, she looked to be the smaller end of a gradual spectrum. Each of the girls started dancing as soon as the music started up. Harry really had no idea what he was watching, and what he was looking for. For a while they moved in perfect unison. But, after a while, Harry noticed that didn't last. He wasn't sure, though, if it was obvious, or just because he was used to picking up on small details while looking for a tiny golden ball. And he certainly couldn't tell who was right and who wasn't. He kept watching, looking to see if he could pick up anything. But he didn't. Instead, he just marveled at precision and the artistry before him. He knew it couldn't have been that complicated of a routine, given that they'd had next to no time to prepare. But it was still fascinating for him to watch. However, after about a minute of staring, he just lost himself in the bright smile that was plastered on Gabrielle's face. He couldn't really recall ever seeing her smile like that. On stage, she looked like how Harry assumed someone would attempt to represent youthful innocence. Yet she did it with no costume, no disguise. That was simply how she was. Harry lost himself in the routine. When it was finished, Faye spoke again. Yes. If she is not featured, then Calvin has lost his mind, Faye said. That good? Harry asked. Faye just chuckled. Yes, Faye responded. She is like nothing I have ever seen before. You've mentioned that. What's so special about her? Harry asked. She does not make mistakes, Faye responded. Everyone makes mistakes, Harry countered. One would think. But she does not. You show her something once and she can do it. And do it nearly flawlessly. She was mimicking her sister when she was 6. She made all the same mistakes that Fleur did. But when I'd tell her, directly, what to do, she no longer made them, Faye said. So why does she have to practice for a few hours a day? Harry asked. Why do you practice? Faye countered. Touché, Harry responded. But she practices because she does not think she is doing things good enough, Madame Faye responded. I wonder who would give her that impression, Harry commented. At this point, Mr. Potter, I simply play the piano and critique when she asks. I know she uses ballet as an excuse. And I know she never really admits enjoyment of it. I've heard the way she speaks about dance with her friends. But you just saw her now. Did she seem to be hating it? No, Harry responded. She looked rather happy. She always does when she dances. Either that expression, or, if something has been bothering her, one of intense focus, Faye said. Why does she brush it off then? Harry asked. You can't fake that realistic of a smile. I do not know, Faye said. But then Calvin said something directly to Gabrielle. He'd been talking to one of the other dancers before. Gabrielle just nodded in response and then lifted herself up on her toes on one foot. Her opposite leg kicked out behind her. And she just stood like that, staring back at the director. In the 45 seconds he made her pose, she didn't even bobble. What was that about? Harry asked. Faye was just shaking her head, smiling up at the stage. Harry noticed that the other 3 girls on the stage seemed a little surprised by the display. And one of them, he thought, looked a little jealous. I believe that, in terms you will understand, would be called icing it, she responded. So it was a good thing. Oh yes, Faye responded. And then her smile vanished from her face, and her expression hardened. There was no trace of the proud instructor left. But now, Mr. Potter, you must promise me something. What's that? Harry asked, raising an eyebrow. He was tempted to simply tell her that he didn't have to do anything for her. But something about what the dance instructor could want intrigued him. Do not let her get pregnant, Faye responded. Why does everyone assume I'm trying to sleep with her? Harry groaned. Faye just rolled her eyes. If I was concerned about you, I would not have brought it up. I would suspect that young Quidditch superstars understand the value of contraception, Faye said clinically. Usually, Harry responded. But why are you bringing that up then? I've already said. Gabrielle lets herself be led too much. But she is also a 17-year-old girl. And she is woefully naive. She has also had a boyfriend for over a year. I suspect at some point she will not fight his advances, Faye explained. So, Harry responded. Have the talk with her and brew up some contraception potions for her. I have had that talk with her, Faye responded. And I do not want to give her an excuse. Just do not let her do something she will regret. She will be a star. If she continues dancing. Faye spoke as Gabrielle walked off the stage. The auditions resumed as normal moments later. About 10 minutes later they met Gabrielle in the entrance of the building. She'd changed into normal street clothing and looked up at Madame Faye. How did I do? She asked, her voice quiet, as if she feared the answer. Very well, Faye responded. For your first audition you should be proud of yourself. Okay, Gabrielle said. And you looked like you were having a ball, Harry smiled. Gabrielle just stared at him for a few moments and then shrugged her shoulders. I guess, she said. Harry decided to try a different tactic. When do you find out if you've gotten a part? Harry asked. They will be contacting us within the next couple of days, Gabrielle said. Apparently they are doing this all day and then reviewing tonight. I just hope I did well enough. Well, I think you did awesome, Harry said. Thank you, Gabrielle said with a slight smile. Shall we go home now? No, Harry responded. No, Gabrielle asked, looking confused. Victory lunch time, Harry exclaimed. But I did not win anything, Gabrielle countered. Don't care, Harry said. And I am not hungry, Gabrielle said. Still don't care, Harry said. And then he turned his gaze to Faye. What do you say, Zoe, lunch? The dance instructor just stared at him. She pressed her lips together and Harry could see the wheels turning in her head. He assumed she was thinking about their earlier conversations, and just what such a lunch could entail. But eventually she just nodded. That would be lovely, Faye said stiffly. Gabrielle looked between the two for a moment, but just shrugged her shoulders once again. Well, let's go, Harry said. And they left the building. Harry walked next to Gabrielle as they searched for a Falmouth cafe worthy of providing them with lunch. But really, he didn't focus too much on that. Instead, he wondered just what he was going to do with the girl. He certainly hadn't expected the information he'd gotten from Faye. And part of him just didn't trust the ballet instructor. But part of him also knew that Zoe Faye did know much more about Gabrielle Delacour than he did. Of course, the woman had been one of the few constant figures in the girl's life. And Gabrielle probably had, in the last few years, spent more time with Faye than with her own parents. But a lot of that was purely because of the constraints of boarding school. Either way, he knew he'd have to ask her about her life. He'd have to pry, and he'd have to hope that she would talk to him. But he knew plenty about things that people didn't talk about. And things that people couldn't talk about. And he knew that, if she was anything like him, there were plenty of things she simply couldn't say. Harry just had to hope she wasn't like him. But discussion of the future would have to wait. There was simply too much for him to process, and seemingly not enough time to process it. Puddlemere's Poddington's pitch was one of the newest stadiums in the league. And the only one that had been completed since Harry's joining the league. And it was certainly an upgrade from their old pitch. Harry had many bad memories of the old stadium. Mostly stemming from bad losses from various fluky plays. Of course, the old stadium had seemed nice enough, if one was interested in the whole nostalgic building concept. Of course, you then also had to ignore the fact that Magic was clearly holding the entire thing together in such a haze that it seemed to sour everything around it. It had taken half a century to convince the United's fan base that they needed new facilities. But no one was disappointed with the results. And really, Harry thought as he stepped into a brand new locker room, there was probably a fairly good reason why it had been chosen as the home location for the English national team. Everything about the facility was spotless and still seemed brand new, despite 2 full seasons of use by the United. Harry had to admit, the stadium had always been one of his favorites to visit. And he knew that there probably wouldn't be a better spot to base their practices and meetings out of. Of course, the locker room the national team would be using had just been built that spring. But still, the rest of the building was pristine as well. There weren't any reporters there yet. But Harry knew they'd be coming soon enough, after all it was one of their media days. Harry wasn't particularly sure what they'd hoped to learn, given that the only new development had been the usual English Quidditch suspects appearing as reserves on the roster. But still, it had been Harry's third such meeting in the week since Gabrielle's audition. And Harry couldn't help but wonder just what he'd gotten himself into. He shook that thought out of his head. He'd always known there would be work involved. And so far it hadn't conflicted with Falmouth Quidditch at all. Of course, Harry knew he couldn't let it. Because there would be no way Lunfrey would let him hear the end of that. Harry stretched his arms over his head and wandered over toward the 7th locker in the locker room. He plopped himself down in the chair in front of it and just looked around. He knew the United were on pitch, finishing up a practice. And as tempted as he was to go and watch, he also knew that their coach wouldn't have taken too kindly to having a direct competitor watching a practice. So instead he just waited. He took of the English national team track jacket, shrugging it off and over the back of the chair he was sitting in as he gazed around. It was the first time they were doing one of these from the facilities that would serve as their home base, so he was mostly just attempting to get some sort of bearing. But it didn't matter. A few moments later Oliver Wood entered the locker room. Harry stood and opened his mouth to speak. But just as he did, Draco Malfoy followed Oliver into the room. He appeared to be joined at the hip by Ludo Bagman. Harry had to stifle a groan. But thankfully Oliver just smiled at him. "Harry," he yelled, boisterously. "Hey man," Harry responded, much less jovially. "How was practice?" "Same as ever. I suspect you know how that goes," Oliver responded. "Oh yes," Harry said. "I was going to come watch. But I figured your coach wouldn't appreciate that." "Probably not," Oliver agreed. "Unless he thought there was some way he could use it as a tactic to lure you to Puddlemere." "Well, couldn't have been worse than Davis," Harry commented. "That bad, Oliver asked. "Never played for anyone like that," Harry admitted. "It certainly wasn't fun." "Our job's supposed to be fun?" Oliver asked dryly. "Well, seems silly to work so hard on something you don't care at all for," Harry countered. "I suspect people do that quite often," Oliver said. "Have you seen how most people look when they're going to work?" "You probably have a point," Harry said. He was doing his best to ignore Ludo Bagman and Draco Malfoy, both of whom were standing near the doorway. Ludo was trying to keep Draco occupied. But the younger man didn't seem too content on letting the two Quidditch players spend too much time talking. "But seriously," Oliver said, letting the smile slip from his face. "How are you doing?" "I'm fine," Harry said, shrugging his shoulders. He knew what Oliver was asking. And while he wasn't being entirely honest, he also wasn't being entirely dishonest. "You sure, man?" Oliver asked. "It's been almost 2 months," Harry said. "I'm sure. I'm not sure how I would react to something like that," Oliver said. Harry just shook his head. It was a topic that he didn't really want to get into. "Poorly," Harry said. Oliver just looked at him, like he wasn't sure what to make of that response. He sensed more hostility from Harry than he'd ever recalled. Usually, Harry was simply quiet and reserved. But there was more to his words than Oliver wanted to acknowledge. "You're probably right," Oliver said. He figured it was simply best to not press Harry on the subject too much. Alicia and Katie had approached him about trying to break the ice. It was one of the only reasons he was happy about being present at this media event. But this Harry didn't seem much like the Harry he used to know. Of course, he hadn't really spent that much time with Harry in nearly a decade. Sure, they'd met up a few times as professional players. But it was nothing like the time spent back at Hogwarts. He certainly knew he wasn't the same person he'd been at 14. So it was silly to think Harry would be as well. "It's time to go to the press conference," Draco sneered from the doorway. "Why are you here?" Harry asked. "Because it's my job," Draco spat. Harry just stared at him for a moment. "Mr. Malfoy is the ministry liaison to the players for the World Cup," Ludo Bagman said helpfully from the entrance. Harry took a moment to wonder if there was some sort of ministry conspiracy to only give jobs to people he disliked. "No," Harry said, rather sternly. He could think of very few things that would bother him more than Draco Malfoy being required to be at every single event in the next few months. "You don't have a say in the matter," Draco said. Harry just stared at the other man. He resisted the urge to snap at Malfoy. Harry knew it wasn't worth it. He'd dealt with him enough in the past, and he really didn't see the need to bring up the past. "We should probably be getting to the press," Ludo said, looking for a way to break the sudden tension in the locker room. But Harry just looked at him. "If Malfoy is the liaison, then why are you here?" Harry asked. Bagman just stared at him. I serve as a." Bagman looked rather flustered. Harry just nodded and cut him off. "I thought so," Harry said. It didn't really surprise him that Bagman could get away with just showing up at places and acting like he knew what he was doing. But that was something he'd done in the past. "Where are we going, Oliver?" "Conference room is just down the hall. Take a left once outside," Oliver said. Harry nodded, slipped his jacket back on and walked out of the locker room, ahead of both Ludo and Malfoy. He wandered through the large open halls underneath Poddington's pitch until he saw a placard with the Pride logo on it labeled Conference Room. He stepped through the door quickly. Thankfully there weren't any camera flashes as he walked in. He looked around. The room had 3 tiers of seating, with perhaps 15 seats in each row. And they were almost entirely filled with reporters. There were even quite a few standing near the back. Lewis Barker sat at the middle of a small table on a stage near the front of the room. He was dressed formally, in a black suit. While Harry was accustomed to seeing him in black, as he usually wore black pants and a Ballycastle polo shirt while coaching, but the suit seemed a little excessive. At the very least, Barker's suit made Harry feel underdressed. He was simply wearing a pair of old jeans and the England track jacket he'd unpacked a few days before. He had it zipped about 3/4 of the way up and was wearing a Falmouth Falcons t-shirt underneath. Harry just gave the coach a brief nod as he walked behind him and sat on his left side. He leaned back in the chair and looked around the room. He recognized a couple of the reporters, including Robert Graves, in attendance. They were still, for the most part, chatting amongst each other and waiting for the press conference to begin. But Harry was more concerned about the fact that he didn't recognize the majority of the reporters. And that simply led him to believe that, while this was supposed to be entirely about Quidditch, he'd wind up being asked questions he did not want to answer. That didn't particularly bother him. He knew it would simply make for a shorter press conference. He saw Oliver enter a few moments later. The keeper stepped up to the same table that Harry and Lewis sat at. He took the remaining seat and put his elbows on the table, leaning forward and looking at the reporters. Oliver was smiling, and certainly looked much more photogenic than the other two at that moment. Draco Malfoy followed him into the room. He spoke for a few moments, advising the reporters just what the purpose of the press conference was, and that they should attempt to have their questions pertain to the English roster. Harry suspected that Barker's portion of the conference would be simply to discuss each of the reserve players. Harry had even prepared a few comments about all of them, if he was asked any questions. But he did assume the coach would be doing a great deal of that. "We will begin with Mr. Barker," Draco said. He and Ludo then walked up the middle of the conference room and leaned against the back wall. Just about every reporter's hand shot up as Draco finished, and the room got surprisingly loud. Harry leaned forward in his chair, figuring it was better if he at least pretended to pay attention while the coach spoke. "You," Barker said, pointing at one of the reporters. Harry recognized the man. He knew he was one of the beat reporters for one of the teams. But he couldn't remember which team at the moment. The question, unsurprisingly, was about Gwenog Jones, and how he thought she would handle losing not only her starting position on the roster, but also the captaincy. Harry only really listened to the first half of the answer before zoning out. He closed his eyes briefly, reflecting on the last week. It was hard for him to believe that barely any time had actually passed since Gabrielle's audition. She still hadn't heard if she had a part yet, but she did not seem particularly bothered by that. He'd been too busy to really ask, though. They'd had 2 matches, plus practices and then World Cup commitments. He hadn't had a free night that entire week. And he suspected that would stay for the coming months. It was more tiring than he cared to admit. But he suspected that he would grow accustomed to it. He didn't really pay attention to any of the questions. He just tried to sit there and not be bored as his mind wandered. Occasionally he would glance over to see a smirking Oliver Wood or an annoyed-looking Lewis Barker. He did, however, pay close enough attention to realize that his initial qualms were quite justified. While the first couple of reports did ask Quidditch-related questions, that quickly fell by the wayside. Barker was, rather dutifully, answering the questions, but he did not seem to be particularly happy about it. After about 25 minutes of questions, Barker reached for his water and Ludo Bagman spoke up. "I think it's about time to switch over to Mr. Wood," Bagman said. Harry expected any decisions made on specific timing would have come from Malfoy. But Draco was a little busy flirting with a reporter near the back of the room. She seemed about as interested in being at the press conference as Malfoy was. At least, Harry thought, Bagman would make sure they weren't there all night. The first question for Oliver had something to do with the honor of having the base for English Quidditch being his home stadium. Oliver gave a rather animated response and spent the next few minutes talking about the state-of-the-art facilities in great detail. Harry zoned that out. He'd certainly never admit it to any of the reporters, but, personally, he didn't really care where they practiced. He didn't find that to be a relevant detail. It wasn't like they'd actually play any matches in that stadium, anyway. But all that was just minor details that appeased people looking for inside information. Harry knew that Oliver killing 5 minutes talking about it would give the reporters something to write about. The questions continued. Oliver had a bit of an exchange with the reporters he was obviously familiar with, and again, the topic gradually became less and less related to Quidditch. After about 20 more minutes, Bagman interrupted once again. "And I think it's time to move on to Mr. Potter," Ludo said. Harry couldn't help but notice that the reporter who was speaking with Draco immediately lost all interest in him and turned to stare at the stage. "Robert," Harry said, pointing at Robert Graves. He suspected there may be some rumblings of favoritism, but at least he knew the first question would be Quidditch related. "Mr. Potter," Graves started. "First, let me congratulate you on your snitch catch last night in Appleby. The playoff picture is getting more precise at this point. Has the last month changed your opinion on Falmouth's playoff chances?" Harry stared at Graves for a moment. He hadn't expected a question completely unrelated to the World Cup. "It's certainly looking better," Harry admitted. "We've bonded as a team in the last few matches. And so far things are looking good. But there's still a lot of ground to cover. We'll have to play very well. Especially with the stretch against Montrose and Ballycastle coming up." "Excited to return to Ballycastle?" another reporter asked. "Of course," Harry said jovially. "I'm honestly not sure I've ever seen the visitors' locker room. It'll be an interesting experience." "How do you expect England to fare in cup play?" a third reporter asked. "I think they've picked out a solid line of players. And I suspect we'll be capable of giving everyone a run for their money," Harry said evenly. "Even Ireland or Bulgaria?" Graves asked. Both nations had dominated international play in the last few years, seemingly taking turns winning every international competition. "We'll see," Harry said. "But I look forward to having the chance to play against both of them." "Well, with the way it's set up, you do get Ireland in pool play, but Bulgaria would have to be in one of the final rounds. Either way, I look forward to it," Harry smiled. He knew the reporter likely wasn't giving them much of a shot to actually accomplish much in the tournament. But Harry didn't care. He certainly had experience in the underdog role, and it was something he'd always relished. "Any concerns about the captaincy? It's not something you've had in league play, and certainly not something you're familiar with," a different reporter asked from the other side of the room. Harry recognized him from various other events, but couldn't put a name to the face. "Well, I filled in for Titus in a few exhibition matches in the past," Harry said. "Granted, in both those matches he hadn't really had to do much. And I've worked with Lewis in the past as well. I suspect we'll come up with some type of system that works for the two of us." To his side, Lewis Barker nodded. "So no concerns at all?" The reporter continued. "There's always concerns," Harry said with a shrug of his shoulders. "But I certainly think I'm capable of performing the task at hand." "But why would they pick you?" another reporter asked. "It was a team vote," Oliver said from Harry's side. "So do Quidditch players just not pay attention to the league then?" the reporter asked. "I mean, not to sound rude, but 4 of the players on the roster were captain in the league at some point this year. Your name does not appear on that list." "Hey," Harry joked. "Don't blame me. I voted for Titus. So don't think you're worthy of the position." the reporter asked. And it dawned on Harry that this probably wasn't the time and place to be coy. "I'm honored by the vote," Harry said. "And I certainly think I'm capable of all the duties required of a team captain." He was attempting to just move on and get to the next question. Thankfully, a bunch of reporters also looked a bit put out that they were being ignored. So Harry solved his problem by simply turning his attention away from that reporter and pointing at another one on the opposite side of the room. He was asked a fairly inane question about the Seeker competition at the World Cup. He mostly just talked about Crumb in his answer. Although he referenced a few other Seekers as well. In fact, he was pretty sure he'd given the exact same answer in the past, but that didn't seem relevant at the moment. After he was asked about what style of play they were going to utilize in cup play, Harry didn't give a straight answer. But he didn't really have a choice. They hadn't had enough organized team activity for him to know how they were going to play. And even had they, he'd have deferred the question to Barker anyway. He knew better than to discuss strategy with the media. Eventually, the girl who was now ignoring Draco looked up from her notebook and raised her hand. Harry gestured to her with a curt nod. So, we're coming up on the 3-year anniversary of the ending of the Dolohov massacres. Care to give any comments on how they finally ended? The reporter asked. Harry felt his jaw go tight just on instinct. He preferred to not think about what some renegade Death Eaters attempted a few years after the war. But the questions still followed him. There's official ministry reports about that. You'd be better pressed getting your information there, he said carefully. Those reports are woefully incomplete and provide no insight into what actually happened. No one is even sure how Dolohov died, the girl commented. Harry just shrugged. Well, take that up with the ministry, Harry said curtly. I was at a match in Wigtown that evening. A match you did not play in, a different reporter commented. Shoulder injury, Harry shrugged. Spent the match in the trainer's office being poked and prodded. He turned away from that reporter and pointed to another Quidditch beat writer. The man asked a question about how he planned on dealing with the differing tactics of the elite seekers in the World Cup. Harry commented as vaguely as he could while still coming up with an answer. It was one of those questions that he wanted to say as little as possible, to avoid giving up any information that his opposites may find useful. Granted, he suspected they all knew exactly how he would play them. But he did his best to not think about that time. When Dolohov came back with Death Eaters and attacked Muggle towns, simply trying to cause chaos. They'd always managed to apparate away as the Aurors showed up. And it went on for months. Never would they attack a magical settlement, and there was no logic or pattern to their assaults. They lost, eventually. But it took far too long for that to come around. And it took far too much effort to end it. And Harry really didn't like thinking about how it ended. And what it had cost. So he zoned it out and he answered a few more, mostly non-consequential questions after that, wondering just how long this press conference was going to take. He resisted the urge to stand up and look for a clock to see just how long he'd been there. Harry gestured to another reporter that he didn't recognize and hoped that it would have better results than the last time. Has there been any update about the missing portkey? The reporter asked. Not that I've been informed of, Harry said. You'd have to go to the ministry for that. Does it bother you that the German ministry stopped their search? The reporter continued. I don't really think about it, Harry said. I trust that if they've stopped searching, they have a pretty good reason for it. How are you coping with the losses? It's certainly changed your day-to-day, I would think. As it just came out you are the owner of the Weasley's joke shop business now, a different reporter asked. With a lot of legal representation, Harry said. He hadn't actually seen a thing about the joke shop himself. Truth be told, he wasn't that concerned with it. He trusted the legal team he hired to make sure everything ran smoothly. Since he'd heard nothing to the contrary, and suspected the biggest tell would be when the quarterly profit reports came in. What's the plan with the joke shop, anyway? A different reporter asked. Harry recognized her face from the financial pages of the Daily Prophet. He couldn't help but wonder if she'd sat here purely hoping to ask a question like that. It wouldn't have surprised him, as he refused to talk about non-Quidditch activities when doing press conferences with the team. In Harry's mind, at least, it was a much more legitimate question than he'd been asked to that point. So he decided to be surprisingly more candid in his answer. I hired a consulting group to go in, take over the day-to-day operations, hire or promote new management and look over all of the books. After that, I'll probably just give it to Charlie and Percy and let them do with it what they will, Harry said, shrugging his shoulders. You're not going to try to sell it? The reporter asked. He'd read that rumor in the paper a few times. Harry hadn't ever really thought about it. I never really deserved to be a part owner, Harry said. I just plan on making sure the business operations are running smoothly, and then I'll figure out what exactly to do with it. It was always more of a Weasley family business. I figure it deserves to be back in the family. Why waste the money setting it up then? A different reporter asked. Because I think Percy and Charlie have enough to worry about at this point, Harry said. They don't need another thing put onto their plate. So you're not going to be selling the joke shop? Another reporter asked. It isn't mine to sell, Harry reiterated, wondering how many times he'd have to make that point clear. I can't guarantee whatever Percy or Charlie will want to do with it. But that decision will be up to them. I suspect if they want to, they could both probably live off of the profits from selling it. But that's a decision they'll have to come up with on their own time. And how about the Delacour estate? Word has it you've been unusually active in those matters, another reporter asked. I don't know if I'd say active, Harry said. Gabrielle asked me for help with figuring out what she had and what she should do. I'm mostly just looking through it all with her. He was growing rather annoyed with the line of questioning. But Draco and Ludo both seemed uninterested in stopping the press conference. He pressed his lips together and wondered if he should start really being an ass. But is it your place to do so? A reporter asked. Help out a friend. I'd like to think so, Harry commented. Are we done talking about Quidditch now? He turned his gaze to Draco, who was still trying to flirt with the bee-owned that asked the question about Dolohov. She looked vaguely familiar as well, but Harry couldn't place it. He was fairly confident he'd never met her, but there was something about her. Harry was at least appreciative that his efforts were being mostly ignored. Speaking of Miss Delacour, the bee-owned girl ignoring Malfoy said, do you really think it wise to be living with an underage girl? Harry's instinct was to clarify her age. But instead he just bit his tongue. He knew that it would be wise to leave her out of the conversation if at all possible. Really? Was all he said. He said it as dryly and as unfeelingly as he could, hoping that his disinterest would abandon the line of questioning. But there were already other reporters mumbling to each other. And he had to think. It wasn't really public knowledge that Gabrielle Delacour had moved in with him. Sure, some people had made the connection, but it hadn't been all over the place. It's not like you haven't been spotted with her out in town. And even photographed with your arm around her. Care to explain your relationship with the girl? With no guardians around, I think someone should be looking out for her, the bee-owned girl said sweetly. Something about her now reminded Harry way too much of the bad interviews from his school years. And we're done, Harry said, taking the way out he never had with Rita. He turned to see both Barker and Oliver looked fairly alarmed. He stood from the table and stepped around behind it, heading for the exit of the conference room. Mr. Potter, Draco said. You're required to answer questions for another 15 minutes. That's nice, Harry said. He reached for the door and stepped out into it. Once outside, it only took him a few steps to regret his decision. But he couldn't stop and go back inside. He frowned to himself as he walked toward the home locker room, where he knew the flow would be. Deep down he knew he wasn't really bothered by the questions. Well, the Dolohov ones bothered him. But he'd had to answer those before. They weren't that unusual. People were always looking for answers to things like that. They didn't know that there were things Harry wouldn't talk about. Things he couldn't talk about. He shook his head as he was forced to think about those times. It was that question that bothered him. And it bothered him far more than it probably should have. But it was the implications. And the way that people looked at him when they asked about it. And how they all seemed to know what happened, without having a clue what happened. It wasn't things he enjoyed. Sure, the questions about Gabrielle didn't help. But there wasn't much he could do about that. He knew they'd come. And he knew that there was nothing there. And that really, at this point, it didn't matter. Soon she'd go back to school and that would be the end of it. He just hoped she'd be happy and adjusted by the time that it came about. But there was something more about it that bothered him. The girl's questions seemed more malicious. Perhaps that was simply because of the nature of his questions. But he didn't like how she was talking to Draco, and how the only questions she asked were the subjects he would never talk about. And that they were questions that other reporters knew better than to ask. And her familiarity bothered him too. But he couldn't quite place it. Something about the way she spoke, and the way she carried herself, reminded him of someone he knew. But his mind wasn't making any legitimate connections at that point, no matter how hard he tried to focus his thoughts in that direction. Of course, he knew that thanks to his own childishness, every article in every sports page across the country would be about how he stormed out of the press conference, refusing to answer questions about his young ward. He suspected that other publications would dig more into just who his ward was, and that the next few weeks would be a bit annoying. But they'd probably be harder on Gabrielle than on him. He stepped into the locker room and tossed some powder into the fire. The flames changed immediately and he stepped through, giving his Falmouth address. He let the magic transport him into the large empty room they used purely for flow travel. Harry stepped out of the small room and into their much larger living room. He heard a familiar jazz theme on the television and wasn't too surprised to see Gabrielle and Titus there, both staring at the screen. He was, however, a little surprised to see just how they were sitting. Titus was relaxing on one end of the couch, leaning back, wedged between the back of the couch and the armrest. But that wasn't the surprising part. In fact, that was pretty much how Titus always sat on the couch, at least when he wasn't laying across it. The surprise was the fact that Gabrielle was laying, resting her back mostly on his chest. And that he had his arm around her. She appeared to be wearing pajamas, but a blanket covered most of her body. Her hair was pulled back loosely, swept mostly over one shoulder as she leaned against him. "This show is depressing," she sniffed from the couch. Harry could barely hear her from the doorway. He started to sneak over toward the stairs, hoping neither of them noticed him as he just snuck up to his room. "At times it is, sunshine, but you get used to it," Titus said. Harry was caught dead in his tracks by the nickname. But he just blinked and kept moving toward the stairs. He did, however, hear a loud thunk, as if she'd turned and attempted to hit Titus. Harry figured it wouldn't be very effective. But she must have shifted in her seat, because she noticed him. "Harry," she said. "You are back." "Yes," Harry responded simply. He turned and looked at both of his friends as they sat on the couch. "How was it?" Titus asked. Harry just frowned and shook his head. "A lot of reports, and not many of them that were interested in Quidditch," Harry said. But he really didn't feel like talking at that point. He knew that Titus wouldn't say anything that would bother him too much. And he wouldn't joke right then. Because Titus could always tell when to simply leave him alone. But he didn't know if Gabrielle knew him that well yet. And he didn't want to do something to hurt her feelings. So poorly, Titus frowned and paused the show. "Yes," Harry said. And he didn't add anything more. Instead he just wandered up the stairs toward his bedroom. "Should we let him go?" he heard Gabrielle say as he turned away from them. "Probably, Princess," Titus said. "Sometimes he just likes to be left alone." He paused at the top of the stairs, and on Titus's second pet name in the last minute. But he just shook his head and kept walking to his room. It was pleasantly cold when he entered it. He turned on the ceiling fan anyway. He usually preferred his living quarters to be a little drafty. It probably had something to do with how he was forced to live at the Dursleys, or perhaps spending his formative years in a rather drafty castle. But it was just how he liked it. Harry peeled off the track jacket he wore to the conference and tossed it onto the back of a chair. He stretched his arms above his head and wondered why he let the conference bother him that much. Usually he didn't have any issue completely zoning out such activities, but for some reason that didn't work out today. He could only think of that. Perhaps, there was simply too much involved with being the team captain and he just needed some rest. Thinking on rest made him debate stepping into the shower. But he decided against it and instead just threw himself down on his bed. He closed his eyes and just attempted to clear his mind. But his thoughts were still on the past, and they were soon simply filled with images of things he rather not think about. A knock on his door brought him out of that darkness, though. He debated just not responding, pretending to already be asleep. But he'd only been up there for perhaps 5 minutes, and that excuse probably wouldn't fly. Although, he doubted whoever was knocking would press if he ignored it. But Harry wasn't one to ignore anything. "Yes?" he asked, staring up at his ceiling. "May I come in?" Gabrielle asked quietly. He could barely hear her through the door. "If you think that's a good idea," Harry said. There was a momentary pause before his door creaked open. "Why would it not be?" Gabrielle asked. Harry didn't take his gaze off the ceiling fan, watching one of the blades as rhythmically sliced through the air. "I'm probably not the best person to talk to right now," he said stiffly. He knew he needed a couple of hours alone to get back to normal. He was fighting to urge to do something silly, like find out who that owned reporter was and pull some clout as Harry Potter and get her fired. Of course, He knew he wasn't nearly as selfish to really cost someone their livelihood over such a trivial matter. But he knew he could, and at that moment he really wanted to. Even though a large part of him was simply trying to tell him that she was just doing her job. Then do not talk, Gabrielle said. Come down and watch Titus's show with us. I really don't want to do that right now, Gabrielle, Harry said. I know, she responded. Which is exactly why you should do it. Interesting logic, Harry responded dryly. No, it is good logic. You are just going to sit here and brood. So you should come downstairs and do something that will make you not just sit here and be mad. Thanks, but no thanks, Harry said. He closed his eyes and hoped she would leave. And a moment later he heard the quiet closing of a door. He smiled a little to himself and enjoyed the silence for a moment. But then the weight on his bed shifted and he opened his eyes and looked to his side. Gabrielle was lying next to him. She'd undone her hair and it fanned out across one of his pillows. She was just staring up at the ceiling as well. I do not see what is entertaining about the fan, she said. I'm trying to nap, Harry said. No, Gabrielle said. You do not nap. You just sleep until noon. Everyone naps, Harry said. Not at 9 at night, Gabrielle said. Then I'm going to bed, Harry commented. Fully clothed? She asked. She rolled onto her side and looked at him. You're being difficult, Harry said. Less than you, Gabrielle responded. But if you want to go to bed, then go to bed. She shifted a bit, resting more comfortably on the pillow and staring at him. He shifted onto his side as well and stared at her. Titus is going to be annoyed if you keep the show paused too long, Harry said. Gabrielle just shrugged off his attempt at argument. He has seen the episodes before, she said. It will still annoy him, Harry said. Let him be annoyed then, Gabrielle responded. He seems to have no issue with annoying others himself. He does find amusement in that, Harry said. So are we going to bed then? Gabrielle asked quietly. Harry pressed his lips together and fought back the first comments that came into his mind. No, I don't think so, he said carefully. Gabrielle just smiled at him and sat up. Good, so you are coming to watch the show. She stared down at him. She was wearing pink cotton shorts and she tucked her legs underneath her, propping herself up on one long, thin arm. Her hair fell down around her shoulders. One strap of her pale blue tank top was slipping down her shoulder. Harry stared at her for a moment, willing her to just leave. But she didn't. In fact, she did quite the opposite, and just sat there, on his bed, staring at him, with wide blue eyes. No, he said again. Well then slide over, Gabrielle said. What? Harry asked. I'm not leaving, she said sternly. In fact, the tenacity in her words surprised him. She wasn't one to typically argue or put up a fight. Why not? Harry asked, finding himself more curious than anything. He also did not give her any additional room on his bed. Because you do not look happy, Gabrielle said. And you usually look happy. Or at least amused. And I think you should talk about it. I don't want to talk about it, Harry said. But you will anyway, Gabrielle said. I don't think so, Harry repeated. No, you will. It will make you feel better. Madam always makes me stay until I bring up what is bothering me, Gabrielle explained. Harry just kept looking up at her. So we're discussing things that are bothering us, Harry said. If it will make you feel better, Gabrielle said. She tilted her head to the side and smiled at him. Her smile brightened her entire face. Harry rather enjoyed how serenely happy she looked. It bothers me that you don't eat anything, Harry said. He blurted it out before he really had time to think about what he was saying. He knew, immediately, as the smile slipped from her face. She looked away from him, and even shifted a little toward the edge of the bed, away from him. And he noticed that, for the first time he could recall, she actually looked worried, even perhaps frightened. His heart fell. He wished for a time-turner to go back so she would be smiling again. But instead he could only bite his lip. He remembered how Faye said she'd talked to Gabrielle about her dietary regimen at length. He even recalled hearing either Josie or Sophie chastising her about food before. He wondered if, Perhaps, by mentioning it, he crossed some sort of line and took away an area of solace where she didn't have to deal with those questions. He also wondered if it was the exact last thing he should have said. "I'm sorry, I shouldn't have said anything," he said after a moment. Gabrielle did not raise her gaze back to his. "I eat," she said meekly. But she responded. She didn't simply storm out of the room. And Harry was stuck. He didn't know if he should argue with her, or try to change the subject. "Barely," he said as arguing won out. "It is my diet." Gabrielle frowned. "I've seen your diet," Harry said. "Faye gave me a copy of it. You don't eat in a day what she specifies for you to eat in a meal." "Sometimes I do," she argued. And Harry just shook his head. "Sometimes you eat in a day what you're supposed to eat in a single meal?" Harry asked. "Yes," she said quietly. And then shook her head. "Okay. Well, that came out wrong." "Yes," Harry said. "Yes, it did. I really do not want to talk about this, Harry," she said after a moment. As she spoke, she looked at him, and she looked more determined than he could recall seeing her. "And I didn't want to talk about the session with the reporters," Harry said. "It is not the same," Gabrielle frowned. "Sure it is," Harry replied. "No, it is not. You simply looked like you needed to vent. It is not something I can vent about. Do you remember how in Romania you said there were things that you could not talk about?" Gabrielle said. "Yes," Harry said, looking at her curiously and wondering what she was trying to say. "Well, it is something that I cannot talk about," Gabrielle said. "That isn't the same," Harry said, mirroring her words from just moments earlier. "Yes, it is," she responded, mirroring his. "No," Harry argued. "Because the things I can't talk about are not having an impact on my health." "I am healthy," Gabrielle said. "I passed a physical for the performance." "And they didn't say anything?" Harry said. "No, they did not," Gabrielle said. And then she looked at him and asked a question he had no idea how to probably answer. "What do you think is wrong with me?" "Nothing," he stuttered, debating how to have this conversation. "I just think that you are too thin." "I am larger than Fleur was at my age," Gabrielle countered. Harry just stared at her, not quite believing that she was trying to argue that. "No, you aren't," Harry said. "Yes, I am," Gabrielle said indignantly. "Gabrielle, I grew up in a cupboard eating scraps. I was still probably developmentally stunted by my 4th year at Hogwarts, and Fleur was bigger than me. And even at that point I probably had at least 20 pounds on you now," Harry said. "In a cupboard." Gabrielle frowned at him. Harry just shook his head. That part of the story wasn't as well known as it should have been. In fact, most in the wizarding world thought he'd had a fairly normal childhood. But it was easier to lie. And it was easier to not give the purebloods any more anti-muggle fodder to use post-Voldemort. "Yes," Harry said. "But that isn't the point. The point is you are not remotely near larger than your sister was." "Sure I am. She and Mom always said that I was," Gabrielle said. "Really?" Harry asked. "Yes," Gabrielle said. She wasn't frowning at him anymore, which was nice. But she was just staring passively at him. Harry had a feeling that this conversation wasn't going to get anywhere. She'd done her part, she'd answered his questions, and he'd have to reciprocate. "I'm sorry about what's going to be in the papers tomorrow," he said. "What is that?" she asked. "There's probably going to be some articles insinuating that I'm taking advantage of you in all manner of inappropriate ways," Harry said. "It will pop around for a week. You'll probably get all sorts of flow calls from your friends that are more annoying than anything. It'll blow over in a week or so, if that. But it won't be fun." "I see," Gabrielle said. "Is that what had you upset?" "Amongst other things," Harry said. "Mostly quite a few reporters saw it as a way to ambush me with questions not related to Quidditch. Which wasn't supposed to be allowed. But our representative didn't do a damn thing to stop it. And that is all that has you bothered," Gabrielle said. She sounded a little bit surprised. Like she didn't consider that to be a big deal. "Well, yes," Harry said. "I'm a pretty private person in general. And I really don't like being badgered about things in the past." "Like the war?" Gabrielle asked. "For one," Harry said. "But there's any other things too. Most Quidditch reporters respect that and don't ask about it constantly." Hell, for the most part, my team has always tried to limit press credentials at my conferences to avoid such a thing. But this is a whole new can of worms. And you did not expect that? Gabrielle asked. I didn't, Harry said. I probably should have. I was a little alarmed when I didn't recognize most of the reporters. What did they ask about? Gabrielle asked. Harry just shook his head. Some things that happened with renegade Death Eaters after the war to start, Harry sighed. And then implied that I'm taking advantage of you by letting you stay here and helping out with your parents' estate. But that is silly, Gabrielle said. Yes. But it's shock news. Most people won't take it seriously. Some will overreact. And everyone will forget about it in the next week, Harry said. So why is it a big deal? Gabrielle asked. Because it's something that you shouldn't have to deal with. Some diligent reporters will try to find you and get a quote. I suggest not talking to them at all. Remember that they can't make you talk, Harry sighed. I do not think that will be a problem, Gabrielle said. You'd be surprised. They can be remarkably insistent, Harry said. I suspect. But I do not leave much. Typically only when we go out. So unless they break into your home, they will not likely be able to get a comment out of me. And I suspect if they break into your home, they will not remember whatever comments I did make. Gabrielle smiled down at him. He couldn't help but smile back at her. He really did appreciate all forms of levity. And her comments just made him think about what he wanted to do to a rather large number of reporters. You're probably right. Still, be careful. They're resourceful, Harry warned. I will be, Gabrielle responded. But now, speaking of going out, can I ask you something? Of course, Harry said. By this point he hoped she'd have just grown accustomed to the fact that his answer was usually just yes and simply ask the question in the first place. I do not know if you have anything planned. But I was hoping that you would go to dinner with me for your birthday, Gabrielle said. She focused her gaze on him and bit her bottom lip slightly. Harry could only be amused by the fact that she seemed so concerned that his answer would be no. Sure. That sounds like fun, Harry said. He rather enjoyed the wide smile that spread across her face as he finished speaking. And he couldn't resist the urge to play with her a little after that. Is it like a date? No, Gabrielle said, rolling her eyes, but maintaining the smile. I have a boyfriend. So you've said, Harry responded. So where are we going then? I do not know, Gabrielle responded. I wanted to make sure that you said yes before I made any plans. You will find out on your birthday. Fun, Harry smiled. I look forward to it. Me too, Gabrielle said. And she then took a moment to lift herself off his bed. Now will you come and watch this stupid show with Titus and I? What's the crew getting up to this time? Harry asked, wondering at what point in the series she was at. There is some monster on their ship that is infecting them, Gabrielle said. 2 of them were bitten. Toys in the attic? Harry asked. Maybe. Gabrielle shrugged. I do not pay that close of attention to the chapter titles. Well, that's a good one. I'll come, Harry said. He knew he shouldn't have let the conversation drop. That there were more things that needed to be said. But they both had their limits, and he didn't want to risk having to answer any more of her questions to be able to ask his own. So instead he stood as well and walked with her down the stairs. Titus's voice rang out as soon as they hit the bottom step. About time, princess, he sighed. Was getting sick of waiting. You're always sick of waiting, Harry scoffed. Titus nodded a bit and looked at his friend like he couldn't understand just what use his last comment was to the conversation as a whole. Sorry. Gabrielle just rolled her eyes. She didn't sound at all sorry. It's all right, sunshine, Titus said. Harry walked around the couch and sat on the opposite end of Titus. What's with the pet names? He asked. After seeing the 2 of them practically cuddled on the couch, he was almost afraid of the answer. She didn't say anything. Titus asked. No, Harry said. He turned his gaze to Gabrielle. She sat in the middle of the couch, perhaps a little closer to Harry than Titus. I am dancing the part of Princess Aurora in 2 of the 3 performances, Gabrielle said. And the nicknames suddenly made sense. Harry suspected Titus would spend the next few days thinking of puns related to royalty and the sun to see just how many unique nicknames he could bestow upon the girl. That's the lead, right? Harry asked. Yes, it is, Gabrielle said. But I do not want victory dinner, or drinks, or anything at the moment. So do not even offer. But, Harry started. I already tried, Titus finished. Well, I told you that you were fantastic. And I obviously wasn't the only one to see it. I can't wait to see you perform, Harry gushed. He wanted to say more, but she interrupted him. Thank you, Gabrielle said. But start the show, Titus. And Titus simply nodded and obeyed. So Harry turned his attention to the television, smiling about the fact that his ward obtained such a good part. But eventually, his attention focused on the images on the screen. And he simply joined Titus and Gabrielle in watching the show. He wasn't really paying attention as she shifted and rested against him on the couch. He dozed off after a few episodes, wondering about how he would ever get through his media commitments if they were all simply about him and the war, and knowing that the actually matches for the cup couldn't come soon enough. He just hoped that by the time he was finished with this World Cup, he would still want to be on a World Cup roster. Although he knew that it would take more than a few reporters trying to spoil the honor to actually succeed in that regard. I can't believe that you're actually making me come to this, Harry grumbled. They were walking up an annoyingly long drive. Harry wasn't quite sure why the apparition point was so far away from the home, but he suspected they had their reasons. You're the one that agreed to this in the first place, Titus responded. I thought he'd forget about it, Harry admitted. No, you just thought it would take longer for him to pop Davis, Titus countered. Harry nodded a bit to himself. Titus was right with that. Harry was surprised when it happened, but it was probably overdue. But you're the one who wants the lettering on your uniform, Harry whined, attempting to convince Titus to tell him to go home. Not enough to actually meet with Lunfrey by myself, Titus said. I wonder if he's hired a coach yet, Harry said. It was mostly just idle conversation as they wandered up the path. Would you? Titus responded. We haven't lost since. Yeah, but the staff is pretty diminished at the moment, Harry said. At least you're making a good impression with decisions during matches. And we haven't played anyone good yet, either. Although that would change in the next few days. Perhaps. I'm sure he'll have something to say about that. But it's always easy to avoid commentary on play calling when your seeker wins every game, Titus laughed. I try, Harry deadpanned. The media in Falmouth had changed since the press conference. They weren't going out of their way to be nice to him. And there were now questions of how he handled himself, and how he would hold up to the pressure of the World Cup. Harry knew he'd brought it on himself and that he shouldn't have lost his temper at Draco and the mysterious bee. Owned. Well, she wasn't that mysterious now. It had only taken Harry a few hours of thinking about it to realize who the girl was. And he wasn't particularly happy with that discovery. But it wasn't something he really had time for yet. Thankfully, Titus hadn't brought it up. But Harry half suspected his former Slytherin friend was simply waiting for the best time to use an appropriate one-liner. The news coming out of the press conference was mostly negative. But Harry had suspected that after he'd stormed out, some of the more legitimate sports reporters ignored his temper tantrum. Of course, most of them understood that Harry Potter had limits with the media. And they respected that because he wasn't the type that ever refused an interview, or a question, or to help get a quote for a story. Just as long as it had something to do with Quidditch. Robert Graves, for example, had not reported on any of the questions Harry had been asked that didn't relate directly to the World Cup. If one simply read his article, one would have assumed that the press conference had been nothing out of the ordinary. It was, perhaps, not the best journalistic integrity, but it was something Harry appreciated. And it wasn't like Graves hadn't been critical of his play in the past. The man had been particularly hard on him during a rough patch in Ballycastle where just about everything could go wrong. At the time, it had irritated Harry. But he knew the man had been right. Even if it took him 2 years to admit it. Graves was nothing if not fair. But other reporters highlighted the more negative parts of the press conference. And most periodicals were quick to pick up those articles. That didn't really bother Harry. He expected it. Sure, the comments about anonymous teammates doubting he'd be a capable captain were a bit annoying. But they came with the territory. Had Harry been a bit pettier, he'd have made a comment along the lines of that in her 3 World Cups as captain, Gwenog Jones had managed to win one actual match. So he certainly didn't have that big of expectations. But he knew it would just be a matter of time before those articles vanished. And that if they weren't successful, he'd likely never be the captain again, especially with the likes of Button and Hillard waiting in the wings. Of course, they really had next to no expectations. So as long as they weren't thoroughly embarrassed in all of their matches, he suspected most of the reporters would consider it a win. Although he knew he'd have to be more personable in those interviews if that time came. But it wasn't the Quidditch speculation that bothered him. It was the other articles. The ones that ran with whatever the B-owned reporter had speculated at the press conference. And since then were articles about Gabrielle in nearly every paper. Some were innocent enough. A few were simply articles recapping the accident and going over what basic facts could be obtained about the French girl. There was very little, but Harry knew it was only a matter of time before they tracked down her acquaintances. He wasn't worried much about Madame Fay. He suspected that most reporters wouldn't quite realize what they were getting into if they approached the dance instructor. Her friends, though, probably wouldn't realize that they were being used for quotes. And anything to gain some sort of insight to Gabrielle's relationship with Harry. Of course, he also knew that many of them would likely be more amused to see their names in print. It never ceased to amaze Harry with how quickly that amusement could cover up any indignation at being misquoted. No one had come knocking on his door asking for an interview yet. Again, the sports reporters knew better. But others weren't as experienced with respecting Harry's limits. And he suspected one or two would become overzealous. But he'd just have to deal with that when the time came. Part of him was debating setting Gabrielle up with an interview. He knew plenty of reporters that would be fair, ask easy questions, and write a pointless piece that distracted people while they thought of the next best thing. He'd have to discuss all of that with her. In his experience, though, it was better to talk for a few minutes and let them move on. Still, he was thankful that Titus hadn't mentioned any of those articles. Harry was sure his friend was aware of them as well. But Titus knew better than to comment on it. And Harry appreciated that more than he could say. Honestly, the more I think about it, the more I am surprised that Lunfrey actually is doing this, Harry admitted as they neared the door. You should have known he would, Titus laughed. He secretly wishes he was a member of the Falcons. Well, you know, he could sign himself to a deal and activate himself, Harry suggested. If all he wanted was to be part of the team. Don't give him any ideas, Titus commented quickly. The last thing we need is more excess baggage. All right, fine, I'll make sure. I don't think he could be a better beater than Jordan, Harry said with a shrug of his shoulders. Hey, he's doing better, Titus said, more defensively than Harry thought. You're more invested in this kid than I expected, Harry said. He pondered, for a moment, just how odd it was for him to call Jordan Wall a kid. As they weren't that far apart in years. But in games played and general Quidditch experience, well, the gap was larger than Harry cared to admit. He reminds me of me, Titus shrugged. Except his problem is confidence, Harry said. And I have a really hard time seeing you as ever lacking confidence. Hey, I learned a lot from Finbar before you showed up, Titus said. I'm sure you did, Harry commented. But Wall is not the player Quigley is. No, but I can play defensively. And maybe if we're here long term we can shift him into the hybrid role. I don't know. We'll worry about that when there's actually a head coach, Titus said. He pressed his lips together as he spoke. And Harry could see the Quidditch tactics wheels spinning in his head. But he figured it was easier to just let Titus think than continue the discussion at that point. And not simply because he didn't feel like listening to a pro and con list of Wall's skills. Probably for the best, Harry agreed. I am also a bit surprised you didn't make me do this alone. Well, you have a poor track record when left to your own devices lately, Titus responded, referencing the press conference. But Harry couldn't do more than shake his head and smirk. Go to hell, he responded. And anyway, I have to make sure that it's clear to Lunfrey that I do not participate in any form of off-season youth camp no matter how much begging or pleading there is. And even if I'm billed to show up I will not, Titus said. Isn't that in your contract? Harry asked. He knew his friend has a general disdain for children and charity youth work. Really? Harry couldn't blame him. Harry participated purely because he often didn't have anything better to do during the off-season. Does Lunfrey strike you as the type to really meticulously look over our contracts? Titus asked. No, Harry admitted. He wasn't even aware of my opt-out. Of course, that was immediately after the trade was processed. So I guess he has some sort of an excuse there. Maybe, Titus said. I'm not going to risk it. Last thing I need is him running his mouth about how I'll be at some kid's event only to have me not show. Well, you could, show, Harry countered. Tried that. Was awful. Not doing it again, Titus responded. Huh, and here I thought you didn't care at all about your reputation, Harry commented. I don't, Titus said. But come on. Drink too much and sleep around. Men love you for that and women shake their heads and still buy magazines with you shirtless on the cover. But be mean to kids in public. There's no coming back from that. Priorities, Harry laughed. Exactly, Titus said. He reached the door to Derek Lunfrey's rather large estate first. So the beater reached out and knocked on the door. Harry wasn't exactly sure what he expected when they got there. A house elf, probably, if he thought about it. But whatever it was, it certainly wasn't a pretty, young, brunette in a little green dress. Harry, Titus, the woman yelled. She held a glass of wine in one hand and smiled at them, gesturing for them to enter. Gemma Farley. Titus laughed, seeming to recognize the woman. The name didn't mean anything to Harry. Gemma Lunfrey, she corrected. Come now. Derek is in the sitting room. He's been looking forward to having you two over all day. She turned sharply as she finished speaking. Harry and Titus simply followed her down the hall. You know her? Harry asked quietly. He and Titus trailed far enough behind that he suspected the woman couldn't hear him. She was 2 years ahead of me, Slytherin, Titus responded. Harry just nodded. Good for Lunfrey, he laughed, quietly. I guess, Titus said, just shaking his head. Harry did some mental math based off Titus's age and how old he assumed Lunfrey was and wondered if the general manager really knew what he was getting into. Just in here, boys, Gemma said from in front of them. They followed her into a large sitting room. Harry was reasonably relieved that Derek Lunfrey was the only other person in the room. He sat at the end of a couch with a drink in one hand and a sheet of paper in the other. Oh, put that away, Derek. Gemma said. Your guests are here. And she plopped herself down on the couch next to him. He looked at her, then up at the two Quidditch players. Oh, good to see you boys, Lunfrey said. It's been too long. Sure has, Harry responded sarcastically, but the manager didn't seem to notice. Can I get you drinks? Lunfrey asked, standing up and making his way over to the small bar in the corner. What do you have? Titus asked, eyeing the bar. Everything, Lunfrey said. Some type of scotch on the rocks, Titus said. Lunfrey took out his wand and waved it casually. 2 glasses floated up from underneath the bar. Moments later, ice cubes floated out of a nearby fridge and into the glasses. Lunfrey picked up a scotch and started pouring it into the glass. Some type of vodka, olives if you have them, Harry said. Regular or blue cheese? Lunfrey asked, pouring Harry's drink. Blue cheese, Harry said after thinking about it for a moment. 3 olives speared themselves onto a small plastic pick and deposited themselves into his drink. Both drinks floated over to the Quidditch players. Harry plucked his out of the air and swirled the olives around in the alcohol before taking a sip. He couldn't help but wonder if drinking straight alcohol wasn't the best approach to a meeting with the general manager. And you dear? Lunfrey asked. Gemma, who was now perched on the side of the couch, pressed her lips together and seemed to think about that for a moment. White wine, please, she said, offering her glass to her husband for refilling. Derek nodded and poured 2 glasses of it before walking back toward the couch and sitting next to his wife. She plucked her glass out of his hand and took a large sip out of it. Well, nice match against Wimborne, Lunfrey said, referring to their last match. It was a good win, Titus agreed before taking a sip of his drink. I'm just amazed that we're actually being referenced in the playoff picture, Lunfrey beamed. Still a lot of ground to make up, Harry said dryly. They did appear in the hunt section of the standings. But they were the last team on that list. But they were beating the ones ahead of them fairly often. Don't mind him, Titus laughed. He's always a pessimist. I don't like to get ahead of myself, Harry said. He found it to be the best way to keep his focus. Well, the upcoming match against Montrose promises to be an incredible affair, Lunfrey said. Harry just scoffed and took a large gulp of his drink. And a perfect way to ruin Harry's birthday, Titus laughed. Oh, Lunfrey looked a little confused. Harry could only hope it was about Montrose and not his birthday. He really didn't want the team owner doing anything for the date. But he suspected Lunfrey knew better than to go there. James Parker and the Montrose Magpies are Harry's personal kryptonite, Titus said. Harry was a little bit surprised that Titus was able to make that reference. But the pureblood never ceased to amaze him. Really? Lunfrey asked. I'd never noticed anything. Well, except that championship match a few years back. That's where it all began. Titus laughed. It wasn't. But for the sake of the story that made about as much sense. And Harry really didn't feel like recounting every embarrassing loss he'd suffered at the hands of the Magpies. Sure, he'd beaten them a couple of times in the last few years. But it was under a handful, and he honestly wished he didn't have to fly against them in any form of playoff competition. So I should not watch any match against the Magpies? Lunfrey asked, the hint of a joke in his voice. Harry wasn't sure how to take it, but Titus laughed. That's probably for the best. Here I hope that getting out of black and red robes would maybe change his luck. But after the first showing, the beater let his voice trail off. In Mr. Potter's defense, though, the match wasn't proceeding too terribly until he was pulled from it. I pinned that loss far more on Davis than I would Harry. We'll never know how it would have turned out had he stayed in, Lunfrey said with an odd sort of confidence. Harry just took another sip of his drink and took a moment to fish out one of the olives and pop it into his mouth. We'll find out soon enough, Harry said quietly. You boys are just going to go off about Quidditch now, aren't you? Gemma asked, already sounding annoyed with the conversation. That's the plan, Lunfrey responded. I'm going to go check on Bitsy, then, Gemma said, standing from the couch. She always does overcook the chicken. Okay, dear, Lunfrey said as his wife walked out of the room. Titus let his eyes linger perhaps a little bit too long on her. But Derek didn't seem to notice. So what did you want to discuss? Harry asked, hoping that would bring everything back to the topic at hand. Everything? Lunfrey asked. I mean, I still haven't hired a coach. Harry couldn't tell if the manager was joking or not. But he did know that there was some speculation as to why it was taking so long. But given that the team was winning, and winning fairly consistently, some media outlets simply assumed that they'd simply go with the keeper coach for at least the remainder of the season. How are the interviews going? Titus asked. They're okay. Derek frowned. But I'm not sure about most of them. Since I can't interview anyone currently working for a professional team. Anyone at all stick out? Harry asked. He was interested in seeing just how candid Lunfrey would be. A couple, Derek said. In particular Amanda Olsen and Connor McNamara. I thought Olsen was coaching in North America, for like Sasquatch or something, Titus said. Saskatoon, Harry responded dryly. She was let go near the beginning of their season. She apparently didn't get on well with the star player, Lunfrey said. Because we haven't seen that happen before, Titus laughed. Quite, Lunfrey responded. Alicia and Angelina always had good things to say about Olsen, Harry commented. He remembered the girls saying rather positive about their coach a few years back. That's right, she was a chaser coach for the Magpies, Titus said. Had a pretty good run there too, before trying to move on to bigger and better things, Harry said. So you would approve of that hire? Lunfrey asked. It was his turn to sip his wine, staring carefully between the two players. Titus just shrugged his shoulders and looked to Harry to comment. I've no idea. I suspect she'd be a much better presence than Davis, Harry said. But it isn't our place to worry about who you hire. Yes, but I'm looking for someone that meshes well. I think we probably would benefit more from an offensively minded coach, like Olsen. Or, at the very least, someone who's willing to let you two play how you played in Ballycastle, Lunfrey said. And it wasn't a bad plan, but Harry shook his head anyway. I don't think that will work, he said. Why not? Lunfrey asked. We're not good enough on the back end, Titus said. It worked in Ballycastle because Quigley didn't need any support. Wall isn't good enough on either side of the pitch to be left alone or as any type of chaser support. I see, Derek said. I actually wanted to try to trade him. But Davis really liked him. I think he's a nephew or something. He was adamant I draft him. And it started to make even more sense. But, again, to Harry's surprise, Titus defended the young player. I'd hang on to him, Titus said. He's getting better. Just needs good coaching and a bit less pressure on him. He's improved quite a bit since Davis was fired anyway. Give me some time and I'll get him up to speed. Taking him under your wing? Lunfrey asked. Titus just took a swig from his glass. I guess, he said. He's actually a fairly quick study. I doubt he'd got much trade value at this point anyway. So let's see what happens. But what if he comes to be a liability in a larger game? Lunfrey countered. Titus just smirked at the owner. Then the coach or captain has to make a decision what to do with him, Titus countered. Lunfrey just shook his head, but smiled at the beater. The coach, typically, Lunfrey agreed. When you have one that isn't a keeper's coach way out of his depth, Titus commented. Well, when you don't have a captain, he'll just have to step up, Lunfrey commented dryly. Anyway, he's a solid coach. With keepers, sure, Titus agreed. But he doesn't have a clue when to call a timeout. That isn't something you should have to worry about for much longer, Lunfrey said. Harry just kept quiet, sitting casually and sipping his drink. He figured the more the other two talked, and the less he had to actually say, the better. One can only hope, Titus said. Anyway, why are we here? This isn't particularly common. And with 3 days off, you're interrupting prime drinking and napping time. The beater brought his own drink to his lips then, sipping it carefully as he stared at the team owner. I simply wanted to have a stress-free sit down with the two of you to make sure that we have a positive working relationship, Lunfrey said. Harry had to force himself to take another drink to not burst out laughing. Euphemism much? Titus asked. Quite often, Lunfrey said. But it does sound better than figuring out what will make you two happy in Falmouth. Leaving us alone, Harry said bluntly. Titus gestured to him as he spoke, non-verbally agreeing with the comment. And you really have no interest in other sponsorship or marketing deals? Lunfrey asked, staring at them, looking rather concerned for their answer. Not at the moment, Harry said. He and Titus had actually discussed this earlier in the evening, and they were on the same page with the prepared speech. Meaning? Lunfrey asked. Meaning we were recently traded to your team. We have a lot of existing deals that need to be sorted out, and we're rather busy with World Cup prep. So how about we worry about anything of that nature in the off-season, and not right now, Titus said. They were throwing Lunfrey a bone. Both Quidditch stars knew they'd likely gain plenty from an association with Derek Lunfrey. And neither of them had any sort of qualm about taking large amounts of money from him for very little work. They also knew that they could likely get Lunfrey to shy away from them, if they made him think it was something they'd be more interested about in the future. And then, Lunfrey asked, and then you can submit whatever marketing proposals you want to our agent, and we'll discuss them and determine if any are things we feel like doing, Titus said bluntly. But we're not going to do anything else until, at the very least, after the World Cup, but likely not until the end of the season. I was hoping to get involved sooner. It may look poorly if the two stars don't do any form of marketing, Lunfrey said. Hardly, Harry said. Anyway, the vast majority of all the team plugs and whatnot are done at the beginning of the year and just replayed during the year. It won't be any different. The people listening on the wireless just may hear Foster or Neil plugging the team more than they have in the past. And if anyone asks us about it, we'll just say we don't make any sort of agreements during the season. It's mostly true anyway, Titus added. And, anyway, did you trade for us to be a marketing tool, or to win Quidditch matches? Harry asked. Quidditch, of course, Lunfrey admitted. But I was hoping for the marketing as well. The cupboard is rather barren, at the moment. I disagree, Titus said. Oh, Lunfrey asked. Sarah Foster is a reservist on the Australian national team, so she's certainly a solid player and she's improving as well, Harry commented. He didn't mention that the Australians weren't particularly good at international Quidditch. It seemed hypocritical to do so, given that they'd performed better than England in the last few World Cups. Hot too, Titus commented dryly as he took a drink. Harry rolled his eyes, but he knew his friend had a point. Marketing was always easier if the person doing it was attractive. She's a bit new into the British League, Lunfrey frowned. She doesn't have the name recognition. All she has to say is, I'm the keeper for the Falmouth Falcons and she has name recognition. Even more as we're now winning many more matches than we lose, Harry argued. And then there's the chasers, Titus said. Does Miss Larson share your feelings? Lunfrey asked. No idea, Harry said. Really? Lunfrey asked. Really? Titus responded. We never really spent that much time around her. You're living together, Lunfrey said. Only by convenience, Titus said. I'd suspect that will change come next season. She and Toivonen have been spotted quite a lot around town, Lunfrey said. We were considering approaching the two of them about plugging some products together. That's probably a good idea, Harry said. I don't know, Lunfrey said. These things are tricky. Why's that? Titus asked. Well, there's starting to be some rumors about the girls. And a large segment of our clientele does not approve of those types of relationships. A marketing pitch with the two of them could be seen as supporting that, and lead to far more trouble than it's worth, Lunfrey explained. No publicity is bad publicity? Titus asked. Unfortunately, that isn't always the case, Lunfrey said dryly. Well, I'm pretty sure they're not, Titus said carefully. I think Eva had a fling with Harry in Ballycastle. No comment, Harry said, focusing his attention back on his drink and not answering Titus's questions so easily. He could see the beater frown out of the corner of his eye and wondered if Titus seriously thought he'd give up that information so easily. Well, we'll see soon enough, I suspect, Lunfrey said. Honestly, Cora is probably your best bet right now, Titus said. His comments was slightly off script, so Harry found himself far more interested in this conversation than anything else they'd discussed to that point. How do you figure? Lunfrey asked. Well, she's a rookie, for one. And she wasn't a high draft pick. In fact, she was virtually ignored by the European League teams. I suspect you didn't even think she'd sign when you drafted her. So she's not making any money. As such, she's likely more willing to agree to something as a way to supplement the income. I know I was in my first couple of seasons. If anyone asked for something, I jumped on it, Titus explained. Harry didn't quite think that the league minimum salary constituted as not making any money. But compared to the three people having the conversation, it certainly was. Either way, he knew that Toivonen was also under team control for 2 more seasons after the current one, while Eva was getting ready to approach free agency for the first time. That's a strategy we do employ. Get them early. Toivonen's play has been rather unexpected, Lunfrey said. The only reason she won't win Rookie of the Year is because she missed the first 2 months of the season with that injury, Titus said. But she's by far our best offensive weapon. Start throwing her gorgeous own face on stuff and I'm sure males will buy it in droves. I know Titus would, Harry said dryly, sipping his vodka. Lunfrey actually laughed at the joke. I probably would too, the older man admitted. But don't tell Gemma. I wouldn't dream of it, Titus said. So you two aren't opposed to anything. You'd just rather wait, Lunfrey said. Essentially, Harry commented. But there is some stuff we probably won't agree to do. I suspect, though, that your marketing teams will do enough research to see where they feel we can be best utilized, and then they'll come up with a suitable pitch to try to get us involved. Probably, Lunfrey admitted. I look forward to your responses this offseason. And so the evening progressed. The topics became more lighthearted after that. They discussed their playoff chances, and the upcoming World Cup. A few drinks later they were on to embarrassing stories. Both Quidditch stars were rather surprised to learn that Lunfrey took being a rich playboy with little responsibility to heart in his 20s, and he had, perhaps, more stories than the two of them combined. Gemma returned to inform them that their meal was ready right around the same time that Harry finished describing how it felt to fly around a dragon during the Triwizard Tournament. He described it in grand detail, including flailing arm gestures. The food was good, and the conversations continued through dinner. There was a surprising amount of discussion of the Triwizard Tournament, but everyone involved seemed smart enough to avoid any conversation of the final task. Harry took it all in stride. Nearly a decade later, it was merely something in his past, and something that he had no issues discussing. But once they'd finished eating, they'd switched back to more light-hearted Quidditch conversation. Mostly anecdotes from road trips and tales of other shenanigans from the past couple of years. After a productive evening, they left. And although Harry wouldn't say it aloud, he was thankful that Lunfrey did not mention his young ward at all. If they even recognized that she was the sister of the champion he pulled out of the lake during the second task, it wasn't brought up. Perhaps the man was simply doing as the Quidditch players asked, and staying as far out of their lives as he could. It certainly wasn't enough to make Harry like the man, but it helped him tolerate him. Anyway, he didn't really think it warranted much more thought as he and Titus left. Harry didn't have the heart to tell his friend that off-season camps never even made it into the discussion. "Thank you for helping me," Gabrielle said quietly as she and Daphne assembled the cookies they'd spent all day making. "Anything for brownie points," Daphne said. Gabrielle just rolled her eyes. "Do I even want to know what I am going to owe you?" Gabrielle asked. "You. Nothing." "I'm trying to curb Harry's wrath," Daphne smiled diplomatically. "Is it about those stupid articles?" Gabrielle asked. She'd been a little surprised when a picture of her 8-year-old self, wrapped in a towel, shivering next to her sister, had made the cover of the Daily Prophet. But the article insinuating they had some sort of illicit, illegal, relationship that accompanied it was more annoying. "I guess, in a sense," Daphne said. They were a week into such speculation and it was, more or less, fading. Matthew had fled her after he had been approached by 2 separate reporters. He had not been sure what to tell them, and she was thankful that he had simply been honest, and likely boring. As nothing he said made it into any of the articles that followed. She and Madame Fay were also approached in the street a few days earlier while on their way to rehearsal. Fay didn't always accompany her. In fact, the instructor hadn't until the articles had shown up. Those 2 reporters wound up so enraptured in their argument with Madame Fay that Gabrielle managed to slip into the studio without notice. She was thankful for that. None of them, as of yet, had attempted to corner her after practice. But Gabrielle was wondering just how rude it would be to apparate directly to the studio. "In what sense?" Gabrielle asked as she finished up with her set of cookies. "Harry isn't very forgiving. Especially when he thinks someone wronged him," Daphne said. "And it's only a matter of time before it gets to that point here. I'm just hoping that he doesn't fire me." "What did you do to Harry?" Gabrielle asked, gazing up at the older woman as she too assembled some of the color French cookies. "Nothing directly," Daphne frowned. "Then why would he be mad at you?" Gabrielle asked. "I used my position to help out my sister. She used some knowledge that was given to her in confidence and some cleverer deductive reasoning than I'd have expected from her to put Harry in a position he should have never been in," Daphne explained. Gabrielle just stared at him. "What does your sister do?" Gabrielle asked. "I think you can probably figure that out without me telling you," Daphne said. She was more concerned about this than Gabrielle would have thought. "I suppose," the dancer said quietly. The timer on the oven went off and she took the cupcakes out of it. She placed them down on the counter and gathered up the materials to ice them. "But do you honestly think Harry would fire you?" "I doubt it. But I don't know. Harry doesn't take kindly to anything he sees as an invasion of his privacy," the agent explained. "He has seemed perfectly cordial to me," Gabrielle responded. "Of course he has," Daphne said. "You don't ask impertinent questions about his past. And you don't pose any sort of threat." "I ask him questions," Gabrielle said meekly. She turned her attention to the cupcakes and proceeded to ice all of them, slowly and carefully. "And he answers them." "Oh, I'm sure he does," Daphne said. "But have you asked him anything difficult? Anything he would have cause to lie about?" "I do not know," Gabrielle admitted. "Try. Ask him about Antonin Dolohov. Or ask him what a Horcrux is. Or about his best friends. Or even better, ask him about his scar," Daphne said. She was finishing up with the cookies. Gabrielle just stared at the woman for a while. "Why would I want to ask about those things?" she asked. "Aren't you the least bit curious?" Daphne asked. Not really, Gabrielle said. And he informed me of his relationship with Hermione. She felt bad as soon as she said it, as Harry had told her that conversation never happened. But rather than expressing any sort of surprise, Daphne simply gave her a bemused look. When did he tell you that? Daphne asked, tilting her head to the side to gaze at the younger girl. Earlier in the summer. It came up when we had a conversation about things we would miss, Gabrielle admitted before attempting to change the subject. I do not see how any of it pertains to me. Whether or not it pertains to you has very little to do with curiosity, Ellie, Daphne said. Gabrielle nodded as she finished icing the first batch of cupcakes. She was not that curious, though. Her friends had been confused about the same things. She had not been interested in learning every single detail of Harry Potter's life. And she still was not. Maybe you're just a better person than I am, Daphne shrugged. But if you're so uninterested in him, then why are you insisting on taking him out to dinner? I did not say I was uninterested, Gabrielle scoffed. I just said I do not see the point in asking him a million questions about whatever he did years ago. So you are interested in Harry? Daphne asked. Gabrielle just frowned and wondered if it was impossible at this point to simply have a conversation without people reading into every thought she elected to air. I am merely trying to do something nice for a friend who has been exceptionally nice to me over the last couple of months, Gabrielle said as diplomatically as she could muster. So what are you going to wear? Daphne asked. I do not know, Gabrielle said. What is wrong with this? She was wearing the same purple sundress she'd purchased earlier in the summer. It had become one of her favorite outfits for the summer. You wear that all the time, Daphne scoffed. The agent had seen her in it at least twice already. So, Gabrielle said. It is comfortable and I like it. Well, I'm sure it is, and I'm sure you do. But the dress sets the tone for the entire evening. What you wear determines almost everything about the evening. I did not think you would be so foolish to believe that, Gabrielle scoffed, although she'd heard familiar prattle from both Fleur and her mother in the past. Madame Faye's dating advice was much more candid. The instructor had simply snapped off a few quick sentences, telling Gabrielle to not worry about what the boys think. Do not cater to them. Their opinions were not relevant. If they do not like you for who you are, do not bother. And do not get pregnant until you are finished with your career. And now get back to the bar. Gabrielle shook her head a bit and smiled at the memory. Perhaps the last sentence wasn't really particularly anything to do with boy advice. But it did summarize her instructor's priorities quite nicely. Of course, Faye probably simply assumed Gabrielle was trying to take a longer break than necessary by getting her to talk. Ouch, Daphne responded dryly. Gabrielle shrugged her shoulders. I believe you are aware that Harry is a male. I doubt he will pay any sort of attention to whatever I am wearing, Gabrielle explained. So why should I jump through hoops for a basic dinner with a friend? Because baking cupcakes and an annoyingly challenging French cookie is not jumping through hoops. Daphne countered. You made the harder one, Gabrielle shrugged, tossing the used box of cupcake mix into the garbage. I guess I did, Daphne said as she magically arranged the macarons into an artistic pattern on a tray, making sure the colors were equally dispersed in the process. But anyway, back to the topic at hand. Harry is, while male, one of the most observant people I have ever met. He will notice whatever you are wearing. So what impression do you want him to have? What? Gabrielle laughed. She wasn't quite sure where the agent was going with this. Just a few minutes previously she'd been dour and concerned about her livelihood, and now it felt more like she was attempting to play matchmaker. She wondered if perhaps, seeing as the agent was looking for brownie points, she was hoping to set up the two of them. And that thought, honestly, disturbed her a little bit. But she shook it out of her head, assuming that she had simply been spending way too much time listening to Titus. You can make him think whatever you want just by what you're wearing, Daphne explained with a smirk. Do you want to be the little French schoolgirl, Ellie, or do you want to be a say? Why little minx that he'll think about all evening? Neither, Gabrielle said. She felt her cheeks warm and looked away from the agent, hoping the other woman would not laugh at her blush. Thankfully, she didn't, but that did not mean that Gabrielle couldn't sense her amusement at the conversation. And what do you want to be then? Daphne asked. El Delacour, Gabrielle said simply, shrugging her shoulders in a sort of non-committal way. The agent just raised her eyebrows and appraised the girl for a moment or two. Well, I suspect you're doing a rather good job of that, then, Daphne said. I would hope so, Gabrielle said. Try a macaron? Daphne asked as she had a couple left over from making the display. Gabrielle frowned and stared at the inauspicious cookie. Part of her wanted to flee, or change the topic back to clothing. But she also hadn't taken her potion that morning. She'd been avoiding it since Harry had mentioned that he didn't think she ate. And now she had that annoyingly empty feeling in the pit of her stomach. So she reached out and plucked one off the plate. It took her 4 small bites to finish the small cookie, and she savored each of the bites. It probably helped that Madame Fay was continuously prodding her about her diet now. The instructor had lectured her for half of their last meeting about how now, with a performance coming up, it was very important to make sure she ate enough to allow for the extra rehearsals. And they'd skipped lunch while baking. Of course, the thought of lunch reminded Gabrielle of something else. Oh, we should have turned on the match, she said. Why? Daphne laughed. Because 2 of your clients and many of our friends are playing. Gabrielle responded, sounding confused at the agent's lack of interest. They're playing Montrose, Daphne scoffed. Harry doesn't beat Montrose. It's like the Quidditch League just wanted to give him the worst possible birthday gift. Why does he not beat Montrose? Gabrielle asked. Montrose is very good. They were about even with Ballycastle with Titus and Harry, now they're heads and shoulders above the rest of the league. In Ballycastle, luck just wasn't always on his side. In Falmouth, they're just not as good as his whole, Daphne explained. And really, Montrose's seeker is probably a better traditional seeker than Harry is. Harry is just the better all-around player. That does not mean that he won't win, Gabrielle said. She frowned a bit, knowing exactly how Harry could be after matches in which he lost. Although, she'd seen surprisingly little of that in her summer. It doesn't, Daphne said. But I wouldn't get your hopes up. At the very least, he's resigned to it by now. And it can't possibly be worse than the last time they matched up. I hope it is nothing like that. I would like to get to dinner before midnight, Gabrielle said, referencing the duration of the last match between the 2 teams. Oh, Harry won't let it go on that long. He'll find the snitch before it gets to that point, Daphne assured the girl. And if he doesn't, we can just eat cupcakes all night. You can, Gabrielle nodded. I would attempt to make food that wasn't essentially just sugar. You're no fun, Daphne teased. But I wouldn't worry too much. I'm sure you'll get your chance to seduce, cheer up, Harry tonight. But I do not want to seduce Harry Potter, Gabrielle said pointedly. She didn't feel it worth mentioning that she didn't really know how to go about doing that, anyway. Oh, come now, you could use a bit of fun, Daphne teased. She wasn't paying attention to the girl anymore. Instead, she was using her wand to magically clean the kitchen and get wrappers on the cupcakes. I have plenty of fun, Gabrielle scoffed. Really? Huh. I thought Matthew seemed more like the no thrills lights off missionary type than anything else. But I guess if you enjoy that, it works out. You are just as bad as Titus. Gabrielle scoffed. There are plenty of amusing recreational activities that do not involve say. If you insist, Daphne laughed. Titus was right, though. What can that oaf have possibly been right about? Gabrielle groaned. Daphne made a mental note to start just calling Titus oaf, for no other reason than seeing how everyone would react. You're amusing when you're flustered, Daphne said. Gabrielle simply balled her hands into fists for a moment and wondered just how these people could spend their whole days making jokes like that. One day, she said tersely. I am just going to hex him when he walks in the door. Make sure to get it on film, Daphne smiled. Oh, I will, Gabrielle responded. I just need to think of an embarrassing enough hex to use on him. You have a fantastic resource for that at your disposal tonight. Just don't spend all night talking about Titus. Harry is bound to get the wrong idea, Daphne nodded, deadpanning one last joke on the subject. You're right, Gabrielle nodded. I should just hex both of them. I don't recall implying that, but go ahead, Daphne laughed as they finished cleaning up the kitchen. Gabrielle took a moment to arrange a few of the cupcakes around the cookies before simply leaving the baked goods on the counter. I am going to shower and get ready, Gabrielle said. Thank you for your help. No problem, Daphne nodded. But you don't even know if the match is over yet. I do not. But you said it wouldn't be very long. They've been playing for at least 90 minutes by now, Gabrielle said. And I simply want to be prepared. Good plan, Daphne said. Anyway, I should probably run. I'll make Harry deal with me during normal business hours. Good luck, Gabrielle laughed. Although she didn't share the agent's trepidation about dealing with Harry. Gabrielle suspected Harry had already figured out whatever Daphne had feared, and had decided it wasn't that big of a deal. But the other woman likely knew him far better than she did. Thanks, I'll need it. Enjoy the cookies, Daphne said as she turned to leave, sparing just one last glance toward the younger girl. She didn't want to admit that she was surprised when Harry turned down her offer of a night of whatever he wanted at his place in London to share a strictly platonic meal with his ward. No, thinking about that hurt her confidence way too much. She couldn't help but wonder how long the girl would be around for. And really, part of her wished that Harry hadn't brought her home. But had he not, then he wouldn't have been Harry, so, in the end, it was simply a trade-off. I will, thanks again, Gabrielle said, watching the older owned leave. She stood in the kitchen for a few moments, looking around and wondering just what was going on in the Quidditch match. She pressed her lips together and hoped that the Falcons were at least playing well. But rather than find the broadcast, she instead snatched another cookie off the counter and made her way up to her bedroom. She chewed on her bottom lip as she dug through her closet. While she liked her purple sundress, she suddenly felt it was, perhaps, inferior to other clothing options she had. And, despite knowing that Daphne's comments were simply meant to tease her, they were still ringing in her head. So she was fairly determined to find something else. It didn't take her particularly long. She found a tiered white skirt with black trim around each of the tiers. There were some black dots and designs worked subtly into the white portion of the skirt. It hadn't been quite formal enough for Matthew earlier, but he assumed most engagements required a corseted ball gown. Either way, she figured it would do. She found a dark violet tank top and a long-sleeved white button-up to match it with. She arranged everything on her unmade bed and stared down at it. I looked good enough to her, so she stepped over to her desk and grabbed the small radio she'd been using for whenever the boys had a late match. She turned it on as she stepped into the bathroom and heard the Falcons' wireless announcer in mid-sentence. She tuned it out, mostly just interested in the score. She was disappointed when she realized the Falcons were 100 points down. Gabrielle leaned against the counter and listened to the announcing without much interest, frowning a bit when the Magpies scored another goal almost immediately. But the Falcons came back with two more, causing her frown to curve upward. She changed her mind on the shower, figuring that if the match was still in progress she had more time. So instead she shifted the tap so warm water would fill the bath. She let it run over her hands for a moment before she reached back and pulled her hair out of the bun it had been in since Madame Faye's lesson that morning. She shook her hair out for a moment before stepping out of her clothing and getting into the tub. It took her a moment to pick which bubble bath to add in, but some of that may have simply been because the warm water felt so nice on her muscles. She hadn't really remembered being sore, but the warmth certainly made her feel better. She did not think about the fact that she completely avoided the scented bubble bath that Matthew preferred. Once Gabrielle was satisfied with the bubble content, she simply laid back and enjoyed the water. She mostly ignored the Quidditch match, only particularly interested in its ending. But really, it was odd for her to stop during the day like this. She was shocked at how tired she felt. And how much less energy she seemed to have. And really, the only thing that made sense was to close her eyes. At first she thought about the evening to come. But that shifted purely to what everyone else thought about Harry. And those thoughts made her more annoyed than anything else. So she did her best to ignore them. It didn't help. Her hands ran over her hips and thighs and she let out a contented sigh as she recounted what everyone joked about with Harry Potter. But mostly, she just let the flowery scent take her, and eventually, she didn't think at all. When she awoke, the match was over. She heard the announcers recapping it slowly. Neither of them sounded particularly amused by it. Eventually, before cutting to commercial, one of them gave the score. Falmouth had lost by 40. Gabrielle simply hoped that wouldn't bother Harry too much as she rose and stepped out of the tub. She couldn't help but yawn and stretch her arms over her head before grabbing a towel and proceeding with her beautification rituals. Eventually, when she was finishing dressing, she heard the first rumblings of others being in the house with her. She slipped on some earrings and a simple silver necklace she hadn't worn all summer before stepping out of her room and going to see just when Harry wanted to head out on their date. Except no, it was not a date. She had a boyfriend. She shook her head. Their engagement. Their dinner. That all sounded odd and overly formal. She frowned before simply sighing. Date would work. It was casual enough. She stepped out of her room and giggled as she realized she could tell Sophie she'd taken Harry Potter on a date. Eva and Cora were the only two players present when Gabrielle wandered down to the kitchen. She frowned a little bit and gazed around, but Eva noticed her presence almost immediately. "Hey Ellie," she said. Cora just looked at her for a few moments, as if she was surprised by her presence. But Cora didn't comment. Instead, she moved toward the fridge and took out a bottle of water. "Hello Eva," Gabrielle responded, gazing around. She did not want to ask directly about the boys. She did not really like Eva all that much. But she also had very little experience with either of the chasers. Well, at least compared to the experience she had with the boys. "Cora and I left early. Harry should be back shortly," Eva said. She stepped around Cora and grabbed a bottle of wine out of the fridge. Cora just leaned against the counter and looked mildly perturbed by the entire situation. "I am going to shower," Cora said after a few moments. She took her bottle of water and stormed off toward Eva's bedroom. Gabrielle found that slightly unusual but didn't comment. Instead, she just looked back to Eva. "What is her problem?" Gabrielle asked as Cora disappeared into the bedroom. Eva just shrugged her shoulders. "She's been like that all day. Don't worry about her." Wine. Eva opened the twist-topped white and started to look for some glasses. "No thank you," Gabrielle said. She assumed Harry would insist on drinks of some type and she knew she was too much of a lightweight to start drinking early. She certainly didn't want to fall asleep before dessert showed up. "Suit yourself," Eva said, pouring her own glass and leaving another empty on the counter. "I am sorry about the loss," Gabrielle admitted. Eva just shrugged her shoulders. "It wasn't that bad, actually," the chaser admitted. "A win would have been huge. But we came fairly close. And Montrose is a tough team." "Well, that is good, I guess," Gabrielle said. "It's an improvement," Eva laughed. "Certainly better than losing by 1,000 points." "I guess it is," Gabrielle said, not really understanding how the margin of defeat mattered. But if the Quidditch player thought it was important, she wasn't about to argue with her. "Anyway, you look nice," Eva said. "Where are you going?" "I found a small French place down by the harbor," Gabrielle admitted. "It is very little, it has like 6 tables inside. But I have a reservation that we can still make." She glanced at the clock to make sure that was okay. She did not think it was run by magicals, though, so she was not sure if Harry Potter could actually con his way to a table simply by being himself. "Well, that sounds fun," Eva said. "I didn't realize Matthew was coming back over. I think that Harry and Titus were going out for drinks for Harry's birthday." "They are?" Gabrielle asked, only really picking up on the latter half of what the chaser said. "I thought so. I saw them talking in the locker room. Either way, I'm going to go freshen up." "Enjoy your night out," Eva said. She turned and walked off toward her room, taking the wine with her. Gabrielle just stared after her for a few moments and wondered just what was going on. Harry did not strike her as the type to forget anything. Yet if that was the case, then why would he be going out for drinks? Sure, they hadn't really discussed a time or anything to meet at. But Gabrielle had simply assumed they would be meeting after the match. She frowned and perched on one of the kitchen stools, wishing she had some way of contacting him immediately. Of course, that seemed completely awkward to her. Harry had never not done something that he'd told her before. And she suspected today would not be any different. So she simply waited, wondering if she'd bothered so much with Harry, dress, and makeup for absolutely nothing. But here fears were waylaid a moment later when the door opened and Harry walked in. He was dressed in basic athletic clothing and looked rather annoyed at something. But when he saw her, he simply smiled at her and she couldn't help it but smile back. "I am sorry you lost," she said, trying to pout realistically. It was easier than he suspected. "I'm just happy I beat Parker to the snitch. I can give him shit about it when we meet up at the next World Cup prep," Harry laughed. She couldn't help but smile more at him. "I thought you would be more upset after the loss," Gabrielle admitted. Harry just shrugged his shoulders. "I've told you before," he smiled. "You can't win them all. We'd won quite a few in a row, and almost beat Montrose. I'll take it. We have a few more months to get into contention. I think we have a shot." "Well, I hope you do," Gabrielle said. "Me too," Harry smiled at her. "But either way, I think next year may be a better option. But I'm not going to look ahead to it before this year is officially in the bag." "That seems smart," Gabrielle said passively. She wasn't that interested in Quidditch talk, and she suspected Harry picked up on that. It didn't prevent her from asking her next question, though. "Eva said you were going to get drinks with Titus." "What?" Harry asked. "Eva. She and Cora came back a few minutes before you," Gabrielle said. She noticed that at the mention of the chasers Harry looked down the hallway toward Eva's bedroom. "And she said you and Titus were going out for birthday drinks." "Oh," Harry shrugged. "Titus was going to go out with Ben and Jordan. She probably just assumed I was going with." "I see," Gabrielle said. "You did not tell her about our date?" Gabrielle asked. She was a bit alarmed that he simply smirked at her immediately. "You have a boyfriend," he said. She rolled her eyes. "Yes, I do," Gabrielle admitted. Harry chuckled and turned his gaze back to her. "No, I didn't," Harry said, answering her question. "Why not?" Gabrielle asked. "She didn't ask, I suppose," Harry said. "We don't really discuss what we do on a day-to-day basis. At least not that often. Had she asked me what I was planning on doing for my birthday, I'm sure it would have come up. But she didn't." "I thought you two were close," Gabrielle said. Harry raised an eyebrow at her. "What gave you that impression?" he asked. "You two get along well. You were living together. Every now and then you seem to be on the same page," Gabrielle shrugged, hoping she was getting the analogy right. Of course, her English was amazingly more polished than it was at the beginning of the summer. Sure, she'd been completely fluent. But she'd never had to use it on a completely daily basis. Even now, Faye was solely conversing with her in English during her private lessons. The instructor claimed it was because no one in the performance would speak in French, so she needed to refresh her ballet English. Gabrielle wasn't sure if she really needed such a refresher. All she knew was that she hadn't consistently used her French since Matthew was over. "I suppose we do," Harry said. "But it really just didn't come up." "Oh, well, when would you like to leave?" Gabrielle asked. "I believe I heard you talking about an 8 o'clock reservation." Harry asked. "Yes," Gabrielle said, wondering just where he'd heard that. She thought that she must have told Titus about it. "Well, how long will it take us to walk there?" Harry asked. "Probably about 15 minutes, Gabrielle said. "It is just further down the harbor. But we can also apparate there in a few seconds." "Well, we could, but I like walking," Harry said. "What time is it?" 7, Gabrielle said, tilting her wrist to see her small silver watch. "So would you mind if I showered and changed before we left?" Harry asked. "Of course not," Gabrielle responded. "I think the restaurant would appreciate if you did not show up in that, too." "Probably," Harry smiled. But then he noticed the baked goods. "Oh, cookies. And cupcakes," Gabrielle said. "And cupcakes." Harry moved, like a shot, toward them. He ate one of the cookies in one quick bite. He immediately grabbed one of the cupcakes and started to eat it as well. "You are going to ruin your appetite," Gabrielle sighed, sliding off of the stool and moving over toward him. "Hungry," Harry said, with his mouth full of cupcake. "Go take your shower," Gabrielle laughed, pushing him away from the platter of food. "Yes, mother," Harry scoffed, stepping away, but not before grabbing another cookie and heading off toward his bedroom. Gabrielle just shook her head and watched him go. She slid back onto her stool. She actually found herself a little bit bored, wishing she hadn't already completed her summer assignments as that would give her something to work on. She could have doodled, but she didn't have paper or a pencil, and her wand was upstairs on her bedside table. At first she spent a few moments shuffling through her small handbag, but it was so basic it didn't entertain her for particularly long. So instead she just sat there and waited, because she didn't know what else to do. She just leaned against the counter and waited, staring at her watch as the time passed almost agonizingly slowly. She wrung her hands together and waited, wishing that she could think of something to do to pass the time, despite the fact that she knew it wouldn't be long. Mostly, though, she just found herself rather nervous. And that was enough to annoy her. She did not think she had any cause to be nervous. She had gone to places with Harry many times before. She certainly had not felt nervous in the cafe in Bordeaux. Of course, then, she had simply felt depressed. And she had not felt nervous when he and Titus had taken her and Matthew out to watch the selection show. And never any of the time she'd been out with the team. But now she was nervous. And it was unusual to her. She did not like being nervous. She had not even felt nervous on stage when performing the routine at her audition. But there she had known exactly what she needed to do. And she had done it. Here she did not know what she should do. And that was what bothered her. So really, she did all she could think of. She sat and she waited, patiently, thinking about Harry and what the rest of the night would bring. It was a tediously long 20 minutes. Eventually though, Harry did return. He walked slowly down the stairs and stepped toward her in the kitchen. He was wearing black jeans and black shoes. Gabrielle noticed the red stripe on the heel of his shoe and made a mental note to ask about that. He had a long-sleeved green and black button-up shirt on, but he had the sleeves rolled up to his elbows. His hair looked freshly washed and still moderately damp. But he'd at least attempted to flatten it. "You look nice," she said, smiling at him and slipping off the stool. Harry smiled back at her. "You too," he smirked. "Very key. Abel. You remember that." She laughed, but she could feel her cheeks flushing. "I have a good memory," Harry smiled. "What about me? What about you?" Gabrielle asked, tilting her head to look at him. "Oh come now," Harry laughed. "You know. I suppose you look key. Able enough." Gabrielle blushed, trying desperately to not seem like a giggly schoolgirl as she said it. "I'll take it," Harry smiled. "Shall we leave?" "We'll be very early if we do," she said. "We can walk slowly," he countered. "And the harbor is always nice at night if we need to kill time." "I guess," she said, swinging her handbag over her shoulder. "Well then, let's go," Harry said. Gabrielle just nodded and walked with him to the door. Once they were outside, Harry took her hand. It was odd, but she did not protest. He did not squeeze her hand, like Matthew did, as if he suspected she would fly away if he let go. But rather held it gently, as if it was precious object likely to be crushed by any added stress. It was a warm evening. The sun was slowly starting to descend. There were still a couple of hours of daylight left, but the last vestiges were quickly approaching. They walked the first block in silence. Harry was simply whistling quietly and staring out over the water, paying little attention to the girl at his side. "You really do just enjoy walking," Gabrielle said quietly, breaking the silence. Harry didn't respond immediately. "Yes," he said. "I guess I do." "Why?" Gabrielle asked. "Why not?" Harry countered. "I do not know," Gabrielle shrugged. "I have just never really done walking for the purpose of walking. It has always been more a necessary mode of transportation. Well, I did a lot of walking as a kid. It was a way to get out of the house. I've always liked to just wander around and see things. Stop someplace here or there and just enjoy myself," Harry explained. "I see," Gabrielle said, hoping he would just continue to talk. And he did. "And I've always liked cities. I guess it's some anti-suburban mindset. I always disliked the rows and rows of identical houses where I grew up. But there's something about cities that I always liked. I think it's why I liked New York so much. There's something about the large sprawling life," he sighed, staring around, as if he was debating his words, trying to decide exactly how to explain himself. I am not sure just what you are saying, Gabrielle sighed. Well, where I grew up, and in school really, everything was the same. It was safe and boring. Cities are always different. They change constantly. And you can wander around every day and find something new, if you like, and I relish that, Harry admitted. Is that why you always seem excited for road matches? Gabrielle asked. Yes, Harry said. I don't go to a lot of the locales much otherwise. And I like wandering around new areas. I guess I can understand that, Gabrielle said. You think I'm nuts, Harry laughed. Not really. No, Gabrielle said. I just have never really considered walking around like that. I think if it is something you enjoy, it is something you should do. You've taken walks around the harbor before, Harry countered. Yes, she said. But never for the purpose of walking. I have always been looking for something. Like a restaurant or a shop. And lately I have apparated home as opposed to walking back. Well, I've always just enjoyed it, he said, and Gabrielle got the feeling he was done attempting to defend his own logic for it. I think it is something I could learn to enjoy, Gabrielle said. Harry looked over at her and smiled. Now you're just patronizing me, he said. Maybe a little, she smiled. But honest, too. I do not know if I would ever just walk for fun like you do. But I could probably do it with company. His only response was to squeeze her hand, and it was her turn to smile. Unfortunately, their quiet conversation was interrupted. Mr. Potter. Miss Delacour, can I have a word with you? A voice called out. Gabrielle instinctively slid behind Harry as they both turned in the direction of voice. A woman Gabrielle recognized as one of the reporters that had accosted her, and Madame Fay approached. Sure, Harry said jovially. I'm going to dinner. Leave me alone. What? The reporter blinked, but recovered quickly. Just a few questions, please. No, Harry smiled. Gabrielle stared up at him, attempting to gauge his expression. But he had the mask up and looked happy as a clam. Just a few questions, the woman asked. But Harry just shook his head. Sorry, but no, he said, pulling Gabrielle further down the street. And I don't appreciate being accosted in the street. Most of your coworkers have learned that I'm pretty personable at designated times. It's something I do to avoid these conversations. My next press conference is in 2 weeks. Ask your questions then. Just a few moments, the reporter started, but before she could finish the sentence, Gabrielle felt herself being pressed through a tube. They popped back out a few blocks away from the harbor, about the same distance from the restaurant as they were before. Should you have done that? Gabrielle asked. Probably not, Harry shrugged. But there are some benefits to being Harry Potter. And honestly, I doubt any muggles were really staring at us watching the exchange. So I doubt anyone noticed. But how did you know this road would be empty? She asked as they resumed walking. I didn't, Harry shrugged. But I've walked here before and it's usually a quiet street. You could still get in trouble, Gabrielle frowned. Maybe, Harry said. But I've done similar things to reporters before. And honestly, I'd like to see the ministry try. I could probably convince them to punish the reporter before me. Would you do that? Gabrielle asked. No, Harry said. But it's interesting to think about. I've never really tried to use that sort of pull. But I think I could get away with it. Anyway, where's the restaurant? It's a few blocks away, Gabrielle said as they stepped back out onto the main street in the harbor. You apparated us straight past it. Figures, Harry laughed. Yes, well, we are still going to be early, Gabrielle said, staring down at her watch. Only a little, Harry said. But he slowed their pace. You used your influence at the French ministry, Gabrielle said, quietly, as they walked. Harry could barely hear her over the general noise of the harbor area. What? He asked, both to clarify what she'd said and get some sort of reminder of whatever incident that she was referring to. For my apparition test. The woman was not going to let me take it, but you convinced her otherwise, Gabrielle said. Harry nodded, remembering the incident. Oh well, that was just to make everything easier. Bureaucrats often work like that. You just have to convince them it's easier to let you have your way, Harry explained. Well, it worked out, so I thank you for that. I would not have wanted to go back and try again at a different date. I am glad it is out of the way, Gabrielle admitted. I know the feeling. I was rather nervous for my test, Harry laughed. Really? But you had been apparating forever. It was in the book, Gabrielle said. Harry turned and looked at her, raising an eyebrow. She suspected it was because she mentioned Hermione's book detailing the end of the war. Everyone had read it, but it was the first time she had referenced that she really knew the contents. She also remembered him telling her it was mostly lies. I had been, yes. But that still made me nervous. It didn't help that half the ministry showed up, Harry said. To watch a stupid test. Gabrielle frowned. Oh yes, Harry laughed. Figured that if I failed it would be laughed about for months. Thankfully I didn't. Indeed, Gabrielle smiled. This is the restaurant. She gestured to a small house on the corner. Harry noticed a menu posted in a lit glass case. And we're barely early, he smiled, glancing over to the watch on her wrist. He led her up to the door and held it open for her to walk through. She just gave him a very brief smile and walked up to the hostess. Bonjour, the hostess said. Her pronunciation was off and Gabrielle expected she only knew a few basic French words and only ever used them to great customers. She was tempted to start talking in French, but figured that was simply because both Harry and Titus were terrible influences. I have a reservation. Delacour for two, Gabrielle said. The hostess nodded. Right this way, she said, walking off into the restaurant. Harry and Gabrielle followed her and moments later found themselves at a small table in the corner. The hostess left menus and drink lists on the table and Harry found himself perusing one slowly as Gabrielle let her gaze shift across the restaurant. Want to split a bottle of wine? Harry asked. Gabrielle frowned a bit as he asked. She was hoping to pay, and didn't really know just how much all of it would cost. But it seemed rude to decline the request. Okay, she said, pressing her lips together. Want to pick? He asked. I do not know anything about wine, Gabrielle admitted. Either do I, Harry laughed. Red or white? White, Gabrielle responded immediately. I like Vouvrays and Sancerres if they have either. I thought you didn't know anything about wine, Harry said as their waiter approached and Harry ordered a Vouvray off the list. Gabrielle requested water. The waiter left with a nod. Harry turned his attention back to the menu. At least until the waiter returned with the wine. He sampled it, nodding his affirmation and wondering just what the waiter would do if he'd said it was terrible. Deep down he guessed he simply didn't understand the ritual. The waiter filled Gabrielle's glass, then Harry's, before leaving the bottle in an ice bucket next to the table and giving them more time with the menu. He didn't look up at his young date until he'd decided what he wanted off the menu. By the time he did, she was simply staring out the window over the harbor with her wine in one hand. Harry watched her for a moment before speaking. How is the show coming? He asked. She turned her gaze back to him and took a sip of the wine before placing it back on the table. I do not know, she said. What do you mean? Harry asked. He knew their performance were only a couple of weeks away. But he also didn't have any sort of a clue how these things usually progressed. I do not think some of the dancers are any good, Gabrielle responded. Why not? Harry asked. They make stupid mistakes, Gabrielle admitted. The director spends more time with the group dances than anything specific. I know my parts. But it seems like whenever we are going to start working on them, we do 1 or 2 runs and then they go back to group dancing. So you don't feel prepared? Harry asked. I do not know, Gabrielle said. They never correct what I do. The director nitpicks everything else any dancer does. But watches me do 1 or 2 turns and moves on. It is confusing. Maybe you're just that good, Harry smiled. Maybe, Gabrielle said, taking another sip of wine. Her tone indicated that she was simply agreeing with him and not planning to argue that point, but that she doubted it was the case. What does Faye say? Harry asked. Faye says to just do what the director says and accept that he knows more than I do, Gabrielle commented. She has actually been helping out with the other dancers as well. It is odd. How so? Harry took his first sip of wine. Gabrielle shrugged her shoulders, indicating she wasn't particularly sure how to explain it. She is different with others. She does not snap at them as much. She explains herself more. With me she would usually just tell me what to do and then be upset when I did not do it. With them she guides them through it more, Gabrielle explained. She pressed her lips together as she spoke. Harry suspected she was trying to detail it better in her head. And you don't really know how to interpret that, Harry commented. She just nodded and they both took a moment to take a sip of their wine. Harry wanted to ask more about the dance instructor, but their waiter decided to return at that moment. The man refilled Gabrielle's wine glass and went over the specials before making sure they had no questions on the menu. After they ordered, Gabrielle picked out the daily fish special and Harry ordered a roasted chicken entree. They decided to split some vegetable tart appetizer that Gabrielle asked about, as well as a tuna tartar. Anyway, Gabrielle started again once the waiter left. I would really like to spend more time on Aurora's introduction. And any dance where Kevin is involved. Kevin? Harry asked, although he had a good idea of what the answer would be. He is the male lead, Gabrielle responded. And how is he? He gets a little. Gabrielle frowned and for the first time that Harry could remember, seemed to be at a loss for a word. He'd almost completely forgotten that English was the foreign language to her. But after a moment she spoke again. Touchy. About what? Harry asked. But his asking just made Gabrielle press her lips together and look down for a moment. No, not like sensitive. Like he touches too much, she explained. Oh, Harry raised both his eyebrows. Want me to hex him? No, Gabrielle smiled diplomatically. At least not yet. Madame Faye does not think he does anything unusual. I just do not like being touched. Madame just reminds me that it is part of the business. If he's doing something you don't like, Harry started, but Gabrielle just shook her head, stopping him mid-sentences. It is not like that. There is nothing say. Ool about it. I mean sure, sometimes a hand has slipped and wound up on my thigh when we make a mistake. And one time I slipped as he caught me and he wound up with his hands on my chest. But that is expected. He is very apologetic when that happens. There are just times where he will guide me off stage, or rest a hand on my back, or hold me in a pose for a time I feel is too long. And it annoys me, Gabrielle admitted. Tell him to stop, Harry said. I do not want to make a scene. And it is not a particularly big deal. Gabrielle dismissed the entire notion with a simple sentence and turned her gaze back to her wine. And how do you think your boyfriend would feel if he were to see you being groped by another man? Harry asked. Gabrielle just laughed, quietly and raised the glass to her lips before responding. I suspect he would be happy that there is finally something there to grope, she countered. Anyway, I do not think Kevin likes girls. I see, Harry said. At least he seems to spend an inordinate amount of time with the other male dancers. Gabrielle just shrugged her shoulders. To each their own, Harry shrugged. I guess, Gabrielle said. Their waiter returned at that moment with the appetizers. He refilled both their wine glasses and Harry ordered another bottle. Gabrielle looked concerned by that, but didn't comment. Instead she helped herself to one of the vegetable tarts. Harry stared at the small cubes of fish. That's right, he sighed. Tartar means raw. Yes it does, Gabrielle said. But the tarts are delicious. That's good, Harry said. He took a moment to shovel some of the tuna onto his plate, before taking one of tarts as well. And so they started on the appetizers. Gabrielle started with just a forkful of the fish, but ended up eating it nearly all of it, which Harry focused more on the other appetizer. Their conversation shifted mostly to the food they were eating, with a few comments about the wine they were drinking as the waiter returned with the second bottle and poured the remnants of the first into their glasses. Once the waiter cleared the plates, Gabrielle asked a more direct question. Speaking of the performance, my friends were hoping that they could come and stay for that weekend. She looked to her wine as she finished speaking and waited for his response. Which friends? Harry asked, doing the same. Josie, Sophie and Matthew, Gabrielle said. Well, we have the rooms, so I don't see why not, Harry responded. But do you really want them around when you're going to busy with the final stages of preparation? I will not be that busy, Gabrielle said. Only in the afternoon on the 2 nights that I perform. And they know that I may not be around. I suspect they largely just want an excuse to be unsupervised before returning to Beauxbatons. I'd think they want to support you in your first show, too, Harry added. Maybe. Gabrielle shrugged her shoulders as if she wasn't sure how her friends could be particularly interested in seeing her dance. If Harry was honest, he knew the feeling. He wasn't particularly sure how people got so excited to watch him play Quidditch, and that was certainly done in a more competitive environment where the focus was more on defeating other teams than individual effort. He wondered if most performers felt that way, and he suspected hearing them gush after the performance would be an eye-opening experience for the girl. Well, as long as I don't have any parents showing up and threatening to curse me, I'm fine with it, Harry said. Well, if that is the case, you should make sure that Sophia does not spend too much time around Titus. Gabrielle smiled as she spoke. Harry just raised an eyebrow. Oh, he laughed. She's interested in betting a Quidditch star. She is. Gabrielle nodded. She's 17. Harry asked. Yes, Gabrielle affirmed. Well, then they're both adults and whatever they get into is their own business. Harry smiled diplomatically. Gabrielle raised her eyebrows at him, looking skeptical. Really? She asked. Yes, Harry responded, focusing his attention back on his wine for a few moments and letting Gabrielle stew that over in her mind. Why do I not believe you? She asked as he placed the glass down on the table. I have no idea, Harry just smiled. You would be okay with that. Ellie, I've found that life is considerably easier when you don't spend time worrying about what goes on in other people's bedrooms, Harry explained. I see, Gabrielle responded, looking a little bit surprised. And anyway, Titus wouldn't do anything with her, he said. I do not know. He seems, well, loose, she frowned, as if that description did not have the connotation she was looking for. Really? How many girls have you seen him with this summer? Harry asked. Excluding Quidditch teammates, yourself, your friends, and our agent. Gabrielle pressed her lips together to think about it. After a few moments, the answer came into her head. And honestly, it surprised her. 0, she said. Exactly, Harry responded. But he talks about girls a lot. And leers at them, she said. Harry nodded. He does. And he's certainly not a staunch moralist. But Titus's main focus is Quidditch. He knows that getting involved with a young French girl during the middle of the season could likely create a distraction that would otherwise hinder his play. Even if that distraction is simply periodicals wondering if he's a pedophile. Titus is smart enough to avoid that. If it was December, I'd probably be a little concerned, Harry explained. So there would be something to worry about? Gabrielle asked. Perhaps concerned was the wrong term. They're both adults, as such it's none of my business. I just know he'd be more willing in the off-season. Titus finds relationships to be distracting. He's only good at focusing on one thing at a time, Harry said. Gabrielle frowned and stared across the table at him. But he acts like he is some sort of Casanova, she said. He does. And I suspect he does quite well for himself during the off-season. But during the season, he doesn't really focus on that, Harry said. How does that work? Gabrielle asked, and it was Harry's turn to shrug his shoulders. You'd have to ask him, he admitted. I've never quite understood it. Harry differed greatly from Titus in that sense. He'd always preferred to wake up next to someone, entangled with someone, and to have someone that he could share everything with. Granted, those someones had been rather limited. But it was still something he preferred, no matter what time of year it was or what else was going on in his life. It was something that made his life feel more valuable. Titus, on the other hand, preferred to be completely unencumbered during the season. He preferred to spend his free time either with Harry, teammates, or by himself. He didn't like to have to worry about anything that wasn't Quidditch. All Harry really knew was that it helped keep Titus focused on the game. And when the beater was focused, he was one of the best players in the league. So he couldn't really argue with his friend about it. What about you? She asked quietly. I'm a bit more open, Harry laughed. I don't typically go out looking during the season. But I'm certainly not opposed. It was easier in Ballycastle. Because everyone loved you, she asked. No, well, probably, but no. After the first title the pressure disappeared. So it was easier to be out in public, seen having fun and being a local. People didn't question your motivations as much because the team was winning, Harry said. Is that all it takes? In sports. Usually. If you win, people look at whatever you do and use it as a justification for helping you win. Oh, there's 2 players out with the locals. Good on them, way to be involved in the community, It must help them unwind after stressful matches. After all, they're tops in the league. But if you lose, it's different. It's all just viewed as a distraction then, and you're publicly chastised by it, Harry explained. Gabrielle just stared at him. She pressed her lips together and looked a little bit confused before shrugging her shoulders. Is there truth to it? Is it a distraction? She asked. There's a grain of truth in it, I suppose. But it's nothing I've ever worried about. I mean, Oliver Wood has had some legendary nights. He's admitted to being hungover in matches where he's pitched a shutout. The people in Puddlemere find it charming. They say it makes him feel more human. But had he given up 15 goals on 20 shots in the same match, he'd be crucified for it. On the flip side, Crumb is a devout student of Quidditch. He spends all his time studying Quidditch. It's one of the reasons everyone calls him the best. His commitment to Quidditch is unparalleled, they say. And I'm sure it has helped him. But I know plenty of mediocre players that spend all day studying the sport too. A lot of them wind up in coaching. Harry shrugged his shoulders. So why does it get reported on? Gabrielle asked. To fill space, I suspect. So the writers can justify their income. It's easier to try to rile up people with indignation than statistics. It's something that you learn to deal with, Harry responded as the waiter returned with their entrees. Harry's chicken looked exquisite, but he couldn't help but be jealous of the large chunk of whitefish Gabrielle had. Perhaps it was simply because it was surrounded with roasted fingerling potatoes with bacon bits worked in. Or maybe something about the summer vegetable medley appealed to him. Either way, he thought wryly, he looked forward to eating half of it once she finished. The conversation pretty much ceased as the food arrived. Harry exchanged a piece of chicken for a piece of fish. Unfortunately, he was unable to successfully barter for a potato. Mostly he just watched Gabrielle eat and wondered if the girl had been starving herself as she cleaned her plate. He was, honesty, a little impressed. Dessert? Harry asked as the waiter cleared their plates. Gabrielle groaned, leaning back in her chair and sipping the last remnants of their second bottle of wine. There are macarons and cupcakes at the house, she said. And I'll eat those, assuming Titus left any survivors, as soon as I get home. I'm failing to see how that affects getting dessert here, Harry countered. Fine, she relented, shaking her head and picking up one of the dessert menus that the waiter returned with. But can we split something? Of course, Harry smiled. Your pick. Gabrielle frowned and stared more intently at the menu. How about the warm blueberry tart? She asked. Works for me, Harry said, staring at the after-dinner drink list. When the waiter returned, he ordered the tart as well as half a bottle of one of the dessert wines. He wasn't a particular fan of dessert wine, but it seemed like a better option than ordering another full bottle. Especially considering Gabrielle was already rather flushed and starting to look a little tired. So where do you find the macaron recipe? Harry asked after the waiter left. He remembered her talking about how she missed those cookies from her mother. I did not, she responded. Daphne made them. I mostly just helped assemble. And made the cupcakes. I see, Harry said. I should have known she was somehow involved. What do you mean? Gabrielle asked. She's just trying to ply me with sweets, Harry said. She think it will make me less annoyed. Will it? Gabrielle asked. No, Harry said. But mostly because I'm not annoyed. Well, I am, but I can't believe I didn't recognize Astoria myself immediately. Granted, I don't think I've ever formally met her. Could have saved a lot of trouble that way. Daphne thinks you are going to fire her, Gabrielle said. Good, Harry responded. Are you going to fire her? Gabrielle asked. Not a chance in hell, Harry said. Then why is it good? Gabrielle asked. It's easier than chastising her. Especially when I'm not really upset about it. I'll just let her stew on it for a couple of days, feel bad about trusting a reporter, even if that reporter is a blood relative, with privileged information, and the next time I need her we'll both ignore it. She'll learn her lesson, Harry said as their wine arrived. It was almost too sweet for him. But he sipped it anyway. Gabrielle seemed to like it more than he did. That seems mean, Gabrielle said. Maybe a little, but I don't care. The articles would have come out anyway. I'm surprised it took as long as it did. I guess it just shows that the sports writers I talk to have a bit more sense than the rest of them, Harry shrugged his shoulders. He knew there were a couple of Falmouth writers that had known about Gabrielle since the wedding. But none of them had felt it important enough to write about. She thinks I should do an interview, Gabrielle said. Does she? Harry commented. Do you want to do an interview? No, Gabrielle said forcibly. Harry raised an eyebrow at her. It was, perhaps, the most definitive response he'd ever heard her give. Well, that settles that, he said as their dessert arrived. They took turns spearing it with their forks between sips of wine. After a few moments, she looked up at him. Do you think I should do an interview? She asked. Her voice was quiet, as if she wasn't sure if he agreed with her decision and was hoping to appease him. I don't know, Harry admitted. It would be a way to be in the spotlight. And eventually make them forget. But by putting yourself in the spotlight, you have to deal with that. And I suspect that would likely prolong things. If you have no interest in talking to reporters, then I just wouldn't talk to reporters. Then I will not do some stupid interview, Gabrielle said as Harry finished the last piece of tart. Well, just get used to saying no comment a bit in the next couple of weeks. After that, they'll go away and try to find something else to write about, Harry said before finishing his wine. Good, Gabrielle responded. The waiter returned and Harry paid, which made the girl frown. I wanted to pay, she said quietly. Well, that's nice of you, Harry smiled. But I'm not going to make you buy me dinner. But it is your birthday, she argued, and Harry just shook his head. And I got cupcakes and cookies and great company out of that, he smiled. Gabrielle just frowned a bit. She had hoped to treat him to be nice. But was actually a little relieved, as she still wasn't particularly sure about her finances. She knew she could have afforded the meal. But that in the long run, his option was likely a better one. Well, thank you, she said quietly. No, thank you for inviting me out, he smiled. I had a great time. Shall we head home? All right, she said, standing as he did. Except she wobbled a little before recovering with a practiced grace. You okay there? Harry asked. I am fine, she said as they walked out the door and into the Falmouth evening. The harbor was chilly for summer, but not unbearably so. Well, that's good. At least it's a short walk back, Harry smiled and took her hand again. You are going to make me walk. She frowned, leaning a little toward him and moving a little slower than she would have liked. But nothing really seemed level and everything seemed in too much motion. Of course. We're not going to apparate after having a drink. That's dangerous, Harry said as seriously as he could muster. You had me apparate across the country before I had ever had to do it before after having multiple drinks. Gabrielle argued. I would never do something like that. That's just irresponsible, Harry said flatly. You are impossible, she countered, scoffing a curse under her breath. I try, Harry said. And they were silent for a block or so before Gabrielle spoke up again. Did you really have a good time? She asked. I did, he responded. A fantastic one. Best birthday I've ever had. He was being honest. He usually ignored birthdays, or just had a drink or two with Titus. He'd never really had a birthday date before and he enjoyed the experience. However, that fact did not prevent Gabrielle from thinking he was appeasing her. Sure, she said. Then she paused and said something that she was surprised she had the courage to mention. Daphne thinks you only tolerate me because I am unobtrusive and do not ask impertinent questions. Does she? Harry asked. That is what she said anyway. She said that I should try asking about your scar, or your friends, or Dolohov I think his name was, Gabrielle admitted. Really? Harry said. That's interesting. Maybe I should scold her. But are you asking me impertinent questions now? I do not know, Gabrielle said. She was leaning toward him a little bit, and Harry suspected that she'd have a hard time walking in a straight line on her own. So he assumed her reply was honest. Well, what's there to even ask about? My scar is a scar. The war has been more or less chronicled. And my friends, what about them? I'm sure you know more than most. And most questions can be answered simply by reading the backs of the chocolate frog cards, Harry said. To his surprise, Gabrielle giggled. I have always wondered what it would be like to be on a chocolate frog card. How does that feel? She laughed. He'd gotten that question before, at promotional events. Usually it was something along the lines of was he annoyed when he got his own card. I'm on 4, he smiled in response. What? She asked. There's the Harry Potter, Boy Who Lived chosen 1 card, the Harry Potter, British Seeker card, and the 2 cards commemorating the last 2 Quidditch championships for the Bats. Hopefully I'm on more than 4 before I'm done. Couple of World Cup cards and a few more league titles would be nice, Harry teased. He had, although didn't admit it, the Quidditch card and the 2 championship cards. But the players all received the championship cards after winning from the company that made them. I was always annoyed when I got stupid sports 1, Gabrielle admitted, causing Harry to laugh. I bet you were. Anyway, not going to lie, the cards are about the best part of being famous. They're how you know you're a big deal, Harry said. Gabrielle was not sure if he was teasing her or not. She decided it would simply be best to change the subject completely. So the questions do not bother you? She asked. It depends, Harry responded. As a whole, no. But it's about where and when they're asked. I've talked about most things at least once. It's all on record. I don't like when that's all I discuss, which is why I usually don't discuss them when Quidditch is involved. But if it's done in the context of an interview, I'll typically answer, and answer honestly. But you are very selective about who you do interviews with, Gabrielle said pointedly. Funny how that works, Harry responded, smiling a bit, rather amused that she picked up on that while intoxicated. You are confusing, she said. I try, he responded. But it's the random, useless, unrelated questions at press conferences that irritate me. Of course, there are some things I'm just not supposed to talk about. Is that different from the things you don't want to talk about? Gabrielle asked. Yes. Those I'm petty about. Those are parts of my life that I feel should be kept private. Those should be my own business. The things I'm not supposed to talk about are things I promised others I wouldn't talk about. And I intend to keep that promise, Harry explained. Like what would those be? Gabrielle asked. And it was Harry's turn to just laugh. Telling you would be kind of against the point of it, wouldn't it? He asked. And Gabrielle just blushed as she realized how that innocent question, meant purely for a clarification, would be taken as asking the questions. Oh, I'm sorry, she said, apologizing immediately. But like Dolohov, I promised Kingsley I wouldn't talk about it. So I don't talk about it in public. I think it irritates people because after the war, I was very open about the war. Hermione, Ron, and I answered questions. We explained what Voldemort had done. And we talked. We tried to raise awareness, it's why she published a book. But after the Dolohov massacres we stopped. I used the excuse that I wanted to focus more on Quidditch, and it was distracting otherwise. Sports reporters bought it. And they were, largely, the ones I dealt the most with. I do not understand the fascination with that. You had a match that evening. It is on record that the trainer was treating you for an injury that night, Gabrielle said. Obviously she'd read his comments in one of the earlier articles. To her surprise, Harry just chuckled. I was nowhere near that match, he admitted. But the trainer said you were, Gabrielle said. The team doctor simply said what he was told to say, Ellie, Harry said. So where were you? Gabrielle asked. She wasn't sure what she suspected from Harry Potter as she asked the question. If she thought about it, probably a sly comment, an acerbic joke of some type. But whatever it was she expected. She did not expect the truth. With the ministry. I was bait for the trap, he said. What? Gabrielle asked, shocked by the answer. Dolohov wanted me. He wanted to prove I was just a lucky kid. To, I think, resurrect the Death Eaters around him. The massacres were a way to get my attention. That's why they'd never fight. Why they'd run when anyone showed up. The part that's glossed over is the signs they left. Threats to me written in the blood of the Muggle victims. Harry sighed at the memory and figured it was best to leave out the corpse's charm to look like him and his friends. That is awful, Gabrielle frowned. Eventually they parleyed. I'm not sure how the arrangement was made. But Dolohov agreed to duel me to prove his point. It was made without my knowledge. Kingsley approached me, explained the situation and asked me to provide something for Polyjuice. Kingsley wanted to duel as me. I refused. I told him I'd only help if I could go. Eventually, he agreed. It wasn't supposed to be that big of a deal. The location was picked out and monitored heavily. Dolohov would come. The ministry would ambush him, and that would be the end of that. Stupid, really, that we didn't assume the other side thought the same thing. It's odd how green we still were after the war. But an ambush turned into a pitched battle and I wound up fighting Dolohov myself, Harry sighed. So why is that bad? Gabrielle asked. As a whole, it's not. I won. I subdued and disarmed him. I went to help out where needed. But Dolohov just kept taunting me. I'm not sure why it bothered me. Taunts don't usually bother me. I suspect the adrenaline. I'd grown unaccustomed to fighting for my life. His taunts of only being in prison for weeks again and doing it all over again stuck in my head. How none of it would ever end. He'd make sure my entire life was just preventing more of his massacres. In the moment my mind decided that a blasting curse at point blank to his head would prove him wrong. And I guess it did. Harry shrugged his shoulders as he spoke. It took a moment for Gabrielle to really realize what he was admitting. What he's done. And in that moment her opinion of him changed. Always, he'd been the White Knight. Fighting for everyone, really. Fighting for equality, and a better world. And, in his anger, he'd given all of that up to do what many would consider the right thing, what many wouldn't fault him for, but what was everything he stood opposed to. She started, but she wasn't sure what to say. She was not even sure what she thought at that moment. Thankfully, though, Harry continued, ignoring the one-word sentence she'd left hanging in the air. Kingsley saw. The fight was essentially over by that point. He got me out of there in a hurry. Officially, it came out Dolohov was killed by a stray spell. Kingsley and I collaborated on the story and I went back to the stadium to give a press conference on my injury. And since then, the ministry has not asked for Harry Potter to assist with anything past the most ceremonial duties. Kingsley, I thinks I'm a bit of a loose cannon. He tried to finish the story with a joke, but it came out flat. And then there was just silence, interrupted only by their soft footsteps as they approached the house. Why did you tell me this? Gabrielle asked. Harry turned and looked at her, his brow furrowed, his expression confused. There was a certain vulnerability in his expression, much like the vulnerability that had been in his voice for the entire story. Tell you what? Harry asked, sounding genuinely like he had no idea about what they were conversing. Gabrielle understood his meaning. 2 months earlier, she'd have been confused, and stumbled with her words. But she reacted more swiftly now. That you did not like raw fish. I would have suggested a different appetizer. She changed the topic readily enough. And he smiled at her, his cocky half-smile. And before her eyes the mask rose right back up. Because the evening was about you, not me. That is silly, she countered. It is your birthday. And I got a date with a beautiful girl out of it. Harry smiled as they walked up to the house. Gabrielle rolled her eyes. That came home with you, she teased before blinking a bit at herself. She had intended to say she had a boyfriend. But her mind instead has shifted to something Madame had always drilled into her head. Well, you do live here, he laughed. I guess, Madame always said you should never go home with a boy on the first date. It gives the wrong impression, Gabrielle laughed, shaking her head at the silliness of the situation. Most of my dates probably never had that advice, Harry laughed. I would suspect they ignored it, Gabrielle teased. Do I even want to know how most of your dates end? Probably not, he said as they entered the house. Gabrielle slipped away from him when they did, and nearly fell over. Whoa, she said, pirouetting around and catching herself. She stood still for a moment, her shoulders slumping. You're kinda hammered, he laughed. Nah, she countered, stifling a yawn as she did. But then she frowned. I am going to be terrible for Madame tomorrow. Well, you can worry about that tomorrow. We'll get you to bed, you can sleep it off, Harry said. And he walked her up the stairs to her room. She slipped inside of it, wondering when the alcohol caught up to her. She had felt fine at the restaurant, and for the walk home. But in her room everything seemed to spin a little bit. She sat on her bed for a moment, trying to get the spinning to stop. But it didn't, so she stood up, which just made everything spin more. So she walked to her dresser and leaned against it. It took her way longer to change into pajamas than she thought it should. And she was not even sure that she finished properly. At least she was pretty sure she did not usually sleep in a pair of clothes and a tank top. But by the time she'd thought about that, she had already wormed her way into her bed. So she figured it would not be worth it to get out. She closed her eyes and wondered when the pounding in her head had shown up. She almost did not hear the knock on her door. She said. In her mind, at that moment, it was a word. But she was not sure if any sound actually came out. But the door opened, and Harry Potter walked in, with his eyes averted until he was sure that nothing was amiss. "You should drink this," he said, holding up a small goblet of green liquid. "What is it?" she asked, sitting up. The blankets pooling at her waist. "A take on the hangover cure. It'll help you sleep and you won't wake up wanting to throw up or hang yourself." Harry offered it to her and she drank it obediently, gagging nearly immediately and deciding he was a liar. "That is awful," she said as he handed her a bottle of water, presumably to wash down the taste. "I should have specified," Harry laughed. "You won't want to throw up or hang yourself by the morning." She just glared at him as she drank the water. By the time she lowered the bottle from her lips, her eyes already felt heavy, and her body very warm. She wasn't sure where to go with the bottle, but Harry just took it from her and placed it on the bedside table. So she laid back onto her bed and smiled. She barely noticed as Harry pulled the covers up from her waist. For a moment, she entertained the idea of him sliding under them. But he just leaned over and pulled them up to her shoulders. She stared at him, her eyes half closed. "Embrasse-moi," she whispered breathlessly. Harry just smiled at her. "Sleep," he whispered, and she nodded. That seemed like a good idea, too. Her eyes closed and she wasn't sure if the soft brush on her forehead was his lips, or her imagination. All she knew for sure is that the room darkened a moment later, followed by the door closing softly. Harry only spared the briefest of glances toward Gabrielle's door when he emerged the next morning. He suspected the girl was going to have a rough morning, despite the potion he'd given her the night before. He was still surprised that she managed to keep up with him the entire night, matching him nearly sip for sip on the wine. He wondered if she'd even realized she was doing it. Either way, he shook the thought out of his head before moving down toward the kitchen. His thoughts didn't linger on the young French girl for long. Instead, they shifted to more pressing matters, like what he should make himself for breakfast. "You're up early," he heard from the kitchen. He wasn't particularly surprised that Titus was already awake. The beater usually woke before him. From the look of it, he was about to go on his morning run. "I guess," Harry shrugged. Hadn't really thought about it, just sort of woke up and actually didn't feel like being in bed. "Unusual for you," Titus teased. "Going to join me on my morning run?" Elle mentioned that she was thinking about coming. "I doubt she'll be awake for a while," Harry said. "She was pretty hammered when we got home last night." "Oh, you got the Frenchie drunk?" Titus asked. "She did it mostly to herself," Harry responded. "I just didn't cut her off at any point." "How'd that go?" Titus asked. "Fairly well. It actually hit her in a hurry on the way home." "Either that or she just hit it well," Harry said. "I mean more the night rather than her drinking," Titus teased. "It was fun," Harry said. "Pretty standard." "Standard, Titus smirked at his friend. Harry just shrugged and looked at him. "Yeah," he admitted, not sure what Titus was implying. "Well then, how was she?" Titus asked. "I didn't sleep with her," Harry sighed. He shook his head that Titus would even ask, but the question did draw a small smile out of the seeker. "Well then, it wasn't that standard of a date, now was it?" Titus asked. "I guess not," Harry shrugged his shoulders. "But you know, I don't bed them all after the first date." "Well, maybe not the ones that freak you out," Titus countered, but a moment later he smirked. "Oh, so the girl freaked you out? What baby talk already? And here I thought athletic little B. Owned were your thing." "Adult ones, maybe," Harry shrugged. He started on some tea and moved over to the counter. He wasn't paying attention to his conversation with Titus. Instead, he moved over toward the fridge and grabbed a mixed berry assortment from inside, figuring that would make a tolerable breakfast. "Ouch. I'm going to tell her you said that," Titus laughed. Okay, Harry said, sipping his tea. He saw the morning paper on the counter and looked at it. Not even a little response. Titus laughed. Weren't you going for a run? Harry countered. Eventually, Titus said, anything good in the paper? Harry asked, peering down at it. Titus had it open to the Quidditch standings and box scores from the night before. Couple things, Titus said. I'd suggest starting in sports and making your way through business to the front page. What? No spoilers? Harry asked, raising an eyebrow. Not today, Titus said as he walked toward the door, heading out for his run. Well, that's annoying, Harry said. But he picked up the paper and flipped it open. It was still folded over to the sports section, and it didn't take him long to find what must have been one of the articles Titus was referring to. Lunfrey certainly hadn't taken much time after he'd sat down with Harry and Titus to hire a new coach. Harry had left that dinner assuming Amanda Olsen was the likely candidate. Apparently they'd announced it after the match the previous evening. But Harry hadn't bothered to stick around or pay attention to the news after. The article recapping the hire wasn't particularly interesting. It simply recapped her accomplishments with other teams. It didn't speculate one way or another about the hire, except to wonder who she would bring in as assistants. Harry was reasonably surprised that he didn't have an owl waiting from Daphne telling him he needed to be at some promotional press conference for the new coach. But he suspected that Lunfrey was figuring out that there were certain points where the players just shouldn't be involved. After he grew uninterested with reading about the coach's history, so he flipped toward the business section of the paper. There was a lengthy article discussing possible futures of the Weasley joke shop. Harry skimmed it. It seemed that Percy and Charlie were likely going to go ahead with a sale of it and its assets. He only got about halfway through the article before he decided he didn't want to read any more of it. So he flipped to the front page and had to read the headline 4 times before he could truly believe it. He put the paper down onto the counter without reading any further. He stood there for just a few moments before simply apparating away. You left the stove on, Gabrielle chastised as the door to the home opened. I didn't turn the stove on, Titus said. He wandered toward the kitchen and stared at the young dancer. She looked exhausted. Her shoulders slouched over the stove. She wasn't wearing her typical exercise attire, foregoing it for what Titus could only assume was her pajamas. A strap of her tank top slipped off her shoulder. She adjusted it while pouring herself some tea. Then why was it on? Gabrielle asked. Harry must have been making tea. He's the only one that doesn't bother just doing it magically, Titus shrugged. Oh, I assumed he was not awake yet, Gabrielle said as she steeped her tea. To Titus's surprise, she picked up a cookie and ate half of it in one bite. He suspected that she was probably a little bit hungover. But that certainly wasn't going to prevent him from teasing her. I'd have assumed you would know when he was awake, Titus smirked. Gabrielle just looked up at him. Her blue eyes were a little bleary. How would I know that? She asked, sipping her tea and trying her best to soak up the caffeine. Well, you brought him home after a date, Titus said. He summoned a bottle of water out of the fridge and cracked it open. Because we live at the same house, Gabrielle said, shaking her head. That sounds like the type of excuse I'd try to use, Titus said. Well, it is not an excuse, Gabrielle frowned. Titus nodded and summoned a couple of cookies to him and ate them quickly. And those are killing the fact that you just finished exercising. Maybe, but they're delicious, Titus said. Well, I am glad you are enjoying them, Gabrielle said. But they were not for you. Harry wouldn't ever eat all of them by himself, Titus said with a charismatic smile. And not sharing baked goods should be some sort of felony. I suppose you are right. Where is Harry, anyway? Gabrielle asked. I don't know, Titus said. He frowned down at the paper on the counter, knowing Gabrielle hadn't read it yet. He didn't really want to be the one who broke the news to her, but he suspected it would be better if he stopped making jokes and attempted to be something that resembled a good person. Oh, she frowned. But he was awake. Yes, Titus said. Unfortunately, he got some bad news. What happened? Gabrielle asked. You should probably sit down, Titus said. Gabrielle just leaned against the counter, staring at him. I was advised to never do what you suggest, she countered. Titus smiled at her, but simply shook his head and took a deep breath. It was in the paper this morning that they found the portkey, he said. Oh, Gabrielle said. She put her tea down on the counter and stared at the ground. And it was bad news. Yes, Titus said. The German ministry has given up after finding the remnants of it. Their preliminary study found the charm was miscast. So there's going to be an inquiry here. But it was badly burned. They could tell the charm simply failed in transit. I see, Gabrielle said quietly. She looked up at him. Did they find any? Her voice trailed off, but Titus knew exactly what she was asking. No, Titus said. They did not. The article in today's paper had two possible theories. What were they? She asked. Her eyes looked distant and Titus wondered if she even really knew she was asking him questions or not. Don't you just want to read the article? Titus asked. Gabrielle shook her head. No, tell me, she said. Well, the first is that they were thrown off when the magic failed and that they're likely somewhere in the surrounding area. And unlikely to be alive. The second is that they were burned up when the magic failed. Neither are particularly pleasant. So they put no hope on survival? Gabrielle asked. Well, the prevailing thought is that if they survived, they were all fully trained witches and wizards. It wouldn't have been that hard for them to make it back to civilization. Especially considering it's been 2 months. And it's not like they were in the middle of nowhere. They found the burned out portkey just south of Munich, Titus explained. So where did Harry go? She asked, doing her best to push any thoughts of finality out of her head. She'd given up hope that her parents and sister were alive nearly 2 months ago. Somehow she just knew she wouldn't be that luck. But, while this was little more than a confirmation of that, it still struck home. I have no idea, Titus said. I'd suspect somewhere to vent. Vent? She asked, pressing her lips together. In her mind, that was more for someone who was angry, and she was not sure why anger would be Harry's primary motivation. Well, that's perhaps not the right term. Harry likes to hope, so I suspect he assumed his friends would come back at some point. The news today hindered that. So he is probably secluding himself until he comes to terms with it, Titus explained. Does that work? She asked. It wouldn't for me. But I'm not Harry. I'd probably be drinking if I were in his, or your, shoes, Titus explained. Does that work? Gabrielle asked again. No, Titus said. But it's better than doing nothing. I do not think I would like either method, Gabrielle said. Well, what will you do, then? Titus asked. Gabrielle looked at him for a few moments, contemplating her answer. I will start by getting dressed and go from there, she admitted. She left her cup of tea on the counter and walked back to the stairs. Titus wasn't sure if he should just let her go. Perhaps she was going back into shock. And perhaps it wasn't the best point to leave her completely alone and isolated at. But he didn't think he should follow her, either. That certainly wasn't his place. So instead he just watched her go, turning back to the paper as she disappeared from his view. Titus wondered just what he should do, but he was distracted from that when a loud popping noise rang through his kitchen. Where's Harry? Daphne asked immediately. It's good to see you too, Miss Greengrass, Titus said. Where's Harry? Daphne repeated, crossing her arms over her chest and looking annoyed at the entire situation. Oddly enough, I don't track his movements, Titus responded. Has he seen the paper? Daphne asked. Or is he still asleep? She walked over to the counter and helped herself to a cookie. Yes, Titus said. So he's not here? Daphne asked. Not that I'm aware of, Titus said. Daphne just stared at him, picked up another cookie, and walked upstairs. Titus moved toward the counter and peered through the paper again. He took a moment to check the standings and the scores from the night before. A few moments later he heard another pop and looked up to see Faye walking down the hallway toward the makeshift studio. The instructor ignored him, as she always did. Titus was half tempted to flirt with her, just to see what he could get out of it. But he figured that would be too much trouble. Of course, he hadn't seen Gabrielle since she walked back up to her room, but assumed that Faye wouldn't be pleased with her in a few moments. Of course, Faye being displeased seemed to be a common occurrence. Faye disappeared into the studio and a few moments later Titus heard the piano. He suspected Gabrielle could hear it upstairs as well. Daphne came back down the stairs a moment later and looked at him. Did he go to London? She asked. I don't know, Daff, I haven't seen him, Titus responded. She bit her lip and shook her head. But a few moments later her demeanor shifted, becoming instantly professional. You're expected at the stadium this evening, she said. For the press conference? Titus asked. I'm surprised that Lunfrey or Olsen want players present for that. Although it wouldn't shock me if he just wanted to get pictures of players smiling in some sort of community. Actually, Daphne said. Apparently Olsen wants to meet with all of the players individually before the next match. Alright, Titus said. Any specific time set up? No. I'd shoot for around 8 if I were you. She wanted to meet with you and Harry first. But I'm not sure how feasible getting Harry there will be, Daphne said. I'm sure he'll go. Focusing on Quidditch will do him good, Titus said. Probably, Daphne responded. Anyway, I'll go check out London. Have him flow me if he shows up. And she simply apparated away before waiting for Titus to respond. He shrugged his shoulders and summoned a cupcake from the counter, deciding that was better than making an effort for breakfast, despite the cookies he'd already consumed. He couldn't help but wonder just what Harry was up to. But he felt that Daphne was probably barking up the wrong tree at the moment. If Harry really wanted to be around people, he'd have likely stayed at the house. Of course, Titus knew that she was simply, to some extent, doing her job. But Titus thought that would be better achieved with an owl. Titus expected, though, that it would be an interesting off-season for his friend. Things were certainly different than before. He wondered just how the Seeker was coping. He seemed even more reserved, if such a thing were possible. At the very least he thought it would be an interesting end to the season. He knew that if they were still in Ballcastle, and sitting a few games ahead of everyone in the standings, that Coach Barker would have told him to take a few days and get his head in order before he worried about it. And that was probably what Harry needed. But the team had no reservist at Seeker. Maybe he'd suggest something to Olsen that evening. Perhaps against one of the weaker opponents coming up they could start Eva at Seeker and hope that they could just put up 150 in a hurry. He let the Quidditch strategy wheels turn in his head, at least until he was interrupted once again. Gabrielle ran down the stairs, slipping on the third to last step and nearly falling over as she hit the ground floor. She was in a pale blue leotard and leg warmers. She had the ribbons of her pink point shoes in her hands and looked very alarmed. She was working on attempting to get her hair into a bun as she moved too. Whoa, careful, Titus said. Gabrielle paused and stared at him. She seemed to realize that just about the only thing worse than being late for her class with Faye would be showing up as disheveled as she looked. She took a deep breath and finished with her hair. Madame Faye is here, she asked, looking down the hallway toward the sound of the piano music. Yes, Titus said. Gabrielle sat in a nearby chair and slipped her shoes on, taking a few moments to affix each of them. Titus thought they looked alarmingly uncomfortable, but it wasn't his place to comment. She was not supposed to be here this morning. She thought I needed a couple of days off. She said that I should rest up as the show practices are getting more strenuous. Gabrielle looked alarmed. Titus just shrugged a little bit. Well, she hasn't yelled at me yet, so she may not be furious at you, Titus teased. Gabrielle just rolled her eyes. She stood up from her chair and immediately lifted herself up onto her toe. She checked her balance and fell back onto her feet. How long has she been here? Gabrielle frowned. Titus stared at her for a moment. Not only did she look hungover, but her eyes were rather red. He suspected she'd spent a bit simply crying in her room. I don't know, 20 minutes maybe. Titus shrugged. I wasn't paying that close of attention. What's she playing anyway? It is from Giselle, Gabrielle shrugged. It is actually one of my favorite pieces. Huh, Titus said, not willing to admit he had no idea what Giselle was. It sounds interesting. Walk with me. I do not know if I can face her alone, Gabrielle admitted. You just want her to yell at me instead of you, Titus said. Correct. Gabrielle nodded. Titus slipped off of the stool and gestured for her to walk in front of him and they both moved down the hallway. You doing okay? Titus asked, realizing that they really didn't have the time for that conversation now. But thankfully, Gabrielle nodded. I guess, she said. I had been preparing myself for it anyway. I did not expect them to be alive. It still beeps to have it confirmed, Titus said. It does, she agreed, before ending the conversation by stepping into the room where Faye was playing the piano. The instructor didn't look up from the piano, instead she simply kept playing, finishing the piece. Gabrielle, she said softly as she finished playing. Titus noticed the girl stiffened, ready to be chastised as the instructor stood. But Faye simply walked over to her student and hugged her tightly. Gabrielle tensed, but Titus saw her relax after a few moments. He noticed Faye waving him out of the room, so he turned and left, figuring they would be best left alone. How are you? Faye asked as soon as Titus left the room. Gabrielle could do little more than shrug her shoulders. The tears had not returned, but she could feel them coming. She just nodded against her instructor's embrace. Faye did not seem to mind her silence. Eventually, though, she knew she would have to speak. So she did. I am okay, she said meekly. Faye frowned, although the little dancer wasn't looking at her instructor. Are you positive? Faye asked. No, Gabrielle admitted. But I have to be okay. What? Faye asked again. I cannot not be okay, she said. Faye could sense that the girl wanted to say more. But she simply stopped talking, as if that was good enough explanation. Faye sensed she was going to have to pressure the girl into talking. It is okay to be upset, Gabrielle, Faye said. Her student just nodded. I know, madam, but I spent too long being upset already. Today was not news. It was. Gabrielle paused, slipping from her instructor and shrugging her shoulders. I do not know what it was. But I guess it was more of a confirmation than anything else. Are you sure? Faye asked. Yes, Gabrielle said. But I am sorry that I was late for our lesson. What did you want to cover today? Even though she was positive that the instructor had told her to take a couple of days off, she wasn't about to bring that up while Faye was in the room. Oh, Gabrielle, Faye sighed. We are not having a lesson today. I just wanted to check up on you. Oh, Gabrielle said. She was relieved by that. She felt tired, and still hungover, and was sure that whatever dancing she managed that morning would not be remotely near what Faye expected from her on a daily basis. I know that dancing could be cathartic to me. I wondered if you would not feel the same way, Faye said. It was quite possibly the most personal thing the instructor had ever said to the student. Gabrielle couldn't do much more than stare at her instructor before coming up with an excuse to get out of it. I do not know, Gabrielle said. I do not feel that well. Physically. What's wrong? Faye asked, immediately shifting into an overly attentive nurse mode. The instructor's eyes slid across her entire body, as if scanning for defects through skin and leotard. No, Gabrielle said quickly. I am fine, physically. Like I am not sore and nothing hurts. It was a lie. But she wasn't any sorer than normal, and nothing hurt any more than normal. She couldn't help but wonder just how much time Faye would give her to rest after the show. All she really knew was that the extra practices were starting to take their toll. Then what is wrong? Faye asked. I overindulged last evening, Gabrielle admitted. Oh yes, you mentioned taking Mr. Potter out for his birthday, Faye said. Gabrielle was moderately surprised that the instructor remembered that specifically. She had never really gotten the impression that Faye really cared about what she did outside of ballet. Yes, Gabrielle said. And I had too much wine and not enough water. And I do not think I got enough sleep. She felt immediately self-conscious as she admitted it. The instructor stared at her, with her arms crossed over her chest. But then the instructor surprised her. She let her arms down and actually smiled, shaking her head. Gabrielle, she chided, but her voice was soft. Faye brought a hand up to her face and Gabrielle thought it looked like she was suppressing a laugh. What? The student asked. She leaned against a wall, wishing there were chairs in her makeshift studio. I should scold you. But in 12 years you have never once done anything out of line. I was beginning to wonder if you knew what fun was, Faye said. Gabrielle looked away, meekly, avoiding looking at her instructor. I am sorry, Gabrielle said. Don't be. You did nothing wrong. And you were not supposed to have a rehearsal today. I would be cross with you had I expected you to dance this morning. But you should have a little more amusement in your life, Faye explained. I did not even realize it until we stood to leave. After that I felt like I pirouetted my way home, Gabrielle sighed. Faye actually laughed aloud, which just made her student blush. Sometimes that will happen. I trust you will be more careful when you are expected to perform in the morning, Faye said, and Gabrielle sensed that the instructor was attempting to end that conversation. I will be, Gabrielle nodded. Good. And I trust nothing inappropriate happened with Mr. Potter, Faye said, her voice gaining an extra emphasis as she ended the sentence. Of course not, Gabrielle scoffed. I am not that type of girl. Good, Faye said. Gabrielle did not have the strength to point out that she was an adult and that it was really no concern of Faye's if something happened one way or another. Why did you come today? Gabrielle asked. I just wanted to make sure you were doing okay, Faye responded. Could that not have waited until noon? Gabrielle asked, wondering just when she started sounding like her friends, or Harry, who never seemed to be around in the morning if it could all be avoided. Of course not, Faye countered. Now come. Let's find some cappuccino or at least some decent coffee rather than that English tea swill they make. I do not think they have a cappuccino machine, Gabrielle said. You are a witch, Gabrielle, Faye chastised as she slipped her own wand into her hand and walked out of the studio. Gabrielle followed her. She suspected that the Quidditch players would have been a little annoyed that their microwave transformed into a cappuccino machine. But she didn't really recall any of them using it, anyway. Faye made 2 cups quickly. Gabrielle sat on the couch usually occupied by Titus Button and waited to be served. Madame brought it over to her and surprised Gabrielle by placing 3 of the colorful cookies on the table next to her student before she sat in a nearby chair. Gabrielle sniffed at it before taking a sip. Honestly, she would have rather had water. Or limo. Aid. But she wasn't going to argue that with her instructor. And Madame Faye was obsessive over her coffee. Gabrielle expected it had something to do with some Italian heritage. She had never really asked the instructor about her life outside of dance. Of course, she did not think this was the time to do so. They sat in silence, each sipping their drink. Gabrielle did her best to not make a face with every sip. She sensed that the instructor was probably not going to leave her alone for most of the day. Perhaps she was attempting to make up for not being present in Romania. Gabrielle may have appreciated her more there. Now, though, it simply seemed excessive. And she knew that she would grow annoyed with her presence shortly if they simply sat in silence. May I ask you something, madam? She asked quietly. There was one question in particular that was bothering her. A point that Harry had raised what seemed like ages ago that she simply had not had the courage to confront yet. Of course, Faye responded while keeping her focus entirely on her cup. Am I larger than Fleur was at 17? She asked quietly. And she was very surprised when the instructor nearly choked on her drink as she asked the question. No, Faye said bluntly after taking a few seconds to compose herself. Oh, Gabrielle looked down toward the cup in her hands. You have never been larger than your sister, Faye said. At 17 your sister was taller than you. Probably a good 10 to 15 centimeters. And she probably had a good 10 to 15 kilos on you too. I see, Gabrielle said. You have always been a petite girl, Faye said. You could actually probably stand to put on a little weight. Why do you ask? I was just curious, Gabrielle said. She reached for one of the cookies and ate it quickly. Madame did not seem to notice. Did someone comment? Faye asked, intrigued by the subject. Gabrielle had never brought up her height or weight before. The instructor was almost convinced that her student didn't care about such things. But she knew better than that. No, Gabrielle said. I was just remembering something from last summer. What? Faye asked. Gabrielle shook her head and ate a second cookie. It is not important, Gabrielle said. Did you think you were larger than your sister? Faye asked. I do not know, Gabrielle admitted. I have a hard time comparing the two of us. Mother mentioned it on a couple of occasions. Well, your mother was. Faye shook her head. It doesn't matter really. And it would not do any good for me to speak ill of them. My mother was what? Gabrielle asked, her tone changing in an instant. To her surprise, Faye answered her question, rather than simply brushing it off as she would typically do in such situations. Your mother was fixated too much on weight, Faye explained. She did not like that I did not monitor it more. She thought weight was crucial for success as a dancer. Is it not? Gabrielle asked. It is not essential, Faye explained. Certainly you would like to fit into a certain type. Which you do. But ability is more important. As well as having the endurance to get through the routines. Getting through the organized rehearsals is challenging, Gabrielle admitted. I feel more worn out. Yes. It will always be like that leading up to a show. You learn to cope with it. You will grow accustomed to it. Directors usually know when to give a dancer some time to rest. Although do not ask for it. I will not. Although I have been doing more observing than dancing lately, Gabrielle said. Faye nodded. I expected that would happen soon. Are you confident with your parts? Faye asked. I thought my introduction would be more difficult. But I am not having much difficulty with it. I feel I need to work more on the final act. But I think everyone probably does, Gabrielle admitted. She knew that Faye came to, and observed, most of their rehearsals. But the teacher hadn't ever really spoken to her about it, except to tell her to trust what the director told her. This was the first time she'd asked for her students' opinion on the show. Well, you have some time yet, Faye said. 2 weeks, Gabrielle frowned. And one of them is supposed to be just dry runs of the entire performance. That is plenty of time, Faye said. I hope so, Gabrielle sighed. I am actually nervous for the show. Do not be, Faye countered. You will be fantastic. I hope so, Gabrielle smiled. You are working hard enough. And you are very talented, Gabrielle. Just remember that in the long run, it is simply a show. No matter what happens, it will not define you. Enjoy it. Just go out there and dance. Have fun. And worry about everything else once the curtain drops, Faye said. I will, she said. But it is not a little early to be giving me such advice. It is never too early for advice, Faye said, finishing her drink after she spoke. I just hope I don't fall, Gabrielle admitted. Everyone falls, Faye said. Just get up and keep dancing. The crowd will appreciate that all the more. But do not make a habit out of it. I do not plan on it, she said. But you are doing all right. Faye asked after a moment. I am fine, Gabrielle said. Sad, but I will be okay. I'm glad to hear you say that, Madame Faye said. Gabrielle just nodded. It is tough. But it is better than it was. I remember Harry telling me that things never really got back to normal. And I am starting to realize just what he meant. Things are not as good as they were. And they probably will never be again. But I am content. And life goes on, Gabrielle said. When did he tell you that? Faye asked. When we were in Romania. He was very kind and tried to get me to not focus on what had just happened. He helped a great deal, Gabrielle said. I am glad he managed to help you, Faye said. But I think it is time for me to head home for the day. Flow me if you need anything, Gabrielle. If not, I will see you on Monday. We will review all of your parts before your next group rehearsal. Thank you, Madam, Gabrielle said. And Madame Faye simply nodded at her before gathering up the now empty cups, along with Gabrielle's third cookie. She magically cleaned the dishes before banishing them back to their cabinets and ate the cookie before saying goodbye once more and exiting the home. Gabrielle walked back up to her room immediately after Faye left. She sat on her bed and slowly removed her flats. She placed them carefully next to her bed before taking a minute to simply rub her feet. They didn't hurt any more than normal, but it still felt incredible. She closed her eyes and just kept rubbing her feet, alternating between the two. She sighed contentedly, enjoying the softness of her own hands on her skin. She couldn't help but smile wryly to herself as she wondered why Matthew had never fully realized just what she'd be willing to do for a foot massage. After a few moments, she stood up and pulled off her leotard and then her leg warmers and stood in front of her mirror. She just made a face at the girl that stared back at her, pressing her lips together and looking concerned. For a moment, Gabrielle tried to picture what she would look like if she weighed 10 more kilos, but in her mind all the weight went straight to her chest and hips, and that just made for an odd image. She shook those thoughts out of her head. She gazed around the floor of her room, looking for the pajamas she'd discarded when she'd first realized the piano music meant Faye was downstairs. But in her haste she'd managed to actually get those into her laundry basket. And while fishing them out wouldn't have been a big deal, it would have required either walking over to them, or walking over to her wand so she could summon them. Both of those options seemed excessive when she was standing next to her dresser. So instead she opened one of the drawers and grabbed whatever was on top. It was a thin, silky nightgown. So at least she'd grabbed sleepwear. It was something she'd never actually worn before either, well, unless modeling it for Sophie counted. She'd purchased it intending to model it for Matthew when he visited. Sophie said she'd be irresistible in it. Gabrielle slipped it on and stared at herself in the mirror. She didn't think irresistible was the proper word. The purple fabric hung down to just above her knee. The rest of it clung to her, showing off her figure quite well. She couldn't help but think that the top half would have looked better had she been a little more endowed. But she figured that she couldn't change that, so it didn't really matter. So she just shrugged and pulled her hair out of the bun she'd thrown it in as she ran down the stairs. Once it was loose, she moved back to her bed and crawled into the mess of covers. She grabbed her wand off of her bedside table and used it to switch off the lights and turn on her ceiling fan before she cuddled with one of her softer blankets. Her thoughts immediately shifted to her family. But those thoughts did not last. She did not want to spend more time dwelling on that. Most of the morning was enough. At least for now. Eventually, they shifted to Harry. He was in the same situation as her. But somehow she doubted that he was taking it as well. Especially since Titus had said he had been around earlier in the morning. She hoped he was doing well. Part of her wondered just why he had wanted to be alone. She did not really want to be alone at the moment. Perhaps, she thought, she should have attempted to get Faye to stay longer. At least until someone else was up and about. Maybe she should have just danced, too. That would have occupied her thoughts more than wondering what Harry was up to. Mostly she wondered if there was anything she could do to help him. She doubted it. And she was certainly coming up dry on ideas. Maybe if she had not already baked everything she knew how to bake. Of course, with how readily the cookies and cupcakes were vanishing, she suspected that they would be appreciated nonetheless. But anyway, she figured that was out. And really, there was only one thing that her mind kept coming back to when it came to doing something for Harry to cheer him up. And while it was not an altogether unpleasant idea, she did not know how practical it was. That didn't prevent her from sighing and letting her hands slide down her hips as thoughts of Harry Potter came to mind. She imagined he would be gentle. That he would caress her, and whisper to her. She imagined that his weight would not feel suffocating, but would rather just be a welcome warmth. She imagined his touch. She imagined it being so very soft on his skin. She could feel it teasing her, coaxing her. She could hear him whispering to her. He whispered nothing of importance, but his words were only for her. His breath another soft caress on her skin. She imagined his lips. She imagined them everywhere on her. They were soft as they gently pressed against hers. And then she imagined him moving against her, and then him moving with her. She could feel him pressing down to her as she squirmed up against him. In her mind she could see his green eyes locked onto hers. His imagined words filled her thoughts. His imagined compliments spurring her efforts before his imagined warmth filled her. She imagined laying with him after. Her head resting on his chest as the soft blankets caressed the both of them. She imagined his caress, up and down her back, as she imagined drifting off to sleep. The loud banging on her door startled her. She did not think she has fallen asleep. But she had certainly been close to that point. The banging paused for a moment. Long enough for Gabrielle to curl back into the blanket. Before it began anew. What? She groaned while sitting up on her bed. She was not sure when, or for that matter how, her arm had managed to slip completely from her gown, causing the garment to fall across her front as she rose. But she rectified that quickly. Good, you're awake. I need your help, Daphne said from just beyond the door. Gabrielle sighed and stood, wobbling slightly as she moved toward the door. She opened it and stared at the other woman. With what? Gabrielle asked. But Daphne just stared at her for a few moments. You wear that around the house? She asked. No, Gabrielle said. It is pajamas. Good. I'm not sure that's an appropriate outfit for being around two distinctly male Quidditch players, Daphne said as the flushed teenager looked away from her. What do you need? Gabrielle attempted to steer the conversation back to its origin. Just get dressed and come downstairs, Daphne said. She sounded rather exasperated as she took a moment to check the small golden watch on her left wrist. Gabrielle looked at her for a moment before yawning and shaking her head. I am going to go back to sleep, Gabrielle said. Please, Ellie, Daphne spoke up. I really need a favor. But you will not tell me what it is. Gabrielle countered. I don't really know what it is. I just need your help. I'm running ragged. I'm late for a meeting right now and I don't know what else to do, Daphne said. Gabrielle thought she looked a little flustered. Her hair was not in as intricate of a style as it normally was and she seemed a bit more flushed than normal. Can I at least shower first? Gabrielle asked, realizing that she was agreeing before she even knew what she was getting into. You are a witch, Daphne responded with a hint of annoyance. Fine. Just let me change, Gabrielle sighed. She closed the door practically on the agent's face before moving toward her dresser. She dressed quickly, throwing on a black skirt and a periwinkle button-up blouse. She grabbed a hair tie off of her dresser and pulled her hair back into a ponytail. She examined herself in the mirror after she was finished dressing. She did not think she looked particularly nice. But she did not feel like putting forth much more effort at that point. So she just walked to the door. Gabrielle was not particularly surprised when Daphne was not standing outside of it. She turned and walked down the hallway and down the stairs. She was reasonably more surprised when she noticed that Daphne was not in the kitchen. She crossed her arms over her chest and paced around, wondering where the older woman went. It took her about 5 minutes to notice the note left on the kitchen counter. She wandered over and read it. It just said an address and claimed that Harry was there. Gabrielle sighed and walked toward the back of the house to where the flow was housed. She tossed the powder into the fire before stepping through. She took a moment when she arrived to simply brush the dust from her outfit. Then she looked around. She was not quite sure where she expected to show up, but wherever she was not it. Gabrielle stood in a large sitting room. It was filled with dark yet very ornate furnishings. If she had to guess, she would have assumed they were from the early Victorian era and looked to be in impeccable condition. One entire wall of the room was a bookcase, and everything was immaculate. She took a moment to take everything in before stepping out into a long hallway. She peered into the rooms as she walked down the hallway, looking for any sign of Harry. They were all fairly similar to the first room she'd arrived in and did not warrant any further exploration. At the end of the hallway she found herself in a large foyer. She could see a kitchen and a staircase down another hallway. But she ignored those and looked instead toward the room nearest to her. It appeared to be a fairly large ballroom and she suspected that whoever owned the building had often used it to entertain. All she really knew was that Harry was not in the ballroom. So she stepped away from it and looked out the nearby windows. The cityscape outside looked fairly busy. Nothing about it really gave away where she was. But she had an odd feeling that it was London. And something about how the building made her feel reminded her of how Hermione had described their headquarters in her book. Of course, she had kept the location secret in the book. But Gabrielle had a fairly good idea that she was currently in that home. It struck her as odd that Harry would still use it as a home, after everything that happened. But he had mentioned a London home. And it was a location that very few people knew existed. So perhaps it suited him perfectly. Eventually she moved to the stairs and looked around the second level. As a whole, it appeared to be filled with bedrooms. They were all unoccupied, but the furnishings in most were distinctly more modern than the ones down below. It did not take her long to decide that there was nothing of note for her on the second level. So instead she walked back to the stairs and moved up to the third level. There was much less up there. Really, there was just a small hallway leading to one door, which was locked. So she knocked. There wasn't any answer. So she knocked again, louder. Yes, Daph, an annoyed voice rang out through the door. I realize I have to meet with the coach. I am not Daphne, Gabrielle said. Harry didn't respond. But there was a soft clicking noise from the door, so she opened it and walked in. The room was dominated by a large, curtained bed. They were mostly pulled back and she could see him resting there. He was looking at her, but his eyes seemed miles away. She looked away from him and gazed around the room. There was a desk in one corner, pushed up against a window. There were some books littered across the surface, but nothing about it appeared to have been used recently. Nearby was a standard-looking walk-in closet. A tall dresser was wedged into the corner next to the closet. A door leading to a large bathroom was ajar on the opposite wall. "Why are you here?" Harry asked. Gabrielle turned her gaze back to him and shrugged her shoulders. "Daphne asked me to help her out with something. By the time I got dressed, she was gone and there was just a note with this address. So I came looking for you," Gabrielle explained. "And she didn't tell you anything more than that?" Harry asked. He propped himself up on his pillows. Gabrielle noticed that he was not wearing a shirt. But he was almost entirely underneath the blankets. "She did not," Gabrielle affirmed. "I see," Harry said. For some reason Gabrielle did not think that he believed her. "How are you?" she asked, changing the subject. He looked at her for a moment before answering. "I don't know," he said. "I know the feeling," she responded. She took a few steps closer to the bed. "I think that Daphne was hoping I could cheer you up." "I would suspect you do," he sighed. "So are you doing all right?" she asked. "I'm fine," he responded. "Okay," she said, feeling a little silly just standing there and looking at him. Thankfully, he spoke up again. "I feel lost," he admitted. "How so?" she asked. "I don't know," Harry sighed. "I guess just that it's all real now, you know," he said. She nodded at his words. She could at least empathize with that. "And I don't know what I want to do. Can I help?" Gabrielle asked. She did not really see how she would be able to help him. But he had been so helpful for her and she would have liked to be able to return the favor. "I don't think so," Harry sighed. "You should probably just head back to Falmouth. I'll come back later. I kind of want to just be alone for now." Harry closed his eyes when he finished speaking. Gabrielle stared at him for a moment. Her first instinct was to obey. But she did not think that he should be left alone. Not that she had any fear he would do something stupid. She just thought that he should not be alone at this point. "No," she said. Harry opened his eyes and looked at her. He looked a little shocked. "What?" he asked. "I do not think you should be alone today," she admitted. "And I do not really want to be alone anymore. So you are going to get dressed. And we are going to do something," Gabrielle ordered. Harry shook his head at her. But he smiled, although only for a moment. "I appreciate that, Elle, but it isn't necessary," Harry argued. "I do not care," she said. "You are going to get dressed now. And we are going to find something to do." "Like what?" he asked. "I will worry about that when you are up," Gabrielle said. "So get up. You aren't going to go away, are you?" he asked. "No," she said. "Okay, fine. But I want to shower first," Harry said. He pushed the blankets off of him and Gabrielle was surprised to see he was just in a pair of boxers. She blushed and looked away immediately. If he noticed, he didn't comment. "Okay," she responded meekly. "I will be downstairs when you are done. But do not think of getting back into bed. I will have to hex you then." All right," he responded, waving her away. She did not think about leaving until he stepped into the bathroom. After that, she turned and walked out of the room. She descended the stairs slowly. Her only thoughts were of just what she would do to help get the Quidditch star's mind off of the news of the day. Gabrielle wandered down the stairs and wandered through the rooms once more. She spent the time focused on just how she was going to entertain a moody Quidditch player, figuring it would not take him too long to shower. Of course, part of her expected that he would wind up back in bed before he ever emerged from his room. And she did not think that was necessarily a bad thing. She knew she would have coped better by being up and about. But she did not need to think too much about that. If Harry went back to bed, then she would simply flow back to Falmouth. There was nothing wrong with that. He was an adult and completely capable of making his own decisions. After she stepped down to the first floor and just looked around for a few moments. But staring out the windows at London bored her. So she stepped toward the ballroom, purely because it was the last room on the first floor that she had not looked around yet. Gabrielle walked around the hardwood floors and looked at the lavishly decorated walls. The walls were all covered in an ornate golden plating, regimented designs encompassing the entire room. It reminded her of a palace, in a way. She had brief memories of touring Versailles with her mother and sister years ago. But she shrugged those off and moved toward a record player tucked into the corner. She suspected it didn't get much use. But she could sense charms on it. Still, given that part of the room appeared to be set up for live music, she suspected it was merely a last resort for whatever parties they had. There were many records on a shelf behind the player. Most of them she recognized as classical staples. There was nothing remotely modern, though. She plucked one from the shelf at random and put it onto the player. As soon as she affixed the black disc to the player, the magic took over. The needle moved on its own accord and seconds later music started to play quietly. She suspected the volume was controlled magically as well, but she did not need it any louder than it was. Gabrielle kicked off her shoes and stepped, barefoot, to the center of the ballroom. She closed her eyes and just listened to the music. She waited, unmoving, until the music looped back around. And when it did, she started dancing. She just moved to her left, keeping her eyes closed, lifting herself up onto the balls of her feet. She lifted one leg and spun herself slowly in a circle, keeping her eyes closed. She switched legs a moment later, lifting her arms above her head as she spun. And then, she just let the music take over. She fluttered around the ballroom, not really focusing on any moves in particular, but just doing whatever felt right within the context of the song. It lasted for perhaps 8 minutes with a couple of tempo changes, before it wound down in a somber way that reminded her of the dying swan. So she let it kill her, perking up and collapsing into a heap as the song ended. She did not expect clapping to greet her when she finished. She opened her eyes and just stared at the ceiling for a few moments before sitting up and looking toward the doorway. Harry Potter was leaning against the doorway, staring at her. Was that practiced? He asked as a second song began. She brought herself back up to her feet and shook her head. No, that was just whatever I felt like, she said. He stepped into the ballroom and looked around a bit. Well, I thought it was incredible, Harry said. Thank you, she responded. What exactly is this place? 12 Grimmauld Place, Harry said. I know that. I flowed here, she responded. It's the former headquarters of the Order of the Phoenix, Harry said. I'm sure you read about it in Hermione's book. Yes, Gabrielle said. Is this your London home? That's an interesting question, Harry said. It's a home I own and it is in London. So I suppose yes. So it is where you live in the off-season? Gabrielle asked. No, Harry admitted. I have a flat over in Islington. I usually live there. This is more where I come when I want to be left completely alone. And I am hindering that right now, she said. Yes, Harry responded. He gazed around the ballroom. She noticed his hair was damp still and that he'd changed into a formal-looking button-up shirt and jeans. Well, I am sorry for that, Gabrielle said. It's all right, he said. So why do you have a ballroom? Gabrielle asked. I have no idea, Harry smiled. Seemed like a good idea at the time. Gabrielle countered. Harry laughed but shook his head. No, well, I restore this place in my free time, he said. What do you mean? She asked. It has changed a lot in the last 200 years. They added rooms, took away rooms, changed rooms around. Even when the Order was here, this ballroom was 3 separate rooms. A meeting room, a living room, and part of the pantry. Most of the furniture seems to be original, too, just transfigured and charmed into different things. I'm going through the magic in the house and trying to get it back to its original form, Harry said. The original form of a Muggle town house had a ballroom. Gabrielle asked. She didn't particularly believe that. But she had to admit that she did not really know how Romantic-era Muggles lived. I doubt it, Harry said. I'm restoring it more to its first magical incantation. How the first Blacks lived. Why? Gabrielle asked. Because I have time and the concept intrigued me, Harry said. I'm honestly surprised at how much brighter the house is. But they certainly had a thing for gold leaf. What was it like when it was a headquarters? Gabrielle asked. Creepier, Harry said. Darker. That staircase has house elf heads lining it. That's disgusting, Gabrielle said, feeling her eyes widen. It was, Harry said. And there was a portrait that just yelled obscene things. I cheated to get rid of that one. How's that? Gabrielle asked. Well, I was going to preserve it. Mostly because everyone that tried to remove it failed. But she wouldn't shut up. So I erected a magical wall in front of it with a sound dampening charm. It worked for a while, but eventually the magic from the portrait dispelled the sound charm. So I decided that not all artwork deserved to be saved and I blew it up, Harry explained. And no one had tried that before? She asked. They may have, Harry smirked. But they weren't Harry Potter. Well, aren't you just special? Gabrielle laughed. Yes, he agreed with a teasing smile. But you were promising to entertain me. Am I not an interesting conversationalist? Gabrielle asked, faking hurt at his words. It's not that, Harry responded. It's just that, well, we could have easily talked from the bed. I've a feeling you'd prefer other things in that situation, Gabrielle countered. Probably, Harry agreed. Gabrielle just stared at him for a moment. She still was at a loss what to do as a third song started playing. But then it clicked. Dance with me, she said, opening his arms to him. Don't dance, Harry said. He hadn't since the Yule Ball all those years ago. If that could even be called dancing. Dance with me, she ordered. He stepped up to her and she took one of his hands before nodding toward her waist. He placed his hand there and stared down at her. Now what? He asked, standing there. Dance, she laughed. How? He asked. You are going to make me be the boy. She sighed. But then she started leading him. He stumbled almost immediately, but she forced him to keep up with her. I guess, he said, looking down and praying he didn't crush her bare feet. You are terrible, she said, scoffing at his ability. How is it that Harry Potter cannot dance? Never had the need to. He countered. Well, now you need to. Let me, she said, stopping and staring at him. He gulped but started, pulling her one way with the music. And they danced. They didn't talk. Really, the only noise from the ballroom was when they laughed at silly mistakes, as sometimes they tried to go completely separate ways. He found her a surprisingly pliable partner. No matter what he did, she seemed to turn it into something graceful. He was convinced that when she spun around him, it was more her doing than his. Yet with how the movements flowed together, he felt like he was in complete control. So he too just gave into the music, and enjoyed the moments his hands were on hers. All the while savoring the fact that it was just the two of them in the room, surrounded by nothing but each other and the music as the day and their problems slipped away. And as they danced, Harry thought of nothing but her. A pleasure to meet you, Mr. Potter, Amanda Olsen said as Harry stepped into the coach's office tucked into the corner of the players' locker room in Falmouth. Likewise, Harry said. He sat in the chair near the door that Titus had been in a moment before. He wasn't overly surprised that only he and Titus were present that evening. If he was a new coach and wanted to meet with the players, that's likely where he would have started as well. Thanks for coming in on short notice, Olsen started. Her desk was completely empty. Their old keeper coach hadn't done much to the office in his short tenure in it. Olsen had a couple of boxes she hadn't unpacked yet, but that was the only sign of life in the office. No problem. Let's just try to not make a habit of closed-door meetings in your office, Harry said, attempting levity at the situation. Olsen smiled at him. But Harry could sense it wasn't an amused smile. And that she was simply more focused on the situation than worrying about mood. Olsen wore an expression of mild annoyance. Harry wondered just how she'd perfected that look, and assumed it would be moderately useful, but it always seemed plastered onto her countenance. She was built similarly to him and looked like she'd be at home back on the broom. Perhaps she'd even be more comfortable there than at the desk. That would likely be for the best, Olsen said. She leaned back in her chair and stared across her desk at him. Amanda Olsen was perhaps 20 years Harry's senior. She was about his height and had been a chaser in her youth. But she'd never been particularly good and eventually switched her focus from trying to crack a reservist spot on a roster, to coaching. She'd had a great deal of success with building chaser lines. But her forays into other areas of Quidditch hadn't been as successful. If Harry had been asked, he'd have assumed the debacle in Canada would have cost her the chance of being more than an assistant coach for the next few years. But the situation in Falmouth had fallen into her lap. And Harry was convinced there was a large portion of the media that would be very interested in her stop in Falmouth. It was telling, he thought, that Lunfrey, while desperate for a legitimate coach, had only offered her a contract through the following season. That made her expendable, and meant she had to prove her worth in the short time she had. Harry got bored with staring at her, though, and instead decided to try to spur on the conversation. Titus was waiting for him under the excuse that he thought Harry needed to go out and have a drink that evening. He wasn't about to argue with his friend. "So what can I do for you?" Harry asked. Titus hadn't said anything specific about the meeting, so he wasn't quite sure what to expect from the new coach. After all, it was the first time he'd ever had a coaching change in mid-season. In fact, Olsen would only be the third head coach he'd had while in professional Quidditch. "Well, before we get into Quidditch, can I ask some personal questions?" Olsen asked. Harry stared at her for a moment, before letting out a rather long sigh. "I may or may not answer them," he responded. "But you're more than welcome to ask." "How are you doing?" she asked immediately. Harry just stared at her for a moment. "I'm fine," he responded tersely. "You sound otherwise," Olsen said. "I'm fine," Harry reiterated. "Would it make a difference if I wasn't?" "I don't know," Olsen responded. "I think that would depend on if you wanted it to make a difference." "How so?" Harry said. Olsen just stared at him for a moment. Her arms crossed over her chest and she shook her head. "Toward the end of my playing career, I was faced with a choice. My mother got sick. My brother wasn't around. And so I spent my time trying to earn a spot on a roster and take care of her." Olsen shook her head. Harry knew where the story was going and just shook his head. "What do you need me to say?" He shook his head, just wondering how to get out of the conversation as quickly as possible. He actually wished he was back at Grimmauld Place dancing with Gabrielle. Despite the fact that she'd called him on the lie that he couldn't dance. At least that had been fun. And it had been a relatively relaxing 2 hours. Really, though, he was glad she'd always managed to flutter her bare feet away from his. He suspected Faye would have killed him had he injured her student, even if it was a simple magical fix. Eventually they'd return to Falmouth. He'd spent the remainder of the day just lounging on the couch and eating cookies until Daphne flew telling him when to be at the stadium. "Do you want a couple of matches off?" Olsen asked. "No," Harry said. "We don't have a reserve seeker anyway. We can work around that for a few matches if we have to," Olsen said. "I suspect that would go over well," Harry commented. "We all need a day off on occasion, Mr. Potter," Olsen said. "You have better reasons than most." "Right as we're clawing our way back into playoff contention?" Harry asked. Olsen just gave him a weak smile. "May I be frank with you?" she asked. "I'd hope so, or I'll be pretty much impossible to coach," Harry replied. Olsen rolled her eyes at him and again he could sense she wasn't interested in levity. "I'm not interested in this season," Olsen said. "Unfortunately, I suspect Lunfrey is," Harry commented. The coach just shook her head. "Not really. Anything is a plus, really. But I suspect you and Titus are both worried a bit more about the impending World Cup. And I doubt this pace will last anyway. But I'm more concerned about next year, after having a full off-season camp, and a team familiar with each other," Olsen said. "From what I've gathered of the owner, he's not going to see eye to eye with you on that sentiment," Harry said. "He does," Olsen responded. "I made him agree that next year was more important than this year before I agreed to the contract." "And you expect him to honor that?" Harry asked. "No," Olsen said. "But I suspect he'll be happy enough to not finish last that I'll be able to talk my way into a second year." "Perhaps," Harry said. "Anyway, are you positive you don't want some time off?" Olsen asked. "I'd rather play Quidditch," Harry said. Olsen nodded at him. "I can respect that," the coach responded. "So why are we here then?" Harry asked. He was beginning to find this a waste of time. But he suspected that was largely because he would have rather been out with Titus at that point. "Just to get a feel of where the team is heading," Olsen said. She was still leaning back in her chair and staring at him. "Well, you seem to feel we won't be doing much more this season, so I think you have a good idea on that already," Harry said. "Maybe," Olsen nodded. "Anyway, I'm going to make Button the captain." I dislike the fact that the team has played without one for so long. Just makes getting things called in the game more difficult. Smart move, Harry said. Lundfree indicated he was hoping that it was something you'd be interested in after the World Cup, Olsen commented. I already told him there was no chance of that, Harry said. So you're not going to be the least bit upset. He was the captain in Ballycastle before you got there. With the national team I'd wondered, Olsen said. He should be the captain on the national team, Harry said. I'm not sure why they voted for me. Because no one has ever said a bad word about Harry Potter as a Quidditch teammate, Olsen said. And quite a few of them know you fairly well. I guess, Harry said. I suspect Barker would have been happier with Titus. I suspect that if Lewis Barker wanted Titus Button to be the captain of the English national team, he would have simply named him the captain and not held a vote. So you think it was intentional? Harry asked. I think Barker knows who he wants in the public, and who he can work with. I suspect he would have been fine with just about any outcome. But it was a way for the players to do something together, and I think he probably expected it to go a certain way, Olsen explained. Interesting, Harry said. Should I be concerned that you'd rather have Titus as a captain than me? Only if I should be concerned with why you turned it down, Olsen responded. Touché, Harry said. So you don't want to miss any matches, Olsen said. I'd prefer not to, Harry said. Great then. On to more pressing matters. I watched some film from your recent matches. And some films from the matches where Davis was still coaching. I assume that whenever possible you'd rather be left to your own devices, Olsen said. Preferably, Harry said. I'm not particularly good at waiting around for the snitch. I get a little antsy. I noticed, Olsen said. As a whole I'm fine with the hybrid style of play. I'd prefer if it was a beater in your role, but we don't often get that luxury. And from what I've gathered of the Falcons' play of late, I won't be able to afford one of them pinching upward. And our chasers could use all the support that they can get, Harry said. Eva and Cora need to work on their shots, Olsen agreed. And their defense, Harry said. I'd rather them focus on scoring. I suspect our best way to win matches will be to keep the scoring close and rely on snitch catches, Olsen said. We can keep matches close defensively, too, Harry said. And would you want to play the hybrid role in the defensive zone? Olsen asked. Not really, Harry said. And that's why we're going to focus on offense instead. Hopefully Button and Wall can hold out on the back end. But we're probably going to need to improve significantly defensively if we expect to win the championship. But for now I'll settle for winning as many matches as possible, Olsen said. Seems like a solid plan, Harry admitted. I thought so too, Olsen said. I'm going to ask you to practice with the chasers more during our regular drills. I suspect you don't particularly like doing basic seeker drills during practice. Not the biggest fan. No, Harry said. Well then I'm not going to bother with a seeker coach as of yet. I suspect the options will be better in the offseason. And I'm going to try to develop a reservist in the offseason too, Olsen said. You worked mostly with veteran backups in Ballycastle. Do you have any qualms about a rookie? No, Harry said. If he was honest he preferred having a backup. As much as he hated not being involved in the matches, he knew the value of missing a game here or there. It kept one much fresher in the long run. I'm not sure how good of a mentor I would be though. I've never had to do it before. That's what the coach is for. Mostly I'd just ask that you let the kid pick your brain. I'll approach Lundfree about it later. But I don't see a reason to carry as many reserve chasers as he does. Especially when they almost never play, Olsen said. I think he was just trying to cover for the injury to Toivonen, Harry said. Probably, Olsen said. But she's been healthy now. And he hasn't altered the roster at all. I suspect he could have dropped a chaser for a seeker by now if he wanted to. Maybe, Harry said. He has had some other concerns to deal with. And Titus told him to stop meddling. So he caves to player opinion. Olsen asked. I don't know. He fired Davis after things were, well, not going well, Harry said. And he sat down with Titus who advised not meddling. And since then he hasn't meddled. That seems unlike him, Olsen said. Well, I may have pointed out that I have an opt-out in my contract I can use. I think he's just scared to death that I'll actually use it, Harry said. Is that something you plan on doing? Olsen asked. Harry was sorely tempted to tell her that even if he planned on using it, he probably wouldn't be telling her. But he figured honesty was easier than being snarky at that point. I'm never going to play for a professional team that doesn't also have Titus Button on the roster, Harry said. You have way too long of a career ahead of you to make that claim, Olsen said. Harry just shrugged his shoulders. Maybe, but I suspect he feels the same way. And I suspect Lunfrey will be willing to throw some large amounts of money around once our contracts are up, Harry said. You're very confident, Olsen said. Yes, Harry said. I am. Good, Olsen responded. I like confident seekers. Although I prefer when they don't mouth off to the media. Oh come on, Harry laughed. I did that once in 4 years. All it takes, Olsen smirked at him. Harry just shook his head. I guess it is. So now I'm the troublemaker. Something like that, the coach responded. So nothing that could turn into a problem on your end, either? Olsen asked. No, Harry said. I just want to play Quidditch. What about the girl? Olsen asked. There's nothing going on there, Harry said. She's just staying with me before she goes back to school in the fall. Why have articles suggested otherwise, then? Olsen asked. Because there's a segment of the media that has always been oddly fascinated by whomever I may or may not share a bed with, Harry said dryly. Olsen nodded at him once more. Well, that's good enough for me, Olsen said. We'll have a practice tomorrow at noon. Noon? Harry asked. That was later than Harry was accustomed to for most practices. I've found that Quidditch players dislike mornings, Olsen said. I'm not sure why morning practices became so common. Works for me, Harry shrugged. While he enjoyed having the entirety of most afternoons free, not having to worry about waking up on time would certainly be a welcomed change as well. Good. We'll see you then, Olsen nodded for him to leave. So he stood and walked out of her office. Titus was sitting in his locker. His eyes were closed and he seemed essentially dead to the world. Harry looked at him for a few moments before simply walking out of the locker room. Titus joined him a few minutes later. Where are we going? The beater asked. I don't care, Harry said. Pick a place. I don't care either. Titus sighed. Then let's just go to the harbor and duck into some bar we haven't gone to, Harry said. All right, Titus responded. He disappeared with a pop and Harry followed suit. Harry reappeared in the cool breeze of the channel. He sighed and looked around, wondering just where Titus was. He shook his head, figuring that they should have probably come up with a plan better than go to the harbor, given that they'd apparently apparated to entirely different parts of the district. He took a deep breath and just wandered down the street. The streets were fairly crowded, but no one seemed to pay any attention to him. Harry just gazed around as he walked, wondering just where Titus had apparated to. He couldn't help but hope that his friend hadn't done something asinine like Splinch himself, but he wouldn't have put it past Titus. Of course, he'd probably hear screaming if Titus had done that. But he just kept walking. He came up to the main street after just a few moments. He stood on the corner, watching the general hustle and bustle of the evening around him. But there seemed to be nothing unusual with that. And there was still no sign of Titus. So he turned in the direction of Underground, one of their staple bars in Falmouth, and started walking off toward it. He enjoyed the cool breeze as he walked. He always preferred cooler temperatures. In Ballycastle he would often spend his free time just sitting and staring out over the water. Of course he usually had a beer and was on his balcony, but still, he liked just staring at the water. He turned his gaze to a few of the shop windows as he walked past. He wasn't really looking for anything in particular, but the wares amused him. He looked up from the windows purely out of hope of seeing Titus. But after about 3 stores he gave up on that. He turned the corner until he was only about 2 blocks from the bar before something really caught his eye. He paused and stared into a shop for a moment. It wouldn't be cheap, but it would be something nice to do. He turned and walked through the door. The shopkeeper just stared at him for a moment. It was near closing of the store and Harry suspected his appearance didn't do a whole lot to instill confidence. He was, after all, just wearing a team t-shirt and some jeans. And considering the store appeared to be a Muggle store, he suspected the logo was more confusing than anything. Of course, the sales representative's attitude changed in a hurry when Harry pointed out what he wanted and took out a Muggle card to pay for it. Harry was only moderately surprised when a voice spoke from his side. "The hell are you doing?" Titus asked. "Buying a present," Harry said without looking at his friend. "That's not a present. Surely you know what that is," Titus laughed. "Of course I do. But it's only that if you ask a question with it. And I'm not going to be asking any questions," Harry said. "Then why bother buying it?" Titus asked. "Because I felt like doing something nice," Harry said. "That's a lot of nice," Titus commented as Harry signed the receipt. "I guess," Harry shrugged. Price had ceased to be any sort of concern from Harry after he signed his contract in Ballycastle. Of course, he knew Titus was the same way. "So why?" Titus asked again. "It caught my eye. Look at it. Doesn't it remind you of anything?" Harry asked. "A ball and chain," Titus said. "No," Harry laughed. "Look at it. It looks sort of like an element of harmony." Titus shrugged. "A what?" "Nothing," Titus said quickly. "Well, anyway," Harry said, pocketing the small box the shopkeeper had given him and walking toward the exit. "Where did you apparate to?" "Just outside of Underground. We should have probably coordinated more than just saying the harbor," Titus laughed as they stepped back outside. "Yes, probably," Harry said. "Oh well. Nothing ventured, nothing gained. Anyway, let's go get some sliders and beers and talk about that upcoming promo thing," Titus ordered. "Which one?" Harry laughed. "I'm not looking forward to any of them." "Oh, they won't be terrible," Titus said. "At least I hope they won't be." "Me too," Harry responded as they walked down the street to the nearest bar. Harry was rather content to simply let the night take him wherever it would. "Gabrielle." A sing-song voice echoed through the house. Gabrielle was caught off guard as she reviewed her summer assignments. She was pretty sure that there wasn't anyone else in the house at that point. She looked up from her homework toward her bedroom door. She'd left it open when she couldn't come up with anything better to do than review her homework. Moments later, she heard someone bounding up the stairs, likely taking them two at a time. Gabrielle simply tilted her head to the side and waited. 10 seconds later, Sophia bust through the open doorway. "Hello, Sophie," Gabrielle said, looking a little alarmed. "You are a week early." "Yeah, I may have fibbed a bit with my parents," Sophie said, speaking in French. Gabrielle actually had to pause and think about what she said. Had just a month without her native tongue slowed her down that much? "I'm kind of amazed they agreed to 2 weeks before the start of term. I planned on negotiating down to 1. I hope that's not a problem." "I do not know. I would not think so. But Harry is not expecting anyone to be here for another week," Gabrielle said. But she stood and gave Sophia a hug. "Oh, do I have to go back home, do I?" Sophia asked, slipping away from Gabrielle and collapsing melodramatically onto her bed. "Of course not," Gabrielle laughed. "Good," Sophia laughed. "That would have been embarrassing to tell the parents. Although I could have probably passed it off as confusing the dates or something of the like." "I'm sure you could," Gabrielle responded. "So did you have any plans for the evening?" Sophia asked, stretching her hands above her head. "I was going to go to some Quidditch match with Harry," Gabrielle said. "But it is not that important." "Quidditch? Really? Are they playing?" Sophia asked. "No. It is some sort of promotional game. Something about youth players, or I don't know. I just did not have anything better to do," Gabrielle explained. "Sounds terrible," Sophia said. "It does," Gabrielle shrugged. "But it beats sitting around here and doing nothing." "Hardly. You have a pool and an endless supply of booze here," Sophia said. "Strangely, Quidditch sounds more appealing to me. Anyway, I doubt they stay for the entire match." "Harry and Titus mentioned getting food after," Gabrielle said. They hadn't. But they usually mentioned food after just about everything they did, so she figured it was a fairly safe out. And neither of them seemed particularly thrilled to be attending the match that evening. "Titus will be there?" Sophia asked. Gabrielle didn't like the way she perked up and smiled at that. "Yes," Gabrielle said. "Room for a fourth." Sophia smiled brightly at her. "Well, I'm certainly not going to make you stay here all night with nothing but booze and a pool," Gabrielle scoffed. Sophia just giggled. Fantastic. She said. So are you sleeping with him yet? Who? Gabrielle asked. She moved over toward her dresser and started looking through it for whatever she would wear to the match that evening. Mostly she moved just so she wouldn't have to look at Sophia. And so that Sophia would not see her cheeks flush. Harry Potter. Duh, Sophia said. I am not sleeping with my boyfriend. Sophie, why would I be sleeping with Harry Potter? Gabrielle asked. She picked out a Falmouth Falcon t-shirt and changed into it quickly, keeping her back to her friend as she did. It was a tight-fitting, athletic shirt she'd purchased earlier in the summer. Because he's Harry Potter and you're living with him, Sophia said. I am. But I am not trying to sleep with him, Gabrielle said. You should, Sophia said. You have mentioned that. If you want to actually come to this stupid match, you may want to get ready, Gabrielle said. What is wrong with this? Sophia said, gesturing to her white skirt and tank top. It does not have a falcon on it, Gabrielle said, knowingly. Oh, look at you, a regular groupie, Sophia laughed. Indeed, Gabrielle said dryly. But I have still not seen you take under a full hour to get ready for anything. And you would be heading for an entire evening of sitting with Titus Button and Harry Potter. Oh my, Sophia said. She sounded rather frightened. I need to shower, and change, and do my makeup, and oh my. Told you, Gabrielle said. What am I going to do to get Titus to notice me for an entire evening? Sophia asked. Gabrielle just rolled her eyes. Trust me, it's not that hard to do. I'm sure he'll find some way to annoy you. He'll find it amusing, Gabrielle said. Really? Sophia smiled. Really? Gabrielle responded. Now are you going to get ready? They will be annoyed if they wind up late to the match. I think they're doing something promotional at the start of the match. The ceremonial draw probably, Sophia said knowingly. Maybe, Gabrielle said. She never really paid attention to what went on at the start of a match. I'm going to have to get my luggage, Sophia frowned. I left it by the flow out of laziness. I'll grab it while you shower, Gabrielle said. Awesome, Sophia smiled. She picked up the little radio Gabrielle kept on her dresser and stepped into the bathroom. Gabrielle sighed as the noise filtered out of the bathroom. She and Sophia did not share the same taste in music. But Gabrielle simply stood and walked downstairs. Sophia had left 2 small suitcases near the flow. She levitated each of them back upstairs and into one of the guest rooms. She put both on the bed without any sort of fanfare before moving back to her room. Once that was done, she took a moment to just stare into the mirror and look at her outfit. The jeans and shirt were both rather form-fitting and she thought that maybe she looked a little thin. But she shrugged her shoulders and thought that, overall, she looked nice. After she finished staring at herself, she resumed reviewing her summer assignments, doing her best to ignore the music that came from the bathroom. She would have simply silenced it, but she figured that would be rude in case her friend yelled for her. Sophia spent around 45 minutes in the bathroom. It was long enough for Gabrielle to finish reviewing nearly everything, which she was thankful for, as with her friends around, Gabrielle was not sure just how much time she would have to look into the assignments. And things were just compounded by the fact that the practices for the performance were becoming both longer and more intense. She barely paid attention when her friend popped out of the shower, garbed in only a towel. Gabrielle just took the sign of the door opening as a sign that she should pack up her school supplies. Are you really wearing that? Sophia asked, looking toward her friend. Gabrielle looked down at her outfit and shrugged her shoulders. What is wrong with this? She asked. Well, nothing, but it just seems kind of basic, Sophia commented. I am not going to a ball, Sophie, I am going to watch Quidditch. Well, I guess, Sophia frowned. But now I can't get all dressed up. Sure you can, Gabrielle countered. You'll just look silly. And that would make me seem like I'm trying too hard, Sophia said. You aren't, Gabrielle asked. Sophia just glared at her. Well, maybe I am. Oh well. You don't have another Falcons shirt, do you? Sophia smiled brightly at her. I only have the one, Gabrielle said. You are no help, Sophia groaned. Oh, just go get changed. And turn that stupid music off, Gabrielle said. It's not stupid, it's fantastic. Sophia countered. It's just people screaming, Gabrielle said. The only reason you don't like it is because you can't dance to it, Sophia accused. Gabrielle raised her eyebrows, crossed her arms over her chest, and stared at her friend. I can dance to anything, she said, confidently. Prove it, Sophia laughed. Maybe later. Anyway, I would argue that if one could not dance to it, then it is not really music. Now go get dressed, Gabrielle ordered. I put your stuff in the same guest room you used last time. All right. Thanks, Sophia said, rolling her eyes at Gabrielle's insult to her favorite genre of music, before walking out of the room. Gabrielle followed her, but turned to head down the stairs, rather than back toward the other bedrooms. She figured she would be better off just waiting for the boys than spending more time in her room with Sophia. Gabrielle did not have to wait long. Harry and Titus returned from practice shortly after she'd wandered downstairs. Sophia had not come down from dressing yet, but Gabrielle figured that they weren't in a hurry to leave, at least not yet. They were chatting animated about something. Gabrielle just ignored them as she moved through the living room and into the kitchen, making herself as unobtrusive as possible. Neither of the males seemed to notice her, being too absorbed in their conversation. So she sat at one of the stools and waited, trying to figure out what they were talking about. It seemed to be related to Quidditch. The boys kept talking, so Gabrielle figured it must be at least moderately important. Especially because their conversation didn't seem to consist entirely of insulting each other. Either way, Gabrielle was relieved when Sophia came down, dressed and ready to go, and neither of the boys seemed to mind. Harry had just raised an eyebrow at her, his expression indicating he could not tell if she had simply lied to him about when Sophia was going to show up. But he didn't bring it up. In fact, he acted as if she'd been there the entire time. He and Titus only spent a couple of minutes in the kitchen before moving upstairs to get ready. Regardless, she and Sophia simply killed time until the boys were ready to leave. A few hours later, she found herself in a luxury box at a Quidditch stadium on the outskirts of London. The teams warming up were not professional ones. Gabrielle was reading one of the programs that had been supplied in the luxury box while Sophia was looking through the fridge. Beer, 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 Sophia frowned and naturally immediately started to complain. Don't they have anything worth drinking? I mean, yuck. And just what had you expected? Gabrielle asked. She was looking around the box they were in. They were on the top level of the stadium. There was a couch in the middle of the room with a television against a wall. A table sat in front of the couch. Gabrielle noticed a basket of chips and a tray of salsa and guacamole on the table, along with a cookie assortment. The fridge that Sophia was rummaging through was near the entrance, next to a small counter with a sink and some plates and silverware. Wine, Sophia said as she moved bottles around in the fridge, making a face. Gabrielle moved behind her and peered around her shoulder at the contents of the fridge. She only spent a few moments looking before she moved over to the counter. There was a menu laid out. She could only assume that house elves would bring more food if someone wanted it. Wine is not a common drink for a sporting event, Gabrielle commented. So, we're in a luxury box. Sophia whined. Reserved for 2 young males, Gabrielle commented. Boys like wine too, Sophia frowned. They do. But not at sporting events, Gabrielle said knowingly. She turned toward the other side of the box, away from her friend. There was a large, sliding glass wall that was left open toward the pitch. She could see a row of chairs set up just outside the box where one would have a fantastic view of the game. Every few seconds she would see a colored jersey flash by as the pregame warm-up continued. From her vantage inside the box she could not see Titus or Harry, but she knew they were down on the pitch, waiting for the match there. As the guest starters, one of them would toss the opening quaffle. She suspected they were not paying any attention to the players that were warming up. Oh, cider. Score, Sophia said, clanging bottles together in the fridge. Want one? Sure, Gabrielle said, stepping right up to the glass door. Apple or pear? Pear, Gabrielle responded after a few moments of thought. She did not particularly want either of them. But, if the summer had taught her anything, it was simply easier to hold on to a drink when Harry and Titus were around. That way they wouldn't ask if she wanted something over and over. She heard the clanging of the bottles as Sophia pulled them out of the fridge. What are they even doing? Sophia asked as she moved next to Gabrielle. She held out one of the bottles to her. Gabrielle frowned at the green, but took it. She didn't like drinking out of a bottle. Something about it bothered her. Of course, she knew that was silly. Sophia took a large drink of hers. Gabrielle simply held the bottle, finding it inconvenient as she could no longer effectively cross her arms. They are preparing to toss the ceremonial quaffle, Gabrielle said knowingly. What? Sophia asked. They do it before most matches. The two center chasers line up and someone famous tosses a quaffle into the air and they take photos. It is a tradition, Gabrielle explained. Sophia just shrugged her shoulders and kept staring out at the pitch, taking another sip of her drink. So they do not actually do anything? Sophia asked. No, Gabrielle said. She saw the large screen on the other side of the pitch change from various logos and statistics to a live feed of the pitch. She watched as Harry walked up between two very young-looking chasers. Both of them stared at him a bit in awe. He said something to them before tossing the ball into the air. They both chased after it and returned quickly. Harry shook hands with both of them before stepping off of the pitch. Well, that was boring, Sophia said. Gabrielle rolled her eyes. I guess it was, she agreed. But the two players looked like they had fun. Seems to me they had fun, Gabrielle shrugged. She took her first sip of the cider. It was oddly sweet and tasted nothing like pears, but she didn't mind it. She took a second sip and watched the players form up on the pitch. Moments later the match began. Gabrielle only watched for a few moments before turning back to the luxury box and wondering where the boys were. This is boring, Sophia complained. Where's Titus so I can flirt with him? How would I know? Gabrielle shrugged. They are probably on their way up here. She thought, they probably already left and went to a bar. She shook that thought out of her head. She knew Harry wouldn't ever be that careless. It was an annoyingly long walk, Sophia sighed. She tossed herself down on the couch and activated the screen that it faced. It displayed a live feed of the match and Sophia groaned, but kept watching. Gabrielle decided it was probably best to not comment about how her friend was watching a match on a screen when it was literally happening outside the windows. Gabrielle turned her attention to the windows and watched as the first goal of the match was scored. She heard the door open behind her as the quaffle returned to play. The noise gave her an excuse to turn away from the match. Harry and Titus were in mid-conversation, but she could not help but smile anyway. Titus immediately went for the alcohol. He grabbed 2 drinks out of the fridge and tossed one to Harry. Harry caught it and opened it. Want any food? Titus asked as he stepped over toward the counter Sophia had observed earlier. Nah, Harry said. I'm good for now. I'm going to sit out and watch them play. Sounds good. I'll join you after I gorge myself, Titus said. Harry just nodded and stepped past Gabrielle, sliding the door open and stepping outside of the box. Gabrielle followed him. He sat on one of the hard stadium chairs, stretching his legs out in front of him and taking a sip of his drink. He seemed completely focused on the match. Gabrielle just looked at him for a moment. She peered over her shoulder, looking back into the box. Sophia was standing next to Titus at the counter. She was standing rather close to him and he seemed to be explaining something to her. Gabrielle expected it was all a ruse. She sighed to herself and sat down in the seat next to Harry. It was surprisingly comfortable. She figured it must have been charmed. Harry didn't say anything as she sat down, so she just watched the match. After a few minutes, though, he smiled and spoke. I love Quidditch, he said quietly. She could barely hear him over the crowd. But something about the simplicity of his words made her smile. I know, she said. What exactly is even going on here? What do you mean? Harry asked. Well, we are at a professional stadium, but they are not professional, Gabrielle said, gesturing to the match. Both teams wore very plain robes. One team was entirely red, the other entirely white. It's a showcase, Harry said. Yes, but who are they? She laughed, gesturing to the players flying around. They're a collection of top youth talent from all over the world, Harry said. Oh, Gabrielle responded. Harry could sense that that answer didn't particularly mean anything to her. So, after taking a sip of his beer, he explained. Every year they invite the top players from all over the world to play in exhibition matches on random teams. They get scouted by all of the professional Quidditch leagues. It's a way to see the top players playing against equal competition, Harry said. Did you do something like that? Gabrielle asked as the red team scored a goal. No, Harry said. Titus did twice. But I never received an invitation. Really? Gabrielle asked. That surprises me. Me too, Harry laughed. But I suspect there were some extenuating circumstances that prevented me from coming. What? Gabrielle asked. Well, the war, Harry said. Yes, but that was more when you were 17, not 14, Gabrielle said. Although, she had to admit, most of his teenage years were not particularly well documented. So she was not particularly sure what he'd done in his summers before the war. I suppose, Harry said. But I'm sure Dumbledore wouldn't have wanted me out and about. Especially not port-keying all over the world and playing in Quidditch matches. That would not have gone over well. That is disappointing, Gabrielle said. Harry didn't respond right away. Instead he finished his beer. He looked at her. She was still holding her cider. She hadn't come close to finishing it, but that didn't prevent him from asking his next question. Want another? He nodded toward her drink. No thank you, she said. He nodded and stood up, leaving her to sit and watch the match. Gabrielle heard some muffled talking from inside, but she did not look to see what it was about. Instead she took a sip from her now lukewarm cider and frowned. But it only took a quick spell to rectify that. She turned her attention to the match and watched as the red team scored 3 consecutive goals. It was an impressive flurry of activity, even if she wasn't quite sure just what was going on. Moments later the door opened once more. Harry stepped back out with a tray of food. He appeared to have picked one of everything and just tossed it onto a tray. He levitated the tray in front of the two of them before he sat down in his seat once more. How are Sophie and Titus? Gabrielle asked, looking at the tray of food. Nothing on it was particularly appealing to her. Harry dunked a chip into some guacamole and popped it into his mouth. He washed it down with a sip of beer before answering. They're doing fine, Harry said. Why do I not believe that? Gabrielle said. Well, Sophia seems to be a bit clingy. Titus is still distracted by Quidditch, Harry said. Gabrielle just sighed. I don't understand why she has to be like that, Gabrielle frowned. I did not even ask her to come over for another week and she just shows up. Is that why you're bothered? Harry asked. What? Gabrielle asked. You're tense. And you're being short and you seem annoyed, Harry said, eating another chip. I was worried you would be mad, Gabrielle said. I doubt that, Harry responded. What do you mean? Gabrielle asked. I'd like to think that by now you realize that wouldn't upset me, Harry said, referring to her friends showing up early. I guess, Gabrielle frowned. She took a sip of her cider because she wanted a moment to think. It did not really help. So what's up? Harry said, casually eating another chip. I do not know, Gabrielle sighed. I get that. So talk about it. Wasn't it you that insisted I talk about things that bothered me? Harry argued. And you accused me of being anorexic after, Gabrielle said. Well, you don't eat enough, Harry scoffed. I eat plenty, Gabrielle countered. Have a chip, Harry said, gesturing to the tray of food that floated in front of them. I am not hungry, Gabrielle responded. Harry opened his mouth to comment, but she picked up a chip, scooped some of the dip onto it and ate it, before smiling at him. Well played, he said quietly. Thank you, she smiled. So what's bothering you? Harry asked again. Sophie, I guess, Gabrielle said. That she wants to sleep with Titus. Harry asked. No, Gabrielle admitted. It took her a moment to realize it was an honest admission, too. She was not particularly concerned about whatever the two of them did. Well, that's good. I was beginning to think you were interested in Titus, Harry teased. Gabrielle just rolled her eyes and turned her attention to her drink. I have a boyfriend, she said out of instinct. Yes, and he's coming over soon. You must be excited, Harry said. She turned and looked at him. His eyes were focused entirely on the match. From what she could tell, he was watching one of the seekers fairly closely. I suppose, she said. Harry shook his head, but kept his eyes on the match. So you're not excited? Harry asked. I guess I am, Gabrielle said. Harry paused for a moment. He took some time to eat another chip and take a sip of his beer. He was quiet for long enough that Gabrielle assumed he was going to change the topic. You're going to make me cry, aren't you? Harry said. What? Gabrielle asked. Well, something is clearly bothering you. Right now, talking to you is sort of like pulling teeth. And I want to know just what exactly is up, Harry said. I am sorry, Gabrielle said. She frowned and looked away before he even finished speaking. Oh, it's fine. Just tell me what's wrong, Harry said. Nothing is wrong, Gabrielle said. She stared down at her cider for a moment before taking a long swig of it. Harry suspected that she was debating exactly what she wanted to say. Seems like it, he responded after she didn't say anything. She took another sip of her cider and reached for the chips. He turned his attention back to the match. It really didn't excite him in the least. He and Titus would have probably left already had they attended it without the girls. And while Harry knew that neither of the girls really wanted to be there, he also knew that neither he nor Titus really wanted to spend the entire evening with them. And they weren't sure how to politely ditch them. Really? Gabrielle started after a moment. She paused but then continued. Nothing is wrong. I am just not sure about my friends. Oh, Harry said. He figured she'd continue to talk if he let her. Yes, she said. I do not particularly know how I feel about Sophia right now. I do not remember her being quite so brash. And it bothers me. And I do not really know why. And I suspect that she has not really changed. Probably hasn't, Harry said. So I look at her and somehow she bothers me. And it makes me feel awful, Gabrielle said. And you've never been annoyed with your friends before? Harry asked. Well, of course I have. But I do not know. I'm being stupid, I think. But she still irritates me. In the past I would have gotten over it much quicker, Gabrielle said. Well, showing up a week early is certainly something you're allowed to be annoyed at, Harry said. It is not really that. I half expected that. I think it is how she seems to be obsessive with Titus, Gabrielle said. There you go, Harry joked, being all possessive of Titus again. If it makes you feel any better, he seems bored to tears by her incessant talking. Well, that is to be expected. I know I have been there with Sophie, Gabrielle said. I got that impression the last time she was here, Harry said. He reached over and put an arm around her shoulder. She looked at him, curiously, for just a moment, but did not say anything. Anyway, I am just being a stick in the mud because I am busy thinking about that. All the while I'm still worried about the weekend, Gabrielle said. You'll be fantastic at the show, Harry said. You and Madame Faye say that so often it must be true, Gabrielle responded. She leaned against him, sighing contentedly and turning her attention to the match above them. And I wouldn't worry too much about your friends, Harry said. It happens to all of us. There were phases when I couldn't stand being around Ron and Hermione. And there's points where I want nothing to do with Titus. Really? Gabrielle asked. She certainly hadn't witnessed much of his relationship with Ron and Hermione, but she had never seen him seem even the least bit annoyed with Titus. Oh yeah, it happens. It usually goes away though. And if it doesn't, you have to talk to them about it. That's what friends are for, Harry said. He felt Gabrielle shift against him until she rested her head against his arm. Thank you, she said quietly. For everything. You're welcome, he responded. But I think we've had enough Quidditch for the day. What do you say we get out of here? Where should we go? Gabrielle asked. Who cares? Harry said. Let's just pop away and see what happens. Should we tell Titus and Sophie? Gabrielle asked. Nah, they'll figure it out soon enough, Harry said. Okay then, Gabrielle said. Let's get out of here. And Harry simply smiled before apparating the two of them out of the stadium. Harry banked hard to his left, cutting right around the back of the Falmouth Hoops. He took the quaffle from Russell Jones as he sped past. The reservist got the starting nod that evening as they'd played 4 games in 8 days. It probably helped that Foster's last 2 starts were less than excellent. But they'd won them all. And they were playing Ballycastle to a draw. Harry shot back up the pitch, carrying the quaffle with him and enjoying the cool late August air. The Ballycastle seeker zoomed past him going the other way. Harry hesitated for a moment but decided he'd left his opposition unopposed for long enough. He hurled the quaffle as hard as he could down to the other end of the pitch and flipped himself around to chase the other seeker. He caught his opposite before reaching the other end of the pitch. The other seeker clearly had no idea where the snitch was, so Harry banked away again. He distracted one of the Ballycastle chasers, Jeremy Stretton, long enough for a pass to go awry. Cora grabbed it out of the air and relayed it to Ben, who tossed it toward the Ballycastle hoops. Harry didn't stick around long enough to watch the end of the play, deciding instead to follow the Ballycastle seeker back down to the Falmouth hoops. He heard the whistle signaling a timeout moments after he crossed over toward the middle of the pitch, so he assumed Falmouth had scored at least additional goal, forcing Ballycastle to stop play to attempt to regroup. Moments later he could hear Lewis Barker yelling at the Ballycastle players, obviously upset with the effort his players were putting forth. He turned his gaze down to the Falmouth bench and saw that Olsen was only directing the chaser to land for strategy. The Ballycastle seeker floated back toward his hoops and rose up into the air, no doubt surveying the entire pitch. Harry saw Jordan Wall fly over toward their keeper as he drifted toward Titus. "How's it going back here?" he asked the beater. "Fine," Titus said. "We're actually giving Stretton and Green fits. They can't match Eva and Cora's speed. And Ben can't miss. He's 8 for 8 to start." "Good," Harry said. He wondered idly how Titus managed to keep track of the stats, at least until he saw that lit up on one of the video boards in the stadium. "Quite," Titus said. "Now go catch the damn snitch. It's going to rain soon." "How can you tell?" Harry said, looking around at the black sky. "A feeling," Titus shrugged. "And you know how much I hate playing in the rain." "Maybe I'll prolong this then," Harry teased as the other players returned to the sky. He flew up toward the center of the pitch and surveyed the skies. Harry kept one eye on his opposite as he watched the match play out beneath him. The Ballycastle seeker seemed content to circle the pitch while avoiding the other players. So Harry just floated high above the pitch. Whatever strategy Olsen had called during the stoppage seemed to be working, too. He saw Cora and Ben relay the quaffle around the Ballycastle zone before Ben scored again. Harry spun his broom slowly around and watched the Bats attempt to start an offensive rush. It didn't last long as Jordan hit a particularly well-placed bludger into the chaser rush. Titus swooped over and punched the loose quaffle back toward their hoops. Russell grabbed it out of the air and lobbed it to Eva as their chasers sped down the pitch. He moved back up into the sky and resumed looking for the snitch. He noticed lightning off in the distance and wondered if Titus just had a lucky guess about rain, or if he'd bothered reading the weather report. Harry certainly hadn't. Harry spun around above the pitch. He positioned himself near some upper stadium lighting and scanned for anything at all that could possibly be out of place. He'd lost track of the opposing seeker, but that didn't bother him that much, purely because if the man knew where the snitch was, he'd likely already be racing toward it. And since he knew he'd have noticed such movement, he assumed the other seeker was just above him. Or like he was, trying to use the stadium lights to hide himself. One of the Ballycastle beaters had the decency to send a bludger at him. He rolled away from it. He was only mildly annoyed when the iron ball followed him. So he led it for a while, waiting until the Ballycastle chasers had an offensive rush going. As the Ballycastle chaser Marcus Green entered the zone, Harry cut in front of Jordan. The Falmouth beater launched the iron ball straight into the opposing rush. Green swerved hard to get out of the way, but kept possession. Harry watched as he hurled the quaffle over toward Jeremy Stretton. He had a clear line of sight for the interception and turned to speed off in that direction. But then he saw a flash of gold as the red ball soared through the night sky. And he pushed after it completely on instinct. A moment later the golden ball was completely in his vision. He saw the Ballycastle seeker above him, diving toward it as well. But he knew his opposite had no chance. He rose upward to intercept the path, cutting in front of the other man a few feet before the snitch. And moments later, the match was over. Harry spun around in the air, holding the snitch high and looking for a referee to end the match. One found him shortly and took the snitch from him, awarding Falmouth the points and the win. Jordan flew up next to him first, clapping him on the back and yelling loudly. Titus and Russell followed, with the chasers flying in last. Their victory celebration was short though, as at this point, it was just another win. The players weren't even aware that it moved them into sixth in the overall standings, making the postseason seem all the more likely. Harry spun around as the chasers floated back down to the pitch, looking around at the crowd. Something caught him as odd. He laughed quietly. "Would you look at that?" he said as he gazed into the crowd. Jordan and Russell were already floating down to the pitch as well. But the older keeper looked around too and chuckled quietly to himself. "Have fun, boys," he said as more lightning flashed overhead. But the showers were holding off. "Wow," Titus laughed as he looked around the pitch as well. The majority of the crowd was still in the stadium, on their feet, and clapping. It wasn't a monumental cheer, but it was a showing of respect. The two players recognized the "thank you" for their time in the Irish city. Harry flew over towards some kids in the stands and offered some autographs. He noticed Titus did the same, but on the opposite side of the pitch. And the two of them signed and talked until it started to rain on them. They retreated to the locker room as the rain fell. It was mostly empty. Cora walked out of shower in only a towel as they entered. She ignored them and Harry did his best not to look. Olsen was in her office, reviewing notes from the match. A few of the newly hired assistants were milling around. Olsen was pretty lenient with her players. She did not require them to stay after matches for any duration. The players who were accustomed to Davis were taking advantage of it and leaving almost immediately. But Harry suspected the free food of the clubhouses would win out eventually. In Ballycastle they'd often stayed a few hours after matches just to unwind. Harry changed out of his uniform fairly quickly before approaching the food. He made a sandwich quickly and ate it. Cora said a brief goodbye and stepped into the flow. "We heading back or going to a bar?" Harry asked. He noticed Titus had foregone food, but had grabbed a beer from the spread and was sipping it as he changed into street clothing. "Depends on if you want to wait around," Titus said as he pulled a Falmouth t-shirt over his head. "Why?" Harry asked. "Olsen wanted to review the match with me. Then I have a presser," Titus said. "Well, you wanted the C," Harry said. "Quite," Titus said. "But I'm starting to remember why I liked not having it, too." "Nah," Harry said. "You live for this shit. You'd rather sit in that office and review every single play and come up with new plays and everything." "Caught me," Titus said, sipping the beer. "Well, I'm going to head back to Falmouth then. Maybe hit up a bar for a beer when you get back," Harry said. Titus nodded. "Yes, because you'll want to get out of the house after 15 minutes with the Frenchies," Titus responded. "Probably," Harry said. "I forgot the rest of them are showing up today." "Yeah, so good luck with that," Titus teased. "I'm going to go and actually work now so that we continue to move up in the standings. And then talk to the media so you don't have to." "Awfully nice of you, Captain," Harry deadpanned. Titus flipped him off as he ducked into Olsen's office. Harry turned to the fireplace and grabbed some flow powder before stepping back into his Falmouth home. There wasn't anyone milling around when he stepped in. He wasn't too surprised by that. He wandered into the kitchen and grabbed a beer out of the fridge. He took a sip of it and was debating how he'd spend the rest of his evening when the doorbell rang. He shrugged and wandered over to the door, opening it. Harry wasn't sure why a pizza delivery surprised him. But he paid the youth that held 3 pizzas and brought them into the kitchen. He placed the boxes down on the counter and looked around. No one had come down to claim them. He was rather tempted to just start eating, but figured that would be rude. After no one showed up for 5 minutes, he picked up the boxes and started walking up the stairs, figuring they were all up at the pool. He wandered up to the 3rd floor, being incredibly careful of the contents of the boxes he was carrying. He wondered why he hadn't just levitated them after him, but figured since he was already there he may as well just finish carrying them. By the time he got to the 2nd floor, he could hear music playing from above. He made a face. It was French music. And as such, it was completely awful. He stepped into the large pool area and looked around. He'd never really taken the time to admire the room. But Eva had really put a lot of effort into it. The large marbled pool looked more like something Harry imagined from a 1920s hotel than a modern-day establishment. It took up more than half the room, and even led to an outdoor balcony that was obviously a magical addition. There were tables and chairs set up throughout the other half of the room, and Harry half expected the place could house 50 guests with ease. It seemed empty with just the 4 teenagers. Sophia and Josephine were relaxing on lounge chairs in bikinis. They were both a little damp and looked like they had probably recently emerged from the pool. Harry stared for longer than was appropriate. Matthew and Gabrielle were on the balcony. She was laying on him and they were dotting lightly. His hands were sliding up and down her back. Harry didn't stare at that for more than a second. Instead, he walked up to one of the tables. There was an ice bucket with 2 bottles of white wine in it, as well as 2 more bottles of red next to it. He glanced around the room and noticed there was a glass next to every one of the teens, and a few more left on the table. "Pizza," he said rather loudly, putting the 3 boxes down on the table. He took the liberty of pouring himself a glass of the red wine, figuring that would probably go better with pizza. "Oh," Sophia exclaimed. "I'd forgot we ordered that." "Me too," Josephine giggled. But both girls stood. Josephine wrapped a towel around her body. Sophia didn't bother. And they both walked over toward the table. Sophia opened the box closest to her and made a face at the toppings. She seemed much happier with the second box, but then looked around and frowned. "No plates?" she asked. "Knew I was missing something," Harry said. He took out his wand though and quickly transfigured the extra wine glasses into clear crystal plates. Both girls fawned over them. Harry smirked at them. "Who wanted the veggie?" Sophia asked, glaring down at it. "Guess," Josephine laughed. "Makes sense," Sophia sighed. They each grabbed 2 slices and sat at the table. Harry summoned their wine glasses from across the room. "Thanks," Josephine said. Harry nodded. He could sense the girls were too focused on food and were not interested in telling the rest of their party that it had arrived. So he decided it would be best if he did it. "I'll go get Elle and Matthew," he said. The girls just nodded at him. He stepped across the pool and out toward the balcony. He opened the door and stepped out into the cool night. At the very least, it wasn't raining in the south of England as it had been in Northern Ireland. Neither of the 2 teens noticed he entered. Harry looked down at him. Matthew's eyes were closed. Gabrielle's face was buried into his neck. He noticed he'd unfastened her top and his hands were resting on the middle of her back, unimpeded by the strap. Harry looked for a moment, before turning toward the railing. "The pizza you ordered is here," Harry said. He turned and leaned against the side of the balcony, his back to the harbor view. Gabrielle lifted her head up, before reaching back and refastening her top. She adjusted it quickly before standing. She blushed as soon as she looked at him. At least Harry thought he saw her pale skin flush red. Perhaps she'd already been in that state before standing, though. Matthew's eyes remained closed and he didn't move. "Who paid?" she asked. "Me," Harry said. "You were not supposed to do that," she said with a frown. "Well, no one else was coming down to do it. And it seemed like a shame to lose perfectly good pizza," Harry said. "Josie was supposed to be listening for the door," Gabrielle said. "Well, she failed at that," Harry said. "I'm sorry," Gabrielle responded. "Oh, it's fine," Harry shrugged. "I'm going to eat it all anyway." "Well, I would not want to keep you from it," Gabrielle said. She gestured to the door and he stepped through it. "Shouldn't we wake your boyfriend?" Harry asked. "He claimed he was not hungry when we ordered," Gabrielle shrugged. "Let him regret sleeping so early. He's probably the smart one. Shouldn't you be in bed already?" Harry teased. "It is barely 10, she scoffed. "You have a big day tomorrow," Harry commented. "Yes, but it does not begin until the early afternoon. You do realize there is a whole segment of the day that you typically sleep through, no?" Gabrielle teased. "Really?" Harry deadpanned. "Must be odd." "It is," Gabrielle affirmed. "Well, I'm going to avoid discovering it then," Harry said. "I figured you would," Gabrielle replied. They walked up to the table where Josephine and Sophia were eating their pizza. "Ditched Matthew already?" Sophia teased as Gabrielle picked up a slice of the vegetarian pizza. He is sleeping, Gabrielle said calmly as she took a tiny bite of pizza. Harry helped himself to one slice of each pizza. Wow, you wore him out that quickly. Josephine teased. I would have thought he had more stamina than that. Oh, shut up, Gabrielle said. She put her plate of pizza down on the table and walked over to one of the chairs. Harry didn't really mean to look at her backside in the swimsuit as she walked away, but, well, it happened anyway. She leaned over the chair and picked up a cover-up, throwing the pale blue cloth over her body and moving back to the table. Harry pulled himself some wine and continued to mostly just intrude on the girls, quietly eating. He did notice, though, that neither of the other girls seemed to care that they were sitting around in bikinis while they ate. How was the match? Gabrielle asked as she sat down at the table, next to where she'd placed her pizza. She refilled a glass of wine and sipped it before taking a bit of the pizza. Was good, we won, Harry smiled. You didn't listen. The girls did not seem to think Quidditch was important. Gabrielle said. Not important. Harry scoffed, looking between Josephine and Sophia. Well, we did not expect to be quizzed on it, Josephine frowned. Well, you missed Ben Neal putting on a chasing clinic, Harry said as he took a bite of pizza. I have no idea how we will ever cope with that, Sophia said overly dramatically. Me either, Harry said. It was impressive. Did you catch the snitch? Gabrielle asked quietly. She was finishing up her first piece. Yes, Harry said as he finished his second and started onto the third. That is a good win for you then, is it not? She asked. Very, Harry said. We moved up into sixth, I think, but don't quote me on that. I'll have to check the paper tomorrow. You are getting there, she smiled at him. You still have a good portion of the season too. Yeah, Harry said. Still a lot of games back. The top four have a rather large gap. We're just fighting through a bunch of mid-level teams at this point. I guess, Gabrielle shrugged. She cautiously took another piece of pizza and started on it, nibbling on the end. Harry had a feeling she didn't really know what he was talking about. I know, Quidditch talk is boring, Harry smiled. He took a moment to take a rather large sip of wine. It is not too awful, Sophia said. Harry gave her a brief smile. Yes, it is, Josephine laughed. I do not mind it, Gabrielle admitted. Well, 2-1 Josie, Sophia joked. It's all right, we don't need to talk about Quidditch, Harry said. It gets a bit trying even for me. Really? Josephine asked. Yes, Harry said. Do you like talking about school all the time while you're at school? No, Sophia admitted. Same concept, Harry said. Sometimes it's work. Mostly it's play. But sometimes it's work. It's always good to get away. I guess that makes sense, Gabrielle said. You and Titus never shut up about it, though. What do I never shut up about now? Titus asked as he entered the pool area. Quidditch, Gabrielle said. The other two girls looked surprised and giggled a little to each other. Gabrielle spared Titus no more than a passing glance. Sophia giggled quietly as she stared at the beater. Well, I guess, Titus shrugged. I thought we were going to go grab some food. He stared down at the pizza as he walked up to the table. Didn't know when you'd be back, Harry said. The girls ordered it. I'm still game for drinks. All right, Titus said. Let's go. Let me change first, Harry said. Okay. Well, come get me when you're ready, Titus said, grabbing a piece of pizza from the table. Harry turned to exit the pool area as Sophia spoke. Oh, Gabrielle, before I forget, can you grab that copy of your Ruins homework for me? I wanted to get that done tonight if possible. Sure, Gabrielle responded. I will go grab it now. Thanks, Sophia said. Harry held the door for Gabrielle as they moved down the stairs. Letting her copy your homework now? Harry teased. She claims she has most of it done and just wants to double-check some things, Gabrielle said. Do you believe her? Harry asked. No, Gabrielle said. I do not. So letting her copy your homework? Harry asked again. Yes, Gabrielle admitted. But am I expected to believe that you made it through your entire school career doing all of your own assignments? No, Harry said. But I'm supposed to be the responsible one. On what planet would you be the responsible one? Gabrielle asked. You may have a point there, Harry ceded. Anyway, I suspect at some point, when I am exhausted from practicing too much and have forgotten to do some assignment, that Sophie will just hand me her copy, Gabrielle said. Well, that's what friends are for, Harry laughed. Yes, it is, Gabrielle affirmed as they walked down the hall toward their rooms. So, any plans for after the show tomorrow? Harry asked. Madam wants to take me out. And then I suspect my friends will want to do something. And then it's prep for show 2, Gabrielle said. What are you doing in that one? Harry said. I am essentially a background dancer there, Gabrielle said. But Aurora again for the final show, Harry said. Yes, Gabrielle admitted. The director did not want to overburden me. I see, Harry said. Madam said it was normal, Gabrielle responded. Well, that's good then, Harry said. Yes, she said. We had a full rehearsal a couple of days ago and I was exhausted after it. So I suspect there is a reason why I am not doing 3 shows in 3 days as the lead. Sounds smart, Harry said. Yes, Gabrielle said. So you nervous? Harry asked. Kind of, Gabrielle said. But less so than I expected. Good, Harry smiled. That means you're prepared. Gabrielle just smiled at him. She did not comment further. They eventually stopped outside their rooms. Well, have fun with Titus, Gabrielle said. Harry paused for a moment then smiled at her. I actually have something for you, he said. She turned away from her door and looked at him. Oh, she asked. Her eyes were wide and he could tell she was surprised by his words. Yeah, I was going to give it to you after the show. But it sounds like you'll be busy, so now seemed as good of time as any, Harry said. I think it may be bad luck to accept a gift before the show, Gabrielle commented. Maybe, Harry said. It can wait until after if you like. Of course not. Gabrielle smiled. Now I am curious. What is it? Here, he said, opening the door to his room and stepping inside. She followed after him. Harry wandered over to the bedside table and took out the small box he'd purchased from the jeweler. He stepped over toward her near the door and offered it to her. He'd wrapped it, without the aid of magic, in a light pink paper. The sides were a little uneven and it managed to look a little crumpled. But she just smiled down at the box and then looked back up at him. You really did not have to get me anything, she said. Of course I did, Harry replied. You've accomplished something big. Everyone should get a gift for that. Thank you, she said quietly, looking down at the paper. She brushed her thumb over the side of the package as she stared down at her. Open it, he said. Gabrielle started to peel off the wrapping paper. After a moment she held the simple gray box in her hands. When she finally opened it, her mouth dropped. She stared up at him, blinked a bit, and then looked back down into the box. It contained a gold ring with a large pink sapphire set in the middle. It was flanked by 3 small diamonds on either side forming a heart, and underneath. Beneath those another 6 small pink gems formed a V around the band. She closed the box and stared up at him. This is way too extravagant, Gabrielle said. It's supposed to be, Harry replied. Why would you get me this? She asked. She opened the box once more as if to make sure she'd seen it right the first time. Harry reached up and ran a hand through his hair. He'd struggled to come up with an answer past, because I felt like it, for the last few days. But he'd come up with something he thought worked. Well, it's sort of a sports tradition, he said. What do you mean? She asked. Harry walked over to his bed and opened a drawer on the bedside table. He took out a box of his own and opened it, showing it to her. It contained a large dark ring with a bat done in red gems on the face. In Quidditch you get a ring when you win the league title. Other Muggle sports do it too. Large accomplishments yield rings. It's why we jokingly refer to championships as rings. I figured this was a big accomplishment for you and you should have something to remember it by, Harry explained. She stared at him, then looked briefly at the Ballycastle championship ring before Harry closed the box and put it back in the drawer. His explanation made sense to her. But she sensed it wasn't quite the full explanation. I see, she said, opening her box once again and staring at it for a few moments before plucking it out between 2 of her fingers and examining it carefully. It is really beautiful. Somehow it reminded me of Sleeping Beauty, Harry said. But I think probably the Disney version more than anything else. My costume is pink and gold, she said. It would match it nicely. So I at least had the right idea, Harry smiled. You did. I do think it is too much, Harry. But if I have learned anything this summer, it is that I will not get anywhere arguing with you. She slipped it onto the ring finger of her left hand and stared at it. It looks nice, Harry said. Gabrielle nodded. It does. Thank you again, Harry, Gabrielle said, looking upward at him. After a moment, she hugged him tightly. You're welcome, Harry said. But I do need to change now. And I suspect you're keeping your friends waiting. Oh, I'm sure Sophie would have complained had I been back instantly anyway, Gabrielle sighed. But I do need to remember where I put that assignment. Meet you in the hallway? Harry asked. He noticed Gabrielle was still looking down at her left hand. He wondered why she'd picked that finger in particular, as she did not have a ring on any of the others. Or really, any jewelry on at all. Okay. She smiled. Thank you again, Harry. And then she stepped back into the hall. Harry didn't watch her leave. Instead, he pressed her out of his thoughts and changed out of his team wear and into some jeans and a basic short-sleeved shirt. After a few moments, he stepped back out into the hallway. Gabrielle was waiting there, leaning against the wall and staring down at her hands that were holding a few pieces of parchment. Shall we? Harry asked, looking upward toward the pool level. She just nodded and followed him back up the stairs. When they entered, Harry noticed that both Josephine and Sophia were flushed red and suppressing giggles. Titus was just sitting, looking curiously at them. They giggled more when Harry and Gabrielle entered before making some excuse about wanting to get into the pool and doing so. You ready? Harry asked Titus. The beater nodded and stood. Let's go, he said. Harry looked to Gabrielle. Enjoy your evening, he said. She smiled and moved over toward where Sophia had been sitting, depositing the homework assignment there. You too, Harry smiled and left the pool area. Titus followed him. Underground or somewhere new? He asked, referencing their favorite local establishment. Indifferent, Harry said. Figured we'd wander out and just stop in somewhere. Works for me, Titus said as they stepped down to the main level of the house. So, do I even want to know what was going on up there? Harry laughed. Probably not. Titus smirked at him as he made his way outside. Fair enough, Harry said, following his friend out into the night. The Falmouth Falcons had a rather light practice the next morning. The mood with the team was much more jovial than it had been in months. They started by reviewing some film of the previous matches and discussing some differing strategy. Olsen talked directly to every player on the team, making them discuss some detail of the match. But she didn't do it in a demeaning way and instead mostly just led conversations about the match. After Olsen finished with that, they took to the pitch. At that point, Titus ran the practice while Olsen watched from the ground. She had a couple of coaches in the air with the players, but for the most part she kept out of the way. They finished with a scrimmage against each other. Harry's side defeated Titus's in a rather close match. The beater wasn't particularly happy about it, but that just made it all the more fun. They left after. There was 5 days before their next match, in Holyhead, and they'd have 2 days off of practice before it. Harry and Titus each had some national team commitments in the days to come. But nothing more than media events and a couple of appearances. Their first practice with that team was coming up though, only about a week out. Harry wasn't really looking forward to the additional work that would be required on his schedule. But he figured that Coach Barker would probably keep it on the lighter end until their camp started up. Either way, the majority of the players left the stadium in the early afternoon. Some stayed behind and popped into the trainer's room, or enjoyed the free food. When Harry returned home, he wasn't surprised to find that Gabrielle was already gone. He figured she'd go to the theater early. She'd anticipated being there most of the day. But she had left a bunch of tickets on the table. Harry had given her the money for them a few days ago. He examined them briefly before going and changing out of his practice clothing. He left the house soon after and wandered down to the cafe where he had a lunch scheduled with Daphne. They hadn't gotten together in a few weeks. Harry didn't find the meeting rather special. Daphne seemed a little down, but he didn't comment on it. Instead, they discussed some new sponsorship proposals that he'd had since the naming of the national team. Harry was moderately surprised that Lunfrey hadn't come up with anything. But he suspected that the owner was keeping true to his word. Either way, Harry didn't particularly like any of the proposals. When they'd finished, they just chatted for a few moments before Daphne had to head back to her office. She packed up all the paperwork and went on her way. Harry stayed at the cafe and enjoyed the harbor view for a few hours before he wandered back home. Titus was in the kitchen when he walked in. He'd changed into a button-up shirt and a pair of black jeans and was leaning against the counter, looking at Sophia. The French teen was wearing a little black dress and sitting perched on the counter eating one of Gabrielle's yogurts rather slowly. She batted her eyes at Titus and Harry had to stifle a chuckle. "Were we going to do dinner before the show?" Harry asked, mostly just to announce his presence. Sophia glared at him a little as Titus looked away from her. But Harry figured it was best to not comment. "The girls wanted sushi," Titus said. "Matthew seemed to think that was a terrible idea." "Sushi actually sounds pretty good," Harry lied. He wasn't the biggest fan. But he wasn't about to offer a better idea, so he figured agreeing was easier. "Yeah, there's a joint not far from the theater that Sophia noticed walking home one night," Titus said. "Figured if we leave in about 15 minutes we'll be okay." "All right, I'll go change," Harry said. He wandered up to his room and changed into an outfit not too dissimilar than Titus's. But he wore a much lighter green shirt. When he wandered back down to the kitchen, Josephine and Matthew had joined Sophia and Titus. They left the house together and Sophia led the way to the restaurant. The meal was rather uneventful. Sophia and Josephine talked rapidly in French while Matthew tried to engage the Quidditch players. Titus talked easily, mostly complaining about the fact that Harry had thoroughly trounced him in the scrimmage at practice that day. Harry paid when they finished and they walked to the theater. It was a large, old, and rather ornate-looking structure. Harry could sense magic around the building and suspected much of the decoration is maintained through magic. They lined up with the others trying to enter. Harry was rather impressed with the turnout. No one seemed to recognize Harry or Titus, at least no one approached them and said anything about it. It only took a few minutes to filter into the theater. They had about 20 minutes before the show and the group decided to simply go to their seats. They were just below the middle of the seating bowl, right in the middle of the aisle. Sophia shoved herself between Matthew and Titus in the middle. Josephine sat next to them, then Harry next to her. Harry spent the time before the show peering through the playbill. He read the biographies of all the dancers. Gabrielle's was the shortest, yet she was the first female to appear in the program. The picture next to her name was a rather surprised-looking headshot. After he read through the synopsis of the play before just staring at the stage, a large curtain blocking everything from sight. He wasn't even paying attention when someone sat next to him. At least until she spoke. "Mr. Potter," Madame Fay said quietly. Harry looked over at her. She was paging through the playbill, her hair done up in an elaborate bun. She was dressed up as well. "Hello, Zoe," Harry said. The dance teacher took a moment to stare down the row at the others in Harry's party. She raised an eyebrow. "The beater?" she asked. "I think he was probably just bored," Harry said. "I doubt he's that interested. But he'll be quiet. I am more worried about her chatty friends than him." Zoe shook her head. "But they are old enough to know how to act at a show." "One would hope," Harry said. "And they like her too much," Zoe said. "So you were working to help them get prepared?" Harry asked, mostly just to make conversation for the few moments they had before the show started. "Yes," Faye said. "They are talented. But they are not professional." "Well, you said it was mostly students, right?" Harry asked. "Yes," she said. "But they came around quickly." "How about Gabrielle?" Harry asked. "She knows her parts," Faye said as the lights in the theater flashed, indicating that the show would begin soon. "But it is her first show. She will learn a lot tonight. I hope she learns the good before the bad." "Me too," Harry said. "I remember my first match." "And how was that?" Faye asked. "Awful," Harry said. "At least until I got into the air. After that it wasn't so bad." "I wish her opening dance was easier," Faye said. "Calvin, though, thought it would be no problem for her. He admires her. I suspect if she performs well he will write countless recommendations for her." "Well, that's good, right?" Harry asked. Of course. But anyone he would be writing the recommendation to is already here in the building, Faye said. She nodded toward the rows ahead of them at a group of smartly dressed, snobbish-looking people. Harry nodded. Well, she gets a chance to prove herself, Harry said. And possibly a place for when she is done with school, Faye said with a nod. Although I have learned that they have particularly short memories. No matter. If she wants to dance, I will find some place for her to start. Regardless of how this show goes. Well, I hope it goes well, Harry said. It will. She will be perfect, Faye said, as if saying it meant it would be true. After she spoke the words, the lights dimmed completely, the chatter in the theater stopped, and the music began. Moments later, the curtain rose. Harry watched as dancers fluttered onto the stage, moving in a near-perfect unison. He had a difficult time really following what was going on until he remembered the synopsis that he'd read. He watched as two regally clad figures centered on the stage, gesturing to someone who appeared to be overseeing the ceremony. He remembered the start was about the curse on the baby princess. The celebration continued, the fairies circling around, blessing the newborn with many gifts until a black-clad woman danced onto the stage and the mood changed. It darkened. Harry marveled at how the girl's movements seemed both fluid and violent as she cursed the baby so that a pinprick could cause eternal slumber. And then the prologue was over. The audience applauded. Harry looked to his right. Faye seemed bored. She had her arms crossed over her chest. But she was chewing on her bottom lip and he expected she was nervous for her student. To his left, the kids seemed intrigued. When the music started again, the scene was similar to the one they'd just left. But Harry knew it was 16 years later. There were more ceremonies. But this time there were 4 boys milling around as well. The king and queen traveled down the stairs set up on the back of the stage. They moved slowly and in unison, and the party around them spread out as they entered the stage. The master of ceremony appeared to introduce them. They stepped away, off to thrones set up on the side of the stage. The master of ceremony gestured to the stairs, and with his gesture, all eyes in the theater, including the eyes of those on stage, turned toward the stairs once more. And then she appeared, bursting down the stairs and looking the perfect image of an excited teenager. She wore a pink sparkling costume, the wrap sticking out around her. She immediately shuffled over to her fictional parents, exchanging a hug with her mother and a smile with her father before bustling around the stage. And for the next few minutes the stage was hers. She danced and danced, spinning around, smiling fully. Her face seemed to glow in the spotlight as she danced. Harry lost himself in her movements. The 4 boys on stage were suitors of some sort, each vying for the princess's hand. She danced around them, with them, and around the stage, seeming nothing but delighted as she did. And then she stopped in the middle of the stage as one of the suitors approached her. She stood on her toes on one leg, the other shot out behind her and looked exactly like a ballerina in a music box. The suitor took her hand and walked slowly around her, spinning her, examining her. When he made a full circle, the second suitor replaced him and repeated the process, and then the third, and then the fourth. Never once did she even wobble on her one leg. Never once did the smile leave her face. Perfection, Faye whispered from his side. Harry half expected that she didn't even realize she'd said it aloud. And then another lady was on stage, dancing with a needle. The shiny object amused the young princess and she danced with her until the older woman let her see it. And then, with a prick, it was over. Gabrielle danced woozily across the stage until she collapsed. The woman revealed herself to be the evil fairy, and chaos descended around the kingdom. And then the curtain fell and the intermission began. Faye, Sophie, and Josephine all excused themselves, walking out into the lobby. Titus looked over at Harry. I have no idea what's going on, he admitted. Matthew laughed quietly. You should have read the synopsis, the French boy said. Yeah, it's pretty clear, Harry responded. Well, I guess, Titus said. It certainly is elaborate. Quite. I thought she was magnificent, Matthew said. Me too, Harry nodded as the girls returned. Harry noticed immediately that Sophia leaned on Titus as she sat down. And it seemed like Josephine was sitting close to him as well. Harry turned his attention back to the stage and waiting for the second act. It opened with a prince and his entourage wandering through a forest. From the synopsis, Harry knew it was a century later. He watched as the prince encountered fairies, and a shade of Princess Aurora that danced to him and away from him, leading him through the forest, but never getting close enough for him to touch. But eventually a purple-clad fairy made the images disappear. And she led him on from there. Together they reached the enchanted kingdom. And they battled the evil fairy. But eventually the prince found the princess and woke her with a key. And as she woke, the kingdom woke. They danced together, slowly around the stage. As the play concluded, the two of them still dancing while the curtain fell. Harry started clapping immediately, as did everyone else around him. Most stood, including the snobs in front of him, and continued the applause. When the curtain rose again, most of the cast was standing there. They bowed to the applause. Moments later the four suitors came out and did the same. The king and queen flanked them second later. Then the evil fairy. After a pause the lilac fairy and the prince joined them. And finally, Gabrielle came out onto the stage, still smiling. She curtsied to the crowd as a younger girl walked over and gave her a large bouquet of flowers. After a moment she gestured down to the pit, where the orchestra had played the entire evening. And then she gestured for the rest of the cast to join her, and they did, bowing once more in unison as the curtain fell for the final time. Harry sat back down as people started shuffling out of the theater. He figured it would be easier exit to wait for the initial rush to die down. Faye sat next to him. He noticed that Titus and the French kids joined the fray leaving. Well, how was she? Harry asked. He was still staring up at the stage, despite there being nothing there. Sublime, Faye responded. Harry saw her wipe her eyes briefly. Good, Harry smiled. She will go far. Faye smiled. If she wants to, at least. I don't think that smile was fake, Harry commented. It was not. But it is a matter of remembering that during the hours and hours of practice before she performs again, Faye said. Harry didn't feel like pointing out that she was performing 2 more times in the next 2 days. I think she really does love it, Harry said. She does, Faye responded. Thank you, Mr. Potter. For what? Harry asked. Faye shook her head. I think 3 months with you has done a fair bit of good for her. Much better than 3 months of her mother, Faye said. Care to expand on that? Harry asked. No, Faye said. I should not speak of it at all. But one day, perhaps. Well, I won't press, Harry said. But some things were starting to make more sense in his head. He wondered about how much different things may have been. Certainly had the portkey not disappeared she likely wouldn't have just performed before a packed theater. Faye excused herself. Harry followed a moment later. When he stepped out of the seating bowl as he turned to leave he saw the door backstage. He wandered over to it, nearly unimpeded, and managed to rather easily slip back into the dressing rooms. The dancers were rather loud, celebrating. Gabrielle saw him after just a moment. She was the center of attention even backstage, hugging a few of the other girls. But she separated quickly from them and pranced over to him, hugging him tightly. Harry, she squealed. She lifted up on her toes and kissed him affectionately on the corner of the mouth. Harry was mildly surprised, but ignored it. Gabrielle, Harry smiled, hugging her back. You were fantastic. It was an amazing show. Thank you, she said. I do not think I have ever had so much fun. You looked like you were having a blast, he said. She seemed to realize then that he was still touching her. And she slipped away from him. Eek. I am still all sweaty, she scoffed. Oh, I didn't notice, Harry said. Well, anyway, I am glad that you enjoyed the show, Gabrielle said. You were wonderful, Harry reiterated. She just smiled at him. Did everyone else like it? She asked. They did. Even Faye said you were sublime, Harry quoted the teacher. Gabrielle just stared at him, as if she didn't believe him. So he just kept talking. Did you have plans for the evening? Oh, they were going to have a sort of victory party at some place around the corner. Sweeps, I think it is called, Gabrielle said. Harry shook his head. Oh sure, they can talk you into a victory party but I can't, Harry teased. I do not think I am going to go. I am supposed to entertain my friends, Gabrielle frowned. Nonsense, Harry said. Go out with the dancers. Bask in your performance. It was amazing. We'll make sure your friends are entertained. Really? Gabrielle said. Yes, Harry nodded. Go have fun. You most certainly earned it. Thank you, Gabrielle said. She hugged him again. No problem, Harry said. I need to change now, she sighed. I do not want to keep anyone waiting. All right, Harry smiled at her. Go have fun. She nodded at him. And Harry watched her go. She moved over to a corner where he saw her stuff spread about. Two of the girls started talking to her as she futzed with her costume. Harry felt invasive at that point, so he turned and left. He couldn't help but smile as the girl chatted with new friends. She certainly seemed different than the girl who refused to speak to anyone while staring out over the scenery in Romania. He met everyone else outside and told them that Gabrielle was going to meet them at home later. They seemed to accept that. Titus asked if anyone wanted to stop anywhere, because sushi wasn't that much of a meal. Sophie and Josephine decided on a cafe near the house, but Matthew went back home, deciding that he wanted to wait for Gabrielle. Harry mentioned she may be a while, but the boy just shrugged and walked back to the house. So Harry sat next to Josephine at the cafe and ordered some tea and listened to the girls chatter about how impressed they were by their friend's performance. He stared out over the harbor as they spoke and smiled. It was nice to hear such positivity about her. And for the first time in a while, Harry realized he wasn't worried about her. Instead, he was just happy for her. And it was a good feeling. He couldn't help but smile as he drank his tea. Harry went to bed long before Gabrielle returned that evening. It surprised him a little that she stayed out so late, but he knew how easily time could pass while celebrating. And he knew she was responsible enough to not let anything impede her performance the next day. Well, at least she was frightened of Madame Faye enough to not let anything impede her performance. Either way, Harry heard her fumbling around in the hallway when she got home. He rose out of bed and moved toward his door, opening it quietly and peering across the hall. She was obviously a little tipsy as she stumbled through her door. She left it open and twirled around a bit. She held a bottle of water in her hand and took a moment after spinning to take a sip out of it. She giggled once more and collapsed on her bed. Harry watched her, feeling like a bit of a voyeur, but that didn't stop him. At least until she pulled off her top and walked over to the dresser, presumably to find some pajamas. Once she started to disrobe, Harry closed his door and went back to bed, happy that she appeared to have had fun with her new friends. He got up earlier than he'd have liked the next morning. Mostly because he wanted to see Gabrielle before she left for the show to see how she was doing. He wandered downstairs into the empty kitchen and made himself some tea. He was sipping it, staring out one of the windows, when Gabrielle hopped down the stairs. She was fully dressed in jeans and a Falmouth Falcons t-shirt when she entered the kitchen with a bag slung over her shoulder. "You are awake?" she asked, looking genuinely surprised. "You're the one that went out and got hammered last night, not me," Harry teased. "I only had 2 glasses of wine," she argued. Then she stared at him. "How did you know?" "You made a bit of noise when you came home," Harry said. "I popped my head out of the door to check on you." "Have fun with the cast?" "Yes," Gabrielle said. "It was nice. I don't even really remember what we talked about or anything. But it was entertaining. I enjoyed myself a lot. I hope my friends were not too much of a burden." "Sophia and Josephine just flirted with Titus all night," Harry said. "Matthew came back here after the show. I told them to not do that," she frowned. "Flirt with Titus?" Harry asked. "Yes. It's all they talked about after you two went out the other night." "It annoyed me," Gabrielle said. "Well, you should know that telling a teenage girl to not do something just means they're going to do it," Harry said. "I mean, really, even I know that." "I suppose," she frowned. "Sorry you were subjected to that." "Oh, it's fine," Harry laughed. "I've certainly had worse nights. And they will probably bother you today," Gabrielle frowned. "Oh, I doubt it," Harry said. "I have a promo thing and then I have to catch a show later." "What show?" she asked, looking at him curiously. "Really?" he responded. "Oh, you do not have to come again tonight. I am just one of the fairies in the second act and a random village in the first," Gabrielle said. "Like I'd miss that," Harry responded jovially. She just shook her head. "It is really no big deal. I do not even think my friends are coming tonight, Gabrielle said. Well, that's their choice, Harry responded. What's in the bag anyway? Makeup, a change of clothing, and my shoes, Gabrielle said. She walked over to the fridge and took out some yogurt before grabbing a spoon and eating the small package quickly. Makeup? Harry asked. Yes, Gabrielle said. Faye helped me with Aurora's. But I suspect she will be helping Lynn tonight and not me. I'll have to fend for myself as a fairy. Going to be okay? Harry asked. I will be fine, Gabrielle said. She turned to the sink and cleaned off the spoon. Harry saw a glint of gold on her right hand and wondered when she'd switched the ring. But he didn't ask, as it made much more sense for it to be on that finger. Well, I can't wait to see the show again, Harry smiled. Gabrielle put the clean spoon back into the drawer and turned to look at him. What are you going to do today? Gabrielle asked him, changing the subject. I'm making an appearance at the Youth League tournament. The last day of matches is today. I'm doing a meet and greet with a few of the teams and I think there's some sort of autograph session or something. I didn't really read the entire itinerary, Harry admitted. You can get away with that? Gabrielle asked. There's usually people that make sure I'm where I'm supposed to be. I think there's going to be other players there too, Harry explained. Who shows you around? Gabrielle asked. Shows isn't really the right term. Mostly they just make sure you're where you're supposed to be and stand between you and the masses. But there will be either handlers from the Falcons, or possibly ministry people since it's national team related. Daphne sometimes shows up as an excuse to get out of the office. But since it's a Saturday, she's probably not going to show. Will you at least have fun? Gabrielle asked him. Harry shrugged. Probably, he said. I like watching Quidditch. There's some international competition that'll be there. I'm sure I'll find someone to chat with during the matches. Gabrielle looked like she wanted to say something. But at that point Matthew walked into the kitchen. He looked at Gabrielle for a moment. Good morning, he said tersely. Gabrielle blushed and looked away from her boyfriend. Good morning, Matthew, Gabrielle said quietly. What time did you get in? Matthew asked. He wandered into the kitchen and sat at one of the stools. Around 3 in the morning, Gabrielle admitted. I thought you would be back much sooner than that, Matthew said. Harry couldn't help but notice the boy's eyes shifted toward Gabrielle's hands and he seemed to tense for a moment. I am sorry, Gabrielle said. I lost track of time at the after party. Oh, that's fine, Matthew said. Did you have fun? Oh yes, Gabrielle nodded. I did. What did you do? Matthew asked. Oh, we went to this bar called Sweeps and we had some drinks and talked a bit. Would you like me to make you some eggs or toast or anything? Gabrielle asked meekly. Sure, Matthew said, looking at her. Harry just watched the two of them, curious as to how they acted together. It wasn't something he'd really witnessed in any sort of great deal. Gabrielle stepped over to the fridge and took a couple of eggs out. She moved to the range and started to scramble them. She levitated a couple of pieces of toast into the toaster as she focused on the eggs. Scrambled, right? She asked. Please, Matthew said. So what did you wind up doing at the bar? Oh, well, Lynn got me kind of hammered. I mostly just sat by her and drank. We chatted most of the night. That's the other lead girl, right? Matthew asked. Yes, Gabrielle said. She's an American spending some time here with her boyfriend. 2 foreigners getting the leads. Matthew asked. Why do I feel like the other girls really love that? They have been cordial, Gabrielle said. At least to our faces. The director dealt with us mostly separately, so I have not really spent that much time getting to know them. It was nice to be able to chat with them more freely last night. So just drinks and conversation? Matthew asked. And a bit of dancing, Gabrielle said. She served the eggs onto a plate and fetched the toast. She grabbed a container of jam from the fridge and put all of it in front of Matthew. He thanked her quietly as she found him a fork. Dancing? He asked after peppering the eggs. Yes, Gabrielle chuckled quietly. When Lynn's fiancé showed up, she insisted I dance with her because he would enjoy it. Really? Matthew said tersely. Yes, Gabrielle giggled. Harry noticed she was blushing and wondered just what the dancing entailed. He seemed nice anyway. Lynn was fun. They left shortly after he arrived. And then I came home shortly after. Well, I'm glad you enjoyed yourself, Matthew said. Although I wish you'd have sent a message. I am sorry about that, Gabrielle frowned. But you'll be fine with Josephine and Sophia today, right? I have to head to the theater early again. I guess, Matthew frowned. If Gabrielle noticed his dejected tone, she did not pay it any attention, and instead just smiled at him. Good, she said. Sorry I have not been any fun. But I need to run. Enjoy your breakfast. It's all right. And thanks, Matthew said quietly. He went back to eating as Gabrielle turned to leave. Harry didn't stay long, either, deciding it best to head to his commitment rather than talk to Matthew. Harry took the flow to Tutshill. He popped out in the offices of the stadium and was immediately greeted by a perky intern who gave him a standard spiel about the events of the day. Harry didn't really listen. Instead, he looked around. He was less annoyed than he expected to see that both Draco and Ludo were there. Harry, he heard from his side. He turned to see Alicia smiling at him in a pink Magpies shirt. Hey Alicia, he said as she gave him a half hug and a brief peck on the cheek. How are you? Doing well, you, she asked, ignoring her handler who was attempting to go over the schedule. Can't complain, Harry said. I wouldn't if I were you. Couple of big wins for you guys, Alicia smiled at him, tucking a strand of her walnut hair behind her ear. Yeah, we've had a nice run. You guys worried yet? Harry teased. Alicia laughed aloud at him. Of the Harpies? Yes, they're a strong team. Of you? No, Alicia admitted. Ouch, Harry said. It's not your fault. You're too far back. Maybe next season, Alicia said. We'll see, Harry smirked at her. You should know better than to count me out. Really? Because every time we play you lose, Alicia deadpanned. One day that will change, Harry sighed. Whatever you have to tell yourself, Alicia said with a smile. So they signed you up for this as well? Harry asked, changing the subject. When he saw the event was in Tutshill, he assumed it would have been either Hillard or Williams, seeing as they both played for the Tornadoes. Yeah, she said. We're the ones that are off today. Tutshill is in Wigtown tonight and Puddlemere is in Holyhead. They had Claire and I flip for it. I figured they'd give you a break and I'd be stuck with Button. You wish you were that lucky, Harry said. I'm not sure that I'd call that lucky. As is, I think I'm a much luckier girl to hang out with Harry Potter today, Alicia responded. Ah, you're too kind, Harry responded. Are you two quite done? Draco asked from the corner. One of the interns was standing next to him and Harry suspected that their banter was holding up some part of the schedule. Still, he couldn't resist the urge to bristle Draco. Ludo, why is he here again? Harry asked, turning to Bagman. He is the ministry liaison, Harry, Ludo said quickly, before Malfoy could speak. Right, Harry sighed. I forgot to bitch about that to Daphne. I don't see what bearing that would have on anything, Draco said snottily. You will soon, Harry said. You're due on the pitch for the start of the match, Draco responded, getting to the actual business of why they were there. Harry walked past the ministry official and followed one of the handles to the pitch. Alicia walked with him. They didn't say anything as they walked out onto the pitch. Harry didn't pay much attention to the warm-ups. The two teams set to play first were flying around, lobbing quaffles at the hoops. But the coaches saw the professionals on the pitch and brought their teams down. Harry and Alicia shook hands with the players and chatted with them for a few moments. It was something they'd do before every match that day. Harry believed 4 were scheduled. After the brief meeting on the pitch, he and Alicia found themselves in the owner's box of the stadium. They watched the matches from up there, with some other dignitaries and a spread of food. The Tornadoes owner joined them. But the man made a point of not speaking to either of the players, especially while ministry officials were around. Harry couldn't help but notice that Ludo spent a majority of his time there making sure that Draco was occupied and otherwise nowhere near Harry. He wondered to himself if perhaps someone at the ministry had put Bagman up to that, knowing Harry's past with Malfoy. Either way, he stopped thinking about it and decided to get himself a plate of food. He took one of everything that was laid out and placed the plate of food on the table that rested between the chairs where he and Alicia were sitting. The chaser gazed down at the food before picking up a piece of bacon and breaking it into smaller pieces to eat. After she finished it, she spoke. So, how are you doing, Harry? She asked. I'm fine, he said. Are you sure? She asked. Yes, Harry responded. Who put you up to asking? Wood wanted to make sure your head was in the game, she admitted. Harry didn't doubt that. In fact, he'd always assumed there was something going on between Alicia and Oliver. But he'd never asked. I bet, Harry laughed. Oliver always was incredibly focused on winning the next match. You know as well as I do that he's concerned for you and using that as a cover, Alicia said. Probably, Harry admitted. But still. Anyway, I'm fine. I've been fine for a while. Yeah, it beeps, but it is what it is. Harry, Alicia said quietly. Harry just shook his head and picked some of the food off of their shared plate. No, seriously, Alicia, I'm fine. It was 3 months ago. I'm obviously not happy about the whole situation. But it's over. I can't do anything about it. And none of them would want me to sit around and sulk about it, Harry said. He ate a deviled egg and wondered if there was booze at this event. He gazed around the box and didn't see any. Well, I suppose that's good to hear, Alicia said. Anyway, let's watch some kids play Quidditch, Harry responded. Do we have to? It's going to be a long day, Alicia said. Not a fan of the youth game? Harry asked. Not really, Alicia said. They're slow and boring and they never try anything fun. Just chasers shooting around while seekers float there. I've never minded it, Harry said. But it certainly doesn't look like what we play. No, it does not, Alicia said. She reached over and took more of his food. They'd finished off most of the plate again. Harry stared at her for a moment and she sighed before gathering it up and going for more. She brought back 2 cups of tea. Thank you, Harry said, sipping the black tea. No problem, Alicia said. But now I have to ask. What are you going to do about Draco? What makes you think I'm going to do anything about Draco? Harry asked. Well, you won't do anything directly. But what's your endgame there? Alicia asked. Again, what makes you think I have an endgame? Harry asked. You hate him, Alicia said. And you have the weight to do something about it without making it seem like a big deal. And I have a really hard time imagining that you'll be okay with him following us around in Greece. I don't suspect I would be a fan of that, no, Harry said. So what are you going to do about it? She asked. Nothing, Harry said. You have to be kidding me, Alicia sighed. I may mention to my agent that I dislike his presence at all of these team events. I suspect that she will relay that information to someone higher than Mr. Malfoy in the Ministry and that she will convince them that England has a much better chance of winning the upcoming World Cup if he is not around the players, Harry said. Devious, Alicia said. But do you expect that to work? Oh, it'll work, Harry said. Daphne is very persuasive. I doubt she'll even really need to make any sort of a threat toward them. You sound confident, Alicia said. I am, Harry said. She'll convince whoever she needs to that Draco either needs a bit of a vacation or would be better suited at a desk for the matches. Either way, I won't have to deal with him while we're in Greece. Good to know, Alicia said. Harry just nodded at her and resumed watching the matches. They weren't anything of note. Between them, Harry and Alicia again traveled down to the pitch and talked to players. In the meantime, the 2 players simply chatted and caught up with each other. While they'd played quite a few matches against each other since Hogwarts, they hadn't really had much time to chat. Alicia was mostly interested in his relationship with Katie Bell. Apparently the doctor-to-be had spilled some secrets that she shouldn't have about events occurring a few years earlier. But Harry took it in stride and joked with Alicia as best as he could. After the 3rd match, he excused himself from the proceedings. He suspected Alicia would follow shortly, but she was flirting with one of the team employees present and amused by that at the moment that Harry left. He asked the owner of the Tornadoes to use his flow in the private box. The man allowed him to and Harry stepped back into Tutchill. He checked the clock and decided on a shower before changing to head off to the second performance with Daphne in tow. It was enjoyable, too. Gabrielle danced a few minor roles, spending most of it in the background. Harry watched her whenever she was on stage. He chatted briefly with the people around him during the intermission. But it was more interesting eavesdropping on the couple next to him. A pale B. owned with an American accent, was scoffing about some aspect of the performance. Harry didn't catch the complaint. Her companion, an equally pale, but dark-haired male, quieted her as the light dimmed and reminded her that they were there for Lynn. Gabrielle was on stage for the start of the second act. Harry watched her intently, his eyes locked onto her. And really, he couldn't help but notice her smile. It lit up her face completely. When the show ended, he went home. There wasn't any sign of his French or English housemates, so he went to bed, assuming that Gabrielle would again go out with her castmates after the show. He attended the following night as well, finding himself completely enamored by watching her on the stage. She seemed to glow in the stage lighting as she fluttered around. Harry was struck by how different she seemed as she smiled out at the audience that he suspected she didn't even see. But as he stared at her, he did not see the girl that stared over the Romanian countryside, looking as if she was debating slipping off the ledge and letting the fates have her. Instead, he saw a confident young woman. Her every movement a precise choreography performed with a sort of expectation. By her third performance, she looked completely at home on the stage. Harry would have sworn she smirked as the crowd applauded the completion of the Rose Adagio. But perhaps that was just him putting more of himself into her actions. At the very least, he noticed that every time she was on stage, the entire audience was entirely fixated on her. She had a sort of presence that drew all the attention to her and her movements. He felt rather proud of her when the performance ended once again. Faye's director friend joined her on the stage for the final bow, handing her another large bouquet of flowers. Harry suspected it would wind up on his kitchen bar next to the other one, and he was completely fine with that. The cast converged on her as the curtain fell. Harry stayed in his seat for a few minutes as the theater cleared out. He was rather lost in thought when he noticed the seat next to him was occupied. "I see what you mean," he said quietly. Faye just chuckled. "She is something," the instructor said. "She was even better tonight than 2 nights ago," Harry said. "I know," Faye said. "I don't think she's going to give it up," Harry responded, remembering the instructor's concerns from earlier in the summer. "No. I suspected that once she performed something legitimate, she would remember that there was a time when loved it," Faye said. "It was just a matter of finding the correct performance." Harry looked at her for a moment before something clicked in his head. "The correct performance?" Harry asked, before shaking his head. Was this performance always going to be Sleeping Beauty? Calvin wanted to do something more like La Sylphide or Don Quixote. "I convinced him that Sleeping Beauty would be a better choice," Faye admitted. "Why?" Harry asked. "It needed to be a fairy tale. She was always rather fond of fairy tales. She's a perfect Odette or Giselle. But those wouldn't do. There's too much death in ballet. I didn't want her first show to end with her laying on the stage. So we agreed on Sleeping Beauty. He laughed at me when I told her she'd easily have the stamina and acumen for the show." Faye smirked at the memory. "Proved him wrong," Harry said. "Quite. So he agreed to put on Sleeping Beauty, and I agreed to help train the dancers," Faye said. "So he already knew you'd have someone in the audition when he approached us," Harry said, remembering the brief time he spoke with the director. "Yes," Faye said. "But I would not tell him who. So I suspect he was trying to con that information out of you." "He always was a fairly good actor," Faye said. "Well, you must be proud of her," Harry said. "Very," Faye responded. "She is the closest thing I will likely ever have to a daughter. And she was magnificent tonight. But I cannot claim that much credit, really." "Why's that?" "Because it was all her," Faye said. "She focused on it, she learned it, and she performed it." "Yes, she did," Harry sighed. "Thank you, though, Mr. Potter," Faye said. "For what?" Harry asked. "I didn't really do anything." "Perhaps not. But you were what she needed. She talks about you more than anyone else. You protected her and took care of her when she needed someone. It was a role that I likely would not have been able to perform as effectively," Faye explained. "I just let her do what she wanted," Harry shrugged. "Thankfully she is a responsible young adult," Faye scoffed. "So what does she do now?" Harry asked. "She is going back to school," Faye said. "Should she be doing that?" Harry countered. "It will not hurt her," Faye said. "But I suspect that she will have some people inquiring if she'd like to join their performance group after tonight's performance. And she shouldn't accept those offers." Harry asked. I am not sure she is quite ready to be a professional dancer, Faye said. She will mention them to me though, I'm sure. Perhaps even to you. What do I tell her? Harry asked. Whatever you think is the best move for her. She will have likely made her decision before she brings it up. She just likes to hear what other people think. Well, I think she was fantastic and would be wise to do whatever she would like, Harry said. Me too, but I must go help Calvin now. Good luck to you, Mr. Potter. Faye rose from her seat and walked out of the theater. You too, Zoe, Harry said as she stood and left. By then there wasn't anyone else in the theater, so he simply apparated home and went to bed. But he couldn't sleep. There was something on his mind he couldn't quite express. He stood at his window and stared out over the darkness of the harbor. Eventually, he grabbed a roll of parchment and a quill and sat on his bed, transfiguring part of it into a hard table surface. He dipped a quill and started scratching away at the parchment, watching the letters appear from his head onto the page. He wasn't really positive with exactly what he was writing. But he needed to get it down on paper. It took him about an hour to get it penned, and after he read it he conjured an envelope and tucked it in. He sealed it and addressed it with a flourish, before tossing it onto his dresser, figuring that it could wait to be delivered. After that he fixed his bed and sat there, thinking about both the summer and the future, and wondering just what life would bring next. The week that followed was fairly uneventful. Harry spent a great deal of time on the pitch. They only had one match, but they started to have some more organized national team activities. So far, the practices there were incredibly light, mostly because none of the league general managers wanted any of their players in danger of injury. So they mostly just looked at film of the opposing teams in their groups and went over some basic plays, while flying some rather basic no-contact drills. It wasn't the most entertaining things he'd ever done on a broom. But Harry knew that the main reasoning for it was just to build some chemistry. Barker didn't do much with the players when they weren't in the film room. He had the other coaches stay fairly passive as well. So the vast majority of the interaction was simply player on player. But there wasn't anything combative. They did not fly against each other. As of yet there was nothing to cause any strife between them, past the initial picking of the roster. Really, the vast majority of time they spent together felt just like friends hanging out. Some of the old hands, like Gwenog Jones, were a bit surly early on, but the rest of the group largely ignored that. Annoyingly, though, Harry was finding it hard to hate James Parker. The backup seeker was a cheerful presence that didn't mention his rather exceptional record against the team's starter. Harry found the Magpie seeker to be a rather smart player, quick to help anywhere he was needed. He figured they'd make a good pair. He wasn't usually home much for the last week of August. Matthew had left the Monday following the show. Gabrielle had seemed annoyed for the brief moment he'd spoken to her since, and he got the strangest feeling they'd disagreed about something before he left. But she hadn't brought it up. And Sophia and Josephine had just giggled at him. The two girls stayed until Wednesday. After they'd left, Gabrielle had asked if he'd take her to the train station in Paris that Sunday. Naturally he'd agreed. He'd already assumed he'd have to figure out how to get her to Beauxbatons for the start of term. And from how she described the train ride to the school, he started to wonder if schools simply did it to give the students an excuse to chat for a few hours before arriving at the institution. He still saw her less than he'd have liked in that final week. But there wasn't much he could do about it. Really, if he thought of it, he didn't see that much of her over the summer. He'd been busy here and there for the 3 months. But so had she. Regardless, the last week of her summer vacation passed rather uneventfully. Harry found himself home too late on the evening before, or rather morning of, the day he was set to take her back to school. But the win in Tutshill had been worth it. He yawned as he walked up the stairs to his room. He peeled off his shirt and changed into a pair of athletic shorts before cracking the casement window in his room. It was a chilly night, but he liked the cold breeze. He decided on a quick shower before he went to bed. He wasn't quite asleep when someone knocked on his door. He assumed it was a drunk Titus being obnoxious. Most noises at 2 in the morning were fairly easy to pin on that cause. He sat up, leaning against the headboard. Yes? He asked, stifling a yawn as he spoke. There wasn't an immediate response, but after a moment the door opened. Gabrielle stepped through slowly. She had a blanket wrapped around her shoulders, but that didn't surprise him as the house was rather chilly. What did catch his attention was that her hair was gently curled, but still loose and falling down her back, and that she had a pink lipstick on. Her wide blue eyes locked onto him and she took a deep breath. "Hello, Harry," she said as she slowly closed the door behind her. She took a step toward him. He just stared at her. "Hello, Gabrielle," he said. "Did you need something? I'm sorry if I woke you getting home so late." "Oh no, not at all," she said. She paused a few feet from the bed and looked at him. "Well, what's up?" he asked. "Nothing. I just, she let her voice trail off and looked toward the ground. She swallowed hard but did not raise her gaze immediately back up to him. "Yes?" he asked. He closed his eyes for a moment, because, for that moment, they seemed far too heavy. He managed to stifle another yawn before he looked at her once more. She'd taken another step toward him. "I just wanted to thank you for everything," Gabrielle said quietly. "Oh, it was no problem," Harry said. "You helped me too, you know." "I did?" Gabrielle asked. "Yes," Harry said. "It was nice having you here this summer." "Well, thank you," Gabrielle said. "Any time," Harry said. "Now, what time did you want to be at the station tomorrow?" Harry asked. "The train leaves at 1, Gabrielle responded immediately. "Okay," Harry said, closing his eyes. There was a moment of silence. He assumed she would simply leave. But a moment later he felt her weight on the bed. He opened his eyes and watched her as she crawled into his lap. She opened the blanket and spread it around the two of them. Harry opened his mouth to comment, but before he could say anything her lips were on his. He froze. He had no idea how to react. On one hand, she tasted sweet, and her weight felt wonderful in his lap. And her lips were intoxicating. His moved against hers, almost entirely on instinct. His hands slid to her hips. He hadn't really intended to put them there, it just sort of happened. He could feel the soft fabric of her clothes beneath his fingertips. Another soft cloth fell down to her waist, caressing his hands as she shifted against him. But part of him knew it was wrong. He knew he shouldn't be letting her key him. She was still so much younger than him. And somewhere in the back of his mind her comments about simply wanting to thank him reverberated through his mind. After a couple of moments his brain won out over his body. "Gabrielle," he said quietly. She wiggled against him slightly, causing him to grip her hips tighter, hoping she didn't move any more. "Yes, Harry," she whispered, her breath caressing his lips before she keyed at him once more. "What are you doing?" he groaned. "I thought that was obvious," she said quietly, leaning back from him. His gaze shifted down. He couldn't help it. She was just wearing a pink camisole and her underwear. He forced his eyes back up to meeting hers. "Well, yes," he said, realizing he was using one of her favorite lines. He shook his head. "Why are you doing this?" "I wanted to," she said. She didn't hesitate. But she bit her bottom lip when she finished saying it. Her answer sounded almost rehearsed to him. It came out too quickly. Like she'd been preparing herself for that question. "You said you wanted to thank me," Harry responded, letting his voice trail off. She nodded as she looked at him. "I do," she said. "Not like this," he said. "Why not?" she asked, her eyes widening as she stared at him. He could see the fear of rejection forming in her. "Well, for one, you do have a boyfriend," he said. She frowned. "I do," she answered. "At least for now." "For now?" he asked. "We have been fighting," she sighed. "He is unhappy about pretty much everything. He probably has reasons to be. I have not been a particularly good girlfriend. But I find myself not particularly interested." "Well, regardless, he is still your boyfriend," Harry said. Her shoulders slumped and he took a moment to slip down so he was resting against his pillows. It forced Gabrielle to shift slightly, but she didn't get off him, as he'd hoped. Instead she just lay on him, staring up into his eyes. "I know," she said. "And this is not how you should thank someone," he continued. "But I want you," she said quietly. "And you've been so nice to me. And so helpful. I just wanted you to know I appreciated it," she said. "And I know that," Gabrielle. You don't need to sleep with me to get that across, Harry said. He ignored her first clause, hoping she wouldn't mention it again. I know, but, she let her voice trail off. She stared at him, shifting a little against his body, trying to find a more comfortable position. Harry shifted his hands to the small of her back. Harry didn't say anything. Gabrielle sighed, as if he expected more words from him. But he did not give them. So she just shifted against him and rested her head on his chest. Harry closed his eyes, fighting every urge to just roll her over and do what she claimed she wanted. But now was not the time for that. After a few moments of silence, long enough that with great focus he almost fell back asleep, she spoke again. Do I have to leave? She asked sleepily. Harry paused. He kept his eyes closed. He didn't know if she was asking about leaving his room, or about in general. So he didn't answer the question. I'm comfortable, he shrugged. She just sighed in response. He ran a hand up her back and into her hair, tracing over it gently. Okay, she said. And she continued to just rest against him. Harry chewed on his bottom lip and wondered if he should try to keep her talking, or let her sleep. He knew that in her position, he'd likely rather not dwell on how her plan had backfired. So are you looking forward to your last year? He asked. I don't know, she said. How do you not know? He said with a slight laugh. I feel like I would rather keep dancing, she said. You can do that at school, Harry said. Yes, but rehearsing with Faye is not nearly as fun as being on stage, she admitted. I know, Harry said. But a necessary evil, and I know I should go back anyway. Both Faye and Calvin say that the types of auditions I would want to try for are not until spring anyway. And that most of the big deal companies are starting their seasons now. Calvin said he would get me an audition for one next spring, she sighed. So finish your education then chase the dream, Harry said. Gabrielle nodded against him. Yes, that is essentially what Faye said, too, Gabrielle said. And they're all going to remember how fantastic you were as Aurora, he said. I hope so, she responded. They will, Harry said. And if they don't, you will make them remember. I will, she nodded against him. Harry couldn't help but smile. He rather liked her newfound confidence in her abilities. He leaned forward slightly and keyed at the top of her head before resting back on the pillow. She shifted so her face rested in the crook of his neck. Good, Harry said. He could feel her lips curve into a smile against his neck. He closed his eyes and again tried to force thoughts of her from his head. After a few more quiet moments she spoke once more. But really, Harry, thank you. I do not know what I would have done had you not been in Romania. I do really appreciate it, she said quietly. I know, he responded. But we should sleep now, it's getting late. She muttered. Harry simply closed his eyes, doing everything in his power to not think about her. She didn't say anything else and eventually, he did fall asleep. He awoke before her in the morning, which surprised him, as he couldn't really recall a time when that had happened where she hadn't been drunk the night before. He looked at her for a moment. She'd rolled off of him in the night and wound up cocooned into the blanket she'd brought with her. Harry slipped out of bed as quietly as he could and took another shower, taking a change of clothing with him into the bathroom. When he emerged, she was still asleep. He checked the time to ensure they were in no danger of missing her train and grabbed an envelope off of his dresser before leaving the room and headed down to the kitchen. No one was around, so he just made himself some breakfast, scrambling some eggs quickly and helping himself to some assorted fruits in the fridge. He ate quickly before moving on to the paper. He skimmed it, not finding any of the articles to be particularly interesting. About the same time he'd finished with the paper, Gabrielle came down the stairs. She'd dressed in a simple pair of jeans and a t-shirt and was levitating her trunk behind her. Eggs? He asked as she set the trunk down at the foot of the stairs. She nodded. Please, over medium and some toast. She smiled at him as she asked. Right away. He smiled, getting started on the food. She took some juice out of the fridge and poured herself a glass before grabbing a fork and sitting at the counter. She was silent until he put the plate of food down in front of her. Thank you, she said. Any time, Harry smiled. She smiled back and started on the food. About halfway through, she looked up at him and asked. I did not know how much of my room you wanted me to pack up, she said. What's in the trunk? He countered. Just what I needed for school, Gabrielle admitted. Everything else is non-essential. He asked. Yes, she said. It's mostly the stuff that Daphne and I purchased earlier in the summer. Some clothing that I will not need for the school year, too, and the couple of decorations from my room at home. Well then just go ahead and leave it there. I can send you anything if you decide you need it, Harry said. Mostly because he didn't feel like helping with the packing. But really, he knew that it made pretty much no difference if it was there or not. All right, Gabrielle smiled as she finished her breakfast. That makes this morning easier. You have anything else you need to do then? Harry asked. Not really, she smiled. I'd done most of the packing last night. I just finished up this morning. I am ready to go whenever. Well, I doubt you want to spend 2 hours sitting at the station waiting for the train, Harry laughed with a glance at the clock. Preferably not, she admitted. Would you like to take a turn about the harbor then? Harry asked. You really do enjoy your walking, she responded. I do, he smiled. Well then fine, let us on, she said as she slipped off of her stool. Harry walked past her and led her outside. She took his hand as they enjoyed the crisp morning air in the harbor. He didn't really look at her while they walked. Instead, he just held her hand, playing momentarily with the ring on her right finger as he held her hand. She didn't seem to mind. By the time they returned to the house, it was time to head to Paris. He grabbed her trunk and apparated them to the French city, to an apparition point just a few blocks from the city. He hauled her trunk to the station as she walked next to him. She led him through the crowds, and through the hustle and bustle of the train station. The magical portion of it seemed to be right in the open. But charmed so none of the muggles noticed. Harry could tell where it changed simply by where people started to take notice of him as he wandered through the station. People really do notice you, Gabrielle said, looking around as a group of girls perhaps 2 years younger than Gabrielle pointed to Harry and giggled. You get used to it, he smiled. I just hope there's no autograph requests. I hope so too, she laughed. Well, there are your friends, Harry said, as he spotted Sophia and Josephine talking not too far away. She nodded and turned to look at him. She pressed her lips together and stared at him. Harry, she said carefully, pausing to just stare at him. Yes, Elle, he asked. About last night, she started, but paused. What about it? Harry asked. She pressed her lips together and shook her head. Just thank you again. I am not sure why I thought that was a good idea. I do not know what came over me, she said. Oh, it's all right, Harry said. I had a good time anyway. I must admit it was refreshing. What? How? She looked incredulous for a moment. Well, you went from the girl who thought I was indecent in Romania, to crawling into my bed, he teased. You were still terrible, Gabrielle said as her cheeks flushed a pale pink. I know, Harry said. Anyway, I am sorry I made a fool out of myself like that, she mumbled. Harry shook his head. You didn't, he said. Well, you, weren't interested, she responded meekly. It wasn't that, Elle, Harry said. The time just wasn't right. And I think you would have regretted it in the long run. Go back to school. Finish your education. And if you're still interested in something like that, and mind you, not something where you feel like you owe me anything, then we'll talk about it, okay? Okay, she said. I can write to you, right? She asked. Of course, he said. He took the envelope out of his pocket and handed it to her. Read that once you get to school. Most owls will take things straight to my agent for screening before me. But there is a way around it. He didn't bother to explain that it also included a way to flow to Grimmauld Place if she had any concerns at school, or needed to talk. And that no matter what she could possibly need, she should not be afraid to ask for it, regardless of the situation. I will, she smiled, her face lighting up as she took the letter from him. She stared at him for a moment and then just hugged him, tightly, holding him for a good 15 to 20 seconds before she leaned back against him. She tilted her head to the side and then at him, drawing some gasps from the people around him. But it was an innocent just her lips pressing to his. I don't know if you want me to get used to that, he said as she slipped away from him and focused her attention on her trunk. Oh, I don't know, she said. I think I might. She couldn't help but blush as she spoke. And Harry just smiled at her. Have a good year, Ellie, he said. You too, she said. Go win the World Cup. And again, thank you. For everything. Any time, Harry said. And she simply nodded her understanding before turning and walking away from him and toward her friends. Harry just watched her go. Glad for her smile as she moved to her friends. They swarmed her, looking over her shoulder at him. She just giggled a bit and shook her head before leading them onto the train, disappearing from his view. And Harry knew that she would be okay. That the worst was indeed behind her. Harry didn't move from his spot at the station until the train left. He stood there, unsure of how he felt. He was happy for her, yes. She'd recovered. But he felt oddly empty as the train left. He turned and walked out of the station, into Paris proper. She said he'd enjoy the city. He looked around and decided that perhaps he should spend the day doing that, to see if it helped at all. It didn't, really. Twice he'd looked to his side to make a comment. But there was no one there to comment to. So he did all he could think of. He apparated home and turned his focus to Quidditch and the World Cup. It had been an interesting 3 months. A lot had changed. But now, it seemed much like it had before everything. But he realized again that his friends were gone. And he was not sure how he would cope with that. But a familiar voice brought him out of his brief doldrum. Hey, let's go get a sandwich, Titus said from the kitchen. All right, Harry said, walking over to his friend. He took a deep breath. He knew things would get better again. It would just be about routine. He walked outside with Titus, who was already talking about the upcoming World Cup. By the evening he felt better. He sat out in the harbor and stared south, running over scouting reports of opposing players in his head. But somehow he only thought of her. She'd have sat out there with him, quietly, but reassuringly, and he missed that. But she'd have a good year. He knew. And it was an important year. She'd be done with school and able to focus on her life. And you never did know what a life could bring. The thought made Harry smile as he went back to thinking about the roster of his upcoming opponent. Clara Stahlbaum rushed into her family's large living room. Most of her family, and relatives, were already there, chatting gaily in the small groups they always seemed to pair off into at any family gathering. She pranced around her brother, Fritz, who took a playful swipe at her with an officer's saber. She couldn't help but wonder which of the adults let him pilfer that, and think that it was a silly decision. She rushed over to her parents and embraced her mother, before turning to her father and embracing him as well. They complimented her dress, which, of course, they'd picked out. It was a pale pink outfit with a flowy, tiered skirt that seemed to flow around her whenever she moved. The only piece of jewelry she wore was a simple pair of gold earrings that glistened in the candlelight as she swished away from her parents and over toward the long table set up in the family room. A gaggle of younger girls found her immediately. They were all dressed similarly to herself and showing off their outfits or dolls or anything they could at their annual Christmas Eve party. Clara smiled brightly and joined in the revelry. They sat in a circle on the floor, laughing merrily, until Fritz and the boys marched right on through, playing soldier. Fitz commanded them to attack and the girls scattered around the large sitting room, some hiding behind the decorated tree, others, Clara included, fleeing to their respective parents. Her father would have probably scolded Fritz, but their uncle chose that moment to make his entrance, his apprentice in tow with an almost comically large satchel. All of the children rushed to Clara's uncle. He was always popular at these parties, and he always brought gifts for each child. The man greeted some of the adults before turning his full attention to the children. He entertained first with magic tricks, where he pulled coins from places where they couldn't have possibly resided, and gifted some of the children with them. Next he pulled colored cloths out, making some seemingly vanish, and others change color. Fritz snuck in behind his uncle and snatched one. The adult didn't seem to notice at first, continuing with his routine. But after a moment he realized he needed whichever one it was Fritz had stolen. And he simply reached out for it and the cloth floated back to him, to applause from all in attendance, except for Fitz who stared after it incredulously. Once the tricks were over though, Clara's uncle summoned his apprentice and the large satchel. He proceeded to pull two large dolls out of the bag. They were male and female clowns, with ragged red hair and rosy cheeks. He positioned them carefully and then stepped away from each of them. But once he was a few feet away, each doll started to move. The clowns swirled around each other, dancing systematically, albeit mechanically, to the amusement of everyone in attendance. After their short routine, Clara's uncle put them away in the corner of the room and proceeded to give out the gifts he brought for the children. All of the girls, save Clara, received a little baby girl doll. They each cradled them and cackled to each other about how much they loved them. Clara stood patiently, expecting hers to come out soon after. But instead her uncle turned to the boys. They received military toys, rifles, and trumpets, and drums. And again Fritz marshaled the boys in the room into a makeshift battalion. Clara wouldn't help but smile at her brother, momentarily distracted, before her uncle's attention again turned back to her. He stared at her for one more moment before reaching into the satchel once again. He pulled out a wooden soldier doll with tufts of white hair sticking out in all directions. It was painted in a yellow uniform and had big, dark eyes. It wasn't a particularly pretty toy, but Clara loved it as soon as her uncle put it in her arms. She cradled it like a baby and moved to sit with it on an open couch near the furnace. Clara played with the doll until her uncle's apprentice sat next to her. He chatted amiably, complimenting her appearance immediately. Clara knew little about the man that she hadn't learned from eavesdropping on her parents. They didn't really have anything negative to say about him, except that unlike them he did not come from money. In fact, he had very little to his name past his apprenticeship to their uncle. But he worked hard and applied himself to everything he did. She turned her gaze toward her parents as he continued to talk. They were watching her carefully, but it did not appear that they would make any attempt to interrupt the two young adults. She answered a question she barely heard before turning back to face him. As Clara turned around, a rat fell into her lap. She shrieked and jumped up, causing everyone in the room to look at her and the rat that now rested on the floor. Her brother laughed behind her and the source of the vermin became apparent. Her father rushed over and scolded Fritz before picking up the dead rat by the tail and tossing it into the furnace, wiping off his hands once the task was complete. The toymaker's apprentice rushed to Clara's side after the fiasco. She took a moment to recompose herself, brushing off his entreaties as she brushed off the lap of her dress, where the dead rat had rested for mere seconds. She turned her gaze back around the room and noticed that Fritz had picked up her toy soldier. She rushed over and demanded he give it back. He refused and they fought over the doll for a few moments. She pulled it from his grasp, but part of it snapped as she did. Clara fell to the ground, staring at her broken toy. Her brother fled, fearing their parents' wrath once again. Clara's uncle noticed immediately. He fell down to the ground next to her and wrapped a cloth around the broken piece of the toy, fixing it for the moment. She hugged him tightly and then hugged her toy tightly. But then it was time to say goodnight to everyone. She put the toy on the couch and shook hands with her relatives, bidding them all a Merry Christmas before everyone parted for the evening. And then it was time for bed. So she disappeared from the family room, watching out of the corner of her eye as her parents embraced and shifted in small circles around the floor. She took a moment to stare out at the falling snow before worrying about bed. She changed, swapping her pink dress for a pale cream nightgown that fell to her ankles, with a red sash around her waist. She was going to go to bed. But then she remembered she'd left her toy on the couch. So she rushed back to the family room, hoping that Fritz hadn't snatched it again. But it was exactly where she left it. Clara ran to pick it up and turned to exit the room. But then she could have sworn she saw her uncle on top of the Christmas tree. And she would have sworn he threw some powder of some sort on her. But then he was gone in a flash. Clara yawned, feeling suddenly worn out. She blinked a couple of times and looked around to orient herself. But then she noticed that everything in the room seemed gigantic, especially the Christmas tree. And that the furnace in the corner glowed an angry red color. And then there were rats everywhere. She tried to get away from them. She hated rats, they frightened her more than anything else. And these were massive. They were all just as tall as her and they stood on their hind legs as they ran around her. Clara tried to step away from them. But every time she moved in any direction, there were more rats. She was completely surrounded. She cowered away from the rats. But then a large clanging noise startled them. She looked around to find its source. It took her a moment to pinpoint the furnace. But once she did, she noticed that the gate on the front of it was open. And out from the opening crawled a crowned rat carrying a sword. It was the very same rat that her brother had deposited on her lap just a few hours earlier. She stepped back from it as it landed on the ground, mere feet from her. The other rats shifted their attention to what Clara could only assume was their king. They formed ranks behind it. And then the Rat King was circling her. Clara knew she had to be dreaming. There was no way she wasn't. And this was all just the effect of her brother throwing that stupid corpse on her. But it still frightened her. It all felt so real. The rat turned back toward her. It raised the sword it held and then charged at her. Clara shielded herself with her arms, but the blow never came. When she looked up moments later, she was surrounded by soldiers as well, fighting the rats. And at their head, fighting against the Rat King, was a yellow uniformed man with disheveled hair. Clara blinked. It was her soldier, gifted to her by her uncle. He looked something like a mix between the doll and her uncle's apprentice. Clara just watched the fight. It did not take her long to realize that her soldier was not winning. The Rat King bested him with the sword, knocking her soldier down. The creature raised his blade, preparing for the coup de grace. Clara peeled off her slipper and threw it, awkwardly, at the rat. It was the only thing she could think of to do. It didn't appear to do any damage, but it distracted the king. It turned to face her, waving the sword menacingly in her direction. But before it could take a step toward her, a blade pokes through its chest. It looked down at it for a moment, before peering over its shoulder. It could see that it had been pierced by the soldier it had, moments before, bested. After a moment it slumped over, dead. The other rats ceased fighting the soldiers and fled. Clara ran to her soldier. He was injured, but he would be okay. He smiled at her as he rose back to his feet, before he gestured for her to come with him. She gathered up her slipper and followed. He led her through a land she didn't understand. But that was unimportant. All that really mattered was the splendor. First they traveled through a snowy field, where a beautiful blonde woman in an icy blue dress seemed to dance through the snow. Little winged angels moved all around her. Clara stared on in awe. And then they arrived at a gumdrop-filled city. People seemed to be everywhere. Her soldier let her walk around through the diverse crowd that seemed to hail from everywhere. She weaved through everyone, admiring everything. She even noticed her uncle's large toy dolls there and smiled brightly at them. And then everyone seemed to notice her and her companion. And they all seemed to know what had transpired between the soldier and the Mouse King. And they all came to her, one at a time. She was given chocolate, coffee, tea, and candy canes as each gift giver performed for the amusement of she and her soldier. When they were done, shepherdesses emerged from nowhere, playing on flutes, flowers waltzed around her, and a large woman skated around with her many, many children. Clara sat on a throne as everyone performed on and on. She couldn't help but smile and sway with the music as she watched the revels. But eventually it was time to go. A fairy appeared that looked remarkably like her mother and danced with a chevalier who resembled her father. She enjoyed the last act most of all. Once they were finished, though, the fairy came up to her and Clara knew she would have to leave this wonderful place. She hugged her soldier, who kissed her cheek as they separated, whispering his thanks for her help, and waved goodbye to everyone who had just entertained her before the fairy escorted her to a sleigh. She saved again to everyone, thanking them and waving over and over as she was placed into the sleigh. Moments later she was being rushed back through the city, through the snowy fields with the angels, and back into her familial home. Clara shot up from the couch. Somehow she'd fallen asleep where she'd left her toy soldier. She was hugging it to her chest. She looked at it for a moment, and gave it a small kiss on its wooden cheek before hugging it once more, closing her eyes. And then there was an explosive din while Clara held the pose. She counted in her head, knowing exactly how long she needed to stay frozen on the couch for. And once the time was up, she stood and walked out past the now inert furnace. Clara turned sharply and queued up with the others, brushing out the front of her nightgown and rolling her shoulders deliberately. Magnificent L, A woman's voice, her mother's voice, the fairy's voice, said from her side as the noise outside grew louder. And Clara remembered that she was no longer Clara. She smiled at the older woman. Not as well as you would have done, Gabrielle Delacour responded. She paused at that. Something was not right about that. But she was distracted by conversation. Nonsense. The woman, Nadia Kulikov, spat. You will be a remarkable replacement when I am finished. Nadia then stepped out onto the stage. You really were brilliant, David Cross said, stretching out his right arm and seeming slightly annoyed at the range of motion offered by the yellow soldier costume. He was the next cast member to take the stage to hear the applause. Gabrielle waited until he gestured back to her to walk in the classical style right out to the center of the stage and curtsy to the crowd. Once she'd straightened up, she gestured to the orchestra below her, and after a few moments she gestured back to the cast behind her, summoning them up to join her for one final bow as a young girl walked up to her and handed her a bouquet of flowers. The curtain fell slowly after another bow and the applause outside started to die down as they cast moved off of the stage. Gabrielle weaved through other dancers once they were backstage. Most were just talking idly about the performance. Typically she'd join in, but she wanted to wash off the makeup and get changed first. The ballet mistress intercepted her though, embracing her as she approached the small vanity in the back corner with her possessions scattered around it. She took the bouquet of flowers from her and found a rather large decorative vase for them, placing them next to her vanity. Well done, Elle. Well done, she exclaimed. Gabrielle blushed and frowned as she slipped into the chair, intending to wash off her makeup. I slipped during the party and nearly ran into a chicken while trying to be cute, Gabrielle said quietly. Barely noticeable. Hardly a bobble at all. The older woman, Margaret Mitchell, said. She wouldn't be our Ellie if she wasn't harping on herself. Nadia, the prima, sat at the vanity next to her. She sprayed a washcloth with water from a bottle and started to scrub at her face, staring in the mirror as she did. We will just have to beat that out of her, Margaret said jovially. Literally, Nadia nodded, pulling the pins out of her hair with a practiced grace. What? Gabrielle said, looking up feeling rather alarmed. Yes, but you'd think after 6 years she'd have learned by now, Margaret said. That's a valid point, Nadia said. Perhaps she's just a slow learner. Slow learner. Another dancer, Sarah Martin, laughed as she walked past her. She was already in street clothing with a bag slung over her shoulder. Have you watched her in rehearsal? Touché, Nadia said. What would you suggest then, Sarah, for getting rid of this pesky self-depreciation problem she seems to have? Alcohol and a man, obviously, Sarah said dryly. I think that really works the best for you, Nadia teased. Sarah made a face at her. Date tonight? Margaret asked. Gabrielle tuned out the conversation, dabbing at her makeup with a damp cloth and then simply pressing it into her face. Yeah, I think this guy is a real winner, Sarah said with a smile. We've heard that before, Gabrielle said quietly. It slipped out before she'd really even thought it. She blinked and buried her face back in the towel, hoping it hadn't sounded as malicious as it had in her head. Thankfully the other 3 girls just laughed. Yeah, Sarah sighed. Anyway, I have high hopes for this one. Good luck, Nadia said. Knock him dead, Margaret added. Slap Ellie for me, Sarah teased. Please do not beat me, Gabrielle responded, dryly. Oh, we'd never hurt you, Margaret said, ruffling her hair. Gabrielle rolled her eyes as the gesture. Anyway, just wanted to congratulate you. You were sublime, Ellie. Thank you, Gabrielle responded quietly. After 5 years of every various ethnic dances and snowflakes, she'd been rather surprised that she'd been cast as Clara this year. She wondered really, if Nadia was simply sick of acting younger and wanted to play a different role. Still, the amount of praise she was getting was surprising to her. While backstage was usually rather jovial after the show, she did not remember so many people coming and praising a performer. Nadia stood from her table and stepped out of the room as Gabrielle continued to cool down after the performance. She'd washed the makeup off by then and had removed her shoes, stretching her toes gently. She wanted to cast a massaging charm on her feet, but her wand was in her bag and she'd left that in the changing rooms. Moments later Nadia walked in, carrying both of their bags in one hand, and 2 bottles of water in another. She handed one to Gabrielle with a smile. I still can't believe you're not coming to the after party, Nadia said. I'd love to, but prior plans, Gabrielle said. She took the water from the older woman and opened it, downing half of the blissfully cool liquid. Nadia set their bags down between the vanities and took her seat. I know. Always happens this time of year. Everyone's Christmas thing falls on random dates. Still, you're probably going to be late. It's nearly 10 and you're still here, Nadia said. They knew I'd be late, Gabrielle responded. They knew I'd just stop in after the show. Where's the event, anyway? Nadia asked. I forget, Gabrielle lied. I have the address at home. I will have to stop at home and grab it. She knew she couldn't tell Nadia the actual location, as there was no way the woman would believe she could get there in time. Of course you did, Nadia smiled at her, shaking her head. Gabrielle just blushed and looked away. She knew the other dancers all thought she was a bit of a ditz. But it was one of the easier ways to keep magic a secret. Have a glass of wine for me, Gabrielle smiled, figuring it was best to steer the conversation back to the after party. Oh, I will. But I have no idea just how I'll deal with David, Alex, and Matt's disappointment when their favorite target of good-natured teasing isn't present, Nadia laughed. I'm sure they'll live, Gabrielle smiled. She pulled her bag to her and started rummaging through it. She found a pair of black yoga pants and a sweatshirt. One grew quickly accustomed to changing out of costume and into something much more comfortable. She started pulling on her shoes moments later. If you call that living, Nadia teased. They will have to survive until next time, Gabrielle said. She slid her rings on. She always wore at least one show ring. She'd gotten a new one for every classical performance. She wore Claris today on her right hand. It was a simple gold band lined with emeralds and rubies, making her think of Christmas. She slid the other two she'd brought onto her left hand, where they were now near permanent features, and smiled down at them for a moment before turning her attention back to Nadia. Thank them for performing so well tonight for me. I will do so, Nadia said. Again, congratulations on tonight. Thank you, Gabrielle said. She turned to walk to the exit to the street. A few of her fellow dancers stopped her on the way out, chatting idly about evening plans and the performance. But it only held her up for 5 minutes or so before she was out on the streets of London once more. It was a cool night in London. She wished she'd had her wand out, but yoga pants weren't the best garment for hiding a wooden stick. Still, she knew she wouldn't be outside for very long. But when the cool air hit her, she felt rather invigorated. So she decided to not apparate straight home. Instead, she picked an alley a couple blocks away and popped to it. She stepped out onto the Islington Street moments later. Snow was falling lightly here, but it wasn't quite cool enough for it to stick. She turned and started to move toward home. She looked up at the night sky, smiling slightly to herself. Christmas always made her think of the past. Of course, she thought with a sniff, that always made her think of her parents, of her sister, of the family she hadn't known for nearly a decade now. And that always made her sad. But it also made her think of what happened after. Of what that terrible event had caused. And in the end, that was anything but sad. Her 7th year at Beauxbatons Academy of Magic had been difficult. Not only was the course load heavier, but Madame Fay came more and more often as well, especially early, when she was worried that Gabrielle would miss Falmouth too much. She never said that to her student. But Gabrielle could tell that was what she was thinking. She would always steer conversations away from that topic. It made talking about her performance in Falmouth much more difficult, but they managed. She'd written to Harry Potter often. And he'd always replied promptly. She suspected he knew more than she did how not having anyone outside of school could affect someone. Still, as his season grew more and more rigorous, his letters seemed a little more rushed. So she stopped writing quite so much. Of course, looking back, she knew that hadn't actually been the case. She was just more nervous about being a nuisance when he was clearly busy. And she grew sick of her friends teasing her about the love letters she was obviously sending Harry Potter. She had not visited him during the holidays. She'd intended to. But Matthew had thrown a fit when she implied she would be spending the holiday alone with Harry Potter. So after a fight she'd caved and spent the break with Sophia and her parents. It was a relaxing break. She'd even managed a flow call with Harry on Christmas. He'd seemed a little disappointed that she hadn't made it. But he hid it well and wished her well. They'd chatted, annoyingly, about Quidditch most of the call. But it had still been a nice change of pace. She'd spent a great deal of time over that break thinking about where she was and what she wanted to do. Faye came over during that time and arranged a couple of interviews with a few directors of ballet companies. She'd been amazingly nervous through both, but Faye had insisted that she'd performed admirably. When she went back to school after Christmas, her head filled with ballet companies, careers, and life after school, Matthew became a problem. She knew that she'd brought upon herself, really. She never really said anything to him after they went back to school, and with schoolwork and dancing she'd found herself really just too busy to think about it. And in the end, it was rather nice to relax against a warm body and key. Here and there after a long day was a nice distraction. She found that she rather liked doing that, even if the thought of Matthew didn't really do anything for her. Still, the thought of any of her classmates didn't do anything for her. So she figured the comfort he provided without having too many expectations. But that changed after her return. He started to touch her more and more when they were alone. Some nights, alone by the fire, he'd try to take her clothing off. She resisted and he would stop. But he would still touch her through it. Eventually, his hands made their way between her legs. And sure, it hadn't felt bad. Really, it probably felt better than when she did it herself, given that she couldn't quite predict the coming movements. But it felt wrong. She'd stopped him and they'd argued. It was, perhaps, the first time she could remember him really seeming cross with her. Still, she hadn't had the courage to break it off completely then. She squeaked meekly that she wanted to wait for marriage. That she wanted it to be special and to mean something. For it to not just be empty fun on a night blissfully free of homework. He'd bought it, looking rather frustrated. And she'd ed him goodnight and gone up to bed. It was not Matthew that she'd thought of before she slept. She'd bought herself some time at least. But it was time that passed far too quickly. Matthew had taken her to mean that she wanted to marry him, and started to throw himself into just what they would do together after school. She ignored him, more or less, mostly because she couldn't think of anything to say to deter him. It wasn't until she realized that his plans for them did not involve ballet in the slightest that she finally cracked on him. Sophia claimed it was an epic fight. She didn't really remember much of it. Just talk of how early before she'd want to settle down and then seeing nothing but red. She wasn't even sure what specifically had triggered it. But she learned from third parties that she talked a lot about him not understanding anything at all that she'd wanted. Matthew hadn't spoken to her since. Annoyingly, about a year later, he and Sophia became a couple. It had really hindered her relationship with her best friend. But she'd kept busy. Still, at the time, she'd felt much lighter. She remembered flittering around the morning after feeling like she had nothing to worry or linger on. She'd felt bright, happy, relaxed, and free. Really, she'd felt like she was dancing. She stepped into the lobby of the flat, waving at the doorman as she entered. "How was the show, Mrs.?" he started. Gabrielle had intended to let him finish the sentence, but she blurted out before he did. "It was amazing. I felt like I was flying the whole time. I think we'll get rave reviews," she gushed, blushing immediately. "Rave reviews like always," the doorman smiled knowingly at her. "Well, we are quite good," Gabrielle teased. "Did you and Audrey get your tickets?" "Yes, ma'am. Sunday is perfect. Thank you and Merry Christmas," the doorman said as her elevator opened. "Merry Christmas to you too, Grant." She slipped into the elevator, tapping the button as the door closed. Moments later she stepped out, digging her keys out to enter the lofted flat. She took out her wand as she entered, using it to light the fire and turn on some Christmas carols as she hopped up the stairs to the bedrooms. She stepped into the master bedroom and slipped into the walk-in closet, pulling her hair out of the ponytail as she did. She took a dark blue dress off of a hanger and grabbed some matching heels before stepping back into the bedroom. She fished some matching underwear out of one of the dressers in the room before stripping. She'd intended to simply change and head straight to the party, but she changed her plan and instead took a very quick shower, scrubbing herself with peppermint soap and shampoo. Graduating Beauxbatons had been bittersweet. She'd not really known what to expect from the ceremony. All of her friends had their families coming in, but she figured she'd just be alone as she walked off the stage and would have to do her best to get through the day. But when Madame Maxime announced her name to the crowd and she stepped across the stage, the hall exploded in applause. She actually jumped, startled by the noise, until she looked toward the crowd. The Falmouth Falcons sat near the front of the spectators, Harry Potter and Titus Button cheering wildly while the rest of the team clapped and smiled, looking a little embarrassed by their star players. With them she recognized Charlie Weasley and his wife Talia, as well as Percy and a girl she didn't know. She also saw Daphne sitting near Harry, smiling coyly at her. And behind them Madame Fay and Calvin were chatting quietly as they applauded. After the ceremony she ran straight to Harry, hugging him tightly. Once she finally let go of him, she gave Titus the same treatment. And then Eva and Cora, because they were each standing there and it seemed rude not to. And then Fay, who approached to congratulate her. And then Harry again, because he was simply standing there once she'd finished hugging Fay. Harry surprised her further then. He'd organized a party for her and her friends. He and Titus had rented out a restaurant and had all sorts of food and alcohol and anything else anyone could possibly need. She'd danced and drank all night. It had been worth the massive hangover. She'd wanted to stay with Harry, to speak to him more than they had the evening before. But the Falcons were due in Wigtown that night. And so she left with her ballet teacher. She'd arranged an audition for her, with Calvin's help. And so she found herself in London, auditioning for a job. She'd gotten a spot in the company practically as soon as she'd finished her audition. And she found her life starting, much faster than she'd expected it could. Fay stayed with her, helped her move into a small one-bedroom flat that was probably above her means if not for the money from the tragedy of the previous year. She tried not to dwell on that. When Fay left she worried she'd be lonely. That she would not be good at living by herself in a strange city. Except, in the end, she didn't have enough time to be lonely. She was up early every morning for rehearsal, and that often continued until late in the evening. By the time she'd gotten home she barely had enough energy to make herself food and crawl into bed. But it got better. Once she grew accustomed to the routine she found she had more free time. She started going out with the other girls, mostly because she had nothing better to do. She flirted with one or two of the boys but nothing ever came from it. She'd tried to keep in touch with Harry. She'd written to him and he'd written back. But as she got busier and busier it became harder and harder. It hadn't really surprised her when he'd shown up at her first performance, or her second, or any of them. And somehow, she hadn't been that surprised at the rings that appeared, themed after each show she did, regardless of her part in it. Something about that just seemed like the kind of thoughtful thing Harry would do, without even realizing how big of a deal it was. Still, pretending to be a Muggle wore on her. Fay had told her it might. It would be hard to keep it a secret. She'd shown her how to cook food the Muggle way, wash her clothing the Muggle way, clean the Muggle way. And she'd advised her to keep her apartment as free of magic as she could, because unexpected visits from new friends could lead to awkward questions. But she'd shown her how to get to Diagon Alley from there, and Gabrielle went at least once a week, just to feel a part of her society again. Some people recognized her, and would try to chat with her about her time with Harry, or say they felt horrible for what happened to her family. But as the years passed that happened less and less. She stepped from the shower, picking up her wand and drying herself with a quick flick. She dressed quickly, smoothing the dress out after putting it on as she stared in the mirror. She put her hair up into an intricate bun, pinning it back with a sapphire pin. The look was missing something, though. Eventually she decided on a small pair of diamond earrings. She didn't look quite as seasonal as she felt she probably should for a Christmas party. But, she figured, it wasn't like there was some ugly sweater theme or something she was supposed to abide by. She slipped on her heels and walked down to the fire preparing to flow to her destination. It had been chance, really, nothing but pure chance that changed her life once more. She'd reflected on that for a very long time in the days to come. It was odd, she thought. She'd lived her life in a rather regimented day. She was always supposed to be doing something at a specific time, always striving for some ideal, working toward a goal. And she'd accomplished her goals. 2 years into working for the company, and she was already being promoted above more senior girls. She was always being complimented on her dedication and work ethic, and being used as an example for the students and younger members, as what to strive her. The director had gone as far as calling her a prima in waiting. But the two biggest changes in her life happened purely on a whim. One vanished portkey had done the best it could to destroy her. In the end, it had come close, but it had failed. She'd gotten through that horrible event. The other event was little more than stepping through a door at the exact right moment. The company had finished their fall production, La Sylphide, earlier that day, and everyone had gone to a nearby pub to celebrate the successful run. She'd stayed out for a few hours and 4 or 5 Fuller's Porters. She'd wobbled when she'd leaned off of table she'd been resting at, intending to leave the pub. Nadia had asked if she needed help getting home, but Gabrielle waved her off. She was sober enough to walk a couple of blocks. No one argued with her, and so she stepped out of the pub and directly into another human being trying to enter. "Ouch," she said, struggling to regain her balance. "Gabrielle?" he asked, catching her in his arms. "Harry Potter." She giggled, flushing with alcohol as she realized he was holding her. "Last I checked," Harry laughed. "How are you?" she asked, gazing up at him. "Well," he smiled. "You were amazing on Thursday night." "Oh, thank you. Thank you for the ring too," she said, blushing as she remembered she hadn't composed the thank you letter for it yet. "Oh, it's nothing," Harry said. "It certainly isn't nothing," Gabrielle laughed. "Even if I am accumulating them almost as fast as you are." "Faster than I am. But you do have slightly more opportunities," Harry teased. Gabrielle rolled her eyes at him. "What are you doing here?" she asked. By then they'd stepped out onto the street and were standing near the door of the pub. Gabrielle hoped that none of the other dancers had noticed how she'd walked directly into him when leaving. That was an embarrassingly uncoordinated thing for a professional dancer to do, after all. Had they seen it, she'd be teased for months. "Just came in to grab a beer, maybe something to eat," Harry said. "I live a few blocks over during the off-season, was checking in on the flat, seeing that everything was in order." "Oh, we were having our after-party," Gabrielle said. "So there's a gaggle of dancers inside that I could tell embarrassing stories about you too?" Harry asked. "Well, yes," Gabrielle said, frowning at him. "Or maybe we could not go inside and we could maybe go get food somewhere else." She had no idea what made her say it. The words were out of her mouth before she really thought of the repercussions they might have. She wondered just how he even saw her, how he looked at her. She wondered if he still saw the thin, figureless girl who crawled onto him in his bed in Falmouth. Well, she certainly wasn't a teenager anymore, she was still a great deal younger than him. But hadn't he said if she felt the same way they could talk about it? Would that be the good kind of talking about it or the bad kind of talking about it? Her head was starting to spin as he responded. "Like a date?" he asked. She stared at him for a moment. It took every bit of self-control she had left in her body to not laugh. "Well," she started, pausing for emphasis. "I do not have a boyfriend. So yes, like a date." "Let's go then," he smiled. "I know a nice place just up the street." She stepped out of one of the many fires of the lobby of the hotel. It was a freshly built extension of the Cherry Owls Coliseum filled with luxury suites attached to the pitch. The concierge waiting in the lobby smiled at her. "Can I help you, miss?" he asked. "No. Just here for the party," Gabrielle smiled. The concierge recognized her then, looking momentarily startled. "Oh yes, right in the main ballroom," he said. Gabrielle nodded and moved off toward the room. The doors were closed, but she could hear Christmas music playing from inside. She slipped into the party, looking for a familiar face amongst the crowd, a smile on her face as soon as she saw one. She hardly remembered the first date with Harry. All she really remembered was waking up with a hangover, rather glad she didn't have to work that day. She'd rolled onto her side to reach for her wand on the bedside table, summoned a bottle of water and some aspirin, and curled back into a ball and slept. It wasn't until much later in the afternoon, when she was passably coherent, that she realized she'd gone out with Harry Potter the night before. She wondered just what he thought of it. If he'd just assumed they were going out as friends who hadn't seen each other in a couple of months, or if he'd seriously thought of it as a date. She enjoyed a week off from dancing. Well, from being required to dance. She still went to their practice studio and put in a few hours every day. Nadia, the company's prima, was one of the only other dancers there when she was. The first 2 days Gabrielle had stayed out of her way. But by the third Nadia had noticed her and made her chat while they practiced. She hadn't had much experience with the older woman. Really, all she'd noticed was that she could be quite sharp when annoyed. But while practicing she was rather jovial, clearly just enjoying the dancing more than anything. Nadia had taken her to lunch after they'd finished. And then invited her to dinner at her home the following night as well. Gabrielle had gone, not sure how to refuse the invitation. She'd met the woman's husband, a short thin man who spent most of his time staring lovingly at his wife. They'd talked late into the night of love and dance and wine and life. Gabrielle had way more fun than she thought she would. Nadia had cooked, making chicken marsala and insisting Gabrielle take some of the leftovers home. This time she hadn't even thought to refuse. When they company gathered again the following week and the casting assignments were given out, Gabrielle received the first real shock of her professional career. She'd be the understudy for Nadia, in addition to performing as a snowflake in the Arabian dance in that year's production of The Nutcracker. "Come now," Nadia said from behind her, almost commandingly. "Move your makeup and whatnot next to my vanity." "I am okay," Gabrielle said, slinging her travel bag over her shoulder and moving toward the corner where Nadia kept all of her things. "Congratulations on the promotion," Nadia said as they walked. "Wasn't Julia your?" Gabrielle started, intending to ask about the girl who everybody had thought would be the next one promoted to leading artist. "Julia is leaving the company at the end of the year for a job in America," Nadia said. "Oh, aren't there other girls that are senior to me?" Gabrielle asked. "Yes," Nadia said. "So shouldn't they get this opportunity?" Gabrielle flushed. The last thing she really wanted was other girls annoyed or mad at her for something she hadn't even really done. "You are the second best dancer in this company, Gabrielle Delacour." "I do not pick my apprentices based on seniority but rather on talent," Nadia snapped. "Yes, but Megan and Allison," Gabrielle started again. "The modesty must stop," Nadia said. "By the time I retire you will be better than me. Now let us warm up. You will be learning both your parts and Clarice this year. It will be a great deal of extra work." Nadia stood, pulling Gabrielle with her into one of the practice studios. And she was right. She worked Gabrielle harder than even Faye had in the past. But by the time the Nutcracker came around that year she felt she performed better than ever before. She'd written to Harry to tell him of the promotion, finding that she spent 3 pages simply gushing about the older ballerina. Harry had responded kindly, and after an exchange of a couple more letters she consented to him taking her out to celebrate. At the time she'd thought their second date had gone well. She'd chatted happily all night. She thought she was funny, and clever and a great companion. She'd worn a tight sweater and tight jeans and thought she'd looked quite nice too. At least he'd complimented her on the outfit with an obvious leer. And he'd seemed to smile at her the entire evening. It wasn't until she collapsed into the bed that evening that she'd realized something else. He'd barely spoken the entire night. He'd said nothing about himself. And she hadn't even really asked. And there were all sorts of things she should have asked about too. But she just hadn't. Instead she'd just gushed the entire time about things that he couldn't have possibly cared about. She curled into a ball on her bed, wrapping the warm fuzzy blanket she kept on top around her and sniffled against her pillow. She couldn't imagine a situation in which he'd be interested in her after all of that. She'd pretty much only talked of Nadia and ballet. Once she resigned herself to the fact that there was no way Harry hadn't had the completely wrong idea, she managed to fall asleep. Gabrielle managed to feel better in the morning. She wasn't sure if it was the sleep or the toasted everything bagel with copious amounts of peanut butter. But either way, she felt much better in the morning. It took her a week to build up the resolve to write to him. This time she didn't really beat around the bush. Well, too much at least. She only spent a paragraph inquiring how he was and what he was doing. But eventually, When she realized she was just rambling and writing to avoid asking what she really wanted to ask, she caved and just wrote the words. She'd picked out a fancy romantic restaurant in London. She asked if he'd meet there that Saturday at 9 o'clock. The reply came 2 days later. Like her, he'd written a rambling paragraph. But this one was mostly about Quidditch matches and Quidditch players. At the end there was one simple sentence. It told her he would see her on Saturday. She immediately went to the Muggle phone she'd bought to make the apartment seem more normal and dialed Nadia's number. Kulikov's, Nadia said as she answered on the fourth ring. Hey, it's me, Gabrielle said quickly, fully aware she sounded flustered. Oh hey Ellie, what's up? Nadia asked. I need a favor, Gabrielle responded. What is it? Are you okay? Nadia asked. Do I need to come bail you out of jail? No, Gabrielle said quickly, wondering if she sounded like something was seriously wrong. Okay, Nadia said, actually sounding somewhat disappointed by that. Gabrielle blinked and barely heard the woman continue. What did you need? Can you meet me at Harrods? She asked. When? Nadia asked. Does this afternoon work? Say 3. Gabrielle responded. Sure, Nadia responded. What's on the docket though? I have a date on Saturday, Gabrielle started. Oh my god, with who? I bet it's with Alec. He can barely keep his hands off of you in rehearsal. Nadia gushed. And I need something say. Why? Gabrielle finished, feeling the blush rise to her cheeks. Oh my god, I should call all of the girls. Nadia continued. No, it is not with Alec, Gabrielle said sternly. Well, who then? Nadia asked impatiently. My friend Harry that I told you about, Gabrielle said quietly. Oh, the crush. Interesting. Nadia sounded mildly skeptical, but Gabrielle figured it was for the best to not point that out. Yes, was her response. And you need to make him see you as something more than the silly teenage girl he knew a few years ago. To show him you've grown up, Nadia inferred. I do not think anyone has ever called me silly before, Gabrielle said. So you need the perfect little black dress, got it, Nadia said, ignoring Gabrielle's previous comment. So you will help. Gabrielle sighed exasperatedly. Of course. See you at 3. It's about time you got laid anyway, Nadia said. Gabrielle just groaned as she hung up the phone. She'd spent a full hour staring at herself in the mirror Saturday evening. It had taken her the better part of the previous hour to dress. She wore the black dress Nadia had helped her pick out. It hugged her body perfectly, 2 thin straps on her shoulders, and flared out into a ruffled skirt with a black bow tied on the waist. Gabrielle had been skeptical, thinking it looked a little bit young for her intentions. But Nadia told her that she'd only be young for so long, and to play off of that, she'd thanked Nadia after buying the dress, wincing a bit as it cost nearly her take-home for the month, but figuring it would be worth it. She'd assumed at that point that their shopping excursion would be done. That was her first mistake. Nadia then dragged her to get new shoes. She made her try on about 20 different pairs of stilettos before Gabrielle just refused to go there. No matter what Nadia would tell her that they would do for her legs, and gait, she simply refused. Eventually they settled on a shorter pair of conservative black heels. Gabrielle gagged when she saw the price tag, but Nadia simply patted her on the shoulder and said they would be a gift for her. Gabrielle stammered a refusal, but the older woman just glared at her and bought the shoes. She then dragged her to buy all new underwear. This time she didn't let Gabrielle argue as she picked it out, claiming that the garments would do wonders to accentuate her natural form. Gabrielle blushed as she tried them on alone in the fitting room, grumbling to herself as she realized Nadia was correct. Finally she dragged her to get new makeup. Gabrielle protested here, but again Nadia was having none of it. She made her buy new blush and new lipstick, in colors she wouldn't have often worn, to force Harry to see her as something different. She made Gabrielle try different colors until she was so sick of removing it she was debating taking her wand out of her purse and hexing the woman in public, statute of secrecy be damned. Later in the week, though, when she finally got around to looking at the full affect in her mirror, she wasn't really disappointed. She still looked like her, yes, but she also looked different, too. She didn't really know how to describe it. But she thought, when she didn't stare wide-eyed at herself, that she looked prettier than normal. Her hair took almost as long as getting dressed. Eventually she'd settled into a layered, artfully messy style. She'd been told again, to do something different. And whatever she did, absolutely no ballet buns. It felt odd, though, purely because it had been so long since she hadn't had her hair totally pulled back. Either way, she knew it had worked as soon as she saw him outside of the restaurant. He did an actual double take when he first looked at her. His eyes going wide, he reached out almost to touch her, before realizing he was doing that and putting his hand down and finally speaking. "Wow, Gabrielle," he said softly. "Shall we go inside?" she asked. He blinked a bit at her but nodded. "Yes," he said and opened the door for her. She stepped in and gave the hostess her name. Moments later they were sitting in a candlelit table in the front window of the restaurant. She stared out the window for a moment before turning her attention fully to Harry. She'd practiced the stare, she wasn't willing to admit that to anyone. But she knew when she made her eyes wide and looked on that she looked totally enraptured, and she wanted Harry to feel like he was the absolute only one in the world. He swallowed hard when he stared back. Eventually, though, they managed to order a bottle of wine and hear the specials for the evening, before Gabrielle spoke. "How are you?" she asked. "I'm well," he responded almost too quickly, nervously. She smiled warmly at him. "I am glad to hear it. How is the season going? I am afraid that I did not keep as up to date on it as I could be. I only get the Sunday Prophet anymore and so rarely remember to check the standings," Gabrielle said, gazing at him across the table. "We're in first," he smiled confidently. "As we should be. Have you played the Magpies yet?" Gabrielle asked. Harry winced, but then shook his head with a smile. "Cheeky. You are," Harry responded. "Well, I am sure you would like your revenge," Gabrielle said. "Depends on when it comes," Harry said. "I will freely admit I do not mind seeing anyone else in the finals." "Well, I would expect not," Gabrielle said. "Maybe you should just sign there next." "I have honestly thought about it," Harry laughed. "But they love Parker. Granted, they should love him. He's a hell of a player." "So is Harry Potter," Gabrielle said. Harry nodded and their conversation continued. She kept it on Quidditch to start, knowing that he would talk about that. And he did, animatedly. And eventually it slipped into just talking about people, eating their food as came and enjoying the conversation and wine. They stayed in the restaurant until it closed, sipping after dinner drinks and sampling more than one dessert. She took his hand when they left. He looked down at it, but did not remove his hand. "Walk me home?" she asked, gazing sweetly up at him. "Oh, you walk places now?" he teased. She nodded. "When it's only a couple of blocks and we're surrounded by muggles," she responded. "Well, you'll have to lead," he said. "Always making me be the boy," she teased. "Well, there's some things I'd rather be the boy for," Harry smirked at her. Gabrielle turned her gaze back to him and just smirked back. To her infinite surprise, he was the one to blush and look away first. She took a deep breath after he looked away and remained silent until she walked him up to the entrance to her apartment building. "Well, here we are," he said quietly, almost longingly, like he didn't want the evening to end. She just nodded at him, then shifted so she was facing him. After another deep breath, she slid her arms around his waist, gazing up into his surprised green eyes. Me, Harry," she said quietly. She didn't want any awkward silences, or stares, or anything. She simply wanted his lips to be on hers. He paused, looking momentarily alarmed, before he leaned toward her. She met him halfway. "They Ed." Gabrielle let her mouth meld to his, she let her body melt against his, and she focused on nothing but his lips, his tongue, his taste. She Ed him like she had never really Ed anyone before. It was deep, it was passionate, it was filled with both love and lust, and it made her entire body flush with a fire she hadn't felt before. She just kept dotting him, over and over and over. Until, finally, her lungs started to fail her and she had to catch her breath. To her surprise, Harry looked equally winded when she lifted her mouth from his. He stared back at her with wild eyes and she knew, deep down, that the night was over. That she couldn't let it get further than that tonight. She wasn't ready for further than that. But she also knew that she'd succeeded. Thank you for tonight. I had a wonderful time, she said softly, letting her breath caress his lips, keeping them so intoxicatingly close to his. Me too, Harry said just as quietly. He looked like he was going to say more, but she interrupted him. Good night, Harry Potter, she smiled as coquettishly as she could. I hope you have pleasant dreams. And she slipped from him and entered her building. By Monday, she'd received a letter asking if she wanted to go out again that next weekend. Gabrielle slipped through the crowd. The Falmouth Falcons holiday party was an elaborate affair. It was for everyone involved with the organization, from the lowliest part-time usher to the players themselves. It was a packed affair. She slipped toward the open bar and quickly ordered a glass of red wine. She reached into her purse and put a few sickles into the tip jar before taking the wine and sipping it. She turned and moved toward the food, realizing she hadn't eaten since well before the show that evening. When she arrived where the snacks were laid out, she spent a moment surveying the ballroom. She saw Cora and Eva out of the corner of her eyes. They were drawing quite a bit of attention, mostly from younger stadium staff, as they danced and attempted to karaoke White Christmas to each other. She giggled quietly, thinking that they were both terrible dancers, and continued to gaze around the room. She saw Titus Button and Jordan Wall in a corner. Jordan was talking to a pretty girl she didn't know. Gabrielle expected she was one of the stadium employees. She was giggling rather a lot as she stared up at the beaters. Titus took a moment to look around, though, saw Gabrielle and smirked at her, and then back at Jordan, and Gabrielle knew the boy must have said something stupid that Titus would be teasing him about for quite a long time. She turned her attention from the pair and grabbed some snacks from the nearby tables. It was a standard holiday fare. She packed a plate with vegetables and dip and some cheese, sausage and crackers before looking around the room once more, slipping back into the crowd and eating a carrot and enjoying the Christmas ambiance. Gabrielle was surprised by how quickly the next year and a half passed. At first, she met with Harry at least one night a week. They'd go to dinner, or to a movie, or to a show, or anything just to be together. But both their schedules were so packed that it became rather difficult to arrange anything. The biggest issue, they soon found, was that while Gabrielle was often rehearsing all day, Harry would be playing in matches in the evenings. They'd try to flow to talk when they could, but often she'd sleep through the call. At 6 months they fought for a bit. They even decided that it just wasn't going to work out, in the midst of one of the fights. Because it was obvious they'd never really have the time to be together. They were both too busy, and they both needed something different. They were split for 4 days. When they hugged for the first time after, they both started to cry. After that night, Gabrielle knew exactly what she wanted. But she wondered if Harry knew it as well. He joined her at an after party after one of her shows 6 months after that point. Their routine had continued. It was nice, she thought, but unfulfilled. They'd still go out, and they'd often end nights dotting or cuddling, but exhaustion often prevented it from seeming truly the right time. She'd made the mistake of confessing this to Nadia, who teased her relentlessly about it. So she tried writing to Sophia to discuss it, who had responded back in a very similar manner to the prima ballerina. Still, she walked into the party with a few of the other dancers. They were a little late, having decided to shower and change before joining the rest of the company at the party. Harry was already there, chatting with David Cross at the bar. He smiled at her when she entered and walked straight toward her. Gabrielle didn't notice the other dancers circling around them. She only had eyes for Harry. They hugged and and he slid a small wrapped box out of his pocket and handed it to her. I thought I only got rings for classical shows, Gabrielle said, looking down at the box. The show they'd just put on had been an exhibit on modern dance, and not a classical ballet. Themed ones, yes, Harry said, resting his hands on her hips so she could unwrap the box. It was small and red and velvet. She paused and looked at it for a minute. She didn't really feel his hands shift as he moved from standing before her to kneeling before her. She opened the box slowly. Inside was a single white gold ring. The band was lined with small square diamonds and a large princess-cut diamond was set on the center of it. She blinked and looked up, only to notice that Harry was kneeling before her. Gabrielle Delacour, he said, his eyes a bright watering green behind his glasses, his hair messy as ever. Will you marry me? Her world stopped. She didn't notice the dance company standing around her. She didn't notice Madame Faye in the back corner. She didn't notice Titus Button standing far too close to Sarah Martin. Instead, all she could see, all she could think of, and all she knew, in that moment, was Harry Potter. She said the only words that came into her mind. God, yes, and she pulled him up and ed him to a roar of applause. She didn't leave his side that night. Once they'd finished dotting, he'd slid the ring onto her finger and discreetly sized it to fit perfectly with his wand when no one else is looking. She found out shortly after that the party was never really for their most recent show, that was the ruse to get her there. He'd planned it with Nadia and David. It was always to be her engagement party. They were married 3 months later at the end of his season and between performances for her. They'd wanted it to be a small wedding at a local church in Falmouth, but Harry Potter's wedding was quite the event. They changed the venue to London and invited everyone. Thankfully, Gabrielle thought, the assured presence of muggles from her dance company meant that the wizards didn't go overboard. They were married in the morning and portkeyed to Paris in the afternoon. Their first night as man and wife was the first night they spent together. Gabrielle had never felt so wonderful, so complete, so loved as she had in that moment with her new husband. She was still awake at 4:17 in the morning, staring at the glowing clock on the bedside table. She was laying on him, her head resting on his chest, the cool sheet covering her from the waist down. She stared at the clock, suddenly feeling cold and empty and sad when Harry spoke. Can't sleep either, he said softly. No, she said softly, sniffling again. Are you crying? He said, his arms sliding comfortingly around her. No, she gasped, sniffling more. I don't think I've made a girl cry before. I'm sorry if I wasn't. He sounded alarmed. She lifted her head to look at him and saw he was gazing down at her, looking very worried. She shook her head and sat up so she was straddling him, his hands instinctively rested on her hips. The sheet fell off of her as she sat up. The only covering on her pale skin were the 5 rings she wore. Her engagement and wedding ring on her left ring finger, and Aurora, Odette and Kitri, as she'd named them, on her right hand. It is not you, she said. It is just that. What? He asked as she trailed off. Please tell me, Gabrielle. All of this, she said, looking around the room. All of this is wonderful. Until moments ago I was happier than I have ever been. But I can't help but think that, well, the only reason it happened is because everyone else died. Harry finished for her. She just nodded, a tear running down her cheek. Harry's hand slid from her hip to it, brushing it away. We did all we could. My L. We couldn't control that. It happened. It was awful and horrible and I hope nothing like it ever happens again. But it did. We have to do exactly what I told you we had to do all those years ago, Harry said. What's that? She asked quietly. Exactly what they would want us to do, he said, pulling her back down to him and rolling them over so he could better key her. We live. The wall nearest to Gabrielle Potter was decorated with hundreds of large moving photographs of Falmouth Falcons. Some of the shots were familiar to her. Others were not. She saw one very famous shot of Titus Button flying square into Harry Potter, hugging him, laughing, and crying as he spun around his friend. They weren't wearing Falmouth Falcon uniforms in that shot though. Instead they were wearing English national team jerseys with a Greek World Cup patch on the sleeve. Gabrielle smiled, remembering her joy hearing that broadcast. The one next to it had Harry and Titus again, but this time they were joined by Eva Larson. This time they were standing next to the World Cup trophy, with Eva behind it. All 3 were smirking happily with Brazilian patches on their uniforms. Harry and Titus were holding up 2 fingers on one hand as they flanked the cup. Eva behind it held up one. The rest of the photos were all of league play. There were shots of the stadium, shots of the employees, and shots of the players. There was even a shot of a defeat. Well, it was of Harry Potter, as the Montrose Magpies celebrated winning the League Cup in the background. It was from the end of his first season in Falmouth. They'd almost done the impossible. They'd made it to the finals. But Harry had lost one more time to Montrose. There were more victories though. Harry and Titus holding up the League Cup after defeating Tuchel the following year. Harry and Jordan cheering on Cora Toivonen as she scored the winning penalty shot against Wigtown the year after. Titus and Amanda posing with the cup at the solidification of the dynasty with their third consecutive title against Holyhead. They'd lost, again to Montrose the following year. It seemed to be a theme of World Cup years. Harry had caught the snitch, but moments before the catch had been rendered useless by a beautiful goal from Alicia Spinett. Like the art, a warm voice said from behind her. "It's okay," she said, not turning to face the man. Instead, she nibbled on a cracker and kept gazing down the line. "The last one is my favorite," he said. She turned to look at it. She was in it, wearing a Falmouth Falcon jersey with his number on it. She was sitting on his broom, clutching the League Cup trophy. He was sitting behind her, clutching her tightly to him. It was taken 3 days before their wedding. The Falmouth Falcons were, once again, playing against the Montrose Magpies for the League Cup. She'd told him in the locker room before the match, as he sat in his locker, his foot tapping nervously before him, that he would win. That her wedding gift to him, her thank you to him for everything he was and would be to her until death did them part, would be that he would win. That he would defeat the Montrose Magpies. And Falmouth had prevailed. He'd plucked her out of the stands before he'd even given the snitch to the official to confirm the catch. "That one is not bad," she said, putting the plate of food down on a table near her and slipping around to face him. "But it is still not going in the living room." "What if I ask nicely?" Harry Potter asked. "Still no," she said. "Well, it was worth a shot," he said. She just shook her head. The song changed and she smiled up at him. "Dance with me?" she asked. "Always," he responded, leading her over to the dance floor. Again, she barely noticed how everyone else gave them room. This time, he could lead. She'd taught him that much. He moved her expertly as they moved to the music, smiling with eyes only for each other. As the tempo slowed, she moved closer to him. Eventually, they were simply moving in small circles with her head against his chest. "I never thanked you, you know," Harry said. "For what?" Gabrielle asked. "Everything," he said. "After everything. I don't know if I'd have been able to get by without you there. And then you come back, the perfect everything. And somehow it's me you wanted." I actually felt quite lucky, for really the first time. Harry laughed quietly at the absurdity of it all. "You were always more composed than me," Gabrielle said. "I know. I needed to. Well, I needed to feel like I was helping someone else. And that was what you needed then. Without it, I really don't know what I would have done," Harry admitted. "Lived," Gabrielle said. "You were too strong not to." "Maybe," Harry sighed, as if he didn't really believe it. Then he shook his head as if ridding himself of an unpleasant thought. He whispered. "You were a wonderful Clara tonight," Harry said. "You were supposed to be here," Gabrielle exclaimed. "Titus covered for me with Lunfrey. He didn't even notice I wasn't here," Harry said. "You couldn't think I would have missed that." Gabrielle just shook her head with disbelief and again found herself saying the first words that came into her head. "I love you, Harry Potter," she laughed. "And I you, Gabrielle Potter," Harry responded, and they keyed as the music played on. Harry spun Gabrielle around the dance floor as a new song started to play at the Christmas party. As usual, she was remarkably pliant, even to his clumsy letting. Deep down, he knew she was probably doing more to lead him than he was her, but she was too polite to comment. Still, he always marveled at dancing with her. The slightest move of his arm, or twitch of his fingers on her back, could coax her into moves that marveled him. And to make things even better, it also made him look like he knew what he was doing. And sure, he'd gotten much better by necessity, but he was still entirely convinced that it was all just her doing that made him seem remotely competent. Even if he had put forth the effort and stepped on her toes once or twice, earning him the wrath Nadia Kulikov for attempting to cripple her protege. "May I?" Titus asked, stepping up to them, dragging Cora Toivonen with him. "No," Harry said as Titus slipped between he and Gabrielle and slipped away with her for the next song. Harry shook his head but smiled as Gabrielle giggled and dodged around Titus's feet. Harry turned to Cora. "Shall we?" he asked. "Fine," Cora said, shifting and offering her hand. Harry gazed at her for a moment. Cora was always a bit on the frosty side. But he felt like something was bothering her. And immediately got the impression that Titus had shifted her onto him for a reason. He took her hand and started dancing rather slowly with her. She didn't look up at him, so he took a moment to look around the party to see if he could find Eva. He couldn't. So instead he watched Gabrielle and Titus, smiling as she giggled at something his friend said to her. At least until Cora sniffled. Harry turned his gaze down toward the young Finn. She really was quite pretty, pale with blonde hair and bright eyes, even when she was trying to avoid his gaze. He remained silent for one full song, just holding the quiet chaser to him and moving with the soft music. He did his best to tune out everything occurring around them at the party while still managing to search for Eva. She was, annoyingly, harder to locate than a golden snitch. So Cora, he started after the second song started. Are you going to tell me what's bothering you, or is this going to just stay totally awkward? Nothing is bothering me, she said sharply, turning her face away from his. You can try to tell yourself that, but even Titus picked up on it. And, well, he's Titus. There's really no reason to think you're doing a good job hiding it, Harry said. Cora winced at the mention of the beater picking up on something. So that's why, she said quietly. Why what? Harry asked. Why he plucked me off of the dance floor and how I wound up dancing with you, Cora said. He does tend to be more observant than people give him credit for. And he is a very good team captain, as I'm sure you've realized. He knows what's going on with his team, Harry responded. It is the off-season, Cora said. Doesn't mean he doesn't know you far better than you'd like to admit, Harry said. He can be annoyingly insightful with things like that. You've said, she said. Anyway, are you going to tell me what's bothering you? Harry asked. I don't want to talk about it, Cora said. I gathered that much. And while I'd rather steal my wife away from the wandering hands of Jordan Wall, Titus obviously thought this was important. So, you're either going to tell me, or I'm going to have to resort to desperate measures, Harry said. He gazed over her shoulder at where Titus had passed his wife off to the other beater. Jordan looked confused and afraid as Gabrielle made him dance. What would those be? Cora asked. I'm going to pry. Harry nodded, knowingly. Mr. Privacy Harry Potter is going to pry into my personal life. Cora said, lifting her gaze to meet his for the first time since they'd been dancing. Her icy blue eyes were rather wet looking. Still, she'd fought back the tears, there wasn't a smudge on her makeup. And it makes me sick just thinking about it, Harry said. You can save us a great deal of trouble and just start talking. That is not going to work, Cora said. I do not wish to discuss my personal life with you. I do not see what help that would be. Just talking about something can be helpful. And another pair of ears can provide a different outlook on the situation too. And even in just the simplest terms, sharing could just be a weight off your chest, Harry said. Cora sniffled once and just shook her head. It is personal, Cora said. And it is not something I am comfortable with sharing. Okay, Harry said, taking a deep breath and exhaling through his nose. He just kept dancing with her until the song ended. As the third song started, he just hugged her tightly to him for a few seconds before stepping away from her. Well, Cora, if you ever need someone to talk to, or if you ever need anyone to help out, I'll always volunteer, Harry said. She just nodded over at him as he turned to walk away. He made it 2 steps before she spoke. Wait, please, she said. He turned back to look at her. She stepped up to him and took his hand once more. Yes, Cora, he asked. I'll talk, she said. He could tell the 2 words were difficult for her. He nodded and before whispering. Okay, I do not know how to start, she said. Just start, he advised. It's always the hardest part. Once you start talking, it will all get easier. Okay, well, she sighed. I don't know. Yes, you do, Harry said. Or you wouldn't be so torn up about it. I am starting to think that Eva does not have the same life goals as I have, Cora said. Is this about that investment meeting that Lunfrey made us all attend a few weeks back? Because I can actually set you up with a real financial advisor if you're worried about post-Quidditch life, Harry said. No, Eva actually laughed as she said it and smiled up at him. While Eva does like spending money, a lot, We put half of our checks into special funds. We will be fine. Good, Harry said. So what life goals are you not lining up on? The smile fell off of Cora's face in an instant and Harry actually regretted asking the question. But he knew it had to get out there and that they would have come along to it eventually. Everything else, Cora said so quietly he barely heard her over the music. Like? Harry asked. I want to spend the rest of my life with Eva, Cora said. I love Eva. It pains me to be apart from her. I love every single moment we spend together. But? Harry asked, feeling the word linger in the air. He'd seen Cora and Eva enough to feel like their feelings were mutual, but he never really bothered to look that deeply into their relationship. Titus worried about it more than he did. For purely Quidditch reasons. It was never really a good thing to have teammates be overly unhappy or upset with each other during the season. It was one of the reasons relationships between teammates were discouraged wherever possible. However, in their time in Falmouth, Harry couldn't remember ever hearing of the two of them having a row. Titus has never complained of their relationship and it had never seemed to be an issue. Which Harry used to infer that Cora and Eva never really had relationship problems. That ignored the possibility that they were just better at hiding it than most couples, or that they didn't let it affect their play. Of course, if anyone would have asked him, he would have said that he thought their relationship improved their play. As they grew closer, their on-pitch chemistry increased. They always seemed to know where the other was while playing. And they seemed to push each other harder than anyone else could, too. They were always there when one was struggling, and always able to pull each other out of any sort of funk that they could possibly be in. And when they were both on hot streaks, they could dominate opposing lines. But she will not call me her girlfriend to her parents, Cora said. Well, you know how her parents are, Harry shrugged. Cora glared up at him and he got the distinct feeling that he'd said the exact wrong thing and that she immediately wanted nothing else to do with him. That is what she says, Cora responded through gritted teeth. Yes, I can see how she might, Harry said. And it is not like my parents were thrilled with it, Cora spat. They struggled to even have me and they always wanted grandchildren. And they had to come to terms with that. That beeps, Harry said, unhelpfully. I know this already, Cora said. And we have not even done anything with her parents in months. And I do not think that it very healthy. And I cannot get her to try to approach them. Well, her parents have always been stubborn and annoying. Her mother still sends me a Christmas card telling me they wished I was part of the family and I should stop by for the holiday, Harry said. Cora smiled weakly at him. She knew enough about how Eva's mother acted around him. One minute she hates you, the next minute she wants Eva to go groveling back to you, Cora sighed. It's quite annoying, Harry admitted. Even after getting married and showing no interest in Eva for 6 years, Mrs. Larson still acted like her daughter was moments away from settling down with Harry Potter. He wondered if Eva wanted to go back in time and not tell her mother about her first boyfriend. Harry had been surprised that cute little Eva hadn't had a boyfriend at Hogwarts. But she'd said she only wanted to focus on Quidditch. It had surprised both of them when they hit it off after practice. And eventually one thing had led to another. Her physical disgust after intimacy sealed the door on that relationship. There had been a lot of crying and a lot of apologizing, and eventually he'd convinced her that he understood and that they could certainly still be friends. She'd hugged him and they had stayed friends. Perhaps even more surprisingly, they'd managed to keep all of it a secret from Titus. And while the beater would look at them in such a way that they could both tell he was debating if they'd ever done anything, they'd never told him flat out. Harry both figured it just wasn't a story worth telling. That was certainly the reason why he never talked about it. It couldn't have possibly been that he didn't want to deal with Titus teasing him about how he was so bad that he made Eva swear off of men forever. We do not even get a Christmas card, Cora said. We invited them to join us in Finland last year to meet my parents and they did not come. Rude of them, Harry said. Cora frowned and looked away. I do not think Eva actually invited them, Cora said. She got really awkward whenever they came up and seemed too nervous. The way she usually does when she's trying to hide something. Did you ask her? Harry asked. Cora shook her head. No, I did not want to get into a fight about it. And I thought I was being petty. Why would she not invite them? Inviting them is harmless. If she did and they were awful about it, I would have felt even more terrible, Cora explained. I get it, Harry said. Cora sniffled and he had to resist the urge to wipe the tear from her face. It is just things like that, Cora said. Forgive me, Harry started. But I'm still not 100% sure just what you're getting at here. I mean, you've known for years that Eva's parents are terrible. Why is it becoming an issue now? I thought they would grow out of it, Cora said. I didn't let it bother me at first. But as time has gone on, it has bothered me more and more. Well, that's understandable. But I don't think that getting Eva's parents to like you is a life goal, Harry said. It is not, Cora sighed. Well then, Harry asked. I want to get married, Cora said. Ah, Harry said. And Eva doesn't. Well, she did not say no, Cora said. And at that point it all started to fall into place for Harry. But I don't know. I think I scared her with it. And she gets very defensive whenever I try to bring it up. So, you are worried that she isn't as interested as spending the rest of her life with you as you are spending it with her, Harry said. Yes and no, Cora said. I can tell she loves me. I know she loves me. I can feel it. But at the same time, she won't commit. Well, she has in other ways. You bought a house, you signed matching contracts in Falmouth. You're practically joined at the hip, Harry said. I know, Cora responded. What more is a couple of rings and a piece of paper? Have you tried asking her why? Harry asked. Yes. She does not give a clear answer, Cora said. I mean, I would be okay with a small thing. It could just be the team for all I care. She stopped talking and shrugged her shoulders, but Harry understood the gist of it. You just want it to be official, he said. Yes, she responded. You are the happiest married person I know that isn't one of my parents. How did you know? When the thought of living without her became completely unbearable to even fathom, Harry said. And when was that? Cora asked. About 6 years ago at one of these Christmas parties, Harry said. You were not even dating her then, Cora said. How could that have been the point? That's a long story. Perhaps I'll tell it when I'm the best man at your wedding, Harry said. You think you would be my best man? Cora asked, raising her brows to look at him. Well, it sure as shit better not be Titus, Harry said, doing his best to sound affronted. You know, people do have lives outside of Quidditch. With friends they do not play a sport with all day, Cora said. I remember that. But that was from before mine all blew up on a portkey though, Harry said. Cora opened her mouth, frowned, and closed her mouth. He spun her in a way he would have normally only considered trying if Gabrielle was in his arms, but Cora was agile enough to keep her feet and finish the spin looking at him. That was a cheap shot, she said. It was a bit too easy, Harry smiled. Cora shook her head. You should not joke about that, she said. Probably not, but it was easy, Harry said. Do you always take the easiest way out? Cora asked. In jokes. Usually, Harry said. In other matters, no. Like what? Cora asked. Like convincing the love of my life to marry me, Harry said. Cora glared at him. So that's how you're going to bring it back around? She asked. Yeah, it's the easy way out, Harry said. But it's effective. Well, what should I do? Cora asked. I'm assuming this is what you fought about tonight and why you're stuck on the dance floor without a partner and I can't see Eva anywhere. He asked. Yes, Cora said, turning her to peer around him, doubtless looking to see if her lover had returned. Harry sighed and spared a quick glance at Gabrielle, who was still deftly avoiding Jordan's feet while Titus and. Well, you already know how awful Eva's parents are. I suppose you could try to worm your way into her father's heart and have him work on his wife. But that seems like a long shot. So, I guess there's really only one thing you can do, Harry said. What's that? Cora asked, her eyes focusing on him as he spoke, narrowing with determination as she started to hang off of his words. Are you sure you're ready for it? Harry asked, letting his voice soften to a whisper. He leaned closer to her so she could hear him. It's going to be super difficult. It will drain you to your very core. You will be utterly exhausted when you're done. But it will feel better immediately after, like a weight lifted from you. What is it? She asked, her eyes widening in suspense. You talk to her, Harry said. Excuse me, Cora asked, blinking in confusion. Talk to her, Harry said again. Do you think we have not spoken about it? Cora asked, looking visibly frustrated. Not in the depth that it needs to be spoken about, Harry said. Had you then you wouldn't be having this conversation with me. You'd already have answered your own question. We have talked about it, Cora insisted. Maybe, Harry said. We have, Cora said. Have you? Have you taken her aside, sat down with her, and told her exactly how you feel? Have you told her in detail what it all means to you, and how it makes you feel when she ignores it or changes the subject? Have you told her just what it means to you? Harry asked. Well, Cora started, but Harry cut her off. Have you told her just how ardently you love her? Have you told her how the best part of your day is falling asleep in her arms, holding her close to you? How there's nothing better than the seeing her face as the spark that starts your day? How when you're apart you long for her smile, her warmth, her everything? How days feel incomplete if she's not there? Harry asked. Well, no, Cora said. I am not good with words like that in English. Then tell her in Finnish and try to translate, Harry said. I do not know that I could, Cora said. I said it would be hard. There will be hugging and crying and tense moments. But you need to make sure you're both on the same page. I'm sure Eva has things she struggles to talk about with you as well. And communicating is the most important thing, Harry said. We understand each other, though, Cora said. Maybe, Harry said. But if that's true, you'd be on the same page about this. Maybe you are, and the topic just hasn't been approached correctly. You can't ever assume that the other knows. Tell them. He's right, Eva Larson said. Harry spun Cora around to see Eva and Gabrielle dancing together behind them. Titus and Jordan were leering behind them. About. Cora sniffled. This time Harry didn't resist the urge. Instead, he brought his knuckle to her cheek and wiped the tear away. She glared at him. They stopped dancing, but she did not leave his arms. There are things that aren't easy for me to talk about, Eva said, blushing and looking away from them. Me too, Cora admitted. Harry and Gabrielle both spun their partners so they were closer to each other. Eva paused for a moment before whispering quietly. Is falling asleep with me there really the best part of your day? She asked. No, Cora said. That was Harry being romantic. Oh, Eva frowned and looked away. Cora did as well. Harry saw her swallow hard and then take a deep breath before speaking. The favorite part of my day is the look on your face when one of us scores a goal assisted by the other. And flying into you for a hug to celebrate. Or when we collapse in a heap after pushing each other too hard running. Those would be tied. I like those too, Eva smiled. I think we should go home, Cora said after a deep breath. We should talk. Okay, Eva responded. Cora slipped from Harry. He watched as Gabrielle pushed Eva toward Cora. Have one more dance first, Gabrielle said. Then go home and cuddle up and talk. Should never say no to one last dance. Good idea, Cora smiled. She leaned over and kissed at Eva lovingly as they started to sway together. Shall we? Harry asked, offering his hand to Gabrielle. Always, she smiled and slipped into his arms as the song changed. I trust Titus and Jordan weren't too painful, Harry said. My feet are still in one piece, Gabrielle nodded. Good. I'd hate to have to kill them for maiming you, Harry said. Gabrielle just smiled at him as the song controlled their movements. So, is falling asleep with me really your favorite part of the day? She asked. You overheard that, Harry said. I did, Gabrielle responded. No, it isn't, Harry said. Ah, Gabrielle pouted. My favorite part is the noises you make when I massage your feet, Harry said. Oh, Gabrielle flushed pink. I see. They're pretty adorable, Harry said. Well, I do love when you do that. It feels amazing. Way better than a numbing charm or a pain potion, Gabrielle admitted. I know, Harry said. That's why I do it. I do not think that is the only reason you do it, Gabrielle said with a slight pink flush and a smirk. Well, it does have other perks as well, Harry said, smiling back at her. How late are we staying? Gabrielle asked, stifling a yawn. We can leave whenever, although we should at least say goodnight to the Lunfreys, he said. Do we have to? Gabrielle asked. Yes, Harry said. Fine, Let's find them, Gabrielle said. Okay, Harry responded. It only took a couple of minutes to find Derek and Gemma. Harry thanked him for the party, Derek just smirked and thanked him for the titles. Gemma complimented Gabrielle's dress and then they were stepping away from the party. They found a few of their other friends and wished a Merry Christmas to all of them before calling it an evening. Harry apparated them back to London. He popped them into a secluded section of the city not too far from the Royal Opera House. It was a few blocks from their home, but Gabrielle had started to enjoy their walks through the city. Want to stop by your after party? Harry asked. I do not even know where they're having it, Gabrielle responded. Nadia told me, Harry said. Of course she did, Gabrielle shook her head. And you apparated us close to it. Naturally, Harry said. But if you don't want to stop then we don't have to. No, we should. Even if we only stay for a drink, Gabrielle said. I thought so too, Harry responded and they stepped to the second party of the evening. They stepped into the pub, the same pub they'd met again at a few years earlier, and saw the party in full swing. Although perhaps only half as populated as it normally would be. Nadia Kulikov saw them first and floated up toward them. You made it. She laughed. I told you I'd drag her here after, Harry smiled. The star is here, Margaret Mitchell laughed, walking up to them and hugging Gabrielle again. Can I grab you a drink? An Irish coffee would be lovely after someone made me wander around outside in this, Gabrielle said, glaring at Harry out of the corner of her eyes. That does sound good, Harry nodded. Coming right up, Margaret laughed and rushed toward the bartender. How was the party? David Cross asked, stepping up and hugging Gabrielle. It was lovely, Gabrielle said. How about here? Slow night. A few people only stayed for a drink then went to their own things, Matt Barnes said, sliding up next to David. Mostly just the youngsters with nothing better to do, David said. Are you calling me old? Gabrielle narrowed her eyes. I think he's calling me old, Nadia said, turning to glare at David as well. I think I'll go see if Margaret needs helps with the drinks. David turned quickly to head toward the bar. Both women laughed as he left. Oddly, he did not return with Margaret and the drinks. Thanks, Gabrielle said as she sipped hers. Harry did the same. He let her lead the conversations, exchanging a few words with whomever approached. They spent a few moments mildly concerned for one of the younger dancers, a Fiona Clark, who seemed depressed in the holiday season. A little more booze and Nadia and Gabrielle dragged her into the middle of the pub to dance to a bad Christmas song. That seemed to cheer all three of them up and led to Gabrielle and Fiona dancing with each other and giggling. Harry noticed them both whispering and some smirking at one of the younger male dancers. Harry walked over toward the young man and eventually managed to, quite literally, push him toward Gabrielle and Fiona. The young girl grabbed him and the three of them danced. Harry tried to cut in but Nadia beat him to it. She and Gabrielle put on a bit of a show, weaving around each other in ways Harry wouldn't have believed had he not been seeing them with his own eyes. There was a rather loud applause when they finished. Nadia laughed and Ed Gabrielle square on the lips before returning to her drink. Gabrielle blushed and walked back to Harry. Should I be worried? He laughed, nodding toward Nadia. She is happily married, Gabrielle laughed. And you? Harry laughed. Me too, Gabrielle giggled. Anyway, I'm not attracted to Nadia. Oh, any women do it for you? Harry teased. I don't know. I guess your doctor friend Katie is pretty and charming and looks like fun, Gabrielle said, tilting her head to the side as she appeared to think about it. Maybe you should invite her over some night. Are you serious? Harry blinked. No, Gabrielle said, laughing. Titus just said I should tease you like that. Since when do you listen to Titus? Harry laughed. When I think it will be amusing, Gabrielle smiled. Meanie, Harry said. I'll make it up to you, Gabrielle teased. I hope so, Harry laughed. Would you like to leave so I can make it up to you? She asked, raising her brows at him. Harry nodded. Uh-huh, he said. Then let's go, Gabrielle said, sliding a hand up his leg gently. And after a few quick goodbyes they left their second party of the evening. They walked home slowly, savoring every moment holding each other as they moved through the city streets. Ed in the doorway, Ed more in the elevator, and they key. Ed against their door as Harry unlocked it. They barely made it to the bedroom. Gabrielle vanished their clothing and pulled him down onto the bed and into her. It was frantic and warm and quick. After she rolled them over and coaxed him on once more. After she sat up on him, smiling as his hands lazily caresses her hips and sides. She leaned over to pick her wand off of the bedside table and tapped it once to her stomach before summoning some bottles of water. She handed one to him before stretching her arms above her head, pulling up some of her hair as she did, and letting it cascade back down around her. Here I thought you looked tired at Falmouth, Harry sighed happily gazing up at her. Well then you plied me with boozy coffee, Gabrielle said. Remind me to do that more often, Harry said. I might, Gabrielle teased. She drank some of her water before gently sliding down and laying on him. I hope you do, Harry laughed. You did seem to enjoy yourself quite a bit, Gabrielle sighed as Harry pulled the blankets up over them. She wiggled closer to him and whispered. Finally warm. Me too, Harry said. They were quiet for a few moments, enjoying being close to each other and holding each other. Harry pressed his face into her hair and smiled happily, wondering just how he'd gotten so lucky. I have a question for you, she said softly after a few moments of silence. What's that? Harry asked. Do you even remember our first Christmas? Gabrielle asked. Of course I do, he said. We were like 8 months into dating and had no idea what to do. I watched you perform the Arabian dance and then Nadia dragged us over for Christmas dinner. She made that weird tomato stew thing that still frightens me to this day. That was not our first Christmas, Gabrielle laughed. Sure it was, Harry said. What could it have been before that? It was my 7th year at Beauxbatons, Gabrielle said. You spent that Christmas at your friend Sophia's house, Harry commented. Gabrielle was rather surprised Harry remembered that specific detail. I did. And then you showed up on the first weekend of January insisting it was Christmas, Gabrielle said. Did I really? Harry asked. You did, Gabrielle said, smiling to herself at the memory. It was cold that winter at Beauxbatons. Well, cold for the south of France in January at least. She and Sophia were outside in their powder blue uniforms, charting the final positions of the stars for their astronomy homework. Sophia noticed them first. Is that Harry Potter? She asked, gazing down the path toward the main gates. What? Gabrielle laughed, and then turned her gaze to the path. It looks like him and Titus. Did you know they were coming? Sophia asked. No, they did not tell me they were coming, Gabrielle said. They are stumbling around like idiots. Well, that's rude of them, Sophia smirked. She tucked her homework into her pocket and started to walk toward the boys. Gabrielle thought she did so with way too much sway in her hips. Sophie! Titus yelled. He hugged her as he approached, lifting her and spinning her around. Gabrielle found herself rather annoyed as her friend giggled at that. And somehow, during all of that, her hat wound up on Titus's head. Hi, Sophia said rather breathlessly as Titus put her down. He kept an arm around her and looked toward Gabrielle. That must be our Ellie. Titus yelled. It is. Sophia laughed. Hi, Harry said quietly, looking at Gabrielle. She blushed a little bit as she approached the Quidditch stars. Hello, she said. Hi, Harry said again. What are you boys doing here? Sophia asked, sensing that conversation was going to wind up in a loop in far too little time. We had an exhibition against, it was against, Harry said. The green team, Titus nodded knowingly. Oh yes, they were in green, Harry said. Did you win? Sophie asked. Did we? Harry asked. We did. Titus giggled. Awesome, the green team, Harry said. I agree, Titus said. So why did you come here? Gabrielle asked. Because it's Christmas, Harry said. It's January, Gabrielle said. Christmas, Titus said. Did you bring gifts? Sophie asked. Did we? Harry asked. Wine and Calvados, Titus asked, nodding to a bag he had slung over his shoulder. Oh yeah, we have that, Harry said. Lovely, Sophia giggled. Let's go inside and find someplace to drink it, Titus exclaimed, nodding toward the large ornate palace. Unlike Hogwarts, Beauxbatons was more spread out than built up. It was a sprawling 3-story building surrounded by gardens and very reminiscent of Versailles. "We'll get caught," Gabrielle exclaimed. "You know the professors are always on the prowl this close to term starting again." "Well, we could sneak back to their hotel with them," Sophia giggled. "That sounds fun," Titus said, leering down at Sophia. Gabrielle frowned, but at least her friend had the dignity to blush slightly at the open implication from Titus. "Fine, let's find an empty classroom. I'm sure they know enough magic to make it very discreet," Gabrielle said. "I'm bad at magic," Titus nodded as if he were agreeing with her. "I'm good at magic," Harry said. "I killed a Dark Lord with magic." "You did?" Sophia giggled. "You're a hero for it." "I'm still not sure how it actually worked though," Harry said. "What?" Gabrielle asked. "Well, I mean, I blew him up with a disarming charm," Harry said, making explosion gestures and noises as he spoke. "Makes no sense." "Who cares?" Titus laughed. "You won." "I did win," Harry nodded. F.K. the Green Team. The Death Eaters were the Green Team. Gabrielle blinked. "No, they wore black," Harry said. "And silly skull charms." "Weren't we going inside?" Titus asked. "I think that depended on whether or not you and Harry could be discreet and hide us away in the castle so we don't get in trouble," Sophia smirked. "Like a princess in a tower," Titus said. "Should we really let them drink more?" Gabrielle frowned at the two players. "Oh, they'll be fine," Sophia said. "I do not think we should encourage them," Gabrielle said. "But it's fun." Sophia laughed. "It is fun," Harry said. "Especially the Calvados. The Calvados is delicious." "I'll have to try that," Sophia smiled. She slipped from Titus's grasp and took his hand, pulling him toward the castle. "Come now, let's sneak right on in." "We should say hi to Madame Maxime," Harry said. "No, we should not," Gabrielle responded. "But it would be good to see her again," Harry said. "Fine, maybe later," Gabrielle responded. "Okay. Later sounds fine," Harry said as they entered the castle. Sophia led them on, pulling Titus forward with every step. Harry followed them, gazing at the ornate decorations and portraits, waving at a few that waved at him. Gabrielle brought up the rear and often had to nudge Harry forward while he continually lagged behind, distracted by the decorations. Eventually, Sophia found a room she thought was suitable and they all ducked inside. Titus shrugged the bag off of his shoulder and started taking out bottles of booze as well as some cheese and crackers. Harry seemed oddly fascinated by one of the desks until Titus spoke. "Fix the room," he said. Harry blinked. "What? Did we break it?" He gazed around looking confused. "It's Christmas. Make it Christmas," Titus said. Harry nodded and took out his wand and started waving it around. Gabrielle half expected the room to explode, but it didn't. Instead, a cinnamon smell started to fill the air. Pine joined it moments later, and then a large tree grew into one corner and decorated itself. A fireplace appeared on the wall, with a couch and chairs around it. The walls changed to a sort of decorated gingerbread motif and lights started to pop up lining them. Soon the only light in the room was from the lights on the tree, the fireplace, and the decorations. A sort of white powder piled around the tree in a what looked like a massive snow bank, but no cold entered the room. Sophia walked over toward it as Titus started to pour out the drinks. He floated a glass of the Calvados over toward Harry as he finished with the decorations. "There," Harry said, taking a sip of the Calvados. "Christmas. Looks good," Titus said. "What is this?" Sophia laughed, poking her toe into the white mass. "It's like icing or something, but it doesn't stick to anything and it's warm." "I don't know," Harry shrugged, sipping his drink. Gabrielle walked over to examine it as well. She reached down and let her hands slide through it. "It's like warm bath bubbles but more corporeal," she said. It felt nice on her hand, but when she lifted it out, there was no evidence that she'd ever touched it. Sophia smirked at her and then grabbed her and fell back into it. There was a great deal of shrieking and giggling as the two girls rolled around, Gabrielle trying to get away from Sophia and Sophia trying to keep her in the fake snow. Harry cast a silencing charm over the room as the girls giggled. Then he figured since it was Christmas there should be some sort of Christmas carol playing, so he waved his wand again and created the music. By that point Gabrielle had managed to get out of Sophia's grip and out of the snow. She was flushed and panting from the effort. Harry stepped up behind her and handed her a glass of wine. She paused, clearly debating between her annoyance at Sophia, not wanting to get in trouble, and wanting to have a glass of wine with Harry. She took the wine and stood next to Harry. Thought. That was fun, Sophia giggled. It looked fun, Titus said, smirking at her and walking toward her with a glass of wine. She pulled herself to her feet and took it from him, sipping from it. It did, Harry said. Brat, Gabrielle scoffed. She'd lost her hat in the mess and pulled her hair out of the bun in annoyance. It's warm in here, Sophia said as she started to finger the buttons on her robes. It should be, Titus said. It's supposed to be warm and cozy. That's part of Christmas. He plopped down on the couch, conjuring a table for the wine and food, and continued to sip his own drink. I think it is cozy, Gabrielle said. She shrugged her robes off. Underneath she was wearing a blue blouse and uniform skirt with the black shoes of the uniform as well. She sat in a chair near the fire and started to take off her shoes and socks. Too warm, Sophia disagreed and sent a frown toward the fire. She took her wand from her pocket and waved it over herself. The pale blue robe turned into a pale blue nightgown that left little to the imagination. Her boots shifted into a pair of fur-lined slippers and she slipped onto the couch next to Titus. Sophia. Gabrielle gasped. What? Sophia asked, frowning as adorably as she could manage toward her friend, acting like she saw nothing at all wrong with her garb. You are indecent. Gabrielle hissed in French, blushing as she said it. That's the point, Sophia giggled. You should try it too. Get Harry to think you are something more than a little school girl. But I am a little school girl, Gabrielle said. And you are too. Where's the fun in that? Only get to live a little once. Sophia chided. What are you two prattling on about? Titus asked. Something about school girls, Harry said, looking confused, like he only managed to translate a couple of the words in his head while they talked. Little Elle was whining that her feet hurt from all her dance practice, Sophia lied. And how she would kill someone for a foot rub. I was not. Gabrielle spat. Sure you weren't, Sophia said. She flipped around on the couch, her legs winding up in Titus's lap as she rolled onto her stomach to look at her friend. It's like the only thing you talk about after practice. We were doing astronomy homework and not practicing, and that is not what we were talking about. Gabrielle said. She looked away as Titus started to trace his hand up Sophia's bare calves. She made no noise of protest and instead just smirked at her friend. Is that what we were doing? I barely remember, Sophia laughed. I'll do it, Harry said as he sipped the Calvados. Do what? Gabrielle asked. I'll rub your feet, he shrugged. If they hurt. That's all right, Gabrielle said quietly. She brought her wine to her lips and sipped it. They're fine. It's no problem, I don't mind, Harry said sitting before her. Gabrielle blushed and pressed her knees together tightly. No, I'm fine, she said meekly as Harry picked up her right foot and held it in his hands for a moment. He kneaded it gently in his hands. Gabrielle tensed at the contact, but that only lasted for a moment or two. She closed her eyes and let herself get lost in the sensation, letting her body relax into the touch. She whimpered when he stopped for a drink. But that reminded her that she also had wine she needed to drink. She brought her glass to her lips and sipped it as his hands shifted to her left foot and he continued. She frowned when he took his hand from her foot to refill their alcohol. But that resulted in more alcohol, so it wasn't entirely unpleasant. She let him continue for 3 glasses of wine. Her vision was a little bleary when she opened her eyes in the now too warm room. She couldn't help but smile down at Harry as he let go of her feet. Better, he whispered. She nodded. Where did you learn that? Nowhere. I just did what feels good when the trainer does it, Harry shrugged. Well, thank you, Gabrielle said, doing her best to ignore the warmth spreading through her, and the jelly feeling of her legs after his ministrations. Any time, he laughed, taking another sip of his Calvados. She turned her attention away from Harry kneeling before her, pushing the thought of what she wanted him to do to her from her head, wondering why Matthew never forced those thoughts to the forefront of her imagination. But that didn't help, because she just saw Titus and Sophia on the couch. She'd rolled onto her back, Her gown was at waist level and his hand was resting rather high up her thigh and she smiled adoringly at him. Gabrielle frowned and looked back to Harry as he finished his drink and poured himself some more. Should we maybe give them some privacy? Gabrielle asked, turning her gaze back to Sophia and Titus. They seem fine, Harry shrugged. But a moment later Sophia shifted up into Titus's lap and keyed him. Harry and Gabrielle both watched with a drunken curiosity as they keyed. Eventually Sophia fell backwards, off the couch and into the decorative white snow around the Christmas tree. Her legs wrapped around him and their key-ing grew deeper. Gabrielle whispered meekly. Maybe we should give them some space. Harry nodded and stood. He wobbled a bit but far less than Gabrielle did when she rose. She giggled a bit as a rather pleasurable sounding noise came from Sophia in the snow, followed by the sound of fabric being ripped apart. Gabrielle scampered to the door. Harry followed but not before refilling his drink. So where's your room? He asked as they stepped outside of the classroom. On the 3rd floor, Gabrielle said. We are not going there. How's that work here? He asked. Gabrielle figured he meant the sleeping arrangements. 6 to a room. Randomly assigned but often you seem to wind up with your friends. Always 3 older girls and 3 younger girls to help out. Usually by year, so 7th get 1st and 6th get 2nd and so on, Gabrielle said. Sounds weird, Harry said. Well, the older ones are supposed to show them the ropes and whatnot. More responsibility the older you get. You aren't being very responsible right now, Harry smirked. I am not, Gabrielle giggled. It feels oddly good. I know, it's why I broke so many rules, Harry said. So why did you come here for real? Gabrielle asked. I wanted to give you your Christmas gift, Harry said. You could have mailed it, Gabrielle responded. And I wanted to see you, Harry admitted. Well, that's very nice of you, Gabrielle said. It is always good to see you. And you, Harry smiled at her. I missed you. Oh, I highly doubt that, Gabrielle smirked. I hear you're with that team doctor for Ballycastle. No, Katie and I got into a fight, we're not dating anymore, Harry said. I am sorry, Gabrielle said. It's fine, Harry shrugged. We weren't really having fun, so it was for the best. We both realized we were really more like friends than anything else. I see, Gabrielle said, the word stuck in her head as she thought of her own situation. Anyway, I was going to give you a gift, Harry said, probably too loudly for the current situation. Gabrielle winced against the nose as Harry dug into his pockets. If I can find it. Hopefully you didn't leave it in the classroom, Gabrielle said quietly. They stopped walking through the halls as he looked. Gabrielle turned her attention to a portrait of an oddly adorable horned camel that somehow always made her smile. I didn't, Harry said as he pulled a small wrapped box out of his pocket and offered it to her. The wrapping paper was rather crumpled from the general wear of being in his pocket. I feel bad I did not get you anything, Gabrielle said as she took it. I have way too much stuff as is. I wouldn't worry about it, Harry said. Gabrielle nodded, knowing that was true. She slowly started to peel off the paper and off of it. She vanished at once it was off and opened the box. Inside is a simple silver charm bracelet. He'd affixed a snitch, ballet shoes, a falcon, and a magic wand to it, leaving plenty of room for growth on the silver links. It's beautiful, Gabrielle said, lifting it from the box and examining it in the dim light of the hallway. I'm glad you like it, Harry said. Put it on, Gabrielle asked, holding it up to him. He took it from her and she turned her presented her wrist to him. It took him a few moments of fumbling with the clasp before he managed to affix it. She smiled down and shook out her wrist once it was on. It looks good, Harry said, looking up at her. He wasn't sure exactly when he wound up mere inches from her. It does, Gabrielle said. She lifted her eyes and looked into his. She pressed her lips together and stared at him and everything froze. Harry stared at her and she stared back. And then he leaned to her and keyed her and she keyed him back. He lifted her up against the wall and kept keying her. Gabrielle pressed herself back to him. She lost herself in the sensations, in his body against hers, in his warmth on her. She started to ache for him. She wanted nothing more than him in that moment. And then, it all clicked in her head. Stop, 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 she whispered against his key. Why? He whispered back, his breath hot on her lips. Because you are drunk, Gabrielle said. And stupid. Why didn't you just have me in Falmouth? I'd have spent Christmas with you. We could have done this daily. More than daily. Why like this? I'm fine, Harry whispered. No, Gabrielle said. If you were, you would not be doing this. It is like you said before. The timing isn't right. But I want you, Harry said. You won't even remember this. And I do not want you to wake up with me and not remember it, Gabrielle said. But, Harry said. No, Gabrielle shook her head, fighting against every fiber of herself that simply ached for him and wanted nothing more than to let him. But it was wrong. She knew it was wrong. She knew she would regret it. But, Harry said again. Put me down, Harry, Gabrielle said. Harry set her down on the ground. Okay, he said. I am going to go to bed, Gabrielle said. You should go back to your hotel and get some sleep. I want to stay, Harry said. No, Gabrielle shook her head. Go rest. Come back when I graduate. She slipped away from him and walked back toward her dormitory, doing everything in her power to not look over her shoulder at him for fear that her resolve would break. That so never happened, Harry said, blushing furiously and staring down at her. I told you that you were too drunk to remember it, Gabrielle said. When did you know? Harry asked. When you didn't remember giving me the charm bracelet. And when you didn't try to sleep with me after graduation, Gabrielle said. Would that have worked? Harry asked. No. But it's still a fun thought, Gabrielle said. I'm positive Titus doesn't remember sleeping with Sophia, Harry said. He is lucky. She tried to baby trap him, Gabrielle said. She was very upset when she got her period. Are you serious? Harry laughed. That would not have worked on Titus. Sure it would have. He would have paid his way out of anything, Gabrielle said. You might have a point there, Harry sighed. I know, Gabrielle said. I do have one question though. What's that? Harry asked. I overheard you with Cora. You said you realized while at the Christmas party just who you wanted. What was it that made you realize it? Gabrielle asked. It was when I realized that I never had fun with Daphne, and I wasn't having fun with Katie. And I could only think of one person I actually wanted to be at the party with. So I resolved myself to go see her at school when we had an exhibition in France, Harry said. And yet you doubt it happened, Gabrielle smiled against his chest. No, I was just hoping we could ignore how awful and drunk I was, Harry said. I'm really sorry that I ever thought that was a good idea. It was a good idea, Gabrielle smiled. It made me realize that I really wanted you. It made me understand how you could reject me at the end of that summer. It made me realize a lot about timing. For a while I thought our timing would always be wrong. And then you walked into that bar during our party. And suddenly it was all right. I knew you were there, Harry admitted. Faye told me the after-party was there in case I wanted to congratulate you in person. I didn't mean to level you going into the doorway, but I'm rather glad I almost did. Me too, Gabrielle said. Merry Christmas, my love. Merry Christmas, ma bien-aimée. To be continue. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.